Why did this Otsutsuki Sharon suddenly stop moving? Did he go AFK? No, he's playing mind games with me. No way bro, you even sent an emote on top of that. How am I supposed to tolerate this? Summoning Jutsu demonic statue of the outer path. I have no identity of my own, nor do I wish to live under anyone else's mask. You still dare to compete with me, the white mask? Natsume put down his phone and stepped out onto the balcony, just as a gust of wind swept by. Something feels off. I can actually see the shadow of the wind. I must be exhausted lately. Natsume took out his lighter, ready to light a cigarette. Why does this feel so wrong? He stared at the flame from the lighter, and the longer he looked, the stranger it became. I can see the shadow of the fire. This has to be an illusion. I should wash my face and get some rest. At that moment, lightning flashed across the sky. That's the shadow of the lightning. Natsume immediately left the balcony and headed for the bathroom. He turned on the faucet and froze as he watched the water flow. Does water have a shadow too? While Natsume was dazed, a chunk of earth shot toward him and slammed into his body. Where did this clod of dirt come from? It has a shadow as well. No, wait, seeing the shadow of a clod of dirt is actually normal. You can actually see the wind shadow, fire shadow, lightning shadow, water shadow, and earth shadow. A voice echoed from within the room. Who's talking? Natsume glanced around the room but saw no one. Only a small white cat. The kitten leaped lightly onto Natsume's body. I didn't expect you to be able to see the wind shadow, fire shadow, lightning shadow, water shadow, and earth shadow. The cat can talk. Natsume felt the world spin and blacked out. When Natsume came to a lush green forest stretched out before his eyes. Where on earth have I been taken? Is this still my country? Natsume immediately searched his body and found only a single card. Citizen of the Land of Fire Natsume. This is proof of identity. The Land of Fire. Did I transmigrate into the world of Naruto? Ding, host Natsume detected. Host Natsume is capable of seeing the wind shadow, fire shadow, lightning shadow, water shadow, and earth shadow. Ding, the kitten game system is at your service. The newbie gift pack is now loading. The host's ultimate mission is to change the fate of the ninja world through games. Upon completing the final mission, the host may freely travel between the ninja world and Blue Star, and any Ryo earned in the ninja world can be brought back to Blue Star through legal means. Kitten game system, you're that white cat. A game, huh? For now, the priority is figuring out exactly where I am. Natsume looked around. The trees surrounded him on all sides. It seemed he was in the middle of a forest. System, is the newbie gift pack done loading yet? Newbie gift pack loaded. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a shop property located in Konoha of the Land of Fire. Within the shop, the host is in an invincible state. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ultimate art peerless. As long as the host recites the voice lines from a ninja's ultimate card in the Naruto Mobile Game, you can use that ninja skills. For now, only one ultimate card ninja can be used at a time. Their powers cannot be stacked. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the contents of the newbie gift pack, Natsume could not help bursting into wild laughter. Ding, congratulations, host, you have activated the ultimate card for Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo. The host can now use the skills Basic Attack Susanoo Blaze, Release Kagutsuchi, and Susanoo Pierce. Because the host laughed 9 times, you fulfilled the ultimate card voice line condition for Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo. The 4 mad laughters. Natsume froze, never having imagined it could work like this. If I had laughed 7 times just now, I could have used the skills of Uchiha Obito, 4th Great Ninja War, right? The host is indeed clever. Suddenly Natsume felt the ground tremble. Something was approaching. A wild boar was charging straight toward him. Perfect timing. I can test out my new skills. No. Natsume summoned a Susanoo arm and grabbed the wild boar. He covered half his face with his right hand, revealing one eye. Amaterasu. Black flames of Amaterasu ignited and scorched the wild boar, when another boar suddenly burst out from the brush. There's another one. Susanoo Pierce. Susanoo shifted into its second form, drawing a bow and loosing an arrow at the distant boar. The resulting explosion reduced it to ashes. This is the 3rd power. Susanoo. On a whim alone, I can take your life. Ding, the host has spoken the hidden ultimate card voice line for Uchiha Sasuke Mangekyo Sharingan and has obtained that ninja skills. The skills of Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo vanished. After finishing off the boars, Natsume began thinking about how to return to Konoha. System, how do I get to Konoha? Ding, navigation function activated. Natsume looked at the light curtain that appeared before his eyes. The system is actually pretty handy. So I walk in this direction. Looks like it's quite a long way. This is Inoki of both scales. Engrave it firmly into your eyes. Ding, the host has spoken the ultimate card voice line for Inoki 3rd Suchikage and obtained that ninja skills. Using the lightweight and heavyweight rock technique, Natsume swiftly arrived at Konoha's gate. Halt! Who are you and why have you come to Konoha? Izumo Kamizuki blocked Natsume with a wary expression. Looking at the guard in front of him, Natsume felt a bit helpless but still said politely, I am Natsume, a citizen of the Land of Fire. I own a shop here in Konoha. This is my proof of identity. Izumo took the ID and examined it carefully, then looked Natsume up and down. His clothes were ordinary with no special symbols or markings. Very well, you may enter. Izumo returned the ID and spoke to Natsume. After thanking him, Natsume walked into Konoha and looked up at the Hokage rock. On the cliff, the 4 Hokage faces loomed and Naruto was up there scribbling graffiti with paint. Following the navigation, Natsume made his way to the front of his shop. The shop's exterior was wooden, exuding a simple rustic charm. Natsume pushed the door open and stepped inside only to find the interior completely empty. Kitten bro, help me with the interior design, will you? No problem, host. The kitten system responded, and 2 vending machines suddenly appeared out of thin air. One filled with familiar Blue Star snacks and drinks, the other stocked with mobile phones. Next, an exquisite bar counter appeared in the shop. Comfortable sofas formed small circles around low tables, several such sets neatly arranged within the space. A laptop appeared on the bar counter. The host can use this computer to manage the game's backend and develop games. Natsume opened a vending machine, took out a phone, and held it horizontally against his chest. Naruto Online launch. Taking the timeline and ninja forms into consideration, Natsume set Uzumaki Naruto Ninja Academy as the first story character to appear as a trial. New players logging in would receive the Ninja Uzumaki Naruto Ninja Academy rank C. After completing chapter 1 of the story, players would be gifted the Ninja Haruno Sakura new Ninja rank C, and upon entering the duel arena for the first time, they would receive the Ninja Uchiha Sasuke rank C. He opened the ninja shop, putting the Konohamaru core rank C on the shelves. Then he set up recharge bonuses. V1 granted Rock Lee rank C, V6 granted Hyuga Niji rank C, V10 granted Gaara rank B, and V14 granted Hatake Kakashi rank A. The premium scrolls could not yet be used, while other scrolls level 1 were available for free. 3 summon beasts, the anger demons, were available at no cost. The duel shop's limited time ninjas were Momochi Zabuza rank A, Haku rank B, and Irika Yumino rank C. Limited time summon beasts included Ninja Dogs Blue Snake and Gamakichi. Limited time scrolls offered 8 random level 5 scrolls. The first recharge rewarded the summon beast Shikaku, and reaching V8 unlocked the qualification to purchase Katsuyu. He opened Adventure Mode Chapter 1, The Beginning of Bonds. Game features included Duel Arena, Realm of Bounty, Rankings, Adventure, and Shop. On his way back from a mission, the Guy Squad bumped into Kakashi on the street. Kakashi was holding that orange-covered book, Make Out Paradise. His messy silver hair was pressed down by his forehead protector, covering one eye. The visible dark eye was half-lidded, filled with the words trouble and I want to go home. Yo, Kakashi mumbled in greeting, reluctantly lifting his gaze from the page. Kakashi, let's have a long-awaited youthful showdown. Guy switched into his youthful mode, his whole body springing forward to appear right in front of Kakashi. Spare me, Kakashi muttered, quietly snapping Make Out Paradise shut and slipping it into his ninja tool pouch. The feeling of leading students is quite special, isn't it? Kakashi looked past Guy at the 3 behind him, Xiao Li, Ningzi, and Tian Tian. Especially the energetic ones. Of course, every day is filled with new challenges, new emotions. Watching young lives bloom with brilliance through their struggles. That weighty joy that is youth. Guy declared with a raised thumb. Kakashi, are you planning to take on students this year? I've been notified from above to lead a newly graduated squad from the Ninja Academy, Kakashi replied. Kakashi lifted his gaze to the sky as if recalling something. Youth allows no excuses. Hesitation means defeat. Kakashi, take this move of mine. Guy gave Kakashi no time to catch his breath or refuse, his entire figure turning into a streak of green as he launched an attack at Kakashi. Guy sensei. Xiao Li's face flushed bright red with excitement, his fists clenched as though he were the one attacking. Kakashi's pupils contracted, his body reacted faster than his thoughts, both hands rising to block Guy's strike. Sparring in front of someone else's shop isn't very appropriate, is it? Natsume pushed open the door and looked over at Kakashi and the others. Kakashi was a little surprised that he had failed to notice Natsume's presence. After he and Guy ceased their exchange, he turned to Natsume with an apologetic expression. Sorry, boss. May I ask what your shop sells? Could we come in? Natsume smiled faintly and stepped aside from the doorway. Of course you can. I sell some novel little gadgets here. Perhaps you'll find something that interests you. They followed Natsume into the shop and saw 2 vending machines. One contained snacks and drinks none of them had seen before, while the other held black rectangular blocks that looked somewhat like small televisions. Kakashi walked up to the snack and drink vending machine and purchased a drink labeled iced black tea. He opened it. There's a hint of lemon, the sweetness is just right. It tastes really good. Hearing Kakashi praise the drink, Guy was a little surprised and wanted to try it as well. Xiao Li, Tiantian, Ningzi, do you want iced black tea or something else? The 3 of them were also curious about the taste of the iced black tea and all wanted to try it. Guy bought 4 bottles of iced black tea, kept one for himself, and handed the rest to his students. This is the taste of youth, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up after taking a sip. Indeed, Guy sensei, this is youth. Xiao Li looked at him excitedly. Tian and Ningxi also praised the taste of the iced black tea after trying it. Naturally, iced black tea is the absolute best, especially when it's chilled. Natsume chimed in from the side. What does that mean? Shaoli asked in confusion. You can think of it as an exaggerated way of praising a person or a thing, Natsume explained. Tiantian's gaze shifted toward the phone vending machine. What are those black blocks? Those are mobile phones, a kind of new-style ninja tool, Natsume said, taking out his own phone to show everyone. Each phone costs 10,000 ryo. It has functions such as photography and audio recording. Tian had always been interested in ninja tools. Hearing that this was a new-style tool with photography and recording functions and being far from short of money, she eagerly pulled out 10,000 ryo and bought a phone. Tian picked up the phone. Boss, how do you use this? The button on the right side of the phone is the power key. Press and hold it for 5 seconds to turn it on. Also, the phone is rechargeable. Each phone comes with a complimentary charging set, Natsume explained to them. Following Natsume's instructions, Tian powered on the phone. The phone is glowing, so it's operated by touch. This icon must be the camera. Tian tapped the camera app icon, entered the interface, and took a selfie. So convenient, it even has a beautifying function. Ningxi, watching the phone, remarked, It is indeed very convenient. This ninja tool will be a great help in missions. Kakashi watched Tian continually switch between various apps and try out all sorts of functions, secretly marveling in his heart and pondering just what kind of extraordinary being this seemingly ordinary shop owner truly was. Suddenly Tian noticed a particularly special app icon, a portrait of a blonde blue-eyed person with 6 whisker-like marks on his face, wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Kakashi saw it as well. The portrait was of Uzumaki Naruto, the son of his teacher, the 4th Hokage Bofeng Shuemen. Could it be that the boss had his sights set on the Nine Tails? Don't open. Kakashi had just started to speak to stop Tian from launching the app, but he was still a step too late. The phone screen began to play a scene. A moon appeared then, the scene abruptly shifted to a monstrous creature with 9 tails rampaging through houses. The 9 tails, Kakashi and Guy exclaimed in unison. Shaoli, Tian and Ningxi were also greatly shocked and continued watching the screen. A figure in a robe emblazoned with the words, 4th Hokage, suddenly appeared from behind. That's Sensei. Are they about to show the events of the 9 tails night 12 years ago? Kakashi thought to himself. We can't let it rampage here, declared the 4th Hokage. A masked man suddenly attacked from behind the 4th Hokage. Your opponent is me. The 4th Hokage vanished from the screen and the mysterious masked man spoke. Gone already? Such speed. The scene shifted to another location where the mysterious masked man swung an iron chain toward the 4th Hokage. The words, a powerful enemy appears, flashed across the screen. The image changed. On the left was the 4th Hokage, on the right the mysterious masked man. At the top left were the words Bofeng Shuemen and a red health bar. Beneath it were 4 energy gauges, 2 of them fully filled. In the lower left was a joystick, in the lower right a fist icon with 3 skill icons above it. The 2 lower skill icons were lit while the top skill icon was only half lit. Tian slid her finger over the joystick and discovered that Bofeng Shuemen moved with it. This joystick can control the 4th Hokage's movement. She then tapped the fist icon on the right side of the screen. The fist icon lets the 4th Hokage attack After Tian controlled Bofeng Shuemen to land a hit on the mysterious masked man, the masked man's name and portrait appeared at the top right of the screen. A health bar also appeared beneath the portrait with 4 written to its left. After Tian tapped 2 skill icons, they went into cooldown. When both skills struck the masked man, all 4 energy gauges at the top left lit up. The previously half-lit skill icon was now fully lit. So as long as a skill lands, 1 energy segment lights up. Once all 4 are lit, the 3rd skill can be used, Tian concluded. After she tapped the 3rd skill, the on-screen Bofeng Shuemen shouted, Rasengan. Kakashi was shaken to his core. That's right, those are Sensei's techniques. Flying Thunder God and Rasengan. In the phone, his teacher's voice was exactly the same as in reality. How was this possible? After Tian controlled Bofeng Shuemen to deplete the mysterious masked man's health bar, the screen changed again. Bofeng Shuemen, Rasengan in hand, charged at the mysterious masked man. Using the 2nd stage of the Flying Thunder God, he drove the Rasengan into the masked man. But sooner or later the 9 tails will be mine, the mysterious masked man said as he stood up, then disappeared after finishing his sentence. The phone's image shifted back to the 9 tails. It began forming a tailed beast bomb, only to be interrupted by Bofeng Shuemen's toad summoning. Bofeng Shuemen formed hand seals and used the dead demon consuming seal. The 9 tails claw lunged toward an infant, but Bofeng Shuemen and a red-haired woman used their bodies to block the attack, their bodies pierced through by the beast. The red-haired woman whispered, Naruto. After Bofeng Shuemen completed the 8 trigram seal, the scene ended. Over a decade later, the story truly begins. Please enter a nickname. Xiaomu looked at the stunned onlookers. Tian must enter a nickname before proceeding. Only then did everyone recover from the Joe night scene. They exchanged glances and fell silent, all waiting for Tianshan's next move. Entered nickname the girl's ninja tool bag. The system welcomed the girl's ninja tool bag into the Naruto Mobile Game, and the phone screen switched to the game's main page. Congratulations! The girl's ninja tool bag obtained 10 shards of Xuanhua Mingren Ninja Trainee. Tian opened the ninja interface and successfully recruited Xuanhua Mingren Ninja Trainee at rank C1 star, then set Xuanhua Mingren as an active character. Back on the game's home screen stood an aerial view of my village. The playable character Xuanhua Mingren was atop the village's highest point, holding a paint bucket and facing the settlement below. Tian felt Xuanhua Mingren looked familiar and asked the others with curiosity. Teacher Kai, Teacher Kakaxi, Xiao Li Ningzi, and the shopkeeper, do you know Xuanhua Mingren? Kai and Kakaxi glanced at one another, hesitating whether to speak. Xiao Li stared at the iced black tea in his hand and suddenly realized, don't you think Xuanhua Mingren resembles this iced tea a little? They looked between the drink and Xuanhua Mingren. Oddly enough, there was a resemblance, especially the yellow outfit and the shock of yellow hair similar in hue to the beverage. Xiamu also paused, surprised that such an iced tea joke would surface in the ninja world. Ningzi asked, could Xuanhua Mingren be the baby who appeared at the end of the Jue night? Kakaxi stared at Xuanhua Mingren on the phone, and a silhouette seemed to flicker before his eyes. Mingren. He is. Yes, Xuanhua Mingren is the infant who survived the Jue night more than 10 years ago. Tian, somewhat at a loss, asked Xiamu, what should we do next? The interface shows only adventure Xiamu reassured Tian, do not worry. After finishing the first part of the story, the remaining functions will unlock. Tian tapped adventure and chose the adventure instance Origins of Bonds. Having completed the previous scene titled 16 years ago, the next scenario began. Xuanhua Mingren arrives. Tian selected the newly acquired ninja Xuanhua Mingren Ninja Trainee to enter the plot. The screen displayed Xuanhua Mingren with a line of text beneath. A familiar voice intoned, in my village, there is a boy who dreams of becoming Hokage named Xuanhua Mingren. It was the voice of the third Hokage, which surprised everyone. The scene shifted. Mingren sat alone on a swing, while a group of people stood not far off with their backs turned to him. As an orphan, Mingren harbors the detested Nine-Tails demon fox and has been ostracized, scolded. You look at teach. Lonely Mingren resorted to pranks to attract attention. He even sprayed paint across the faces carved on the Hokage rock. But sometimes his pranks grew into greater commotions. Next came scenes of Mingren dodging pursuing ninjas through my village. Tian controlled Mingren against the instance ninjas. Xuanhua Mingren Ninja Trainee's normal attack comprised 4 hits. The first 2 pushed forward. The third launched the opponent, the fourth pursued. The normal attack was a close-range taijutsu with limited stability. His first skill, paint prank, splashes paint forward. Paint left on the ground slows enemies. The second skill, clone double strike, attempts in its first stage to summon a clone to knock the enemy airborne. The clone technique has a chance to fail. The second stage only triggers if the clone successfully launches the enemy. The original then leaps and delivers a downward kick to slam the foe down. If the clone fails, only the initial hit applies, leaving the enemy suspended. The ultimate harem technique deals high damage. Mingren uses a clone that transforms into an alluring figure to attack. The latter half of the skill includes a grab, and finally sends the enemy soaring into the sky. Beneath the health bar lay ultimate points, striking enemies with skills granted 1 point each. When 4 ultimate points were filled, the ultimate skill could be unleashed. A substitution jutsu can be used when attacked, consuming 1 ultimate point to activate. After completing the second scene of the instance, everyone had learned the game's basic ninja mechanics. The following plot showed Mingren tempted by Shui Mu into stealing the Scroll of Seals, only to be stopped by Yaluka teacher. Mingren then learned the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Then came his meeting with Maiwan, the division of ninja classes, the bell-grabbing contest, and finally the formation of Team 7. After watching, Kai asked, could these events be things that happen in the future? They reminded one another that Mingren had not yet graduated from the Ninja Academy. Everyone turned to Xiamu, who said he was merely the shop's proprietor and knew nothing beyond that. Internally, the others were speechless, thinking that since the phone was purchased at his shop, it was unlikely he truly knew nothing, only that he perhaps did not wish to say. After completing Origins of Bonds, Tian obtained Chunai Ing Ninja Novice at rank C. Returning to the home screen, the arena unlocked and Tian acquired Yuzibo Zuaju at rank C. He is a member of Team 7 from the earlier scene. Tian observed as he entered the arena. The arena offered only ninjutsu duels for now. Matches were against AI, and ranked play remained locked for lack of players. After Tian played several AI matches with Team 7, everyone gradually grasped the core rules. 1. Deploying ninjas before a match. Each side selects 3 ninjas to form a team. Single-round duels at the start of each round. Both sides send a ninja out according to the preset order. The 2 ninjas engage in a 1v1 duel. 2. Victory, judgment, and rotation. Round victory is decided when a ninja's health reaches 0 death. That round ends immediately, and the surviving side wins. If time expires and both ninjas remain alive, compare remaining health percentages. The higher percentage wins. Ninja rotation, losing side. The defeated ninja is removed from the match, and the next ninja in the team's order will enter the following round. Winning side. The victorious ninja remains on the field to face the opponent's next ninja. Health reward mechanic: the winning ninja recovers a set proportion of HP upon entering the next round. The recovery amount is typically fixed or defined by the rules. Global victory condition: when all three ninjas on one side are defeated, the opposing side wins the match. Time limit: each round normally has a 60-second limit. 3. Secret scroll system: during pre-match preparation, players equip each ninja with one secret scroll skill. Therefore, a squad can carry 3 different secret scroll skills, one per ninja. During battle, a player may only use the secret scroll of the currently active ninja. Secret scroll skills have independent cooldown CD. After use, they require time to recover before they can. When switching ninjas, the newly entered ninja uses his own secret scroll. That scroll CD is tracked independently and is unaffected by the previous ninja's scroll CD. 4. Summoning beast system: in pre-match preparation, players choose and equip 3 summoning beasts to form a summoning sequence. In battle, players summon beasts in the preset order one at a time. The 3 summoning beasts are shared globally, and only one may be summoned at a time. When summoned, a beast releases its unique effect, attack, control buff, etc. And then vanishes. Summoning beasts share a global cooldown CD. After summoning the first beast, players must wait for the CD to expire before summoning the second. After the second, they must wait again before summoning the third. The 3 beasts are used in sequence and cannot be skipped. A used beast cannot be summoned again within the same round. 5. Energy ultimate points: ninjas build energy by attacking with skills shown as beads at the bottom of the screen. When 4 energy points, 4 beads, are accumulated, the current ninja can unleash a powerful ultimate. Ultimate skills typically deal heavy damage, cover wide areas, or have special effects. Energy is shared globally. Even after switching, ninjas' accrued energy does not reset. The newly entered ninja inherits and may use that energy to trigger their ultimate. 6. Ultimate illustration: when an enemy is defeated by a ninja's ultimate skill, an ultimate illustration for that ninja will appear. This game has a friends feature. You can add companions and spar with one another in the duel arena. Xiaomu said, watching the assembled faces with varying expressions. Kakashi: the duel is not over yet. Why not settle it in the game's duel arena? Kai said to Kakashi, who stood there hesitating. Kakashi pondered the identity of the mysterious masked man, and whether he would, as the plot suggested, become Team 7's teacher. I suppose I'll have to buy a phone to investigate, Kakashi thought. Very well, let's spar in the duel arena. Kakashi and Kai each spent 10,000 taels to purchase a phone. Mai Kanglin Mengsho entered the game. Chinra Duja entered the game. After Kakashi and Kai completed the plot, they obtained Team 7's 3 members, and the duel arena was unlocked. The two engaged in a friendly match, trading victories. Kai, do you feel it? Yes, that very sensation. Shaoli asked in confusion. Teacher Kai, Teacher Kakashi, what are you talking about? Kakashi replied, sparring in the duel arena increases our proficiency in the ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu we have already learned. In other words, ninja duels are akin to real-world cultivation, and the rate of progress mirrors my usual training exactly. Not only that, I sensed the breath of youth. Shaoli, even in a game match you must give your all. That is the spirit of youth. Kai added excitedly. Yes, Teacher Kai. I will duel with all the vigor of youth. Shaoli exclaimed, then hurried out of the shop to fetch money. Xiaomu gave Kai a silent, generous commendation and looked toward Ningxi. He was the only one who had not yet thought to buy a phone. Ningxi had not yet encountered Mingren in the plot, and his inner knot remained unloosed. Ningxi, what do you think of Mingren in the story? Ningxi frowned slightly, considered for a moment, and said, in the plot he trails behind, but he possesses extraordinary perseverance. Xiaomu continued, you see, in this game Mingren grows by fighting, and in doing so changes many people's opinions of him. In reality, you are no different. This phone lets you cultivate and strengthen yourself within the game. Perhaps it will help you break through in the real world as well. Besides, in the game you can, like Mingren, prove yourself by strength. Ningxi listened, his resolve wavering as memories of being suppressed by his clan and his longing to prove himself surged to the surface. Can this game truly make me stronger? Ningxi asked. Xiaomu nodded with certainty, of course. Look. Both Kakashi and Kai felt the effects of cultivation through the game. Ningxi gritted his teeth. Very well, I'll buy one. He produced the money, purchased a phone, and entered the game. At that moment, Xiao Li returned with cash and bought a phone as well. Longzhong Jinyao entered the game. Ran Xiao de Qingchun entered the game. The patrons in the shop added one another as friends. Xiaomu added them too, though his game nickname remained blank. Kakashi opened the in-game store. There was a duel shop and a ninja shop. The duel shop featured limited time, ninjas, summoned beasts, and secret scrolls, all purchasable with duel points. Taodi Zai Bujan and a rank ninja was available for a 3-day rental for 700 duel points, purchasable at the upper ninja tier. Buy a rank ninja was available for 3 days at 500 duel points, purchasable at the mid ninja tier. There were guardians from the hidden mist village and ninjas from other nations. The presence of the fearsome Taodi Zai Bujan as an rank summon made Kakashi wonder inwardly whether his own ninja might appear in the game. He checked the ninja shop. Permanent ninjas included the Mai Maru core, a crank for 580 gold, and Heino Irika, a crank for 680 gold. Those were permanent ninjas. Shopkeeper, how are dual points and gold obtained? Kakashi asked after surveying the store. He had resolved to purchase several of the ninjas. The shopkeeper explained, dual points are earned in ranked matches. Gold can be acquired by converting tails into in-game currency. Convert? The group asked in puzzlement. Xiaomu produced a small machine and explained to the group that it could convert real money into game currency, offering them the details of how the process worked. Xiaomu handed out several flyers to those present. This game even includes Li Luoka, Ningxi, and Kakashi. Xiaoli cried excitedly, upset at the thought that Ningxi seemed to be favored, while he himself appeared easier to obtain in the roster. Xiaoli being easy to obtain in the game simply means more players can experience Li Luoka. It does not mean you are inferior to Ningxi. It is in fact a good thing that more people can play that character. Kai comforted him. Teacher Kai. Xiaoli. Teacher Kai. Xiaoli, to celebrate you and Ningxi becoming playable characters, we will hold 100 matches in the duel arena. Yes, Teacher Kai. Ningxi and Tenten muttered. Here we go again. Shopkeeper, is there any difference between AB and crank ninjas? Kakashi asked after seeing that his own in-game avatar was listed as a rank. A, B, and C only differ in the difficulty of acquisition, otherwise there is no distinction, Xiaomu replied. Kakashi remained skeptical. He harbored doubts about Xiaomu's explanation, and suspected that a second question would elicit the same answer. Very well then, shopkeeper. How is the ranked match unlocked? The server currently lacks sufficient players. Once the population reaches a threshold, the ranked matches will unlock automatically. Kakashi produced 20,000 taels and told Xiaomu, Shopkeeper, I want to top up 20,000 into the game. Xiaomu pointed to the conversion machine and instructed, place your phone on the device and follow the prompts to link your game nickname and complete the top-up. Kakashi reached VIP level 14 in the game, and upon logging in he retrieved from his mailbox a rank Kakashi, a brank wa AI Luo, and crank Li Luoka and Hyuga Ningxi. Kakashi noticed a V14 badge beside his game name, and a small line of text, you have a new title available. The title, Fu Jia Yifang. Purple, unlocked at a certain privilege level. When Kakashi equipped the title, a warm current flowed through him, filling his whole body. Has my chakra increased? Kakashi was astonished. Chakra reserves were believed to be determined from birth. Later cultivation could only refine what inhered in one's innate foundation. Without talent, no amount of training could fundamentally alter that. The mobile game will bring about a revolution in the ninja world, Kakashi thought in shock. I must inform Lord Hokage at once. Kakashi made an excuse about having an unreported mission, said goodbye to everyone, and left the mobile phone store. In the Hokage building, Kakashi was recounting to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, what had transpired at the Kakashi, are you saying that the game in this new ninja tool mobile phone can aid ninjas in their training, and that the game storyline may predict future events? Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, browsed the game plot on the phone, his expression serious as he asked. Yes, Lord Hokage, but in the game the event known as the Night of the Nine Tails occurred 16 years ago, while in reality it has only been 12 years since that event. There is a gap of 4 years between 16 years ago and 12 years ago. This game storyline could very well predict what will happen in the next 4 years. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the phone. This matter is of great importance. It must be investigated. Kakashi, you first gather the information on Minato and Kushina, and see if there is any connection between their situation during the Night of the Nine Tails and the game. After receiving his orders, Kakashi quickly departed. His figure leapt across the rooftops of Konoha, disappearing in the direction of the confidential archives. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged for the Umbu to investigate the origins of the Natsume mobile store to uncover where this phone had come from. He looked out the window at the playing children, saying, wherever Konoha flies, the fire shall never cease. I hope the emergence of this mobile phone will be a good thing for the ninja world and Konoha. In the area marked S-Class Confidential Bijou Related, Kakashi accurately pulled out 2 heavy files labeled Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. In the game, 16 years ago. In reality, it's indeed been 12 years. The time difference is 4 years. Kakashi forced himself to stay calm, rigorously comparing the game's segments with the official records. In the game, the Nine Tails rampage was instigated by a mysterious masked man using the Sharingan. To protect the village, teacher Minato divided the Nine Tails in 2, sealing one half within the newly born Naruto, and sealing the other half along with his life back into the belly of the Death God. The official records were vague, merely emphasizing the Nine Tails' sudden rampage, the heroic sacrifice of the 4th Hokage and his wife, and the ultimate successful sealing of the Nine Tails within the newborn. Details regarding the mysterious masked man, the manipulation with the Sharingan, and teacher Minato's use of the Reaper Death Seal. These vital pieces of information presented vividly in the game were utterly absent from Konoha's official archives. After organizing the differences between the official records and the game plot, Kakashi arrived at the Hokage. The contents recorded in Konoha's archives differ greatly from those in the game plot. The mysterious masked man that appears in the game is not mentioned in the official records. It seems the game plot holds information we are unaware of. If I am not mistaken, the game's narrative is driven from Naruto's perspective. For now, let's not act rashly. Kakashi, keep an eye on Naruto these days, and see if he is swayed by Mizuki to steal the sealing scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke earnestly. The next day at the Ninja Academy, Naruto Uzumaki, who had failed the graduation exam, sat alone on a swing looking dejected. By the way, that child. It seems he is the only one who has failed. Humph serves him right. It would be terrible if he became a ninja. As Mizuki, the teacher at the Ninja Academy, walked toward Naruto with a warm smile, he said, "Naruto, don't be discouraged. You'll definitely pass the exam next time." Naruto looked up with a face full of disappointment and said, "Teacher, am I really that dumb? I always fail the exams." Mizuki patted Naruto's shoulder. "How could that be, Naruto? In fact, there is a way for you to become stronger quickly. As long as you obtain the sealing scroll and learn the jutsu inside, you will surely pass the graduation exam." Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. "Really? Teacher, then I must go get the sealing scroll." Mizuki continued to entice him, saying, "But the sealing scroll is in the Hokage building and it is heavily guarded." Naruto firmly declared, "I will definitely get the sealing scroll and learn the jutsu inside. I want to pass the graduation exam and earn Irukasensei's recognition." At that moment, Kakashi, hidden in the shadows, furrowed his brow. He knew all too well that this was Mizuki's plot, but the third Hokage had instructed him not to alarm the snake and did not intervene. "Lord Hokage, everything is as the game plot predicted. Mizuki has indeed tempted Naruto to steal the sealing scroll." Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The sealing scroll was left behind by the second Hokage. The jutsu inside is very dangerous and must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Sarutobi Hiruzen forged a sealing scroll and placed it in his office. The forged scroll contained only the multi-shadow clone technique. Kakashi continued to monitor Naruto and ensure his safety. "If you discover the mastermind behind this, call for ninja support and deal with it promptly." After receiving his orders, Kakashi once again concealed his figure and followed Naruto. That night, Naruto successfully infiltrated the Hokage building and obtained the forged sealing scroll. After his excitement, he immediately found a hidden place to start practicing the multi-shadow clone technique. Kakashi quietly guarded not far away, observing the surroundings. Sarutobi Hiruzen called Iruka Umino. "Iruka, my friend." "What is it, Lord Hokage?" "I understand your feelings. Naruto, like you, lacks the love of parents. I will definitely teach Naruto well, Lord Hokage." Naruto has stolen the dangerous scroll sealed by the first. Naruto opened the forged scroll of seals. "Let me see the multi-shadow clone technique. What the heck is this? Why is the first jutsu the one I'm least skilled at? Let's skip this for now and see if there are simpler ones later. Why is the content at the back blank? This scroll of seals can't be fake, can it? Then I guess I'll have to practice the multi-shadow clone technique." Iruka was constantly searching for Naruto's whereabouts. "Let's check the forest over there." "Damn, Naruto, I finally found you." Naruto sat on the ground, panting heavily. "Haha, I found you. Damn it, I should be the one who Iruka looked at Naruto's disheveled state and asked, "What have you been doing? How did you get so messy?" Naruto replied excitedly, "Wait a minute, don't mind what I've been up to. Let me show you an awesome jutsu. If I succeed, can I graduate?" Could it be that he got so messy practicing jutsu? "Naruto, how do you know about the scroll of seals?" "Oh, it's because Teacher Mizuki told me. He said that as long as I learn the jutsu from the scroll of seals, I can definitely graduate." "Mizuki, huh?" At that moment, many shurikens flew towards Naruto. "Danger!" Iruka pushed Naruto aside but got injured himself. Mizuki stood on a tree and said, "Naruto, hand over the scroll of seals to me." Naruto, sitting on the ground, asked in confusion, "Hey, what's going on here? I see you used Naruto." "Naruto, don't give the scroll of seals to Mizuki. Naruto, holding onto the scroll of seals is meaningless. Let me tell you the truth." "No. 12 years ago, you know about the Night of the Nine Tails, right? Since then, the village has established a rule that only you, Naruto, absolutely do not know about." Naruto stood up and looked towards Mizuki. "What rule is it that I absolutely do not know?" Mizuki raised the large shuriken on his back towards Naruto and said, "It's that you must never mention that Uzumaki Naruto is the Nine-Tails Fox." Naruto widened his eyes in disbelief and shook his head. "Impossible, you're lying." Mizuki sneered. "Believe it or not, now hand over the scroll of seals and I can spare your life." Iruka gritted his teeth and stood up despite the pain. "Naruto, don't listen to him. He's saying this just to get the scroll of seals." Mizuki shouted angrily and swung the large shuriken at Naruto. Iruka dove in front of Naruto, shielding him from harm. "Why?" Naruto asked in disbelief. "Naruto, you are my recognized excellent student. You are not a demon fox but Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha." Naruto cried, realizing that Teacher Iruka had always recognized him. "Whatever you have to say, say it in the Pure Land, go to hell." Mizuki charged at Irika and Naruto. At that moment Naruto suddenly recalled the scene of practicing the multi-shadow clone technique earlier. He gritted his teeth, focused his mind, and formed the cross-hand sign, multi-shadow clone technique. In an instant countless Narutos appeared in the forest surrounding Mizuki. Mizuki looked around in terror at the Narutos, completely at a loss. Irika smiled with satisfaction. Naruto, you did it. Naruto grinned. Teacher Irika, now it's my turn to shine. Naruto used the multi-shadow clone technique to give Mizuki a good beating. Alright, leave this to me. Kakashi walked over. Naruto saw Kakashi's peculiar outfit and asked, Hey, who are you? Why are you dressed like this? Are you playing some weird role-playing game? Irika exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi adjusted the mask on his face and said, Hatake Kakashi here to handle this matter. That is Ice Red Tea Naruto, right? You're pretty impressive, having learned the multi-shadow clone technique. Naruto proudly placed his hands on his hips and said, Of course, I'm going to be the Hokage. Also, I'm not Ice Red Tea Naruto, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. But why are you wearing a mask? Is it because you're too ugly to be seen? Kakashi touched his mask and said mysteriously, This is my secret. I can't tell others casually. Now hand over the scroll of seals to me and I'll handle the rest. Naruto hesitated for a moment but still handed the scroll of seals to Kakashi. Fine, but you must teach that Mizuki a lesson for me. Kakashi nodded. Don't worry, I'll make sure he gets the punishment he deserves. Naruto, close your eyes. Irika took off the forehead protector on his head and placed it on Naruto. Naruto, you've passed this test and will officially become a ninja of Konoha from now on. Naruto jumped up in excitement. Great! I've finally become a ninja. Irika looked at the excited Naruto with a smile of satisfaction. Today, to celebrate your graduation, I'm treating you to ramen. 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 Naruto lunged at Irika. Kakashi watched this warm scene and figures appeared in his mind. Is this going to be my future students? It feels really good. Teacher Rin and Obito. At Ichiraku Ramen, Natsume was savoring Ichiraku's signature ramen. Truly legendary Ichiraku ramen, this is so delicious. Haha, if the customer thinks it's delicious then eat more. Uncle Ichiraku laughed. Uncle, what's your name? I'm called Tuchi. Uncle Tuchi, do you have any other names like Otsutsuki Ichiraku? Haha, customer, you really know how to joke. It turned out that Otsutsuki Ichiraku was just a humorous fan's playful remark, solving a question that had troubled Natsume for years. Naruto and Irika entered the ramen shop. Uncle Tuchi Shibuchin, 1 super deluxe tonkatsu ramen please. Naruto shouted. Naruto's here. You seem really happy today. Did something good happen? Uncle Tuchi greeted. Irika sensei is treating me to ramen, and I've graduated from the Ninja Academy. Naruto pointed at the forehead protector on his head. It seems that it's easier to run into Naruto at Ichiraku Ramen. Natsume thought upon seeing Naruto enter. Has the story reached the point of Naruto's graduation? Hey young man, to celebrate your graduation this bottle of ice red tea is for you. Natsume handed Naruto a bottle of unopened ice red tea he had been carrying. Is this for me? Big brother, you are such a good person. Naruto received the ice red tea and examined it closely. Is this really the ice red tea that Kakashi sensei mentioned? It's actually Kakashi. Natsume was somewhat surprised realizing that Kakashi had already met Naruto. Ah, that's right. It seems that his name is Kakashi. Naruto opened the ice red tea and took a sip. Wow, this ice red tea is so good. Big brother, where did you buy this ice red tea? At the Natsume mobile store not far away. Let me introduce myself. My name is Natsume, and I am the owner of the Natsume mobile store. I am Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become Hokage. The person I dislike is Sasuke. My favorite food is Ichiraku ramen, and my favorite drink is ice red tea. Naruto adjusted his forehead protector and said, Haha, so Naruto's favorite drink is ice red tea. You are always welcome to come to my store to taste it. Alright, big brother Natsume. Report to Hwoarang Darren, the proprietor of Xiaomu's phone shop. Xiaomu possesses only an identity-proving residency in Huajigua. His past cannot be verified. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. In the Hwoarang's office, the Anbu were briefing Yuanfei Rijan on the investigation into Xiaomu. A person who appeared out of nowhere. Yuanfei Rijan inhaled deeply, brow furrowing. Are you saying Xiaomu is not from the ninja world? Yuanfei Rijan, a venerable figure of the ninja world, who had seen much, found himself unable to deduce Xiaomu's origins. He recalled Xiaomu's miraculous phones and the games within them that could be used for cultivation. Xiaomu might well know the history of the ninja world for the next 4 years, perhaps even the darker chapters of Mu Ye's past. For the sake of Mu Ye, this man must be befriended, not provoked. Lift the surveillance on Xiaomu's phone shop for now. A guest has arrived. Do not disturb shopkeeper Xiaomu under any circumstances. Yes, Hwoarang Darren. During this time, Yuanfei Rijan planned to observe Xiaomu's attitude toward Mu Ye Cun and the influence the phone exerted upon the village. If the phone's presence proved beneficial to Mu Ye, a personal discussion of cooperation would be imperative. Hehe, I spent 3 hours making this. Doesn't it have such charm? Go back and reshoot. Yuan Fei Rijan looked at the ninja registration form Mingren had submitted and winced. Also, where is your ninja forehead protector? Mingren scratched his head. I'll wear it at tomorrow's briefing. What if it gets scratched? Grandpa Mu Yiwan charged at the Horying's office doorway intent on striking Yuan Fei Rijan, but instead took a spill. Ouch! That hurts. Is this a trap? Hui Baishu hurried in from behind. Young Master Son, are you all right? By the way, there is no trap here. I see. You tampered with it, didn't you? Mu Yiwan rose and saw Mingren beside him. You fool, you tripped yourself. Mingren grabbed Mu Yiwan by the collar. Damn you, Mingren, let go. He's the grandson of Sandai Horying Darren. Hui Baishu fretted. Heh. Are you afraid now? Mu Yiwan thought. Like teacher Hui Baishu, the man recoiled as soon as he learned Mu Yiwan was the Sandai Horying's grandson. I couldn't care less. I was going to hit you, you idiot. Mu Yiwan froze. This person was different from the others. On Mu Yi Street, Mu Yiwan was secretly tailing Mingren. You have such pathetic tracking skills, and yet you dare stalk someone else. Mingren could no longer contain himself. Heh, I didn't expect you'd notice. As formidable as the legends say. I don't mind being your underling, but you must teach me the seduction techniques to defeat my grandfather boss. I have no time to teach you seduction techniques. I'm heading to Xiamu's to buy iced black tea. Iced black tea? What's iced black tea? Iced black tea is the most delicious drink in the world. Only Xiamu sells it. Then I'll come with you to taste it. Very well. The two soon arrived at Xiamu's phone shop. The moment they entered, Mingren shouted, Brother Xiamu, 2 bottles of iced black tea, please. Xiamu smiled and stepped out from behind the counter. So it's Mingren. The iced black tea is in that vending machine. Mingren followed Xiamu's gaze. Let me see. Iced black tea, Longjing green tea, my dong. So many drinks. Braised beef noodles, aged pickled cabbage beef noodles, pure pork bone broth noodles. Are these all ramen? They're flavors I've never tried. Mingren purchased 2 bottles of iced black tea. Mu Yiwan took the iced black tea and, unable to wait, opened and sipped it. His eyes widened instantly. Wow, this is iced black tea. It's divine. Ha! Brother Xiamu, what's that black thing? Mingren noticed another vending machine. This is a phone, Xiamu replied. You can think of it as a new style ninja tool. A new style ninja tool. Mu Yiwan set down his drink. Can this tool defeat Horying Grandpa? Xiamu feigned mystery. I can only say this, with this tool, given enough time, one could defeat not only the Horying but even the 6 Path Sages. Is it really that powerful? Mingren exclaimed. I want to buy this phone. How much? 10,000 liang per phone. 10,000 liang. I don't have that much. Mingren produced his flattened frog wallet. I'll have to save up 10,000 before I can buy one. Mu Yiwan bought 2 phones and handed one to Mingren. Boss Mingren, consider this phone a gift. Mu Yiwan. You scoundrel. This was one of the few gifts Mingren had ever received. I will train you in the art of seduction, but the discipline is arduous. Can you endure? I can endure, Boss Mingren. Good, Mu Yiwan. Now then. Brother Xiamu, how does this phone? There is a power button on the right side. Press and hold for 5 seconds to turn it on. After Mingren and Mu Yiwan activated the phone, they experimented with the camera, voice recorder, flashlight, and other functions. This phone is truly convenient. What's this? How is there an avatar of me? Mingren noticed his own avatar in the phone and tapped it. The screen displayed the scene of the Night of the Nine Tails. This is the Jiuwei Yao Hu. Mingren and Mu Yiwan cried in astonishment. The 4th Horying. I can even manipulate the 4th Horying. Mingren picked up the phone. Damn. The masked man countered my move and escaped. Damn it. The Night of the Nine Tails footage ended. At the end, I thought I heard someone call my name. Was it just my imagination? Mingren watched as the screen turned to, please enter a nickname. Uncertain what to do next. Mingren, you must enter a nickname to proceed. Xiamu reminded. Oh right, Brother Xiamu. AI Chi Lamian entered the game. Congratulations, the player has obtained Xian, Wa Mingren Ninja Trainee. Is that me? I'm actually inside the game. Mingren froze. Can I manipulate myself in the same way I did the 4th Horying? Boss Mingren, it's really you. Your clothes and even your voice are identical. Mu Yiwan, also a mischief-making genius, joined the game. Mingren entered the adventure instance. Steal the sealed book. Didn't this happen yesterday? Mingren continued the instance. Damn Zhuizhu, my first kiss. Chunyi Zhuizhu and I are in the same class. Kakashi is our teacher. That'll do. Zhuizhu, that guy. Who knew he'd pity me? Congratulations, Chunyi Ing Ninja Novice. Hooray! It's Sakura. Duel Arena unlocked. Congratulations, Yu Jibo Zhuizhu. Zhuizhu is here too. The Duel Arena. Perfect. The in-game me will challenge the in-game Zhuizhu. Mingren said, excitedly pointing at the Duel Arena icon. Battle order. Let me see. I'll put myself first, Chunyi second, and Zhuozhu last. Zhuozhu is a useless character who doesn't need to appear. I will use my Xian Wa Mingren to defeat them. Mingren entered the ninjutsu duel. Ai Chi La Mian vs. Burning Youth. Round 1 begins. The opposing ninja is Li Luoku. Neither Li Luoku nor Yu Jibo's Zhuozhu compare to the great Mingren. Eat my paint, did you dodge it? Naruto controlled the student Naruto to press forward. Watch my second skill, Shadow Clone Technique. Oh no, the Shadow Clone Technique failed and didn't hit. Suddenly, the opponent Li Lok used his second skill, Leaf Whirlwind, to quickly advance, reaching the student Naruto. Substitution, hehe, watch my basic attack. After substituting, Naruto launched a basic attack at Li Lok. 1A, 2A, 3A. Oh no, the opponent used substitution. Taking advantage of Naruto's basic attack recovery, the opponent used substitution and initiated the first skill, Infinite Dance of Chaos, against Naruto. Afterward, Li Lok continuously used 3A to combo Naruto interspersed with skills for damage. On my health bar. Alright, the substitution time is up. Substitution, Shadow Clone Technique. The Shadow Clone Technique did not hit the opponent's Li Lok. Then Li Lok immediately used the Secret Scroll Wind Release Vacuum Wave, followed by the second skill, Leaf Whirlwind, to initiate against Naruto. At this point, Naruto had no chakra beans left and could not use the substitution technique. Thus, Li Lok used basic attack 3A to continuously deal stable damage, linking with the first skill, Infinite Dance of Chaos, to maintain rhythm, and finally used the second skill, Leaf Whirlwind, to conclude this round of the match. Winner, Li Lok. The second round begins. Li Lok vs. Haruno Sakura Ninja Newbie. The first round was just bad luck. I still have summoning and secret scrolls I haven't used. Naruto didn't want to admit that his ninja skills were inferior to the opponent's. Watch my summoning, Fury Demon Armless. The Fury Demon Armless charged at Li Lok, but due to the very small Yaxis attack range of the Fury Demon Armless, Li Lok easily dodged the attack after moving upward on the Yaxis. Darn, I didn't hit. Watch my secret scroll, huh? This secret scroll increases health. At this moment, the opponent used summoning to bind Naruto with the Sand Shikaku. This isn't fair. Why is the opponent's summoned beast so powerful? In this way, Li Lok repeatedly used basic attack 3A, linking skills, and secret scrolls, and killed Haruno Sakura Ninja Newbie. Winner, Li Lok. The third round begins. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Li Lok. In this round, Naruto absorbed the experience from the previous 2 rounds, refraining from using skill summoning or secret scrolls first, and both sides began to engage in a positional contest. Watch my first skill, Fireball Jutsu. Hooray, I hit the opponent. Li Lok immediately used substitution and activated the second skill, Leaf Whirlwind, to initiate against Naruto. 1A, 2A, 3A. Good, let's use substitution now. Then the second skill, Lion's Barrage. When the skill hit, the opponent Li Lok used the secret scroll to push, then create a distance. Can the secret scroll be used like this? Naruto became excited. Alright, the battle is just beginning. Please watch me closely, teacher guy. With the appearance of Li Lok's ultimate technique, Naruto was completely defeated in this match. Can we still add each other as friends? The opponent's skills are similar to mine, perfect for becoming my game friend, Naruto. Naruto sent a friend request to the Burning Youth. Brother Naruto, please teach me the harem technique in the game. Konoha was using Naruto Uzumaki ninja student to go through an adventure dungeon. Seeing the high damage of the harem technique inside, he put down his phone and requested Naruto to teach him the harem technique. The harem technique? Well, you first need to learn the seduction technique and the shadow clone technique before you can practice the harem technique. Naruto closed his eyes, resting his chin on his right hand, deep in thought. Then I'll learn the seduction technique first. Alright, Konoha, show me your basics first. Yes, boss, seduction technique. This level. Do you understand? The key is to be concave, convex, and perky. No, it needs to be slimmer and prettier. It seems that the harem technique demonstration just now was more skilled. What's going on? This feeling only appears after dueling in the duel arena. Naruto thought to himself, could it be the phone's fault? Naruto, puzzled, asked Natsume, Brother Natsume, do you think this phone has some special power? After playing the game, my demonstration of the harem technique is more proficient. Natsume pretended to look at Naruto with suspicion and said, you can't be obsessed with the game, how could a phone? Naruto, however, was not discouraged and said, I think there has to be a problem, let's try again. Saying this, Naruto opened the game again, selecting Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Student to enter the duel arena. This time Naruto matched against a bot. He maneuvered the student Naruto with fluidity, perfectly connecting skills, and quickly defeated his opponent. After exiting the game, Naruto demonstrated the harem technique again, and the clones took on various forms, becoming even more alluring. See, I told you I was right. Naruto jumped up excitedly. Konohamaru's eyes widened. This phone might have a training effect. Konohamaru also opened the game, selecting Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Student to enter the duel arena. Konohamaru also matched against a bot, but he didn't win. After the game ended, Konohamaru performed the seduction technique, seeming to have improved a little compared to before. This phone really can train ninjutsu. Naruto and Konohamaru looked at Natsume. Well, I guess it's like, Natsume said nonchalantly. Gulp. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. The training took a bit long and I'm already hungry. Konohamaru also admitted he was hungry, so he bought 2 bowls of braised beef noodles from the vending machine and shared one with Naruto. Natsume poured hot water for the 2 of them. The instant noodles were ready. This braised beef noodle has a very unique flavor. It's delicious and tastes completely different from the ramen I usually eat, and the texture is also different. Naruto praised while eating. That's right, it's very delicious. Konohamaru chimed in. Young Master Konohamaru, so you were here. At this moment Hibi Shacho approached and saw Konohamaru. Sorry for the trouble, Natsume. It's alright, I should thank Konohamaru for taking care of my small business. Natsume said politely. The fox spirit. Hibi Shacho looked at Naruto thinking, damn that look again, everyone. Naruto clenched his fists. Young Master Son, let's go back. Don't hang around with people like this. You will become increasingly foolish. Hibi Shacho adjusted his glasses and said, transform, take that seduction technique. Konohamaru launched the seduction technique. This, as a gentleman, this vulgar ninjutsu has no effect on me at all. Shadow clone technique. Naruto used the shadow clone technique surrounding Hibi Shacho. Do you think I'm some kind of trash like Mizuki? The shadow clone has no effect on me. Harem technique. Bang. Hibi Shacho flew back bleeding from his nose. I couldn't even beat teacher Hibi Shacho. How can I become Hokage? Konohamaru. Naruto boss. As long as you can become the strongest ninja recognized by the village, the title of Hokage will naturally belong to you. Although there are many unhappy things, many confusing things. I worked hard to gain the recognition of one person. Just achieving this is already very difficult. You better come to your senses. Come to my senses. To gain everyone's recognition, and to gain the title of Hokage, there's simply no shortcut. I won't be your follower anymore. From now on, you and I will be rivals. Sorry, I will advance to the upper ninjas before you tomorrow, but it's alright, there will surely be a day when we compete for the title. Look forward to it, Konohamaru. Morning light spilled across the land. Xiamu Mobile Shop. A blonde youth and a youth dressed in green. Lee Luaka. Burning Youth. Xuanhua Mingren. Loves ramen. Last night Mingren had added Burning Youth as a friend, and asked them to teach him dual arena techniques. They arranged to meet the next morning at Xiamu Mobile Shop. Mingren, aren't you attending the ninja briefing today? And Xiao Li, don't you have a mission? As Xiamu opened the shop door, he saw a blonde and a green-clad boy. Brother Xiamu, I'll go later. According to the adventure script, Kakashi will be very late. Besides, I want to avoid Zuozhu. At the mention of Zuozhu, Mingren's face soured with dislike. Shopkeeper teacher Kai told us to gather at the mobile shop today. I came early to wait for them, and I also arranged to spar with Mingren in the duel arena. In that case, come inside. Xiamu smiled and ushered them into the shop. Mingren and Xiaoli found a spot, pulled out their phones, and entered the game. Xiaoli, how did you get teacher Yaluka and the Mai Wanjunshuan and the other ninjas? Mingren asked, noticing that Xiaoli's account had more ninjas than his. Yaluka and Mai Wanjunshuan were purchased with gold coins in the ninja shop. The other ninjas were top-up rewards. See, my character was a bonus for recharging 60 coins. Xiaoli opened the top-up panel and told Mingren, I see. The first recharge also grants the summoning beast Shoha. I must top up. System, congratulations, you have obtained the summoning beast Shoha. System, congratulations, you have obtained Lee Luaka, a crank ninja. Xiaoli, please teach me dual arena techniques and how to use your ninja Lee Luaka. Alright, I'll start with basic positioning. Yaxis positioning, move up and down to evade linear skills. Use Yaxis offset to create counterattack opportunities. Spiral movement pitfalls, avoid aimless circling. Combine it with a pull and tug tactic to bait your opponent into wasting a skill, then strike back. For example, feign a forward lunge, then retreat to draw a cast. Invincibility frame usage, some skills include brief invincibility frames that can avoid crucial damage. That's about it. I don't know everything. When teacher Kai arrives, we can ask him. Xiaoli entered practice mode to demonstrate. Also the playstyle for my ninja Lee Luaka Mingren look. Both of my skills are dash type, cast quickly with short recovery frames. Normal attacks comprise 5 hits, the first 3 are steady, while the 4th and 5th launch the attacker into the air. You can open with skill 2 my Shenfeng Leaf Whirlwind to dash rapidly into the enemy, then use the 3rd normal attack 3A for steady output. During normals you can weave in skill 1 for relentless combos to keep the rhythm, use skill 2 again, and finish with the ultimate to end the foe. Use skill 1 swift displacement to dodge incoming attacks or create distance. Ultimate Biao Lianhua. If it lands against a cornered enemy, you can follow with an instant use secret scroll. Recommended secret scrolls: Wind Release True Vacuum Wave Fengduan Zenkongbo, and Lightning Release Thunderstrike Leiduan Lidianji. Mingren felt overwhelmed. Maybe. I think I understand. Xiamu was surprised. He had not expected Xiaoli to be so knowledgeable and professional. These very terms were ones Xiamu had taught him only days before. Practical drills are best. You'll remember more that way. As the two prepared to begin their duel, the shop door opened again. Teacher Kai strode in with exaggerated steps followed by Tian and Ningxi. You are truly full of youth. Shall we have you started your pre-duel preparations? Teacher Kai exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Tianxian's eyes brightened when he saw Mingren. Are you Mingren? You're here too. Let's spar together. Ningxi stood quietly at the side saying nothing. Who are you? Mingren scratched his head, the faces seemed familiar. I remember now. Your characters are in the game My Kai and Rihang Ningxi. Hey, don't ignore me, Tian complained, resolving to ask shopkeeper Xiaomu to add a Tian ninja to the game, since Xiaoli and Ningxis in-game versions already existed. Xiaoli stood and introduced them. Let me introduce. This is our class 3 teacher Kai. This is Tian and that is Ningxi. I am Xuanhua Mingren. I love miso ramen and I want to earn the village's approval and become Hokage. Mingren beamed at meeting so many people at once. Become Hokage. A bottom-rank fate cannot be changed, Ningxi said, folding his arms with disdain. Mingren met Ningxis' gaze. The look was familiar. It was the same cold, disdainful look he had seen from Zhuozhu. Mingren clenched his fist in defiance. Fate. I refuse to believe it. I will change my destiny and become Hokage to show everyone. Teacher Kai hurried to smooth things over. Ha. Everyone is a comrade, no need for hostility. We came to the shop today to help everyone improve their in-game strength. He pulled out his phone. I'll join you. Let me show you my youthful dueling techniques. Mingren and Xiaoli immediately perked up. Tian excited said, I want to join too. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Though Ningxi remained silent, he tightened his grip on his phone. Kai teach Mingren and the others some duel tech. Xiaomu picked up a phone as well. I'll spar with you. Welcome shopkeeper Xiaomu. Kai launched the game and entered practice mode. Look, some ninjas' basic attacks or specific skills can hit downed enemies. I call this the sweep mechanic, Xiaomu added. It prevents opponents from rising to counterattack. Shopkeeper Xiaomu is right. Also, most ninjas' basic attacks can change direction, allowing you to adjust position during combos to avoid being cornered and punished. Avoid mindless button mashing. Watch your opponent's substitute bar cooldown and reserve control skills to punish after a substitution. From my observation, An and Nin have different substitution distances. After Kai spoke, Tian shared his duel discoveries. I noticed that some ninjas have long post-cast recovery. We can use movement to dodge and then counterattack. Tian shared with pride. Ningxi added, we can also anticipate movement based on an opponent's skill range to evade key abilities. Everyone nodded, finding the advice sensible. Kai said excitedly, you all make excellent points. Youth is about exploration and progress. Now well split into groups for live practice, so these techniques can be tested in real combat. Mingren teamed with Xiaoli, Tian with Ningxi, and Xiaomu with Kai or pairs began intense duels. Might Guy versus Natsume. Round 1 begins. Kakashi Hatake versus Zabuza Momochi. The limited-time shinobi purchased with duel tokens at the duel shop. Guy appeared startled. Duel tokens were unobtainable in the current era, leaving him entirely unfamiliar with Zabuza's abilities. Guy maneuvered Kakashi forward with deliberate, evasive steps. Seeking to outwit me, Natsume countered, guiding Zabuza through identical lateral repositioning. Given my ignorance of Zabuza Momochi's techniques, caution is warranted. A prudent decision. An opening now. Guy activated Kakashi's second technique, Lightning Cutter, launching a swift lunge. Struck. Upon impact, Natsume instantly triggered Zabuza's body replacement technique. Natsume unleashed Zabuza's first technique, Water Release Water Dragon Bullet. Striking Kakashi squarely, Guy immediately pressed the substitution command. Opportunity seized. Watch my basic attack. A clone. Where did he vanish? Guy frowned, scanning his screen. Zabuza Momochi had disappeared entirely. Was it the secret scroll hidden in Mist technique? No, his scroll was Scatter. Immediately after casting his first technique, Natsume tapped the basic attack command. Zabuza's true form teleported backward into invisibility, while a decoy clone remained motionless, deceiving Guy completely. Once cloaked, Zabuza executed a sudden dash and slash. Natsume struck Kakashi cleanly with the blow. What just happened? How was I hit without warning? From Guy's perspective, Zabuza Momochi materialized out of nowhere and landed a devastating strike. Natsume then launched a relentless barrage of rapid basic attacks, each landing with lethal precision. Good. Substitution cooldown ended. Time for a counterstrike. Guy slammed the substitution key. Why won't it activate? Zabuza Momochi had already sealed Kakashi within his second technique, Water Release Water Prison technique. Having disrupted Guy's substitution, Natsume vanished again, retreating into stealth. Since Guy held the substitution key continuously, Kakashi collapsed, and before even rising triggered an instantaneous on-the-spot substitution. Natsume couldn't resist teasing, rising reflexes. Guy, your reaction speed is impressive. He added a playful head pat gesture. Seeing the head pat, Guy flushed crimson and roared, Damn it. Summon the Biju Shikaku. Activate the forbidden secret scroll Inyong Healing Annihilation. Take this. Natsume dispelled Kakashi's invincibility with scatter release, then reactivated the water prison to immobilize him once more. Damn it. Guy watching Kakashi trapped frantically spammed the head pat gesture. Ha! Calm down, Guy. Here's an ultimate jutsu animation to soothe your nerves. His chakras nearly depleted. Prepare for ultimate jutsu waterfall burial. Return to nothingness. Natsume unleashed Zabuza's ultimate technique. The great waterfall technique submerged Kakashi entirely. Then from the surging torrent Zabuza emerged wielding the executioner's blade, delivering the final decisive stroke. It is precisely because I harbor ambition that I stand here, to fight. Utterly demoralized Guy failed to land a single victory against Natsume Zabuza in all subsequent rounds. After the words, defeat, flashed across the screen, Guy regained composure. And with it newfound familiarity with Zabuza's arsenal. Youth never falters upon the battlefield. Let us begin again. The Ninja Academy. All 12 rookie genin attended the shinobi report meeting, except Naruto Uzumaki. Shikamaru Nara rested his chin on one hand, glancing around. Naruto was nowhere in sight. Has Naruto not arrived? Choji, have you seen him? Choji crunched on potato chips, scanning the room. Still no sign of Naruto. Ah, right. Naruto didn't pass the graduation exam. He wouldn't be here. Up front, Sasuke Uchiha heard the mention of Naruto's failure, and his expression darkened faintly. That dead last. Forehead girl. Sasuke is mine. Inapig, I'd never surrender Sasuke to you. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka reignited their perennial rivalry. Witnessing the spectacle, Shikamaru muttered instinctively, "Women are such a hassle." What did you say? Both Sakura and Ino turned sharply toward him. Nothing at all, Shikamaru stammered, waving his hands nervously. Humph. They pivoted back to resume their quarrel. Indeed. Women must never be provoked lightly. Shikamaru sighed inwardly. Next came team assignments. Team 7, Sasuke, Uchiha, Sakura, Haruno. Yes. Before the instructor finished speaking, Sakura cheered triumphantly, casting a smug glance toward Ino. Don't get too cocky, Sakura. Ino retorted, envious despite herself. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto. A ripple of astonishment spread through the room. Sakura raised her hand. Sensei. Naruto didn't graduate. How can he be assigned to Team 7? How did he end up on Team 7? The instructor smiled gently. Though Naruto failed certain portions of the graduation exam, he demonstrated extraordinary aptitude and latent potential in other critical domains. After thorough deliberation by the Hokage Council, it was unanimously decided he would join Team 7. Hearing this, the students' initial shock subsided. None voiced further dissent. Hinata Hyuga exhaled softly in relief. Thank goodness. Naruto has become a shinobi at last. Team 8, Kiba, Inazuka, Hinata, Hyuga, Shino, Aburame. Team 10, Ino, Yamanaka, Shikamaru, Nara, Choji, Akimichi. Trapped in a team with these two idiots. Ino groaned, covering her forehead. So it was inevitable, Shikamaru murmured thoughtfully. Choji continued munching chips, unperturbed. Now await your Jonin sensei. Asuma Sarutobi entered. Team 10. Follow me. Then Karina Yuhi appeared. Team 8. Come with me. At last, only Sasuke and Sakura remained in the classroom. Honestly, Naruto skipping out is one thing, but where's our sensei? Don't you agree, Sasuke? Sakura snapped impatiently. Humph. Sasuke replied coldly. Indeed. Naruto, having foreseen the plot through gameplay, deliberately arrived late. He refused to linger idly in class awaiting Kakashi, and more crucially sought to avoid any accidental confrontation with Sasuke. Sakura suddenly realized, just the two of us in this empty classroom. This is the perfect moment for a date. She leapt to her feet as Sasuke rose and strode toward the doorway. Sasuke, where are you going? Sakura stood ready to follow him, but Sasuke ignored her entirely, pausing silently beside the door. Just then Naruto dashed breathlessly into view, racing straight for the threshold. Sasuke opened the door. Naruto, barreling forward at full speed, collided headlong. Pop! Naruto, I'll kill you. You bastard, Sasuke. Huh? Sakura froze, petrified by the scene. At that instant, Kakashi Hatake arrived. Witnessing the chaos firsthand, Kakashi noted the smartphone in Naruto's hand and understood Naruto had timed his arrival precisely to avoid mishaps. Yet some encounters, he reflected wryly, remain inevitable. How shall I put this? My impression of you is rather unique. In Konoha, on the rooftop of the ninja school, Kakashi Hatake, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno gathered together. Let's start with self-introductions, shall we? Talk about what you like, dislike, and your interests and dreams. Wait a moment, let the teacher go first. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I keep my likes and dislikes a secret. As for my dreams, there's not much to say, and I have many interests that you will come to know in time. In the end, we learned his name. From the information I've gathered, Kakashi Sensei enjoys reading the book Ika Paradise. Ninjas must protect their information and not leak it easily. Whoever spoke just now can go ahead and introduce themselves. Naruto adjusted his headband. Alright, I'll go. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I love eating instant noodles, especially the ramen that Iruka Sensei treats me to. My dream is to surpass the Hokage and have everyone in the village recognize my existence. As for interests, it's definitely battling in the Hokage duel arena. By the way, the ninjas I like to use are myself, Iruka Sensei, and Sakura. I also often use Lee. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Sakura asked, Naruto, what do you mean by that? And what's the duel arena? Naruto pulled out his phone and said, it's this. Before he could finish, Kakashi interrupted. Naruto, if you want to graduate, then don't speak. As for the duel arena, I'll personally explain it to you after we complete a task. TCH, fine, I won't say anything. Naruto turned away, looking unwilling. Next. Sasuke Uchiha. I have a lot of dislikes and not many likes. As for my dream, it's not something to be casually mentioned. I have my own ambitions to revive the Uchiha clan and to kill that man. So cool. He can't be talking about me, right? As expected, that's how it is. The three thought differently. Alright, now it's the girl's turn. I'm Sakura Haruno. What I like is. Should I say who I like? That my dream is. Should I say it? What I dislike is Naruto. As for my interests. Okay, the self-introductions end here. Follow me. Konoha's training ground no. 4. Kakashi took out 2 bells and said, next we will execute a task, a field survival exercise. I have 2 bells here and your task is to take them from me before sunset. Those who don't get a bell will be eliminated due to task failure. In other words, at least one of you must use all your tricks and weapons. No matter the method, if you don't have the determination to defeat me, you won't be able to take the bells. The task begins. With that, Sasuke and Sakura hid in the forest, while Naruto ran towards a nearby river. As ninjas, concealing one's presence and hiding is fundamental. Naruto, what are you doing? Kakashi was somewhat speechless. He knew Naruto was aware of the adventure quest's plot. I won't perform poorly like in the quest storyline. Naruto raised his phone, positioning the screen towards the river. His clothes transformed into those of Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Academy student, and his headband became goggles. Surprised, aren't you, Kakashi Sensei? This is a hidden feature of the game. As long as the game is opened and the phone screen is pointed towards a reflective surface, shouting the ultimate techniques lines allows one to use the skills of their character in the game. In other words, I, Naruto Uzumaki, can use the skills of Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Academy student from the game. The higher the ninja proficiency, the longer the duration, and the more powerful the skills become. Kakashi teleported in front of Naruto and examined him. So there's a hidden feature. The outfit is identical. I wonder if the skills are the same. In Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno's eyes, Naruto pulled out a black square and changed into a different outfit and appearance. What kind of jutsu is this? Is it a transformation technique? That idiot. Sasuke tightly gripped his shuriken, constantly searching for Kakashi's weakness. Take this. Paint. Suddenly a paint bucket appeared in Naruto's hand, and he splashed the paint towards Kakashi. After the paint was thrown, the bucket vanished. Kakashi, wanting to experience the skill, did not dodge. Is it just plain paint? No, this paint has a slowdown effect just like in the game. Seeing that Kakashi didn't dodge the paint in his hands, Naruto laughed loudly. Haha, now you know my power, huh? Take this. Shadow Clone Double Strike. Naruto summoned clones to kick at Kakashi, who was sent flying by the clones. Now's my chance. Sasuke attacked Kakashi with his shuriken. Alright, I hit him. Oh no, it's a substitution jutsu. My position is exposed. Sasuke left his hidden spot and moved to Naruto's side. Kakashi approached them and said, good coordination, but unfortunately still a bit lacking. With that, Kakashi reached for his ninja tool pouch. Sasuke felt nervous, thinking, what weapon is he going to take out? Is it a shuriken? It was Ika Paradise. Kakashi pulled out Ika Paradise. Damn it, this is too dismissive of me. Naruto formed hand signs, harem jutsu. Suddenly Naruto used multiple clones to transform into beautiful girls and pounced on Kakashi. After a cloud of smoke, Kakashi disappeared. Ha! Where's Kakashi Sensei? Kakashi appeared behind Naruto, crouching with his hands in the tiger sign. Naruto, be careful. The teacher is forming hand signs. Sakura, hidden in a place, saw this and warned. Konoha's secret ninja technique, 1,000 Years of Pain. At the critical moment, Naruto suddenly turned around and a shuriken appeared in his hand, which he threw at Kakashi. Kakashi sidestepped, interrupting the 1,000 Years of Pain action. Quick reflexes, Naruto, Kakashi praised. With a bang, Naruto reverted to his original form. Is it time for the transformation to end? Kakashi thought. At that moment, Sasuke tightly gripped his kunai and launched a side attack. Kakashi easily dodged and then kicked towards Sasuke. Sasuke agilely rolled away and quickly stood back-to-back with Naruto. Sakura watched nervously from a distance, thinking about how to help. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she thought of a plan. She took an explosive tag from her ninja tool pouch, ignited it, and threw it towards Kakashi. Kakashi instantly used his kunai to deflect the explosive tag. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Just as Kakashi was distracted, Naruto performed the Shadow Clone technique, and numerous clones surrounded Kakashi. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke also cooperated by using ninjutsu. In an instant, flames and smoke filled the air. When the smoke cleared, everyone found that Kakashi was gone again. Where could the teacher be hiding? Sakura anxiously said as she approached Naruto and Sasuke. Earth-style inner decapitation technique. Two hands emerged from the ground, grabbing Naruto and Sasuke by their ankles. Their bodies sank into the ground, leaving only their heads exposed. Sasuke, Naruto, you guys. At this moment, Kakashi used genjutsu on Sakura, causing her to faint. By the time Naruto and Sasuke emerged from the ground, Sakura had woken up and the sun was gradually setting. You all failed. Ninjas are hardly impressive in your eyes. Have you ever considered why we conduct these group drills? In other words, you've completely misunderstood the purpose of this test. I know the answer. Naruto stepped forward. You're about to say teamwork, aren't you? Exactly. That's it. Naruto, don't grow smug just because you think you've grasped something. Moreover, your performance was the worst. And stop relying so heavily on tools. Kakashi raised the two bells. Had you devised a plan from the outset, coordinated as a team and attacked me together, you might well have seized the bells. Wait. There are only two bells. How can three of us cooperate? If we all fight for them, one will inevitably be eliminated. That won't foster teamwork. It'll only breed internal conflict. Sakura rose and stepped forward to argue. Precisely. We arranged it this way on purpose. Kakashi crossed his arms. We wanted to place you in an impossible situation, to force you to discover cooperation amid desperation. In the world of shinobi, fairness is scarce and time is never generous. You won't always be granted the luxury of careful deliberation. Sometimes, even under the harshest conditions, you must exhaust every means to complete your mission. Kakashi seized Sasuke and turned to Sakura. Sakura, kill Naruto or Sasuke dies. What? Just like this. An enemy holds a hostage, forcing you into an agonizing choice, placing your comrade's life in peril. Kakashi approached the memorial stone. Look at this. Countless names are inscribed here, each belonging to a hero. That's it. I've made up my mind. I'll carve my name upon this stone too. I refuse to die meaninglessly. Naruto pointed fiercely at the memorial stone and shouted. A friend of mine is also named here. Not merely a hero, but one who sacrificed himself in duty. Kakashi gently traced the stone with his fingers. This is the memorial stone. Every name carved upon it belongs to a shinobi who gave his life in service. What? Hearing Kakashi's words, all fell silent in deep reflection. Naruto scratched his head. Something had begun to dawn upon him. Sakura no longer objected. Now you understand the true importance of teamwork. Kakashi produced the two bells. Sasuke, you performed best. These belong to you. You may give one to either of the others, but whoever receives none fails the test. Sasuke accepted the bells, his gaze hardening with resolve. Back then, he cried, I must surpass that man. I cannot fall here. And he placed both bells into Sakura's and Naruto's hands. I failed to seize a bell. Proof enough that my strength falls short. Naruto and Sakura stared at the bells in their palms. Astonished yet deeply moved, Naruto clapped Sasuke on the shoulder. Hey Sasuke, you're actually pretty reliable, but keep the bells for yourselves. Repeating the academy for another year. No big deal. Tears glistened in Sakura's eyes as she whispered, Thank you Sasuke. I'll return to the academy instead. A faint approving smile curved Kakashi's lips. It seems you've grasped the essence of teamwork. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, your choices were sound. To prioritize your comrades at a critical moment. That is the very awakening a true shinobi must possess. Now I declare, you have all passed this test, Kakashi announced. Ha! All of us. Naruto blurted out, astonished. Kakashi nodded. Originally, failure by any single member would have disqualified the entire team. But having witnessed your growth, and your emergence of genuine team spirit, I've decided to grant you this chance. From today onward, you are officially Team 7. Ahead lie far more arduous missions. Prepare your... The three exchanged glances, and smiled, brimming with resolve. They knew their journey as shinobi had only just begun. An elderly man entered the shop. What brings the third Hokage to my humble store? Hamura greeted him with a warm smile. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed softly. Lately the village has grown restless. Intelligence from the ANBU reports a mysterious shinobi faction operating nearby, plotting something ominous. Hamura's expression sharpened instantly. This is no trivial matter. What do you have in mind? Hiruzen nodded. I come on behalf of the village, To request a purchase of mobile phones from you, Master Hamura. Hamura's eyes lit up at the prospect of a major order. No problem. I'll supply as many as you need. Hiruzen bowed deeply. Then I thank you sincerely, Master Hamura. The two exchanged brief pleasantries. As Hiruzen prepared to depart, he paused and asked, why Naruto? Because Naruto is the protagonist of the Hokage story. Protagonist? Ah, now I see. Farewell, Master. Goodbye. After Hiruzen left, Hamura began preparing the next game update. New shinobi added a rank. Might Guy Hiruzen Asuma Kisame Hashigaki. Brank. Kurinai Yuhi Ebisu. Crank. Ino Yamanaka Choji Akimichi Shikamaru Nara Hinata Hyuga Kiba Inazuka Shino Abirame Tenten Kosuka Mariboshi. New features: unlocked Trial Grounds Squad Assault Point Tournament Shinobi Legacy Talents Equipment Recruitment Shinobi World Assembly. Advanced Recruitment unlocked a rank Might Guy. Brank Kurinai Yuhi Ebisu. Crank Ino Yamanaka Choji Akimichi Shikamaru Nara Hinata Hyuga Kiba Inazuka Shino Abirame Tenten. Crank Shinobi Kosuka Mariboshi added to the Shinobi Shop. Fragment Shop launched. Level determines eligibility to purchase Rock Lee Niji Hyuga Gara or Kakashi Hataki. Ultra Shadow Service activated. Purchase grants a rank Kisame Hashigaki. Invite friends rewards a rank Hiruzen Asuma. Organization system launched. Currently includes Organization Blessing, Organization Wish, and Organization Shop. Rank match launched. Duel Shop now offers a 1000 duel point draw, yielding a random unknown shinobi's 3-day trial card and a rare mystery item nearly impossible to obtain. Hokage Office. Hiruzen Sarutobi ordered the ANBU captain assigned exclusively to the Hokage to procure 100 mobile phones from Hamura's shop for exclusive use by the Hokage's personal ANBU unit. He consulted neither the Hokage's advisors nor the heads of the great clans. As for Danzo, I am the Hokage. Ding. Host has sold over 100 units. Awarded Illusion Supremacy Technique. Grants immunity to all genjutsu and enables casting hyper-realistic illusions. Compatible ultimate techniques may now be stacked up to 10 layers. Returning home, Kakashi picked up the photo album on his desk. Obito, Rin, Sensei, I have formed a new shinobi team. His gaze softened, tinged with quiet melancholy, as memories of his former comrades resurfaced. Kakashi pulled out his phone, lay back on his bed, and replayed the 16 years ago dungeon. Over and over, dark and cold. The only source of light comes from a flickering oil lamp in the corner, casting distorted shadows on the rough stone wall. The room is almost devoid of any decoration, featuring only a heavy stone table and several equally cold stone chairs. This is a place of absolute shadow, untouched by the sunlight. Danzo sits at the main position of the stone table, most of his figure hidden in the shadows. The only clearly visible features are his bandaged right eye and right arm, along with a cold, piercing gaze from his left eye that seems to penetrate the soul. A root ninja kneels on one knee several paces away from Danzo. A voice devoid of emotion emerges. Lord, the target Sarutobi Hizashi has purchased 100 mobile phones today from the Natsume mobile store for the Hokage's direct umbu. The mobile phone is a new type of ninja tool that can assist ninjas in their training. Natsume has no special background. Danzo made no physical movements. Only his left eye slightly shifted downwards, landing on his kneeling subordinate. Preliminary investigation shows no. He is an ordinary resident of the Land of Fire. Danzo gently closed his left eye, as if calculating something or weighing his options. A few seconds later his eyes reopened, the coldness within them showing no signs of thawing. Understood, you may leave now. Yes, Lord Danzo. The root ninja bowed, decisively stood up, stepped back a few paces, and then vanished silently into the entrance passage of the secret chamber, as if merging into the shadows. Only Danzo remained in the secret chamber. He slowly raised his bandaged right arm and placed it on the stone table. Hizashi, are you planning to take action against Root? For the sake of Konoha, necessary sacrifices, the nutrients of darkness, and the position of Hokage, you won't hold it for long. At the Natsume mobile store, a special guest arrived who was none other than Danzo, disguised with transformation jutsu, quietly approaching Natsume. Boss, may I purchase one of these mobile phones? Danzo said in a deep voice. Natsume looked at the person and said, Little cat system, please scan this person in front of me. Scan complete. This person is Danzo, the leader of Konoha's Root. Natsume was somewhat surprised, but his face remained composed, revealing a warm smile. Of course, customer, this phone has powerful features. Danzo's gaze swept over the phone as he asked, Does this phone really help ninjas in their training? Natsume nodded and said, Well, I can only say that those who understand will understand. Danzo seemed contemplative and said, Please tell me in detail about its functions. Natsume smiled. There are many functions and only personal experience can reveal its wonders. Suddenly Danzo changed the subject. How long has the store been open and how is business? Natsume replied calmly, Not long, but business is pretty good. Danzo's eyes sharpened as he stared at him, seemingly trying to catch a flaw in his face. It's not good to stare at people too long, is it? It's my personal habit. Danzo closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unexpected situation. The wind bringing with it the damp chill of the forest and the intensely nauseating smell of blood struck harshly against his face. He was being dragged along stumbling as he fled through the woods. As he stumbled, he instinctively shook off the supporting arm, steadying himself. Danzo's gaze swept the Teacher Tobarama along with the young Uchiha Kagami Akimichi, Torafu Mito Gatehan, and Uchiha Kamachi. Is this an illusion? Danzo continuously disrupted his chakra, when suddenly a shuriken flew past, grazing Danzo's face. This is blood. I can feel the pain. Could this be reality? The Ninja World War. The cloud-hidden's Kin and Jin are pursuing. That cliff that determined Konoha's future. Time has returned to this moment. An opportunity. This is the only straw thrown by the god of fate. An opportunity that could crush all his regrets throughout his life. The Senju Tobarama ahead suddenly stopped, his gaze sweeping over each of his disciples. Ultimately, as if by fate carrying a hint of imperceptible entrustment and expectation, it heavily fell upon Sarutobi Hisashi. That utterance of, "Teacher, let me do it," was nearly about to burst forth from the throat of Sarutobi Hisashi. In a critical moment, "Teacher Tobarama, Danzo, please allow me to cover your retreat." A deathly silence. The air froze, even the sound of the wind seemed to be severed by this abrupt shout. "Very well, Danzo." Tobarama's voice suddenly rose, clearly reaching the ears of every Konoha ninja. "I see your resolve. Listen, if I do not return, the next Hokage of Konoha will be Shimura Danzo." Danzo's body trembled violently at the moment he heard the words, Hokage. A torrent of ecstasy powerful enough to burn away reason surged like lava suppressed for millennia, erupting, crashing through all his disguises, shooting straight to the crown of his head. I succeeded. I won the gamble. That coveted position, that crown under the sun he had pursued his entire life, has unexpectedly arrived in such an abrupt and real manner. He could hardly suppress the twisting of his lips, but he forcibly suppressed this, nearly tearing him apart tide of emotions. "Yes, Teacher Tobarama. For the sake of Konoha, I, Shimura Danzo, will not hesitate to face death. I will not fail the trust. Go!" Tobarama charged toward the pursuing forces of Kin and Jin, telling everyone, "I will cover your retreat." Swish, swish. Only Danzo remained in place. Ha! Ha ha! A suppressed and twisted low laughter finally squeezed out from his heaving chest. In the Hokage office, Danzo sat in the Hokage position he had long desired. "Your policies are too radical, especially towards the Uchiha clan. This will cause discord among the people of Konoha, and you will regret it in the future, Danzo." "Shut up, Hisashi. Here it comes." Danzo's heart soared with joy. That damned Sarutobi Hisashi had always used this phrase to suppress him. Now he finally had the chance to say it boldly in front of Sarutobi Hisashi. "I am the Hokage." Before he could finish, the scene before him transformed into the Natsume mobile store. Danzo stared wide-eyed in shock, as everything that just happened vanished like a dream, returning him to this small... Danzo looked at Natsume. "This person is dangerous, able to cast an illusion on me without my noticing, and he even knows my past." Natsume, however, still wore a smile, casually saying, "What you just experienced was another possible life." Danzo's breath quickened and turmoil surged within him. "What is your purpose?" he asked coldly. Natsume spread his hands and said, "Nothing but to let you understand that life has many possibilities. This phone can show you a different future." Danzo fell silent, his heart waging a war within him. The fleeting experience of the glory of the Hokage stirred him deeply. After leaving the Natsume mobile store, Danzo instructed Root to purchase mobile phones, ensuring that everyone en route would be equipped with one. The night was as thick as dense ink, completely enveloping the hidden village of Konoha, and the cold moonlight spilled over the distant Hokage rock. Danzo gazed up at the faces of the Hokages carved into the rock. "Hisashi, next time I will definitely say that sentence in front of you." In the early morning of Konoha village, the thin mist had yet to dissipate completely, and the air carried a hint of coolness. The three members of Team 7, Uzumaki, Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke, arrived punctually at the entrance of a newly opened shop in the village. "This is it," Naruto exclaimed, pointing at the shop's door. "The magical thing that can help us train I mentioned before is inside." "Really?" Sakura crossed her arms, her brow slightly furrowed, and asked, "Are you sure, Naruto?" "Come on, Sakura, I wouldn't say something like this lightly." As Naruto boldly pushed the door open, he turned back to emphasize, "It's really amazing, it will definitely help us." He dashed inside, first the sound of wind chimes ringing cheerily. "Natsume and I were here. This time I want to drink orange juice. TCH. Sasuke, as always, had his hands in his pockets, following Naruto into the shop. Sakura trailed behind them, also stepping inside. A young man with a gentle face. Natsume smiled and said, "Naruto, you didn't come here just for drinks, did you?" Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. "You're so clever, Natsume and I told my friends you have something that can help us train, so I brought them to check it out." Natsume nodded and pointed at the phone, saying, "You're talking about this phone, right?" That's right, that's right." Also, there's one more thing, I couldn't log into my game today. The game is undergoing an update now. Once it's finished you can log in again. I see, I thought my phone was broke. Sakura approached the counter still cautious. Excuse me, shopkeeper. May I ask, can this phone really be used? How does it work specifically? She needed solid evidence to dispel her doubts. It's better for you to experience it yourself. Each one costs 10,000 ryo. Natsume maintained a warm smile as he replied. 10,000 ryo? Sakura gasped. This price was definitely a fortune for a genin. She instinctively touched her small wallet. Sasuke had seen Naruto transform using the phone yesterday. To become stronger, 10,000 ryo was a small price. Sasuke took out 10,000 ryo and purchased the phone. Seeing Sasuke buy the phone, Sakura gritted her teeth and also took out 10,000 ryo to buy one. Natsume took out 3 bottles of orange juice and handed them to the 3 of them. Here are 3 bottles of drinks for you. The game will take a while to update, so you can rest a bit. Sakura received the orange juice thinking to herself, this drink seems a bit like Naruto. The cheerful sound of wind chimes rang again, breaking the brief silence in the shop. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a vibrant green figure rushed in like a whirlwind, followed by a slightly helpless Ten-Ten and the calm Hinata Niji. Yo, Naruto, is that Sasuke and Sakura? What a coincidence. Might Guy displayed his signature bright smile. The passion of youth should be fervently expressed even in the morning. Might Guy, and Lee Ten-Ten Niji, what brings you here? Naruto excitedly waved hello. We couldn't log into the game, so we came to ask the shopkeeper what happened. Natsume smiled and explained. The game is still updating. Once it's done you can log in. Lee scratched his head, grinning foolishly. I see. I thought something big had happened. Sakura looked at the green figure who rushed in and the 3 behind him a bit confused. She turned to Naruto. Naruto, who are these people? Naruto immediately took on the role of the introducer. Sakura, Sasuke, this is Might Guy Sensei. And his students, this is Rock Lee, we all call him Lee. This is Ten-Ten. And this one. Naruto pointed at the cool-eyed boy with white eyes. Is Hyuga Niji from the Hyuga clan. Guy struck his signature thumbs-up pose. Yo. Members of Team 7. Youth is the fate of encounters. I look forward to working with you. Ten-Ten smiled and waved. Hello, I'm Ten-Ten. Lee took a step forward, his eyes sparkling, fixating on Haruno Sakura. He suddenly dropped to one knee, dramatically cupping his hands to his chest, and shouted with all his might, beautiful lady. My name is Rock Lee. Please go out with me. I will protect your smile with my life. This is my vow of youth. Peft. The orange juice that Naruto had just taken a sip of almost came spewing out. Hey, you're way too direct. Sakura stumbled back half a step, startled by the sudden confession. She looked at Lee's signature thick eyebrows and watermelon head and blurted out without thinking, dating? No way. Your eyebrows are way too thick. Like 2 little caterpillars. Lee was struck dumb, instantly petrified, murmuring in disbelief. Eyebrows. Caterpillars. My youth has suffered its first blow. In this slightly chaotic scene, Sasuke and Niji's gazes collided silently in the air. One was the last scion bearing the Uchiha name, proud and aloof. The other was a genius from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, calm, yet with a hint of imperceptible pride. Between geniuses there inherently existed a certain competitive atmosphere. Hyuga Niji. Niji spoke first, his voice flat and undisturbed, giving a slight nod as a greeting. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's response was equally succinct, his voice cool, without any unnecessary gestures. A unique unspoken rivalry among geniuses unfolded in the silence. Ding 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 ding. A series of clear, pleasant, and cheerful system notification sounds suddenly rang out simultaneously from Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Guy, Lee, Ten-Ten, and Niji's phones. The sound instantly shattered the stagnant air. Naruto was the first to react, grabbing his phone. The update is complete. Natsume, can we log in now? Natsume smiled and nodded. Yes, the update is complete. You can all log into the game now. Humph. Sasuke scoffed, shifting his gaze away, first looking at his phone. Niji remained silent for a moment, before also looking down at his phone screen. Sakura sighed in relief. The atmosphere of confrontation between Sasuke and Niji moments ago had her heart in her throat. She quickly picked up her phone, as well. She wanted to see what this 10th Sandrio item was all about. As the plot of the Ninetales Night concluded, Sasuke and Sakura entered the game. The Lone Wanderer of Nankagawa entered the game. The Red Ribbon entered the game. After completing the first chapter's storyline, Sasuke and Sakura obtained Uzumaki Naruto Ninja Apprentice Haruno Sakura Ninja Newcomer Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto actually has the Ninetales inside him, and he has a connection to the 4th Hokage. Sasuke was greatly shocked. This game might just provide intel on Itachi. Sasuke looked at Naruto, realizing that Naruto's suffering was no less than his own. Sasuke, why are you staring at me? Naruto asked, puzzled. Humph, dead last. Sasuke turned his head, looking at his phone. Damn it, Sasuke, do you want to fight? Naruto threatened, raising his fist at Sasuke. So Naruto has endured such malice from the villagers. After understanding the loneliness and pain Naruto had borne, Sakura felt a sense of guilt and remorse for her previous indifference and mockery towards him. Naruto, I'm sorry. Sakura walked in front of Naruto, bowing her head, sincerely to apologize. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. Sakura, what are you talking about? Sakura, hearing this, turned her head in anger and said, Idiot Naruto, I won't talk to you anymore. Naruto scratched his head. Did I say something wrong? What is this advanced recruitment? Xiao Li clicked on advanced recruitment and saw the promotional animation for Might Guy, the proud Azure Beast. Oh, this is Teacher Kai. Finally, Teacher Kai's ninja has been released. Xiao Li held his phone, weeping tears of joy. Teacher Kai is the person he admires the most, and now, having the character of Teacher Kai in the game is of great significance. Upon hearing Xiao Li's voice, Kai also clicked into advanced recruitment, a ninja of rank A on par with Kakashi. The recruitment explanation states that using a Ninja World recruitment ticket to purchase a colorful stone grants a chance to recruit a corresponding ninja. Acquiring a complete ninja that you already own will automatically convert into corresponding ninja fragments. So that's how it is. Advanced recruitment is similar to a lottery, meaning one ninja recruitment ticket equals a random ninja fragment from the prize pool. In the prize pool, I am the highest ranked ninja, so drawing me is equivalent to winning the grand prize. Haha, no matter what, I must draw myself. After reading the explanation, Kai revealed his signature smile and said to Xiao Li, Xiao Li, youth is meant to be burned brightly together with me. Xiao Li nodded and said, That's right, I also want to burn my youth together with Teacher Kai in the game. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Niji added each other as friends in the game. After finding Sasuke's account in the friend battles, Niji clicked on the duel invitation. I want to spar with you. After sending the invitation, Niji said to Sasuke. Sasuke sneered. Alright, I want to see how capable you are in the game. Nanha Chuan, the Lone Wanderer vs Caged Bird. Round 1, the battle begins. Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Apprentice Water Release Water Candy Grab versus Niji Hyuga Lightning Release Lightning Strike. Sasuke controlled Apprentice Naruto to press forward, using the first skill Paint Mischief to splash paint downwards on the axis. Niji dodged the paint, controlling the ninja to move upward on the axis. Got you, didn't I? Sasuke also controlled the ninja to move upward on the axis, and then used the secret scroll Water Candy Grab. Very good, now your ninja's movement speed has slowed down. Sasuke took advantage of the movement to reposition, searching for an opportunity to initiate. Here it is, the second skill, Shadow Clone Double Strike. Good idea, utilize the double area slow effect, then initiate with skills. After being hit, Niji immediately used the substitution technique and released the summoning Spirit Tortoise. Sasuke was trapped by the Spirit Tortoise and immediately used the substitution, escaping to a corner. Now you have nowhere to go, right? Niji approached Sasuke and initiated with the second skill, Sky Will Strike, targeting Apprentice Naruto. Damn, I shouldn't have been so hasty with the substitution earlier, Sasuke regretted. Niji continuously used normal attacks to chain, also using the skill 8 trigrams Return Heaven to deal damage. 3 beans. Time's up. Substitution. After the substitution, Sasuke distanced himself from Niji. 1 bean. Here it is, ill use the first skill, and then move upward, releasing the summoning. Sasuke controlled Apprentice Naruto to move in front of Niji. Take this. Contrary to Sasuke's expectations, Sasuke used the first skill to splash paint on Niji, who immediately used the 8 trigrams Return Heaven to evade the damage from Apprentice Naruto and hit him instead. In the game, when Niji Hyuga uses Return Heaven, he is in an invincible state and has a certain advantage in the axis. Sasuke's ninja, having low health, was taken down by Niji's combo. Round 1, Niji Hyuga wins. Round 2, the battle begins. Sakura Haruno Ninja Rookie versus Niji Hyuga. The rookie Sakura is a typical Parker-style ninja, not adept in close combat. The first skill, Girl's Dodge, can only be used for movement, while only the second skill, Love Flying Kick, can earn beans. Thus, after being initiated by Niji, Sasuke's rookie Sakura used the substitution technique once, but did not earn any beans afterward. Round 2, Niji Hyuga wins. Round 3, the battle begins. Sasuke Uchiha, 0 beans versus Niji Hyuga, 4 beans. Now the most important thing is to obtain chakra beans and stall him first. Sasuke controlled the ninja to keep moving. The second skill, Lion's Barrage, is a close-range skill. Since the opponent has Return Heaven, I can only use the first skill, Great Fireball, to wear down the enemy. Good opportunity, Great Fireball. Sasuke used the first skill, Great Fireball, but Niji used Return Heaven to evade Sasuke's Great Fireball. As Niji's Return Heaven ended, he showed a recovery animation. I've been waiting for this, summoning Angry Demon. The Angry Demon hit Niji. Now get close. After he uses substitution, use the secret scroll Scatter, then follow up with Lion's Barrage. As Niji was hit by the Angry Demon, he did not immediately use substitution, but instead charged up Lightning Strike, which can be held, and after a while 2 lightning strikes will fall to attack the enemy. The lightning strike hit Sasuke, then Niji used substitution and initiated with the second skill against Sasuke. I have an absolute reason not to lose. It's over. Niji made a gesture of reconciliation. Naruto saw Sasuke being defeated by Niji and mocked, Haha, Sasuke, look at you now, too weak. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, you even got defeated like that. Sasuke angrily said. You shouldn't be so smug, do you dare to have a match with me? Stop looking down on others, let's do it. Xiaoli and Kai then began the advanced recruitment. Xiaoli nervously gripped his phone while Kai shouted beside him. Youth is all about moving forward, boldly go for it. Xiaoli gritted his teeth and clicked on the recruitment button, but only drew some ordinary ninja fragments. Kai, however, was excited. It's okay, Xiaoli, next time you'll definitely draw the grand prize. After saying that, Kai also started the recruitment. I used 100 pulls and finally collected Teacher Kai's fragments. Xiaoli waved his phone excited. What? Xiaoli is so lucky, I got less than 20 fragments from 100 pulls. Kai unwillingly continued to recruit, but the following dozens of pulls yielded little. 250 pulls, 38 fragments. I'm out of coins, what should I do next? At this moment Natsume came before Kai, pointing at the organization feature on his phone saying, I created an organization and members within can gift ninja fragments. Do you want to join? Organization. That sounds nice. Kai's eyes lit up. Youth is about moving forward together, I join. Xiaoli nodded beside him. Yeah, this might help us collect Teacher Kai's fragments faster. Tian and Sakura also expressed their desire to join. Natsume said with a smile. After joining the organization, everyone helps each other by gifting excess fragments. Moreover, the organization has activities completing which can yield quite a few rewards. Kai, Xiaoli, Tian and Sakura joined the organization Shadow. Niji, are you coming in? Natsume turned to look at Niji. Well, I must obey the clan's orders. Niji clenched his fist. In the organization's prayer, Kai received fragments gifted from Tian and Xiaoli. Congratulations. You have recruited the ninja, Might Guy. Kai was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, youth indeed will not let me down, I finally drew my... Xiaoli cheered beside him. Great job, Teacher Kai. At this moment Naruto's battle with Sasuke also reached a conclusion. With his tenacious fighting style and skilled control over ninjas, Naruto surprisingly narrowly defeated Sasuke. He jumped up in glee, continuously sending head pat emojis to Sasuke in the game. Yay, I won. Now you know how powerful Naruto is, right? Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. Damn. It must be related to the strength of the ninja. This time Sasuke pulled out 40000 coins in one go. Nanha River Trailblazer V15. Premium Shadow Access activated. Unlock the Violet title, wealth beyond measure. This is it. I must grow stronger. Sasuke emptied the ninja shop in one breath and recruited every ninja from the elite summoning pool. Next, the rank match tournament. Seasonal rewards. Premium Shadow rank grants the orange title Pinnacle of Dueling and 18 Shinobi convening tickets. Shadow rank grants the violet title Shadow and 15 to 17 Shinobi convening tickets. Umbu rank grants the blue title Umbu and 12 to 14 Shinobi convening tickets. Jonin rank grants the green title Jonin and 9 to 11 Shinobi convening tickets. Chunin rank grants the white title Chunin and 6 to 8 Shinobi convening tickets. Lower ranks yield no promotion rewards upon reaching Genin Tier 1, Chunin Tier 1, Jonin Tier 1, Umbu Tier 1, Shadow Tier 1. Or premium Shadow players may claim a complimentary Oneidi trial of the rank Ninja Zabuza Momochi. Dueling quests win 10 matches weekly. 2 wins grant 100 duel points, 5 wins grant 100 gold coins, 7 wins grant 200 gold coins, 10 wins grant 300 gold coins. Completing beginner, intermediate, and challenge quests yields dueling quest chests. The first daily victory awards the Duel Arena First Win chest. So it begins anew, from Genin Tier 1. I accept this challenge. Sasuke's fingertip hovered briefly over the Duel Arena matchmaking button. Premium Shadow. Pinnacle of Dueling. Wait for me. He murmured softly as he entered the intense rank match queue. Naruto spotted the in-game announcement. Wait. I'll recruit my first rank ninja too. On Konoha's invitation code, Naruto tugged at his hair, pacing back and forth with his phone in hand, muttering under his breath. That annoying guy again. They say this boy has become a ninja. What is the Hokage thinking? How could someone like him be granted ninja status? Exactly, after all he's... Shoo. Say no more. Naruto's arm lowered, phone dangling limply. Why can't I find anyone? Then, like a sudden flash of light, a brilliant idea ignited in his mind. Right? Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji. They definitely don't have phones yet, and haven't entered any invitation codes. Naruto bolted toward the Konoha training grounds, racing to each squad's favorite gathering spots. Team 10 was deep in a secluded forest near the lower Nanha River. Shikamaru lay on his back, gazing skyward, a blade of grass between his teeth. Choji crunched loudly through a bag of chips. Ino practiced flower arrangement with wild blossoms gathered roadside. Naruto burst in, shouting, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, something amazing. Absolutely incredible. Come with me. Team 8 stood at the village's edge. Kiba and Akamaru were conducting reconnaissance drills. Hinata followed quietly behind her, Byakugan faintly activated, scanning intently. And hidden within the dappled shadows of the trees, nearly indistinguishable from the foliage, stood Shino. Naruto's booming voice shattered the stillness. Kiba, Hinata, Shino, hurry. I've discovered something extraordinary. With unshakable confidence and sheer audacity, Naruto successfully gathered both squads. He showed them his phone and demonstrated its functions. Most importantly, purchasing a phone and entering his invitation code in the game would instantly grant a free A-rank ninja. Ugh, what a hassle. Still, a free A-rank ninja isn't half bad. Though grumbling, Shikamaru's eyes gleamed with quiet curiosity. What would Teacher Asuma look like in the game? Wherever there's food, I'm in. Choji tore open another bag of chips. You mean Sasuke's here too? Ino's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Truly miraculous. Kiba remained skeptical. Akamaru let out a curious woof-woof. It sounds intriguing. Hinata whispered softly, fingers unconsciously twisting together. Worthy of observation, Shino murmured, adjusting his glasses. Let's go. Destination Natsume Mobile Store. Naruto waved his arms wildly, leading this unlikely coalition, comprising the Ino Shikacho trio, the Inuzuka, the Hyuga, and the Aburame, straight toward Natsume Mobile Store. This hastily assembled recruitment squad stormed into Natsume Mobile Store like a whirlwind. We're here. This is the place, Naruto announced exuberantly. Tenten set down her phone and sighed. Naruto, you brought this many people. She turned to Shikamaru and the others. You were all recruited by him. Yeah, more or less. Shikamaru replied lazily, his gaze sweeping over Sasuke and Sakura before settling on Neji, with a slight courteous nod. Too many complications, he thought wryly. Shino adjusted his glasses, observing everyone calmly. To Lee, Tenten, and Neji, he said, evenly pleased to meet you. I am Shino Aburame. I'm Ino Yamanaka. Her attention strayed entirely from the phone. She slipped past the crowd, eyes sparkling as she headed straight for Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, you're here too. What a coincidence. What game are you playing? It looks incredible. She completely ignored Sakura beside her. Sakura's forehead twitched violently. Inapig. Sasuke's busy. Don't disturb him. Hinata spotted Neji, and instantly shrank inward, head bowed low, fingers knotting tightly around her sleeve. Nejiniazan. Neji gave a subtle nod, a flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes before settling into serene composure. Lady Hinata, you've come as well. Choji's gaze locked onto a new flavor chip display nearby. Oh, that looks promising. His mouth watered visibly. Kiba scanned the shop eagerly, Akamaru darting playfully at his feet. Chaos swirled briefly. Hey, everyone. Listen up. Naruto leapt onto a stool beside the counter, waving his arms to reclaim attention. The phone isn't the point. The game is, the invitation code is. He pulled out his phone again, holding it high. Look, buy a phone, launch the game, and enter my invitation code during registration. Instantly you'll receive a legendary A-rank ninja, Asuma Sarutobi, for free. Just then a lazy teasing voice drifted in from the shop entrance. Oh my. What an unusually lively gather. Natsume-san, your business is booming today. Every head turned. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto cried out, elated. Kakashi-sensei, tell them quick. He hopped off the stool and dashed to Kakashi's side. Tell them about the game, and my invitation code. Enter it, and claim a rank ninja Asuma Sarutobi. At that moment a voice laced with confusion, and a hint of a smoky drawl, came from just behind Kakashi. I think I heard my name. As the voice trailed off, two figures appeared at the doorway. The man in front was tall, clad in a deep green jonin vest with a habit of holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Beside him stood a beautiful female ninja, with an elegant demeanor, black hair and red eyes. Oh, Asuma Hong, you're here too. Kakashi turned to the side, opening the doorway with a tone that conveyed what a coincidence. It's really you, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Teacher Hong. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba from Team 8 greeted in unison. Akamaru also barked a greeting from atop Kiba's head. Yo, Asuma-sensei, I fancy meeting you here. Shikamaru lazily yawned. Choji, holding a newly bought snack, also greeted. Ino waved enthusiastically, saying, Asuma-sensei, are you here to buy a phone too? Asuma's gaze swept across the store, finally landing on Naruto. He approached, cigarette still unlit, with a hint of curiosity and scrutiny, examining the screen displaying Sarutobi Asuma. Wow, is this me? It looks quite fitting, and the chakra knife is there too. He turned to look at Shikamaru and asked, Boss, is this the new ninja tool phone that the Umbu have recently been equipping? It seems to have quite a few functions. Oh, the Umbu are using them too. Hong became interested and leaned in for a closer look. Shikamaru smiled and said, there are indeed many functions, but you can only truly appreciate the magic of the phone through personal experience. Asuma, Hong, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino purchased the phones, and then entered Naruto's Fian lit a cigarette and entered the game. Crimson Moon entered the game. Cloud Observer entered the game. The Flower Shop Never Closes entered the game. Chip Supply entered the game. Orcs Never Be Slaves entered the game. The Moon Has Fallen entered the game. Connecting entered the game. Haha, I've struck gold. Naruto received 320 rank Sarutobi Asuma fragments from the game inbox. For stars now, just 80 more fragments to 5 stars. 16 years ago, the Ninetales Night instance has been cleared. Cough. Asuma lit a cigarette, furrowing his brow almost into a frown. Flying Thunder God. Corpse Demon Seal. For the village for my son, I chose the most extreme method without hesitation. Is this the reason for the upper echelon's vilification of the Uchiha clan? Old man, the pressure you endured back then was 100 times heavier than I imagined. Lady Kushina. Hong gazed at Minato and Kushina, who shielded Naruto from the Ninetales with their bodies. The pure and overwhelming love of parents for their child tugged at her heart. Time-space ninjutsu. Phasing. Solidifying attacks. I see the fourth used the rule that attacks must solidify in an instant to counter. Shikamaru analyzed every detail of the battle, clenching his fists, as he recalled Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage that he always mentioned, realizing, so Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. Ino recalled the history of her clan's involvement in post-war mental therapy, and couldn't help but think of her father Yamanaka Inoichi's occasional complex silence regarding Naruto's situation. At this moment she finally understood the helplessness and compromise behind that silence. Caught between the village's greater good and individual tragedies, even the Yamanaka clan was powerless to change anything. Choji's chip bag with squished snacks scattered everywhere, completely oblivious. Has Naruto been carrying such burdens all along? Akamaru shrank back into Kiba's clothes upon seeing the Ninetales, and Kiba was drenched in cold sweat, saying, if even shadow-level ninjas struggle against this, is this really a power humanity can control? He suddenly understood why Naruto always said, I want to prove him not a monster, when he was ostracized by the villagers. As Shino pushed his glasses, masking his emotions. If the Aburame clan had been present, they might have detected the masked man's presence earlier. Hinata quietly watched Naruto, the golden-haired boy, with a sun-like smile. So your loneliness began with this disaster, and am I qualified to fill it with the rest of my life? Naruto, feeling a bit embarrassed under everyone's gaze, scratched his head and said, why is everyone looking at me like? Asuma patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, you kid will definitely become a remarkable ninja in the future. Yes, just like your parents, Asuma thought to himself. Hearing Asuma-sensei's acknowledgement, Naruto stood on a stool, raised his hand and shouted, I've decided. I want to max out Asuma-sensei's character in the game. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto slipped and fell to the ground. The others burst into laughter, and hearing their laughter, Naruto couldn't help but laugh along. The dust of history was brushed away, revealing a cruel truth. But for the jewels of Konoha, the new generation of ninjas, this delayed understanding did not crush them. Instead, it transformed into a silent vow. Only by understanding the pain of the past can they better protect the smiles of the future. And that smile is worth protecting by all of them. Having successfully advanced, Guy finally reached the rank of Genin and received the A-rank character Momochi Zabuza for our Oneide trial. Kakashi, what do you think of my Zabuza? Guy excitedly showcased the character in his phone. It looks quite threatening, but how it performs in actual combat depends on the user. Guy, feeling unconvinced, said, Kakashi, are you questioning my strength? Come on, let's meet in the duel arena. After saying this, Guy clicked on the duel invitation on Kakashi's account. Kakashi accepted the invitation as he also wanted to experience the new ninja skills. Friendly Reader versus Konoha Azure Beast. Round 1, the battle begins. Maruhoshi Kogai versus Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi and Guy controlled their ninjas and began to move. Guy's Momochi Zabuza's normal attack 3A missed Kakashi's Maruhoshi Kogai, and he initiated the fourth, good opportunity, using the second skill Leaf Flow Willow. Zabuza dodged the damage and hit Maruhoshi Kogai. Kakashi Zabuza's 4A has invincibility frames, allowing it to avoid damage and seamlessly connect secret techniques and summoning. Kakashi used the substitution technique and kept his distance from Guy's Zabuza. Kakashi, are you just walking your substitute? Haha, dodging won't help. Guy used Zabuza's normal attack, moving from one side of the duel arena to the other. Zabuza's normal attack has a very long range. Take this Water Dragon Bullet. Kakashi's positioning allowed him to dodge the Water Dragon Bullet, and he waited for the opponent's skills to disappear before initiating his normal attacks. Has it disappeared? After Kai's Zabuza vanished, he suddenly reappeared and struck Kakashi with a sword. This is the Mist Hidden Technique. With Kakashi's intelligence, he immediately recognized it as the Mist Hidden Technique from the village hidden in the mist. Using Zabuza's Water Prison Technique for a substitution against Kakashi, Kai then vanished again with the Mist Hidden Technique. Kakashi understood that after using his skills, Zabuza could employ the Mist Hidden Technique. Zabuza is a formidable ninja, even stronger than Kakashi. It is noteworthy that Kakashi, classified as an A-rank ninja, requires a significant amount of chakra to summon. Kakashi's powerful second skill Raikiri allows for quick movement and can pull enemies in. The first skill, Earth Release Pursuit Tooth Technique, has two release methods. A short tap releases a larger skill range, while a long press releases the skill more quickly, making it usable when enemies get close. The ultimate technique, Lightning Release Lightning Prison Technique, deals high damage and has a wide range and can connect with other skills after its release. Basic attacks are also quite stable, with the fifth segment having a sweeping effect. Kakashi is a well-rounded ninja capable of holding his own against various opponents. Zabuza, on the other hand, is an all-around powerhouse with excellent basic attacks, and the fourth segment of his basic attack has invincibility frames that allow for skill and summoning connections. His basic attack has a wide range capable of reaching from one end of the duel arena to the other. The first skill, Water Release Water Dragon Bullet, covers a broad axis range striking out to the sides of the screen, and includes a sweeping effect. The second skill, Water Release Water Prison Technique, captures enemies, and can perform sweeps, allowing for a standing recovery after the grab. Using the first skill after the second skill can release a combination technique. The strongest aspect is that Zabuza has an invisible mechanism. Due to the information gap and the fact that Kakashi's summoning strength is lower than Zabuza's, Kakashi lost the first round. Haha, Kakashi, you aren't so great after all. After his victory, Kai continuously laughed at Kakashi with crying emojis. The second round began. Kakashi's Hinata, 1 bean versus Zabuza, 4 beans. Kakashi's Hinata carries the secret scroll, the Ghost Lantern, which can effectively utilize the scroll, and the second skill, Illusion Haze, for pulling and wearing down the opponent. As the battle commenced, Kai did not engage in positional play, controlling Zabuza to move forward directly, and then using the first skill, Water Release Water Dragon Bullet, for a surprise attack. Kakashi dodged the Water Dragon Bullet with his movement, maneuvering Hinata to the edge of the duel arena, and then activated the second skill, Illusion Haze. Seeing that the Water Dragon Bullet had missed, Kai clicked for a basic attack to become invisible, preparing to use his derived invisible basic attack, Mist Burial, as his opening move. Zabuza's derived basic attack is a straight line attack that can be interrupted by skills and basic attacks. Thus, Kakashi maintained a straight line with Hinata's second skill, preventing Zabuza from utilizing his derived basic attack. So you figured out how to counter so quickly. Truly my eternal rival. Both continued to test each other's movements, and when Kai used Zabuza's second skill, Water Prison Technique, Kakashi dodged. After Zabuza vanished again, Kakashi unleashed the Ghost Lantern around Hinata, which made Zabuza hesitate to use his derived basic attack after becoming invisible. Thus the two continued to maneuver and utilize skills, secret scrolls, and summons to wear each other down, with both sides' health gradually depleting. Just as Kakashi used a substitution again, Kai couldn't hold back any longer. Taking advantage of the time Kakashi was in substitution, he released Zabuza's ultimate technique, Water Burial, Return to Nothingness. It is precisely because of my ambition that I fight here. The second round concluded. The winner was Zabuza. The third round began. Kakashi Hatake versus Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi was slightly surprised to see that Zabuza had 2 beans. It's important to note that using the ultimate technique to finish the opponent would grant 1 chakra bean for the next round, while Zabuza currently had 2 beans. Didn't expect that, did you? Kakashi Zabuza's first skill, Sliding Basic Attack, can bump the beans. With the opponent's health low, Kakashi immediately summoned the Ninja Dog, initiating the attack against Zabuza. After Zabuza used a substitution and attempted to counter, Kakashi quickly used Raikiri to escape. Both resumed their maneuvering, and Kakashi seized the opportunity to short tap and released the second skill, Earth Release Pursuit Tooth Technique, targeting Kai's Zabuza. Once Zabuza's substitution was over, Kakashi directly used his ultimate technique, Lightning Release Lightning Prison Technique, concluding this troublesome ninja. Your ambition has led to many sacrifices. This is not the way of a ninja. The third round ended with Kakashi's victory. The fourth round began. Kakashi Hatake versus Might Guy. The ultimate technique chart changed, and both Kakashi and Kai were momentarily stunned. The ultimate technique dialogue matched Zabuza's ultimate dialogue. It is precisely because of my ambition that I fight here. Your ambition has led to many sacrifices. This is not the way of a ninja. Kakashi, have you fought against Zabuza before? Kai turned to face Kakashi and asked. Well, I haven't encountered Zabuza before. Kakashi recalled saying. In an instant, both Kakashi and Kai realized that if the future remains unchanged, Kakashi and Zabuza would have a battle. Alright, enough of this. Our duel is not yet over. Kakashi was the first to pick up his phone, addressing Kai. As Kai had not yet taken his phone, Kakashi immediately initiated the game against Kai. At this moment, Kai had run out of chakra beans and could not use the substitution technique, continuously getting knocked out by Kakashi. Damn! Kakashi, you are too despicable. Kai was visibly frustrated, his hands crossed over his chest as he said, Kakashi, this time you were just lucky. Next time I won't hold back. Kakashi smiled, slightly putting away his phone, and replied, I won't show mercy. In our next battle I will still win. At this moment, Kakashi received an invitation to join the organization founded by Natsume. The manager's organization I should join. The organization Shadow, created by Natsume aside from Hinata and Niji needing to consult their families, the rest of the Konoha 12. Along with Kakashi Asuma and Kurenai also joined. As noon approached, Choji invited Natsume, the 12 young warriors, and the 4 teachers to eat barbecued meat. Thus the first organizational gathering ended successfully. Hokage's office. Team 7. Naruto complained. Hokage Grandpa, these recent missions are too easy. They're all about catching cats, finding dogs, planting trees, and weeding. There's absolutely no challenge. Sasuke and Sakura also agreed indeed the recent missions have been too simple. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at them, especially at Naruto's eager expression, and said, "It's good for young people to, since you are so eager for a more challenging task. Then I just happen to have a crank mission that requires sending a team to protect someone traveling to a neighboring country." Hiruzen placed the scroll on the table and pushed it forward. "See, crank mission." Naruto stuttered in excitement, pointing at himself. Is this for real? Protect someone? Is that going to take us out of the village? Old man Hokage, give it to us. Give it to Team 7. Sasuke's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. A crank mission, could they finally face real danger? Sakura felt a bit nervous. A crank mission meant there could be combat. Be quiet, Naruto. Hiruzen tapped the table with his pipe and then raised his voice towards the door. Please come in. The office door swung open and a strong smell of alcohol wafted in. An old man wearing tattered clothes with disheveled gray hair and glasses stumbled in holding a bottle of alcohol. He looked quite drunk, his eyes cloudy. This was the bridge builder from the land of waves, Tazuna. What the hell? Tazuna squinted through his drunken haze at the three of them, pointing at Naruto with a sneer. Is this the best you have, Hokage? Especially this short kid looking foolish. Can he even handle it? Don't hold me back. Short kid. Foolish? Naruto exploded instantly. You old man. I am going to become Hokage. Sakura quickly pulled Naruto back from charging forward. Naruto, calm down. He's the client. Sasuke glared coldly at Tazuna, his expression displeased. Anyway, let's keep it this way. I hope you little brats don't hold me back. My life is in your hands. I am the renowned bridge expert Tazuna. Before I finish building the bridge and return to my country, please protect my safety with your lives. Especially you, short kid. Tazuna took a swig of alcohol, completely ignoring the three. At that moment, the office door was pulled open. Hey, sorry, I got lost on my way through life. Kakashi glanced at the drunken Tazuna. Looks like everyone is here. So the escort mission to the land of waves. Team 7 prepare to depart. Team 7 disperse. Gather at the village gate in 1 hour. Yes. At this time, only Kakashi and Hiruzen Sarutobi remained in the Hokage's office. Kakashi, has the game plot updated yet? Hiruzen pondered for a moment and then spoke. Hokage-sama, the game plot is still in the first chapter. Kakashi replied after looking at his phone. Keep a close eye on the game plot. This time, the Land of Waves might very well be the next adventure chapter. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. And make sure to protect Naruto. The bridge in the Land of Waves might be more important than we think. Yes, Hokage-sama. An hour later, in front of the gates of Konoha, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were all set to go. You're too slow, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto complained to the tardy Kakashi. Tazuna impatiently urged, hey, can we go already? Stop dawdling. All right. Kakashi clapped his hands, his gaze sweeping over his three students before finally landing on Tazuna. Target the Land of Waves. Team 7 escort mission. Begin. Kakashi walked at the back of the line, looking at his phone, occasionally glancing up to survey the surroundings. The game adventure chapter has been updated. Kakashi clicked into it, and the cover scroll of the second chapter displayed Zabuza, Momochi, and Haku. Chapter 2, Target the Land of Waves. It seems the plot has only updated the first segment. The Mist's Assault. Hey, short kid. Tazuna burped, drunkenly pointing at a frog that jumped out of the bushes. See, even a frog is smarter than you. If there's an enemy, you'll be the first to hide. You old man. What did you say? Naruto exploded again, fists clenched. I'll show you my strength. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto. Enough. Sakura couldn't take it anymore and punched Naruto on the head, cutting off his sentence. You're so loud. At this rate, the enemy will be driven mad before they even arrive. She turned to Tazuna, suppressing her anger. Mr. Client, please respect us too. Tazuna pouted, muttering, humph, troublesome little brats. And took another swig of alcohol. Kakashi raised his gaze from his phone, casually scanning a nondescript puddle by the roadside, the puddle reflecting shimmering light in the sunlight. He silently thought, the plot for Chapter 2 should be arriving soon. Kakashi discreetly tucked his phone into his ninja tool pouch and returned his hands to his pockets. Everyone quiet down, we're on the move. Kakashi's voice was somewhat serious. The team continued forward, the atmosphere slightly tense. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows on the road. Swish, swish. Two dark figures suddenly shot out from the roadside puddles. Dressed in tight-fitting suits, wearing strange masks and wielding sickles that gleamed coldly, they lunged straight at the center of the team. The two mist ninjas sprang to attack Kakashi. Eft! Blood splattered. Kakashi collapsed in disbelief. Kakashi-sensei? Naruto's eyes widened with rage. Sakura was nearly in tears. Sasuke's Sharingan instantly activated. The Crimson Tomo spun, wildly locking onto the enemy. Anyone who gets in the way will die, or old man, it's your turn. The demon brothers wiped the blood off their weapons and lunged at the incapacitated Tazuna. Bastards! An enraged Naruto lost his sanity and charged forward. Wait, Naruto! Sasuke shouted sharply, his Sharingan detecting the anomaly. Look carefully. Just then, swish. The demon brothers' chains suddenly wrapped around Naruto, who was rushing in, and Sasuke, who was trying to block him. Got you. The demon brothers grinned maliciously. However, Sasuke's Sharingan had already seen through the trajectory. Too slow. At the moment the chains were about to hit, Sasuke's hands formed seals at lightning speed. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball roared out, instantly engulfing the incoming chains and the figures of the demon brothers. The scorching shockwave sent the two crashing into the nearby trees, screaming, as they lost all combat ability. Through the smoke, Kakashi's figure slowly emerged. Well done, Sasuke. As the smoke cleared, Kakashi stood unharmed. Good observation, you used your Sharingan just in time. He glanced at the demon brothers, confirming they had lost consciousness. Sasuke closed his Sharingan, giving a faint, Naruto was still in shock, looking at the fallen Kakashi that had turned into a wooden stump, and then at his real teacher, feeling both humiliated and angry. Kakashi-sensei, you tricked us. Idiot. If it weren't for Sasuke, you would have been wrapped up by those chains already. Sakura scolded Naruto, still shaken. Humph. Naruto clenched his fists, glaring at Tazuna with resentment. Tazuna took a sip of alcohol to calm his nerves but shot back. Tisk, that was terrifying. The short kid is indeed unreliable. We'll have to rely on the other little brat. Kakashi walked up to the slumped-down Dazna and said, Mr. Dazna, I need an explanation. A crank mission should not involve a ninja attack, let alone a pursuit team from the Mist Village. Dazna's drunkenness was completely shaken off, trembling all over, unable to meet Kakashi's gaze. An enemy of this level far exceeds the scope of a crank mission. Kakashi continued to apply pressure. You have concealed crucial information. Dazna's psychological defenses completely collapsed, and he suddenly knelt on the ground, his voice filled with a desperate sob. Dazna knelt on the ground, wiping his tears. It's the notorious shipping tycoon Kato. He controls the maritime trade of the Land of Waves, trying to rule us through fear. That bridge is the only hope for the people of the Land of Waves. Only by building the bridge well can we break free from his control. Everyone pooled all their money, and it's only enough to pay for the minimum crank mission. I had no choice but to conceal it. Kakashi was silent for a moment, looked at the three members of Team 7, and took out his phone, saying, The game's adventure plot has been partially updated, and it concerns this mission to the Land of Waves. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura quickly took out their phones and opened the game. They saw the names Zabuza, Momochi, and Haku on the second chapter scroll, feeling somewhat shocked. Kakashi observed the different expressions of the three and said, If we continue the mission, it is very likely we will encounter Zabuza, Momochi, and Haku. You should have seen their strength in the duel arena, right? The three understood that Zabuza Momochi was a rank ninja in the game, on par with their teacher Kakashi, as well as Guy and Asuma, possessing formidable strength at the Jonin level. Haku is a rank ninja with the ice release Kekkai Genkai, and his strength should not be underestimated. Although Yamato had mentioned that a ninja's rank does not represent their true ability, merely the difficulty of acquisition, they did not believe this statement. The best choice now is to abandon this mission and return to Konoha. Kakashi spoke again, his voice sounding especially clear. Abandoning the mission and returning to Konoha. This was the most rational and in line with the ninja code. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, staring intensely at the cold face of Zabuza Momochi on his phone screen. Getting stronger. This was his only goal. Sakura's face turned pale as she recalled Zabuza and Haku. Sakura instinctively took a half step back, her fingers trembling slightly. The battles in reality can lead to death. She looked at Kakashi, her eyes filled with a pleading reliance and recognition. Teacher Kakashi is right, this is too dangerous. I hope, Naruto murmured, recalling Dazna's words. That bridge is the only hope for the people of the Land of Waves. He thought of himself, that person who was hated, rejected, and viewed as a demon fox by everyone. He had once been in the depths of despair, unable to see even a glimmer of light. It was the recognition from Iruka Sensei, the care from the third Hokage, and the bonds of Team 7. Little by little they ignited a spark called hope in his dark world. He understood better than anyone how utterly dark it would be when a person or even a nation has their last shred of hope extinguished. I oppose. Naruto stepped forward, standing in front of Dazna. Give up the mission. What a joke. Naruto pointed at Dazna, who was still weeping behind him, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Did you hear that? Uncle Dazna and the others pooled most of their money just to hire us for that little bit of hope. That bastard Kato is trampling the entire country underfoot. That bridge is their only hope for survival. Yes, the enemy is strong. Zabuza is a rank ninja and Haku is a brank ninja, I know. They are incredibly powerful in the game. But what does that matter? He waved his phone but then clenched it tightly. Just because the enemy is strong should we run away like cowards watching the people of the Land of Waves live in despair forever? Protecting the safety of our clients, safeguarding what is important to them. That is what we should do. What does the mission rank matter? What does it matter if the enemy is powerful? If we give up protecting those who need protection out of fear of danger, what kind of ninja are we? Dasna looked at Naruto shocked. Kakashi was silent for a moment, sighed, and his expression turned serious. I really can't do anything with you. The mission continues. I'll contact the village and have them send reinforcements. He looked at Team 7 and said, objective protect Dasna and ensure the bridge is completed. Steady yourselves. This is not a game. Remember, missions can be taken up again, but if a person dies, nothing is left. Dasna expressed his gratitude repeatedly and Naruto cheered. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Sakura also regained her composure. The team continued toward the Land of Waves in a heavy silence. As they passed through a dense forest, a pure white snow rabbit suddenly jumped out from the grass and stopped in the middle of the road. What a cute rabbit! Sakura's tension was somewhat alleviated. Naruto stared at the snow rabbit, feeling that something was not right but couldn't pinpoint it. Don't get distracted. Kakashi's deep voice sounded. They're here. A massive executioner's blade pointed straight at the center of the team where Dasna was. Get down! Kakashi shouted sharply, his body already turning into a blur. Clang! Oi! Kakashi had somehow blocked in front of Dasna, with kunai stopping the massive executioner's blade. Zabuza retreated to the riverbank. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura involuntarily exclaimed, Zabuza Momochi. I didn't expect a little genin from Konoha would know my name. Zabuza's voice sounded low and hoarse. Copy ninja Kakashi Hatake. I didn't expect to meet you here. No wonder the demon brothers failed. The Mist's demon Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi pulled back his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Sasuke next to him was somewhat surprised, wondering why Kakashi had a Sharingan. Zabuza's blade slowly lifted, precisely aimed at the trembling Dasna in the center of the team. A chilling, bone-piercing killing intent erupted suddenly. Boom! Zabuza's murderous aura swept over Team 7 like an invisible cold wave. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were paralyzed by the killing intent released by Zabuza. Kakashi shouted sternly while quickly forming hand seals. Spread out. Form a protective formation around Dasna. Kakashi's voice forcibly dispelled part of the fear that enveloped the three, and they immediately surrounded Dasna. Water-style hidden mist technique. Thick white mist instantly engulfed everything. Coldness. Zabuza's low hoarse voice drifted from all sides, shifting left and right. Throat. Spine. Lungs. Liver. Carotid artery. Subclavian artery. Kidneys. Heart. 8 mortal spots. Which one shall I choose? Remember your positions. Hold the formation. Kakashi's low command snapped. Thick fog churned the air, laced with bone-deep killing intent. Zabuza's ghostly voice pressed in from every direction. It's over. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 water clones, Zabuza's blades in hand, burst from the mist on left and right, their slashes crossing toward Kakashi. Humph, water clones. Kakashi's Sharingan discerned instantly. He formed seals at equal speed. Water clone technique. 2 identical Kakashis materialized in an instant, meeting the incoming water clones with precise timing. Splush, splush. Water sprayed as 4 silhouettes collapsed into mere puddles. In the instant, the wall of water obscured their vision. The true Zabuza, like a specter condensed from the fog, congealed behind Kakashi. Damn! Kakashi's Sharingan caught the afterimage, but his body could not fully evade. SSHK. A colossal spinning sphere of water formed from nothing, instantly swallowing Kakashi. He was locked fast, unable to move, staring through the water wall at Zabuza's silhouette in the mist. Kakashi sensei! Sakura cried out in a piercing scream. Water prison technique. Naruto and Sasuke shouted in alarm. You seem to know me well, Zabuza said as he released water clones. Next, it's your turn. Run. You're no match for him. Kakashi's voice came through the water with an urgency he had never shown. Take Mr. Dazuna and get out of here. Run. A deep voice rose thick with anger and unwillingness. Sasuke snapped his head up, the crimson Sharingan fixing unerringly on Zabuza's true form. Are you kidding me? Sasuke's voice trembled. That man. Uchiha Itachi. I haven't killed him yet. I can't die here. I must escape. In that desperate instant, Sasuke made a move that stunned everyone. He yanked from his pouch a small rectangular object glinting with metallic sheen. A cell phone. Zabuza was momentarily taken aback. What is that? Some new kind of scroll? Sasuke pointed the phone at the puddle formed by the earlier battle. I'm going to walk my own path. Don't get in my way. Transform. Sasuke snarled. The phone's screen erupted in a blinding white light that instantly shrouded him. What? Zabuza murmured in suspicion as his water clones halted. When the white light subsided, lightning gleamed in Sasuke's left palm, and a piercing cry of Chidori cut the air. Chidori. Sasuke howled, becoming a streak of blue electricity as he lunged at Zabuza's body with breathtaking speed. Humph, Sharingan brat. Interesting, Zabuza sneered coldly. Zabuza emitted a contemptuous snort. His executioner's blade sliced upward at a cunning angle. Not to block, but to precisely graze the inside of Sasuke's thrusting arm. The spine of the blade smashed into Sasuke's wrist. Crack. Sizzle. Ugh. Sasuke howled in pain as the Chidori dispersed. He was thrown backward by brutal force, lost his balance, and was flung across the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop, struggling but unable to rise. Sasuke! Sakura screamed. Sasuke! Naruto's pupils shrank as he watched the transformed Sasuke be toppled so effortlessly. By a single strike, a cold dread mixed with fury surging in him. Zabuza's water clone emitted a low, chilling laugh, hoisting the executioner's blade, and stepping toward Naruto, Sakura, and Izuna with measured menace. That meddlesome brat is dealt with. Now it's your turn. I cannot die here. In that extreme collision of despair and will to survive, a spark ignited in Naruto's mind. He thought of the game's duel shop. Mystery draw. 1000 duel points. No time to hesitate. Instinctively, Naruto snatched his phone from deep within his pouch. I stake all of Naruto Uzumaki's luck on this. Draw. Must win. The mystery grand prize. With eyes closed and a last-ditch prayer, Naruto slammed the draw button on the screen. Die. Zabuza's water clone swung the executioner's blade at Naruto. Clang. Naruto blocked the chop with a kunai in his right hand, while holding his phone in his left, angling the screen toward the blade's reflected light. No fake world. It's right before my eyes. Transform. Naruto roared as deep blue chakra burst forth, and suddenly a figure bearing a massive bandaged sword appeared where he stood. Naruto's clothes had changed. A black cloak embroidered with red clouds replaced his usual garb, and his Konoha headband had been swapped for the headband of a Kirigakure rogue. Samahata and this chakra. Impossible. Zabuza's voice for the first time trembled with incredulous suspicion. Plop. The water clone and its blade were struck hard by Samahata, instantly collapsing into a harmless spray that soaked the ground. But when the spray fell away and revealed the face of the sword-bearer, Zabuza froze. That was not Kisame at all. That's Kisame's outfit from the game. Sasuke, half raising himself with effort, activated his Sharingan and stared at Naruto. Nah. Naruto. Sakura covered her mouth, eyes fixed on him. It turned out Naruto had drawn a real-world Kisame 5-minute trial card. Wah! Wah! What a huge sword! Naruto couldn't contain his excitement and shouted aloud at the black cloak with red clouds, and the rogue Kirigakure headband made him look wildly out of place and oddly comical. Samahata and such enormous chakra. Zabuza's voice was full of stunned disbelief. This cannot be. How could you possess Kisame's blade and power? Kisame's gear. Sasuke looked at Naruto. The clothes and the sword left no room for doubt. But Naruto's appearance and temperament. What on earth had happened? Was it the phone again? Phew. Ha ha ha. I feel insanely powerful right now. Naruto tried swinging Samahata. The heavy blade roared through the air and nearly sent him stumbling. Whoa, so heavy. But it's incredible. He looked excitedly at the approaching water clone and shouted, Hey, you water clone. Witness my power. Trickery. Though Zabuza's water clone was astonished that Naruto's appearance remained unchanged yet, he wielded Kisame's gear, and chakra, its murderous intent, was undiminished as it lunged again with the executioner's blade. Humph! Let the water clone vanish. Naruto bellowed. This time he gripped Samehata's hilt, with both hands imitating Kisame's stance from the game, swinging the enormous blade in a wide arc, and bringing it down with all his might. It was no longer a hasty parry, but a full strike infused with massive chakra. Boom! Zabuza's water clone, along with the phantom of the decapitating blade, offered no significant resistance, and was instantly shattered, sending splashes of water everywhere as the chakra completely dissipated. So powerful. Sakura murmured, watching the violent scene. TSK. Sasuke's expression was complex. The power Naruto unleashed at this moment far exceeded his previous performance. Damn it! Zabuza was thoroughly enraged. His water clone was easily dealt with, and now there appeared a Naruto Uzumaki, wielding the weapon of Kisame, possessing chakra at Kisame's level yet behaving like a mere child. Next up is Kakashi Sensei. Naruto hoisted the Samahata and turned towards the massive water sphere trapping Kakashi. He struggled to recall the scene in the game where Kisame unleashed his jutsu. Water style. Water style. It seems like water explosion wave. Yes, that's it. His hands formed seals quickly, albeit somewhat awkwardly. This speed far surpassed his usual level. Water style water explosion wave. Boom. A torrential surge of water rushed towards the water sphere, imprisoning Kakashi, as well as Zabuza's body controlling the water prison beside it. Naruto's goal was clear: to break the water prison with the water explosion wave, force Zabuza back, and rescue Kakashi. However, the moment Naruto completed his hand seals, Zabuza sensed a deadly threat emanating from that concentrated. There was no need to resist. Humph, naive. Just as the water explosion wave was about to engulf Zabuza, it happened. Poof! Zabuza decisively released the hand seals, maintaining the water prison, unhesitatingly freeing Kakashi from. Simultaneously, Zabuza's body utilized the water surface he had already set up beneath his feet, executing an extremely strange and smooth side-skating body flicker, narrowly gliding along the edge of the waves. Oh no! The target is Kakashi-sensei's water prison. When Naruto unleashed the jutsu, he aimed at Zabuza, and the water prison behind him completely unprepared for Zabuza's decisive retreat. This sudden change caught Naruto off guard, and the already clumsy control of this massive jutsu instantly failed. Rumbling. The water prison, having lost its maintenance, was ruthlessly struck by the violent water explosion wave. It shattered like a bubble under a giant hammer, instantly tearing and distorting. Kakashi's body was swept away by the uncontrolled torrents of the water explosion wave, disappearing from sight. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura exclaimed anxiously. Zabuza laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, fool. Your power will only harm your comrades. Naruto, infuriated, retorted. Shut up, you bastard. I will take you down. Water-style shark bomb. Naruto forcibly drew upon the unstable massive chakra, within him angrily forming the hand seals. Several ferocious water sharks leapt out from the water. Yet Zabuza moved like a ghost, weaving effortlessly through the mist. All the water sharks missed their target, splashing water everywhere. Too slow. Too straightforward. Little brat, you have power but act like a headless fly. Zabuza's voice dripped with blatant contempt, echoing from behind Naruto. Before the words finished, the chakra borrowed from Naruto dissipated like a tide. The phantom of Samahata vanished. He reverted to his original state, his legs buckling, as he nearly collapsed, barely supporting himself on his knees while gasping for breath. Zabuza's figure flashed instantly, the decapitating blade swooshed down with a deathly whistle. Back to your true form. It's over, little brat. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Swish, swish, swish. Countless shurikens rained down upon Zabuza. Clang. Zabuza was forced to block and retreat, astonished and angry. Who? From within the mist, an elderly man carrying a kettle stepped forward, saying, A genin from Konoha Maruhoshi Kokiai. I am here to aid Team 7 on the orders of the 3rd Hokage. Ha ha ha, is there no one left in Konoha? An old genin has come. Zabuza mocked, looking at Maruhoshi Kokiai. Since you're here, then let's all die together. Zabuza stood on the river surface, preparing to form seals. He intended to end his enemies with the water-style water dragon bullet. Before Zabuza could finish the 44 seals for the water dragon bullet, he saw Maruhoshi Kokiai form 4 seals on the opposite side. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. A dragon of water far larger than a normal water dragon bullet instantly soared from the river's surface. What? For seals? Zabuza's sealing movements abruptly halted. His proud speed and complex seal style appeared clumsy and ridiculous in front of the opponent's extremely simplified yet exponentially powerful water style. He didn't even have time to complete the final seal, let alone defend or evade. Boom! The massive water dragon collided violently with Zabuza. Ugh! Zabuza was struck hard, losing grip of the decapitating blade, and was forcefully hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. The world seemed to fall silent in an instant. Sakura covered her mouth, her eyes wide. Is it over? Sasuke stared intently at the downed Zabuza, then looked incredulously at the seemingly unremarkable old man. This crank ninja from the game, still a genin, was ridiculously strong. Naruto panted, looking at the fallen Zabuza, then at Kokiai, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of unwillingness. He had exerted all his strength and accidentally harmed Kakashi-sensei, while this old man had only used one jutsu too. Kakashi walked over. It turned out the one trapped in the water prison earlier was a clone, and he had been searching for Zabuza's vulnerabilities to deliver a fatal blow, not expecting Naruto to transform into Kisame. Kakashi nodded slightly to Kokiai. Thank you for your assistance, Koki-sensei. It is my duty, Kokiai replied, still cautiously observing the surroundings. Just when everyone thought the battle was over and let their guard down slightly. Swish, 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 swish. Several thin shurikens precisely pierced the neck area of the downed Zabuza. Who? Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke instantly became alert. In the mist, a figure wearing a mist umbu mask radiating an icy demeanor silently emerged, standing atop a tree branch. Haku! Naruto shouted. Indeed, this masked figure and his form were just like Haku from the game. Haku felt surprised. Did Konoha know his information? He decided to stick to the original plan. I am a member of the Mist Assassination Unit. Haku's voice came through the mask, devoid of emotion. This man is a rogue ninja from the mist. My mission is to eliminate him. He has been confirmed dead now. Haku pointed to Zabuza, who was pierced by the shuriken. Kakashi quickly moved forward to check, probing Zabuza's carotid artery with his fingers. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, shaking his head at the tense members of Team 7 and Kokiai. Indeed, there is no pulse. The technique was very professional. It was a fatal wound. Haku's skill in using shurikens to create a false death was exceptionally high, fooling Kakashi, who was slightly dull due to his injury. Haku gracefully leaped down, approaching Zabuza's corpse. Then the mission is complete. I will take this body with me. Haku's voice remained icy as he bent down to prepare to take Zabuza away. Wait, you? Naruto wanted to inquire. Mingren wanted to press the matter, but a single look from Kakashi stopped him. Watching by casually hoist Zabuza's body and vanish into the thick mist, Mingren could do nothing but clench his fist in frustrated helplessness. The group returned to Dazina's house under a heavy pall. Kakashi, having overused his Xiaolunion and bearing earlier wounds, needed attention and care. Dazina's daughter Janemi hurriedly fetched a medical kit to tend Kakashi's injuries. Kakashi stared at the fog beyond the window, his brow tightly furrowed. Kakashi, teacher, what is it? Xiaoying noticed his unease and asked. Kakashi drew back his gaze, a shadow of doubt in his voice that appeared at a very convenient moment. And his technique was unervingly perfect. Perfect. Zhuozhu caught the word like a blade. Yes. Kakashi nodded. A single fatal strike, unerringly precise. It fits the Umbu standard to the letter. Moreover, he seemed utterly convinced Zabuza was dead. He would not let us inspect the body closely and took it away at once. Kakashi, teacher, are you suspecting? Xiaoying began, apprehension dawning on her. Indeed. Kakashi's voice sank low. I suspect Zabuza may not be dead. That Umbu action looked more like retrieving a comrade who still has value than disposing of the corpse of a rogue ninja. The placement of those chenben may be suspicious. At this, Mingren exploded. What? That fellow isn't dead. Then all that fighting was for nothing. That masked guy is a cheat. Damn him. Calm down, Mingren. Kakashi cut through Mingren's fury. This is only my suspicion. We have no, and even if Zabuza did not die, he could not regain full combat strength in a short time. This means the missions ahead will be far more dangerous. Kazuo's lackeys are not the real threat. Zabuza is a genuine menace. If he is still alive, he will come next time far better prepared. Silence settled in the room. The Dazina family wore the same worried expression. Kakashi's gaze swept over his three students and finally rested on Wanqing Gujia. Senior Gujia, it seems we must remain here a while longer. Until the bridge is repaired, we need to improve our strength. Especially those three. He nodded toward Mingren, Zhuozhu, and Xiaoying. Their practical combat experience is still too limited. Gujia understood and inclined his head. Indeed, their foundations are solid, but when faced with true masters, the gaps are obvious. We must not squander the coming days. At dawn the next morning, the sun burned off the fog. In Dazina's spacious backyard, Kakashi and Gujia gathered Mingren, Zhuozhu, and Xiaoying together. In a ninja's fight, chakra control and chakra nature transformation form the essential foundations. Kakashi produced several special strips of paper. These are chakra test strips. They will reveal which chakra nature you are most naturally attuned to. A ninja's innate chakra nature determines the efficiency and potency with which corresponding jutsu are learned. Knowing your own nature is the first step in choosing a path of practice. Kakashi handed the first strip to Zhuozhu. Inject chakra into the paper, he instructed. Zhuozhu poured chakra into the strip. The paper first puckered, then with a crisp sound the center blackened, and Kakashi, as if confirming a hunch, said, burning indicates fire. The wrinkling indicates lightning. Zhuozhu, you possess both fire and lightning chakra natures. A satisfied curve touched Zhuozhu's mouth. Next was Xiaoying. Her strip grew moist and limp, then shattered into fragments. Moisture is water, shattering is earth. Xiaoying, you are dual-natured in water and earth. Kakashi nodded, recalling Xiaoying's secret skill in the game, the mighty giant Xiaoying. You should also have a talent for genjutsu. Wanqing Gujia stroked his whiskers and added, water and earth combined with genjutsu potential suit my own style well, young lady. Water, earth, and genjutsu can complement one another. In the training ahead, I will guide you to cultivate those talents. Xiaoying's eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly. Yes. Senior Gujia, please teach me. Finally, it was Mingren's turn. Hurry, give it to me. Mingren grabbed the strip impatiently and poured in his chakra. With a sharp snap, the paper was cleanly severed into two neat halves. Wow. Amazing. What was that? Mingren stared at the split paper in wonder. Kakashi studied the clean cut and spoke with a serious look. That is wind. Mingren, your chakra nature is wind. Wind chakra is rare, famed for its cutting and piercing power. Its destructive force is formidable. Wind, is that really strong? Mingren swelled with pride at once. Ha, I knew I was powerful. Do not get carried away, you laggard. Zhuozhu snorted. Braggart. Zhuozhu, wanna fight? Mingren shot. Kakashi signaled them to be quiet and turned to Mingren. The village of Mui's most skilled wind release user is Yuanfei Asima. He then looked at the black-haired youth. Zhuozhu, do you remember the secret move from your game? You mean Qianyao? Zhuozhu's face brightened. This jutsu resembles Leiden's Raikiri. Could it be? Kakashi nodded. You used it in the game. I should have foreseen it. Yes, Qianyao is an rank Leidun jutsu I devised. I will instruct you in its cultivation. Zuozu's eyes flickered with excitement as he nodded. Kakashi teacher, that's unfair. Xiaoying and Zuozhu have teachers already. I want to learn powerful jutsu too. Mingren protested loudly. Kakashi looked at Mingren. Since your chakra is wind, when we return to I will contact Asima and arrange for him to guide your Fundun training. The prospect of training under Asima instantly energized Mingren. He grinned broadly. Great, I will become stronger. Xiaoying Senior Gujia will help you explore the potentials of water, earth, and genjutsu. Kakashi told Xiaoying. She replied with determination, I will work hard. Kakashi watched his 3 spirited students and felt a small swell of relief. Next we will practice exercises to improve chakra control. Gujia spoke at the right moment in his steady voice. Kakashi, shall we use that method? Yes. Kakashi nodded and pointed to the tall trees lining the yard. See those trees? Your training will be tree climbing. Climb a tree. Naruto and Sakura were both taken aback. Sasuke also frowned slightly, feeling that this was rather simplistic. Maru Hoshikoji smiled faintly, walking up to the tree and saying, don't underestimate it. Ordinary tree climbing uses hands and feet, but ninjas rely on chakra. He extended his foot, firmly stepping on the vertical trunk, then placed his other foot up. In the astonished gazes of Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, Koji walked up the trunk, as if he were walking on flat ground, reaching a sturdy branch. Did you see that? Kakashi explained from below the tree. By precisely gathering chakra at the soles of your feet, you create an adhesive force that allows you to stand and even walk vertically on the trunk. This is an excellent training method that can enhance your ability to control chakra. Koji added, in battle, being able to stand steadily on water surfaces, rock walls, or even on your enemies provides a significant advantage. Sounds easy. Watch me. Naruto was the first to leap forward, shouting. He jumped up and slapped his foot against the trunk. The result was a loud splash, as he fell flat on his backside. Last place? Sasuke mocked mercilessly, then walked over to another tree. He successfully walked a few steps on the trunk, but when he reached about 2 meters high, the surface of the trunk sank in, and Sasuke quickly adjusted his posture, landing his hands on the ground. The key lies in precisely and continuously concentrating chakra at the soles of your feet to form the adhesive force. Too little chakra will cause you to fall, while too much will damage the surface of the trunk. Kakashi provided guidance from the side. Sakura made an effort to lift her other foot, trying to take a small step upward. It was quite effortless, and soon she reached the top of the tree along the trunk. Sakura, well done. Your chakra control is the finest among them, Kakashi encouraged. Humph. Watch me. Naruto, unwilling to lose, got back up and charged toward the trunk again. Sasuke also calmed himself, feeling and controlling the flow of chakra at his feet. Deep in the forest away from the bridge, there was a hidden small cabin. The light was dim and the air was filled with the scent of damp earth and herbs. Zabuza Momochi suddenly inhaled sharply, his eyes snapping open to see Haku's handsome face filled with Haku. Zabuza's voice was hoarse. Where are we? Those people from Konoha. We are safe for now. I used the death-faking technique you taught me to deceive them. After Kakashi confirmed your death, I took the opportunity to bring you away from the battlefield while they were off guard. Fake death. Humph, that Sharingan, Kakashi. Zabuza recalled the details of the battle. Haku, something's not right. Very wrong. Haku paused her actions, saying seriously, did you feel it too, Mr. Zabuza? It's beyond just a feeling. Zabuza struggled to sit up and Haku quickly supported him. That yellow-haired brat, the one named Naruto. He transformed into Kisame. Kisame Hashigaki. That chakra along with the Samahata, and he's able to use Kisame's jutsu. This is not something a mere transformation technique can achieve. Zabuza's tone was filled with disbelief and deep trepidation. How did he do it? Even mimicking, and Kakashi and the others seemed to be fully aware of my abilities. Haku gently nodded, affirming Zabuza's suspicions. Yes, Mr. Zabuza. Naruto. He accurately called out my name. That's quite unusual. My bloodline limit and abilities rarely reveal themselves to others. It's as if they had read our intelligence in advance. The two fell into a brief silence. Intelligence. Zabuza gritted his teeth, saying, our intelligence has been leaked, and it's extremely core intelligence. The assassination squad of the Mist. Or is that bastard Kato trying to play both sides? He quickly dismissed the latter. No, Kato doesn't have the capability to know this much. Haku slowly spoke, saying, Mr. Zabuza, you mentioned Naruto transforming into Kisame. How did he transform? Did you see him forming hand seals? Or was he using something special? Zabuza frowned, trying to recall the chaotic battlefield. It seemed he was holding something. A glowing, small square. He gestured with his hand filled with uncertainty. A faint light flashing by, and then he transformed in. What kind of ninja tool could that be? I've never heard of it. Mr. Zabuza, I have a guess. A very bold guess. Haku seemed to be in thought. Speak. That glowing small square. Could it be the key? Haku's voice carried a hint of chill. It might not just be a transformation tool. Could it possess some ability to probe record or even relay the Konoha team knows about us, knows my name, and Naruto can transform into Kisame. These extraordinary pieces of information, could their source be that strange object? Is it the one that leaked our secrets? Zabuza's pupils dilated sharply. Haku's speculation, although bizarre, perfectly explained all the unreasonable aspects. An unknown mysterious ninja tool that could gather and perhaps transmit intelligence. This was more terrifying than internal leaks from the Mist Village or Kato's schemes, as it implied that the channels for intelligence leakage were entirely beyond their comprehension and defense. That glowing thing. Zabuza's voice was filled with murderous intent and unprecedented vigilance. We must find out exactly what it is. It's even more dangerous than the Sharingan. Rustle. Rustle. Outside, the unmistakable sound of footsteps could be heard along with rough conversations and the clattering of metal. Damn it, did that brat say he saw people running this way? Who cares, Lord Kato said. If they're alive, we need to see them. If they're dead, we need to see the corpses. Especially that masked brat. Lord Kato has been keeping an eye on him. Hee, I heard he looks. Haku's eyes instantly turned icy. He silently rose, pinching several shuriken gleaming with cold light between his fingers. Zabuza forcibly suppressed his pain, gripping the hilt of his beheading sword tightly, growling, Kato's lackeys. Looking for death. Haku did not look back but spoke in a disturbingly calm tone. Mr. Zabuza, please rest. They'll handle these small fry. It will be over soon. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Haku's body transformed into a blurred white shadow. Who goes there? Ah! Ugh! A few short piercing screams immediately sounded from outside, accompanied by the dull thud of heavy objects falling and terrified shouts. In less than a minute, Haku's figure reappeared inside the cabin, spotless, with only a hint of red staining the tips of his Haku wiped the blood away and put away the shuriken. The setting sun blazed like molten gold, bathing the border forests of the Land of Waves in a shimmering amber-hued glow. Naruto Uzumaki lay sprawled across the gnarled bough of a colossal tree. A breeze swept through the canopy, whispering softly among the leaves. Shadows trembled, and a slender white figure emerged, silent and seamless, raven-black hair cascading down her back, features delicate and serene, a medicinal herb basket slung over one shoulder. White gazed upward at the golden-haired boy lying utterly unguarded upon the branch. With a light tap against the trunk, she alighted beside him, deliberately making just enough noise to stir him. Sasuke, stop bothering me, Naruto murmured, blinking awake. His blurred vision sharpening upon a face both unfamiliar and strangely deeply familiar. He nearly tumbled headlong from the branch. Whoa, your sister? White paused, faintly startled, but offered no correction. Sleeping outdoors is unwise, especially for a shinobi. She shifted slightly aside, gesturing wordlessly for him to descend. Naruto scrambled down, limbs flailing, cheeks flushed as he scratched his tousled hair, still stealing glances at her, unable to shake the uncanny resemblance. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. What's your name, sister? He asked, standing firm and shouting without hesitation. White, the youth replied simply, then bent once more to gather herbs. White. Naruto rolled the name over his tongue. Frantically rummaging through his ninja pouch, he yanked out a chipped, paint-scarred mobile phone. Wait. Look at this, he urged, jabbing the screen to life with urgent fingers. White's gaze locked onto the strange, luminous, sound-emitting tablet, a tool unlike any shinobi artifact he had ever seen. His curiosity kindled at once. Here, see for yourself. Naruto pivoted the device toward White. The screen froze on the ninja encyclopedia page. Centered there stood a portrait, an uncanny mirror of the youth before him, 9/10 identical in every line and contour. Beneath it, read White, rank B. White's pupils contracted sharply. He stared transfixed at himself, glowing on the screen, his fingertips brushing the glass unconsciously. His bloodline limit techniques. Ice release, ice spears of Swallow's secret technique, 1,000 flying water needles secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals, were listed there verbatim upon the luminous interface. At that very moment, the screen flickered, and a pop-up appeared. New adventure chapter updated. Team 7 in the Land of Waves, ending unlocked. View now. Yes, no. It updated. Naruto cried, elated, and tapped yes without hesitation. Perfect. It's the Land of Waves arc. Kakashi Sensei, Sasuke Sakurami, and that masked guy. Naruto suddenly choked mid-sentence, his voice faltering as guilt flickered across his face. He stole a furtive glance at the real White standing quietly beside him. White remained silent, his eyes riveted to the screen. The display flashed Bridge Battlefield. Naruto erupted with Nine Tails chakra and shattered White's demonic mirroring ice crystals with a single thunderous punch. The scene cut. Kakashi's lightning cutter blazed with searing white-hot lightning, surging towards Zabuza, pinned by tracking hounds. In the next instant, the game's White lunged forward like a moth drawn to flame, arms flung wide, shielding Zabuza from the annihilating bolt. Thwip! Blood sprayed crimson. A close-up froze on White's profile as he fell. His lips curved in an eerie, tranquil smile. The wind seemed to hold its breath. White stood frozen. Herbs slipping from his grasp, thudding softly onto the earth. His fingertips turned icy. A chilling dread seeped from that digital death straight into his marrow. Instinctively, he pressed a hand to his own warm chest. The place where, in that future, the lightning would pierce clean through. This, Naruto's throat tightened, crushed beneath an overwhelming wave of surreal dissonance. He glanced from the White bleeding on the screen, to the living, breathing White beside him whom he'd mistaken for a sister. This very person, who had woken him, who had kept him from falling, was destined in the script of fate to die so brutally, at the hands of his own teacher. I'm sorry. I had no idea this would happen. Naruto's voice trembled. White drew a slow, deep breath, and bent low gently. He retrieved the fallen moon-viewing orchid, brushing dust from its petals with infinite tenderness. When he lifted his gaze again, the storm raging within his clear eyes had stilled, settling into a calm so profound it verged on compassion. There is no need to apologize, Naruto-kun. His voice was soft yet crystalline with certainty. This is not your fault, nor Kakashi-sensei's. White looked again at the screen. At the himself fallen in blood, and beyond at Zabuza's final battle, a sacrifice wrought in fire and fidelity paid with his very life. I am only. White paused, then continued, more clearly seeing the path home for White, along another rushing river of time. A faint smile touched White's lips, mirroring the one on the screen. If such a price must be paid to protect Zabuza, then White's choice remains unchanged, across all worlds. The sunset pierced through layered foliage, gilding White as he regarded Naruto, the prophesied child who would one day illuminate the shinobi world, to protect what matters most. White spoke softly, his gaze drifting to the phone clenched tightly in Naruto's hand. Whether it be ambition dreams, or this small device for telling a future forged in battle and unbreakable bonds. Naruto froze. Every ounce of guilt and shock dissolving before those words. Protect comrades, protect the village, protect one's shinobi way. That is true power. Naruto jerked his head up, voice ringing. You're absolutely right, White. But beside him, only a whisper of wind lingered and the faint sweet scent of crushed herbs. White had vanished, as if he had never been there at all. Naruto stood clutching the phone. That White lay motionless on the bridge, and the real White, now knowing his fate, had walked away into the unknown, just as he raised the phone to stow it. Naruto! Sakura burst from the underbrush, voice raw with tears, pink hair flying. Idiot! Where did you go? That game, that story, it terrified me. Sasuke followed closely, leaning against a nearby trunk, arms crossed, eyes fixed intently on Naruto, and on the phone in his hand. Yo! A voice drifted down from higher branches. Kakashi Hatake sat perched there silent for a beat, then leapt down lightly, landing before Naruto. One hand settled firmly, gently upon Naruto's trembling shoulder. Last to arrive was Gunma Hayate, walking with a slight weary limp. His clouded gaze swept over Naruto, then over the phone screen, and finally rested on Kakashi's hand resting upon Naruto's shoulder. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Sakura, Grandpa Gunma. Naruto stared at his friends gathered before him, and his nose stung fiercely. He knew. They'd all seen the updated story. Stories remain stories, Naruto. Kakashi's hand pressed down just slightly on Naruto's shoulder, but carrying that story forward, while still breathing, still choosing, still living. That is the heaviest burden of all. Deep within the forest, the campfire crackled. Zabuza sat cross-legged, his face flickering between light and shadow in the fire's glow. I recounted the strange occurrences in the woods. Naruto Uzumaki, that peculiar ninja tool called cell phone, and the cruel future it showcased. Rehearsing fate. Boring. Zabuza snorted coldly, yet the back of his hand, gripping the executioner's blade, was slightly veined. Bei's fate of blocking the blade pierced his heart like a venomous thorn. It was not for the possibility of his own death, but for Bei's unwavering sacrifice. Kato's mission, and I have no interest in playing someone else's script. Zabuza stood up abruptly. In such a hurry to leave, Mr. Zabuza by Xiao Gu. A voice unexpectedly echoed. Zabuza grasped the executioner's blade, while Bei's ice needles formed. Someone was approaching silently. A young man in a dark bathrobe emerged from the shadows, a gentle smile on his handsome face, holding a glowing tablet. Who? Zabuza inquired. I am Natsume, the owner of the Natsume cell phone store in the Land of Fire. I happened to pass by, and overheard an interesting topic about the future. Natsume shook the phone in his hand and said, Let's be friends. A small gift. 2 brand new shiny cell phones were accurately tossed to the two. Zabuza instinctively caught one, and Bai also caught it steadily. It contains the mobile game of Hokage. Aren't you going to take a look? Natsume said. Zabuza stared at Natsume, then lowered his head to look at the phone. After a moment he coldly snorted and sat back down. Bai sat silently beside him. The two almost simultaneously clicked on the icon. After the startup animation, the first thing that appeared was not the expected version of themselves, but a catastrophic disaster. The Nine-Tails fox rampaged through Konoha flames soaring into the sky. Is this the little brat? Zaibujan squinted, watching the image of baby Naruto crying loudly on the screen. The corpses spoke as they entered the game. Mizuki entered the game. They watched Naruto's mischief, how he was isolated, how he took risks to steal the sealing book, and how he accidentally learned the forbidden technique Shadow Clone Jutsu. Then there were Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, 3 graduates with distinct personalities thrown to that lazy jonin who spent all day hugging the warm paradise. Kakashi Hatake. The survival exercise to grab the bell, the preaching about teamwork and companionship. Boring little brat growth story. Zaibujan scoffed, yet his gaze remained glued to the screen. He saw Naruto go from being the demon fox despised by everyone to clumsily striving for acceptance, saw the indifference and pride of that Uchiha brat, and also glimpsed the fleeting brilliance of Kakashi's Sharingan. A feeling that was hard to describe named bond quietly sprouted within this storyline. Target the land of waves. A familiar mission. Dasna, Kato, and themselves. The confrontation on the bridge. Bei's magic mirror ice crystal. Kakashi's Sharingan. Naruto's explosive Nine-Tails chakra shattering the ice mirror. Then came the unavoidable scene, followed by Zaibuzan's final madness and downfall for Bai and for that sliver of unextinguished pride. Humph! Even having foreseen it, witnessing this materialized future still sent a surge of turmoil, especially when seeing himself holding Bai dying amidst the falling pure snow. An indescribable feeling surged with, "How do you feel, Mr. Zaibujan?" Natsume's voice broke the silence. "Is this little phone to your liking?" Zaibujan suddenly looked up, his eyes locking onto Natsume. After a pause, he squeezed out a low voice from between his teeth. "This thing can overturn the ninja world." He sensed the terrifying power contained in this phone information data and even the script of the future. "This is scarier than any ninjutsu. Overturn the ninja world." Natsume raised an eyebrow. "A nice evaluation. So what is your dream, holding something that can overturn the ninja world? To be a wandering hired ninja? Or is there somewhere you want to return to more? For example, that blood mist village. The land of water. Kurigakure. That was the starting point of his defection, the root of all his suffering, and the place he once vowed to smash and rebuild." "What do you mean?" Zaibujan asked hoarsely. "It means that the blood mist village is no more. Just recently a coup took down the 4th Mizukage who caused countless tragedies. Kagura Yagura. Now the Kirigakure is gasping for breath, waiting for a new life." Natsume replied, putting away his smile. "What?" Zaibujan was struck like lightning, suddenly standing up. This news shook him more than the future in the phone. That nightmare enveloped in blood mist has ended. That Mizukage has been taken down. Bai also looked at Natsume in shock. Natsume looked at the emotionally stirred Zaibujan and said, "So would you like to realize your dream in a different way? Or shall we say make a new contribution to your hometown? Speak. Collaboration." Natsume succinctly said, "My phone store needs to expand. The land of water Kirigakure is a prime opportunity. I need someone who is ruthless, substantial, and better understands the place to help me open a branch and sell this." Natsume pointed at the phone. "Let me go sell this." Zaibuzan's expression instantly changed. This was a far cry from his imagined change. "Don't underestimate it." Natsume shook the phone. "What will happen when information data, and even the script of the future circulate through these phones in Kirigakure? Think about it." He added meaningfully, "Those who control exclusive channels naturally possess power. Isn't that more capable of changing your hometown than wielding an executioner's blade and killing your way back? And more dignified?" The air solidified. The crackling campfire reflected Zaibuzan's ever-changing face. Bai stood quietly, the news of the tumultuous changes in Kirigakure echoing in his mind, returning in a way he had never considered. After a long while, Zaibujan slowly exhaled, glancing at the phone in his hand that could stir up the storm, then at the serene Bai beside him, finally fixing his gaze on Natsume's face. "Deal." Zaibuzan's voice was firm. "I will take over the cell phone store in Kirigakure." The executioner's blade was forcefully plunged into the ground, declaring the new identity of the demon of the mist. Zaibujan shopkeeper officially online. Natsume smiled brightly. "Great. A happy collaboration, shopkeeper Zaibujan. And Bai, secretary Bai." Bai nodded slightly. "So what should I do next?" Zaibujan asked. Natsume pulled out a map and said, "First select a good store location in a key area. I will arrange for the renovation and goods. You mainly need to connect with the local network, letting the ninjas understand the uses and benefits of the cell phone." Zaibujan looked at the map, frowning. Although he had a reputation in Kirigakure after years of defection, there were very few people he could rely on. The current situation in Kirigakure is complex. The network is hard to break through, Zaibujan said solemnly. Natsume, however, confidently replied, "That's the beauty of the phone. Let the ninjas experience the Hokage Mobile Game first. Once they are hooked, they will naturally seek you out, and you won't have to worry about breaking the ice." Zai Bujan, and by exchanged glances feeling this method was feasible. The broken bridge. The day of battle. Sea wind carried the briny tang of salt. Team 7 stood poised and vigilant. Well, little brats from Konoha and that useless instructor, said Kato, wiping his greasy forehead with a handkerchief as he swaggered forward with a retinue of thugs, his face twisted into a revolting smirk. Hey, bald fatso, where are Zabuza, Momochi, and Haku? Aren't they working for you? Naruto frowned sharply. Zabuza Momochi. That incompetent rogue ninja, and that masked subordinate of his. Two failures. Inept and insolent enough to haggle with me. So I dispatched my most elite men to dispose of them. By now their corpses must be stone cold. Ha ha ha. Kato roared with manic laughter, his thugs echoed him with coarse mocking guffaws. What? Naruto recoiled as if struck by lightning. He whirled toward Kakashi, then toward Sasuke and Sakura. Their faces mirrored his own stunned disbelief. Though they knew Zabuza and Haku were enemies, could such trash as Kato truly have slain them in treachery? Especially Haku, the quiet one who spoke so calmly of protection in the forest. Impossible. Sakura paled. Sasuke stared unblinking at Kato, searching his words for truth. Kakashi remained inscrutable, lost in thought. You despicable merchant scum. Naruto exploded, fists clenched, ready to charge recklessly. When suddenly, sure three. A sonic tear ripped through the air. A shadow streaked down like a falling meteor, radiating lethal intent. Boom! It struck with surgical precision, between Kato and his thugs. Guh! Screams and the sickening crunch of shattering bone erupted together. Several of Kato's thugs were instantly pulped into crimson paste. Blood and viscera splattered across Kato's face and robes. As dust began to settle, a massive executioner's blade was embedded deep into the bridge's surface, and a towering figure emerged step by deliberate step from the haze. His gaze locked unflinchingly onto Kato, who had collapsed trembling and utterly broken with terror. Kato, your men sent to collect the bodies. Their corpses are indeed cold. GG ghost. Kato shrieked, urinating himself as he scrambled backward on all fours, snot and tears streaming down his face. Mercy. Zabuza-sama. Money. I'll give you all the money. Please. Too noisy. Zabuza's expression remained impassive. His wrist snapped violently around the hilt of his blade. Schlai eyes. A crimson arc slashed across the air. Kato's fleshy head soared high, trailing, his headless body crumpled. Blood gushed forth, staining the bridge crimson. Clean. Swift. Ruthless. In mere heartbeats, the arrogant Kato, and every one of his men, had been annihilated. Zabuza flicked blood from his blade, not even glancing at the corpses. Slowly he raised his eyes, surveying Team 7's stunned faces, before fixing his gaze upon Kakashi. That look held layers, lingering, killing intent, the weight of fate, and something more elusive. A faint, unsettling detachment, as though glimpsing a script already written. Zabuza spoke no taunt, issued no declaration of war. He simply hoisted his executioner's blade onto his shoulder and turned, preparing to walk away from this bridge where his script had ordained his death. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the sea's salt and the heavy copper scent of blood. On one side of the bridge, Haku appeared beside Zabuza. Masked and silent, he followed half a step behind Zabuza, perfectly aligned, perfectly still. Together they walked, forward and back, treading over Kato's blood, under the complex, unblinking gazes of Team 7, until their silhouettes dissolved into the mist-shrouded horizon of Wave Country. Only the iron-rich stench of blood and a tomb-like silence remained on the bridge. Naruto stared blankly toward the place where Zabuza and Haku had vanished. Sasuke gave a sharp, dismissive snort, his eyes still smoldering with residual shock. Sakura pressed a hand to her mouth, her face still drained of color. Kakashi silently lowered his forehead protector, concealing his Sharingan. He gazed at Kato's headless corpse, then out toward the vanishing mist, pausing long before murmuring softly, "The mission is over." He paused, then added, "In a way none of us foresaw. We won." Naruto blinked dazedly, as if waking from a dream. "Dope. Our enemies wiped themselves out. Of course it counts as victory." Sasuke scoffed. Sakura exhaled deeply, her knees buckling slightly. "Thank goodness. Everyone's safe. Our saviors from Konoha." Tazuna's voice trembled with emotion and tears, as he stumbled forward, supported by his young apprentices. Behind him came Gemma, Shiranui, pipe clenched between his teeth, squinting thoughtfully toward the direction where the mist shinobi had disappeared. Following them was a vast crowd of Wave Country civilians. Men, women, elders, children. All wearing expressions of profound relief and gratitude. Kato is truly dead." Tazuna rushed forward, fell to his knees before Kato's corpse and burst into tears, then dropped into a full prostration before Team 7. Thank you. Thank you. You've saved Wave Country. You've saved us all. Grandfather, please rise." Naruto gasped, rushing to help him up. Sakura hurried forward to support him too. "Yes, Mr. Tazuna." It's what we were meant to do. Sasuke stood apart, arms crossed, visibly uncomfortable with the display. Kakashi lowered his forehead protector, smiling faintly. Well, mission accomplished. Saviors. A burly man in the crowd raised his fist high. This bridge. It's your hope. It's your triumph over Kado. We decree it shall bear the name of our savior. The Naruto Bridge. Naruto Bridge. Yes. Let it be the Naruto Bridge. Cheers erupted. Wild, fervent, unanimous. Naruto froze, pointing dumbfounded at himself. Ihei. My name. This bridge. He glanced at the cheering crowd, then at his friends. And broke into a wide, goofy, radiant grin. Humph. Just luck, dead last. Sasuke turned his head. But the corner of his mouth seemed to lift just slightly. Naruto. Sakura beamed with genuine joy. Kakashi lazily ruffled Naruto's spiky hair. Good work, Naruto Bridge. Naruto Bridge. The chant swelled, echoing across the boundless sea. We're finally home. Naruto drew a deep breath. Feels like I could climb 100 trees right now. Idiot. Your mission report isn't written yet. Sasuke doused him with cold reality. Ah, the report. Naruto deflated instantly. Sakura stifled a giggle. Kakashi-sensei, this time the report. Kakashi pulled his ever-present copy of Ika Paradise from his vest and said, Naruto handles the main narrative. Sasuke and Sakura fill in the details. Submit it to my desk by noon tomorrow. Without waiting for Naruto's wail, he vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving only white vapor behind. Gama Shiranui lingered last, smoking slowly. He watched the three young shinobi banter and fade into the distance, then glanced back once more toward Wave Country. His calloused fingers absently rubbed the hard, smooth edge of something inside his weapon pouch. A brand new smartphone, its screen gleaming in the dying light. Genma exhaled a long, slow smoke ring, watching it curl and dissolve in the amber glow of sunset. In Konoha village, on the bustling commercial street, the Summer Eye mobile phone store was teeming with people. The ninjas of Konoha seemed to have grown accustomed to this novel gadget, with nearly everyone owning a mobile phone, including even the lower-ranked ninjas. Boss, I want the latest dynamic wallpaper. Do you have any more power banks? The one I bought last time got broken by Dingji. Hey, did you see that? My rank has already reached the lower ninja level. Rank matches in the ninja world are tougher with no safety net, and there are multiple matches between ranks. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno squeezed into the store like they were familiar with the place. Yo, Red Sensei, Asuma Sensei. Naruto's keen eyes immediately spotted Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi in another corner of the store. Accompanying them were their students. Team 8's Hinata Shino and Kiba, with Akamaru curiously sniffing Kiba's head, as well as Team 10's Shikamaru Choji and Ino. Great, Naruto and the others are back safely. Hinata murmured, her face slightly flushed. Here comes the troublesome guy, Shikamaru sighed lazily. Naruto, you're back from your mission. Was it fun in the land of waves? Ino asked enthusiastically. Woof. Akamaru barked in response. Haha, of course. Naruto perked up, instantly squeezing in front of Asuma, and Kurenai pointing at himself with his thumb. Let me tell you, the mission in the land of waves was super exciting, especially the final battle on the bridge. Did you see the update in the mobile game about the final chapter of the Land of Waves story? It was so cool. That was us, Team 7. Asuma, with a cigarette in his mouth, watched Naruto's proud demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, teasing. I saw it, Kakashi's Raikiri, and that time you got trapped by Haku's demonic mirroring ice crystals. Ah, that doesn't count. Naruto exploded in anger but quickly became proud again. But in the end I broke out. I shattered that mirror with one punch. Cool, right? And there's more. Alright, we get it, you're impressive. Kurenai interrupted Naruto's boasting, smiling as she turned to Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke and Sakura, you both worked hard too. Sasuke coolly replied with an while Sakura politely responded, Thank you, Kurenai Sensei. At that moment Shikamaru squinted his lazy eyes and casually asked, Hey Naruto, in the game both Zabuza and Haku ended up dead. Did that happen this time too? As soon as these words were spoken the store fell silent for a moment. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and Kiba with Akamaru perked up their ears. Kurenai and Asuma also cast curious glances. Everyone had seen the game's story, and that tragic ending left a deep impression. Naruto's expression stiffened for a moment, then he scratched his head and lowered his voice. More or less. But it wasn't exactly the same. He looked at Sasuke and Sakura and both nodded. That bastard Kado really wanted to kill Zabuza, and Haku boasting that he had taken them down. Naruto's face twisted in anger as he mentioned Kado. But what happened? Zabuza suddenly dropped from the sky. Boom. He smashed Kado and his subordinates with that big sword. He beheaded that fat guy with one strike. Naruto gestured wildly, as if he was back at the bridge. And then, what about Haku? Ino pressed. Haku. He just suddenly appeared following Zabuza, acting like nothing happened, Sakura added. Then they just left without fighting us. They didn't die. Asuma nearly dropped his cigarette, quickly pinching it with his hand. Zabuza Momochi, and that ice user Haku didn't die. Did Kakashi not intervene? That's right. Naruto nodded vigorously. Kakashi-sensei was also stunned for a moment. Zabuza glanced at us, then carried his sword and walked into the mist with Haku without looking back. That's completely different from the game. This news was shocking. The Zabuza and Haku who were destined to die in the script actually survived. They even personally took down their employer Kato. The storyline took a ridiculous turn. How is that possible? Asuma muttered the preordained plot had been entirely altered. Asuma instinctively looked at Naruto, his expression becoming complex. Just then Naruto seemed to remember something, slapped his forehead, and excitedly shouted at Asuma, "Ah, that's right. Asuma-sensei. Kakashi-sensei said he wants you to be my teacher." Me? Asuma was taken aback, pointing at himself. Teach you what? Chakra attributes. Naruto's eyes lit up eagerly, looking at Asuma. Kakashi-sensei said, I have wind attributes just like you. He said you are one of the most powerful wind-style ninjas in Konoha, and I should learn to control wind-attributed chakra from you. Wind attributes. Asuma looked at this noisy kid. Naruto Uzumaki, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, actually shared the rare wind chakra just like him. And Kakashi actually recommended him to teach. This information was quite substantial. The store fell silent again. Everyone's gaze focused on Asuma and the eagerly anticipating Naruto. Wind attributes. Asuma stroked his chin. Naruto, wind is not easy to handle. It can be quite challenging, you know? I'm not afraid. Naruto instantly puffed out his chest, fists clenched. Asuma-sensei, please help me. As long as I can get stronger, I will learn no matter how hard it is. All right, let's find a time to meet at the training ground, Asuma said seriously. Let me see just how much potential this wind of yours really has. Yay, that's awesome. Naruto jumped up excitedly. Sasuke snorted softly, but there was a hint of unnoticeable interest in his eyes. Sakura happily applauded for Naruto, saying, Go for it, Naruto. Shikamaru sighed lazily at the scene. Here we go again with the troublesome things. Natsume smiled behind the counter, watching everything unfold. The winds of Konoha seemed to have begun to shift quietly because of some small mobile phones. Hey boss. Sasuke finally spoke, looking at Natsume. When will your store come up with a new version of me? The store fell silent for a moment. Everyone knew what Sasuke was referring to. A new ninja form that was stronger and could better showcase his Uchiha powers. Natsume turned around and said, Oh, Sasuke is interested in a new form. I need to become stronger. The current me is not enough. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Exactly. Naruto squeezed in front of Natsume, his face full of indignation and anger. Natsumini, you have to give me a new one that looks cool. Especially a really cool one. Those brats outside actually called me Poop Naruto. Naruto waved his fists, his face turning crimson. Pfft. Ino was the first to burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth. Sakura face-bombed and Hinata's face turned even redder. Even the usually laid-back Shikamaru couldn't help but smirk. That title of yours is quite unique. Hey, Shikamaru, even you. Naruto was practically ready to jump up and down. A new form. Shamu drawled his gaze, sweeping over Suiju and Mingren. Suiju seeks greater power, Mingren longs for a more handsome image. Understandable. Shamu paused, then continued. It is not only the two of you. The path of strength has never been reserved for any single group. His eyes scanned everyone in the shop, including Asima and Hong. In this ninja world, any shinobi, so long as their strength is sufficient, may break through their own limits. Just like Zai Bujan and Bai you met in Boiji country. Zai Bujan and Bai. Mingren, Suiju, and Xiaoying asked in unison. Indeed, Shamu nodded. What you witnessed in them was the shedding of old shackles. By their own will and strength, struggling at the brink of life and death, they achieved rebirth and evolution. They are no longer the same. Wow, even those kinds of people can have new forms. Woof. Any ninja. Doesn't that mean? When will I ever have a new me? Mingren cried impatiently. Shamu smiled without answering directly, and instead offered another piece of news. The Hokage Mobile Game is about to receive a major update. This update will completely overhaul the existing ranking system. Rank A will no longer be the apex. What? Rank A is not the highest. Suiju's fist clenched instinctively. An entirely new, unprecedented form of gameplay will arrive. It will break down the barriers between villages. Shamu continued to disclose the news. A faint, almost imperceptible spatial ripple passed through the shop. Chiwon's ears pricked up at once, and he barked warily, woof. At the same time, Zaima's expression grew distant, as if he were listening to a sound only he could hear. Oh, the timing is perfect, Shamu murmured, then faced everyone in the shop and announced. It seems the breaking of village barriers I mentioned is not merely a future prospect. At this very moment the first branch of our Shemu mobile shop has officially opened in the distant Wuyin village. Wuyin village. A branch? Wuyin. Is it with Zai Bujan and them? Asima nearly dropped the pipe clenched between his teeth. Hong furrowed her brow and spoke gravely. Opening a shop in the blood mist. Manager Shemu, this is far too risky. Indeed, Shemu confirmed their suspicion. It is precisely the result of close cooperation with Zai Bujan and Bai. Our branch will become a bridge connecting Mai and Wuyin. Shemu deliberately emphasized the words, trust and bridge. At that moment a clear system chime sounded in Zaimus' mind. Ding. Congratulations host on successfully opening your first branch Wuyin village. Milestone achievement unlocked. Reward issued branch core facility. Spatial teleportation array bidirectional. Function description: the teleportation array is installed in the core areas of the main shop Mai and the branch Wuyin. It can perform instant transfers of personnel requiring authorization and payment of corresponding network fees, chakra, and items requiring payment of delivery fees. Security protocols have been loaded. Unauthorized parties cannot activate or interfere with the transfer. Reward issued Aoi Wushuang ultimate secret unparalleled maximum stackable ultimate ninjas increased to 50. Xiaomu understood at once. This was nothing short of a divine technique. He lightly tapped the counter beside him. A barely perceptible ribbon of pale blue light flashed across the floor beneath the counter, and in an instant completed the link with the core formation of the Wuyin branch. To celebrate this historic first step, and to fulfill the promise of breaking down barriers, Xiaomu raised his voice and released even more explosive news. Our shop has been specially endowed with a new technology. A spatial teleportation array. A teleportation array? Teleport? Can it whisk us to Wuyin village in an instant? Can we see Bai and Zai Bujan? My goodness! People and objects can be sent directly. How can that be? Asima drew a deep breath and asked gravely, Manager Shemu, are you certain? Spatial teleportation. That technology. In theory, yes, Shemu replied. A stable spatial conduit has been established between the main shop and the Wuyin branch. Of course, activation and use require specific authorization and some operational costs. He did not state chakra or network fees outright, but the meaning was clear. This will be a new avenue connecting the two villages, fostering exchange and understanding. Perhaps you will soon be able to visit the Wuyin branch in person. I want to go. Brother Shemu, let me try. Take me to Wuyin village right now. Mingren stared at the spot beneath the counter where the blue light had flashed, excitement bursting from him. You laggard. Don't be reckless. Zhuozhu suppressed his impulse and grabbed the nearly rushing Mingren, his tone sharp with warning. Figure out the situation. No. Asima removed his pipe, his face unusually grave. The situation in Wuyin village is uncertain, especially concerning the two former rogue ninjas Zai Bujan and Bai. Mingren, Zhuozhu, you are important lower-ranked shinobi of the village and cannot be so reckless. If you go, you must be accompanied by me. Asima looked to Shemu. Manager Shemu, we need a more detailed explanation of the teleportation array's operation and safety assurances. Moreover, I must ensure the safety of those two, he added. Shemu nodded in understanding and said, Asima's concerns are entirely reasonable. The teleportation array's security protocols have already been activated. Unauthorized use is impossible. As for the safety of the Wuyin branch, he offered a confident smile. Zai Bujan and Bai and the forces they now represent will ensure the branch can establish itself in Wuyin. Besides, this transfer is primarily to deliver an urgently needed shipment of new mobile phones to ensure the branch can open and operate smoothly. It will not take long. Shemu paused, looking at Mingren, Zhuozhu, and Asima. Since Asima is willing to accompany and supervise Mingren and Zhuozhu, you will act as apprentice clerks. Come with me to the Wuyin branch to deliver the goods and incidentally conduct a field inspection. How about it? Hong and the others will remain here for now. Hooray! Mingren cheered, immediately freeing himself from Zhuozhu's grasp and punching the air with exhilaration. Zhuozhu nodded slightly. Humph, exactly what I wanted. Asima sighed and said, Very well. Hong, I'll leave the shop in your care. Shiri Hong nodded, worry still in her eyes. Be sure to be careful. Mingren, Zhuozhu, teacher Asima, please return safely. Others echoed similar admonitions. Shemu moved behind the counter and crouched down as if to operate some. A moment later, a complex circular formation, roughly 2 meters in diameter, lit up on the floor before the counter, emitting a soft blue glow. Subtle spatial ripples emanated from it. Step into the formation, Shemu instructed, and at the same time hauled out several sealed crates from behind the counter, each stamped with the Shemu Mobile Shop logo. As the blue light dissipated, the damp air, tinged with a faint salty and rusty scent, enveloped Naruto and his companions. The scene before them starkly contrasted with the bright and warm Konoha mobile store. The hidden mist village Natsume mobile branch, unlike the bright and warm main store in Konoha, had a slightly dim atmosphere infused with the characteristic humidity of the land of water. The shop's decor style also incorporated elements of the hidden mist, dominated by deep blue and gray-black tones, with faint patterns resembling flowing water on the walls. Wow, we really made it. Naruto exclaimed, first curiously surveying the uniquely styled shop. Welcome to the hidden mist branch, Lord Natsume, and everyone from Konoha. A gentle voice echoed, carrying a familiar warmth. I emerged from behind the counter dressed in a deep blue kimono, with a simple apron, featuring the Natsume Mobile Store logo over it. His long hair was tied back and he wore a serene smile on his face. Brother, bye! Naruto shouted in delight. You guys really opened a store here? That's amazing! Humph, still the same noisy brat. A voice filled with impatience came from the shadows behind the counter. Scanning Naruto, Sasuke, and Asuma, it finally settled on Natsume, giving a slight nod as a greeting. Have the items arrived? Natsume greeted with a smile, pointing to the cargo boxes on the ground. This is the first batch of emergency restock phones. Yes, thanks to Lord Natsume's trust and assistance. I responded with a smile, then politely nodded to Sasuke and Asuma. Sasuke-kun, Asuma-sensei, thank you for your hard work on the way here. Rest assured this place is safe. Asuma slightly relaxed his grip on Fion, but his gaze remained scrutinizing on Zabuza, and by as he solemnly stated, I hope so. Natsume's trust does not equate to Konoha's trust. Zabuza snorted coldly, not refuting his gaze fixated on Asuma. Natsume broke the silence, directing Naruto and Sasuke. Alright, apprentice staff, don't just stand there looking. I bring the goods down, and place them in the designated area over there. Please check the inventory. Yes, Lord Natsume, responded promptly. Oh, leave it to us. Naruto immediately joined Sasuke, moving the large boxes from the teleportation array to the spot indicated. Asuma, however, did not lower his guard. He walked to the window, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, pretending to observe the thick fog outside, while actually watching Zabuza and the shop's entrance. At that moment, the shop door was pushed open, slightly emitting a faint creaking sound. A shy-looking young ninja wearing glasses cautiously peeked in, carrying a massive double sword wrapped in bandages. The visitor was none other than Chojuro, the future 6th Mizukage, who at this moment was merely a candidate for the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Chojuro seemed startled by the number of people in the shop, his face flushing red. He stammered, I'm sorry for interrupting. I saw the advertisement for the new store opening. His gaze fell on Naruto and then on Sasuke beside him, finally resting on Asuma, who was clearly dressed as a Konoha jonin by the window. Konoha ninja? He instinctively took a step back, his face filled with shock and confusion. Why are Konoha ninjas here? And in Lord Zabuza and Bei's store? Does the village know about this? I stepped forward, reassuringly speaking in a calm tone. Chojuro-kun, please do not panic. They are staff members brought by Lord Natsume from the main store in Konoha to assist us with the branch opening, employing Lord Natsume's latest space teleportation technology. This is Uzumaki Naruto-kun, this is Uchiha Sasuke-kun, and that is Sarutobi Asuma-sensei. I introduced them in turn. Their presence is a business operation authorized by Lord Natsume, and it will be brief. They will return to Konoha soon. Sasuke mulled to himself, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. They don't seem to fit that description. Naruto, stepping into his role as an apprentice staff member, forced a friendly smile and waved at Chojuro. Hey, hello, don't be scared. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Are you here to buy a phone? Let me tell you, brother, Natsume's phones are amazing. Better than those from your hidden mist village. Just super impressive. Chojuro adjusted his slipping glasses, stammering, I just heard about the new store opening. Wanted to take a look. Why did something as simple as wanting to buy something new lead to this scene? How did people from Konoha get in? Do the elders know about this? Natsume said to Naruto. Naruto, come show Chojuro how to play the Hokage mobile game. No problem. I've got this. Naruto pounded his chest with confidence, pulling out his phone. Let me show you what a real ninja duel looks like. In the game. Look, this is the game interface. Naruto turned the screen towards Chojuro. Curiosity piqued. Chojuro leaned in closer, momentarily forgetting the shock of encountering Konoha ninjas. Wow. So exquisite. Chojuro murmured, having never seen such a beautifully animated and dynamic display before. Want to play a duel? Then you have to enter the ranked match. Naruto's fingers flew as he clicked on Duel Arena, skillfully choosing ranked match. A prompt appeared on the screen for matching opponents. Naruto, don't embarrass yourself too much. Sasuke reminded him from the side, a hint of amusement in his tone. Oh, the opponents here. Without hesitation, Naruto selected his most familiar character, Uzumaki Naruto ninja apprentice Irika Umino, and Asuma Sarutobi. Oh, you picked yourself. A slight smirk crept onto Sasuke's lips. Of course, I know myself best. Naruto was brimming with confidence. The battle began. Naruto controlled his game character, charging towards Guy on the opposite side with a loud shout. Shadow Clone Technique Double Strike. Naruto couldn't help but shout, in reality, frantically tapping the skill icon on the screen. The opening act. Bam. In the game, Naruto was kicked away. Idiot, tailing behind, is that how you use shadow clones? Sasuke mercilessly mocked. Control the distance, bait the substitution. I know. You don't need to teach me. Naruto fumbled. Substitution. Quick substitution. Sasuke, unable to bear it any longer, called out. Ah, got it. Naruto frantically clicked the substitution jutsu icon. Phew, that was close. Just as Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, he became too tense, his finger slipped, and instead of pressing the directional key to retreat from the opponent, he accidentally pressed the dash forward. As the apprentice Naruto's substitution appeared, he ran headlong into Guy, who was still recovering from his attack. Idiot, what are you doing? Sasuke facepalmed. Ah, this isn't how it's supposed to be. Naruto watched in despair as his character was once again caught by Guy enduring another relentless combo. The words "battle lost" flashed across Mingren's phone screen as his avatar crumpled to the ground. He howled, "Arg, so close. Damn it." Mingren clutched the phone and emitted a ragged, almost inhuman wail. That Kai is so sly. Humph, you're the one who's foolish, Zhuozhu retorted coldly. He continued without mercy, you can't even handle basic positioning or the timing of substitution. A soft snort escaped Chang Shirlong, who had been watching tensely Mingren's theatrical defeat. An exaggerated reaction proved too much, and he laughed before covering his mouth, his cheeks flushing. Sorry. The second round began. Hey Yiluka versus Mei Turkai. I want repeat the last round, Mingren vowed, regaining his confidence. He braced himself. Here we go. Summon secret scroll skill. Oh no, I'm out of everything. Mingren fumbled the icons in a panic. Both the summoned beast and the scroll missed Kai entirely. Zhuozhu commented from the side with a weary of course. You handed over all your resources after the opponent glanced at you. How are you supposed to fight like that? Kai barely used any skills. He simply closed the distance to Mingren's Yiluka and began an unrelenting flurry of basic attacks. Yiluka on the screen was battered into helplessness. Mingren was crimson with embarrassment, repeatedly sending the opponent laugh cry and pat head emojis in a futile attempt at consolation. Substitution. Good, now watch my counter. Yet Yiluka's substitution invincibility had just ended, and before any move could be made, Kai, as if predicting it, struck with another precise basic attack and seized him again. Curse it. Arg. Mingren snapped, utterly unhinged. This game hates me. I'm done. He abandoned the controls in despair and allowed Kai to administer the final humiliation to his Yiluka. I smiled from behind the counter and remarked, it seems Mingren still needs more practice. But Chang Shirlong, you must have felt the game's charm, right? Yiluka fell and Mingren's third ninja, Yuanfei Asima, took the field. Chang Shirlang glanced at the imposing Yuanfei Asima on the screen, then stole another look at the real Asima by the window, smoking with a stern expression. He wrestled with his nerves for a moment, but curiosity about the novel game overcame his timidity. He summoned his courage and stammered to Mingren, Mingren, if you don't mind, could I try the next? Chang Shirlong, you want to play? Mingren blinked, then beamed and thrust the phone into Chang Shirlong's hands without hesitation. Of course you can. Of course. Here. Let me show you how strong my Asima teacher is. I only lost those 2 rounds because the opponent was too cunning. Flustered, Chang Shirlang fumbled to take the phone, inhaled deeply, adjusted his glasses, and focused on the screen. The battle had already entered the third round. Yuanfei Asima versus Mei Turkai. Kai repeated his old trick, attempting again to open with a basic attack. Careful. Mingren couldn't help shouting. Just as Kai's fist was about to land on Asima, Chang Shirlang slid his finger across the screen. A lateral dodge so precise it might as well have been measured in hair's breadths. Kai's basic attack swept past Asima and struck nothing. Beautiful. Even Zhuozhu couldn't help a low exclamation, surprise flickering in his eyes. The boy from Wuyin had excellent reflexes and anticipation. Chang Shirlang seized the moment and commanded Asima to unleash fire, release ash, accumulation, burn. Kai attempted a substitution, but Chang Shirlang seemed to have foreseen it. After the skill fired, he immediately retreated to a safe distance, rendering Kai's counter-substitution useless. Old Ma fire. That's how you fight? Mingren watched dumbfounded. Asima by the window frowned at that nickname and stepped over. Old Ma fire. What is that? Mingren scratched his head sheepish. Asima teacher. The fire, release ash, accumulation, burn. I just thought it deserved a cool name when it's cast. Asima's mouth twitched with annoyance. Under Chang Shilong's command, Asima wielded the ranged fire release and the close quarters tactic slash with nimble finesse, repeatedly tugging and chipping away at Kai's health. Every move was measured, every skill was timed to land during Kai's recovery or stiffness. It was the exact opposite of Mingren's earlier reckless charges. At last, Chang Shirlang caught the opening in Kai's skill recovery and drove Asima into a decisive charge. 2-sword style close quarter slash. A combo that emptied Kai's health bar. Old Ma consecutive slashes. Awesome. We won. Mingren leapt up, slapping Chang Shirlang on the shoulder with exuberance. Chang Shirlang, you're incredible. A genius. Chang Shirlang staggered from the sudden pat, and as the victory screen glowed, he allowed a shy smile to appear. No, it's Asima teacher's strength. He glanced instinctively at Asima, who watched Mingren with furrowed brows, clearly displeased by the nicknames Old Ma fire and Old Ma consecutive slashes. Humph, not bad at all, Zhuozhu observed with a trace of approval. But the battle was not over. The opponent's next ninja entered the notorious rogue of Wuyin Ganshi Guijiao. In the game, Guijiao loomed with his massive blade exuding menace. Wow! It's Gijia-senpai. Chong Shirlang whispered the real-life reputation of the senior, making him nervous again. Don't be afraid of him, Chong Shirlang. Use old ma. Use the Sima teacher to cut him down. Mingren corrected himself at the last second, nearly calling Asima by the nickname again, and causing a vein to twitch at Asima's temple. The fight resumed. Yuanfei Asima versus Ganshi Guijiao. Guijiao launched forward with aggressive force, and immediately cast water release exploding wave attempting to suppress Asima with a sweeping area of effect. Chong Shirlang flicked the screen's edge. He had anticipated it and deployed the secret scroll dispel technique in advance, nullifying Gijio's skill. Nice. Asima murmured in admiration. The timing of that scroll was near perfect. Gijio's skill fizzled and he was left momentarily rigid. Instead of rushing in, Chong Shirlang immediately summoned Shoha. The summoned beast latched onto Guijiao, forcing Guijiao to substitute. Perfect opportunity. Chong Shirlang ordered Asima to follow up with fire release ash accumulation burn. Mingren inwardly cheered old ma fire. Chong Shirlang drove Asima close and chained basic attacks. Yes, like that, old ma banana punch, old ma banana punch. Mingren chanted excitedly at the side. Guijiao, clearly pressured, tried to counterattack as soon as he recovered. Chong Shirlang sidestepped deftly, narrowly evading the sweep of Gijio's sharkskin blade, then turned and struck with chakra blade true Ikemanji. Old ma. Mingren shouted in exhilaration, as if he himself had won. Defending the daimyo is the duty of the 12 shinobi guards. It was a striking scene. Ganshi Guijiao was defeated. On the other side of the screen, the opponent's mindset had clearly crumbled as they sent several head pat emojis in quick succession. At this moment, only one ninja remained on each side. Also Sarutobi Asuma. Both sides had only this one ninja left and each possessed a single chakra bean. Asuma, controlled by Nagajiro, had about 40 health. 1 bean versus the opposing Sarutobi Asuma, full health 1 bean. The battle entered its final round. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The opponent, clearly still filled with rage from the previous round, charged forward with their Asuma, adopting a more aggressive fighting style. The opponent struck first, attempting to initiate with fire release ash pile burning to suppress. Watch your distance. Sasuke calmly reminded. Nagajiro's Asuma executed a precise forward and backward step, narrowly avoiding the edge of the ash. The opponent seemed eager for results, and immediately unleashed dual blade close combat slash to attempt a strong grab. Substitution. Naruto couldn't help but shout. Only after the opponent had fully executed their skills did Nagajiro calmly press the substitution technique. His Asuma instantly appeared behind the opponent, then followed up with a basic attack. The crucial moment arrived. The opponent's Asuma, having missed the charge, saw Nagajiro's substitution and reflexively executed their own substitution technique, attempting to counterattack. However, as Nagajiro controlled his Asuma at the moment the substitution landed, he chose not to attack immediately but instead executed an extremely clever reverse maneuver, simultaneously releasing dual blade close combat slash. Just as the opponent's Asuma emerged from the substitution, ready to counterattack, it found itself colliding right into the trajectory of the wind blade, forced to defend or evade, disrupting its attack rhythm completely. Beautiful. This time, even the usually frowning true Asuma couldn't help but utter a low cheer. This maneuver of pulling back after the substitution and blocking with the wind blade was perfectly timed and positioned, causing the opponent to waste a substitution technique without even obtaining a chakra bean. The opponent was clearly thrown off by this operation, their mindset growing more anxious. As they recklessly charged forward with their Asuma, again their skill release appearing somewhat stiff. Nagajiro patiently maneuvered his Asuma, constantly harassing from a distance, and maintaining a flexible position, always keeping just the right distance to drive the opponent mad. Finally, the opponent's charge missed, exposing a significant recovery lag. Nagajiro's Asuma instantly countercharged with dual blade close combat slash. It accurately hit the opponent in their stunned state. Old Horse's continuous slash. The initiation has arrived. Naruto excitedly clenched his fist. A basic attack linked into fire release ash pile, burning Naruto Old Horse's flames. Following up with a basic attack, it concluded with the final charge of dual blade close combat slash. A seamless combo. Wah, we won. Again. Nagajiro. You're simply the god of Old Horse. Asuma-sensei. Naruto excitedly babbled, vigorously shaking Nagajiro's shoulder. Did you see it? That last combo. So cool. The opponent couldn't even touch a bean and was defeated. Ha 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 ha. Nagajiro was shaken to the point of dizziness, but looking at the screen displaying victory, once more he excitedly said it's Naruto-kun's character. Very strong. I just got lucky. It's not just luck. Sasuke, arms crossed, rarely gave such high praise. The reverse maneuver after the substitution to block and the precision of the final combo, all executed excellently. Much better than someone who only shouts and makes noise. Sasuke cast a pointed glance at Naruto. Just then, a large hand rested on Naruto's head. Naruto Asuma's voice was low. It seems you have quite an insight into the title of Old Horse and my fighting style. Naruto, still in an excited state, grinned and replied, yes, Asuma-sensei. Look how well Nagajuro played. Old horses flames. Old horses banana punch. Old horses continuous slash. So cool. Especially that last one. Asuma took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling. The smoke swirling around him gave his expression an amiable quality. Very good. It seems when we return to the village, I need to properly guide you in the training ground to help you understand the correct use of fire release, ash pile burning, and dual blade close combat slash, and what they should truly be called. I think Kakashi would also be very willing to come and observe and learn. Training ground? Guide. Kakashi-sensei is coming too. Asuma-sensei, I didn't mean it like that. Naruto's smile instantly froze on his face. Unfortunately, Asuma no longer looked at him, but turned to Nagajuro, his tone returning to calmness, as he said, calm mind, meticulous operation, you're a good seedling. Nagajuro was taken aback by the praise, hurriedly bowing, thank you very much for your compliment, Asuma-sensei. Miss Bai approached with a smile, and said, so Nagajuro-kun, after experiencing such an exciting battle, do you have more confidence in our product now? Nagajuro looked at the magical phone in his hand, reminiscing about the thrill of controlling Asuma to victory, and replied, yes. Miss Bai, I've decided, please definitely sell me a phone. He instinctively touched the huge double blades on his back, and asked Natsume shopkeeper, what will my character be like? What will it be like? Just ordinary, I suppose. Natsume hadn't expected Nagajuro to ask this suddenly. Okay, deal. Naruto immediately forgot about the threat of the training ground, enthusiastically pulling Nagajuro towards the counter. Come, Nagajuro. Our shop's chief apprentice will serve you. I guarantee to find you the best one. Let me tell you, you're so smooth with Asuma-sensei. If you practice with our shop's Mist Hidden Ghost or Zabuza, you'll definitely be invincible. Oh right, that big sword on your back in the game Kisame's shark skin is also super fierce. Sasuke sighed helplessly at Naruto's carefree demeanor. Asuma reignited a cigarette, walking to the window, a barely noticeable smile playing at the corner of his mouth, perhaps imagining the scene of guiding Naruto in the training ground. Miss Bai smiled warmly as she began processing Nagajuro's purchase. Behind the counter, Zabuza, listening to Naruto's enthusiastic promotion of his character, let out a heavy, extremely impatient snort. Humph. Annoying little brat. But ultimately he said nothing more. In the shadow of a building in the mist-hidden village, a pair of eyes covered with a special eye mask was watching this newly opened phone shop from afar, taking in everything happening inside, especially the figures of the Konoha ninjas. The powerful perspective ability of Ching allowed him to see everything that happened inside the shop. Ching murmured to himself, ninja from Konoha appearing here at this time, along with that peculiar ninja tool. Inside the council chamber, an elder with a stern face asked incredulously, what's that? Ninja from Konoha? And a tool that allows ordinary ninjas to control powerful ones. Yes, Master Yuan and esteemed elders. Ching knelt on one knee respectfully. The new shop called Natsume Mobile Store sells a peculiar ninja tool called Mobile Phone. Its core function is an application simulating ninja battles, allowing users to control characters including famous ninjas from various villages to engage in combat. In my observation, its control precision and simulation of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and substitution techniques can even serve as a reference for practical training. Ching paused and added, notably our village's Nagataki not only purchased this ninja tool, but also skillfully controlled the Konoha character Asuma in battle and emerged victorious. Nagataki, how could he? Another elder expressed concern. Controlling a ninja from another village. This is simply absurd. Could this be Konoha's conspiracy, a new type of espionage tool or mind control method, attempting to corrupt the will of our village's young ninjas? Absurd. Turning ninja battles into games. This is a desecration of the ninja way. An elderly conservative elder slammed the table. The people from Konoha bring such things to our mist, harboring ill intentions. We must immediately seal off that shop and expel the Konoha ninjas. But Nagataki has already purchased it. Another younger advisor hesitated. And according to Lord Ching's description, that thing seems quite interesting. Interesting? Humph. This is a sugar-coated cannonball. The conservative elder scolded. Think about it, our ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even intelligence are all analyzed and placed into that little box. What does this mean? It means all our combat methods could be thoroughly studied by the enemy in advance. This is a serious intelligence crisis. Perhaps. This is also an opportunity. The previously silent Master Yuan spoke slowly. Intelligence is two-way. We can see the ninjas from other villages and they can see us as well. The key is who has more comprehensive information and who can adapt and utilize it faster. Master Yuan, do you mean? Ching asked respectfully. Investigate, a thorough investigation. Master Yuan made a decisive statement. Ching, you will take personal charge. First, closely monitor the movements of Natsume Mobile Store and the Konoha ninjas, but do not alert them. Second, secretly procure a batch of these mobile phones, selecting reliable ninjas proficient in intelligence analysis for in-depth research. I need to know its working principle, sources of information, and dissemination range. Most importantly, how accurately it simulates the capabilities of ninjas. Third, investigate the background of that shop owner. Understood. Ching accepted the command. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions, with Nagataki's friendship and Asuma's future guidance plan for Naruto, set off contentedly on their way back to Konoha. With the tacit approval of the Elder Council, Ching's actions unfolded rapidly. The Intelligence Department of Mist, under various disguises, purchased a considerable number of mobile phones in batches. Initially, the research was conducted under a cloud of extreme secrecy and suspicion. However, the allure of Naruto Mobile was irresistible. Soon the research turned into trial play, with discussions about combo techniques interspersed within the dry analytical report. The young ninjas of Mist, especially those from the brutal Blood Mist period, who craved entertainment and novelty, were quickly captivated by this game. Outside the training ground, in the lounge, and even during mission breaks, sneaking out a phone to play a few rounds of ranked matches became the new trend. Nagataki even became a technical advisor, though he himself played with abandon. Meanwhile, the Elder Council vaguely saw the potential value of this mobile phone in enhancing the basic tactical literacy of young ninjas. After weighing the pros and cons, the Elder Council ultimately made a contradictory but pragmatic decision not to publicly support it, but to tacitly allow ninjas in the village to purchase and use it, while strengthening monitoring and strictly prohibiting the leakage of any unpublished secret techniques. Thus, a wave of enthusiasm for purchasing mobile phones and experiencing Naruto Mobile quietly rose among the younger generation of Mist. After Natsume returned to Konoha, Naruto Mobile welcomed its first large-scale version update, Chunin Exam. Update contents: Adventure Dungeon, Chapter 3 of the Chunin Exam begins. Elite Dungeon levels 121. Ninja Drama, When the Snow Falls. Summoning Beasts, all unpurchased. Advanced Recruitment Prize Pool: S Ninja Jiraiya A Ninja Uchiha Shursue, Haiden B Ninja Mitarashi Anko C Ninja Haruno Sakura Uzumaki Naruto, Kankuru Temari Uchiha Sasuke Sharingan Hyuga Hanabi Sak Orange Jean Hammer Toes Chuan. Removed a Ninja Might Guy. Open Ultra Shadow 3 choices: A Ninja Might Guy Sarutobi Asuma Kageaki Kisame. Ninja Shop B Ninja Rock Lee Dunman Rock Lee Drunken Fist Marino Ibiki Uchiha Abito Young. Sign and See Ninja Exchange Ticket Nara Shikamaru Yamanaka, Ino Shino Abirame Gaki Tetsu Aoi Yamanaka and others. Ninja Fragment Shop A Ninja Might Guy Sarutobi Asuma Kageaki Kisame, B Ninja Mitarashi Anko Yuhi Kurinai. Limited Recruitment V5, B Ninja Nagataki Yuzuki Yugao. Dual Shop S Ninja Limited Orochimaru 1 Day Jonin First Rank 1000 points can be purchased twice. Game Version Update Rewards C Ninja Uzumaki Naruto. The update announcement of Chunin Exam begins. Stirred unprecedented waves among the young ninja community in Mist. Since we can control ninjas from other villages in the phone to take the exam, why can't we actually participate once? The adventure dungeons in the game have all been cleared. The challenges in reality are worth a try. I want to see how powerful the real Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun are. Ultimately, Master Yuan decided. It is time for the young generation of Mist to compete with the seeds of other ninja villages in the real sunlight. Ching. Master Yuan. Ching stood upright, ready to obey. You, as an envoy, will represent Mist to Konoha and formally submit an application to the Hokage Mist Village hopes to send a genin team to participate in the upcoming Chunin Exam, hosted by Konoha. The purpose of this trip is threefold: first, to convey our intentions; second, to assess Konoha's acceptance level and the exam environment; only third, to gain a deeper understanding of Natsume Mobile Store's foundation and influence in Konoha. Update. It's updated. Xuanhua Mingren cried out in excitement. He Xiaoying Zuozhu and their classmates Li Luoka Tiantian Rishang Ningxi Mai Te Kai and Chimu Kakaxi had gathered in front of Shemu Mobile Shop. Inside, Shemu had just finished the game patch, and a massive virtual screen was scrolling an announcement: Chunin Exam. Xuanhua Mingren snatched up his phone and dashed inside to be the first. Update complete. Logging in. He tapped furiously. A login reward window sprang up on the screen. Wow. Logging in grants a crank. Xuanhua Mingren. Finally. At last I have my own new ninja. No longer that one who only ever used shadow clones and got mocked. He hurried into the training ground and selected the newly obtained Xuanhua Mingren. When he read the skill description, Luoxuanwen, what kind of jutsu is that? It looks terrifying. He followed the on-screen prompts. In the game, the Xuanhua Mingren let out a shout and formed a shadow clone. The original and the clone both stretched out their hands. Two torrents of rapidly spinning chakra gathered and compressed in their palms, finally coalescing into an orb of chakra that emitted a blinding blue light. Xuanhua Mingren could not help but exclaim, what is this blue sphere? It looks unbelievably powerful. Teacher Kakaxi. He whipped his head toward Chimu Kakaxi, pointing at his phone screen. Do you know this, Luoxuanwen? What jutsu is this? It looks super strong. Luoxuanwen. Kakaxi's voice carried a complicated undertone. He studied the demonstration on the boy's phone carefully. An original and a shadow clone collaborating to form the chakra sphere. Kakaxi said, pointing at the screen. He paused, his tone threaded with respect. This jutsu is called Luoxuanwen. It was developed over 3 years by the 4th Hokage, Guofeng Shuaman, and it is in a rank unmarked ninjutsu. It is, Kakashi continued a technique that pushes the transformation of chakra to the utmost. A rank, unmarked, developed by the fourth Hokage. Xuanhua Mingren was stunned. He only knew that the fourth Hokage had sealed the nine tails within him, and that the man was a village hero. He had never imagined any more specific connection. That's right. Kakashi nodded. But Mingren, the way the game handles this move differs in one crucial respect from the true Luoxuanwen. Different. Mingren looked at Kakashi in puzzlement. The real Luoxuanwen, Kakashi said, forming a hollow grip with one hand is released with a single hand. It requires no aid from a shadow clone. The fourth Hokage, through unparalleled finesse in chakra control, could condense, compress, and sustain the chakra within a single palm and unleash it in an instant. That is the essence of why the Luoxuanwen is termed an unmarked ninjutsu. The in-game version is more of a simplified adaptation to lower the operational difficulty. Mingren listened in a daze, glancing at his own hands, and then at the blue orb on the screen that required one hand can do it. The fourth Hokage is incredible. In that moment, Mingren could only think how magnificent the technique's creator was, unaware of any deeper ties. While Mingren examined the new jutsu, Zuozu's gaze swept across the premium recruitment pool. When the words "A rank Yuzibo Jishue" and the neighboring portrait of the Yuzibo youth appeared, Zuozu stiffened instantly. Jishue. Zuozu's pupils shrank. That name, that face belonged to the friend and elder closest to Yuziboyu, who had supposedly died by his own hand before the clan's night of slaughter. There were many rumors about him in the family, but Zuozu's own memories were hazy. Why would he be inside this game? And in a rank at that? Yuziboyu's image seemed to loom before Zuozu once more. His knuckles went pale around the phone. Crank Yuzibo Zuozu Xiaolunian. Zuozu murmured and tapped open the preview. The image on the screen was him, as he had appeared after awakening the Xiaolunian during the Chunin exam. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Zuozu's mouth. After Kakashi finished explaining the Luoxuanwen, his eyes unconsciously scanned the ninja shop listings. When the label "Brank Yuzibo Dai Too Young" and the portrait of a spiky-haired boy wearing goggles with a radiant grin struck his eyes, Kakashi was struck as if by lightning. That smile. The smile that had been buried beneath the great stone bridge, entombed by rock and living only in his deepest, most painful memories. How could it appear here? Kakashi's body tensed. He quickly averted his gaze, but the violent ripple of chakra made Kai sense that something was off, and Kai looked over with a puzzled expression. Kakashi drew a long breath and swallowed the tumult of emotion, forcing his eyes elsewhere, yet the image of that boy remained seared into his mind. That's me. Crank Chunaying. Xiaoying discovered her character and pointed in astonishment at the screen, a short-haired girl with a gaze more resolute. My hair is shorter, but I look pretty spirited. Teacher Kai. Tiantian. Rishang. Li Luoka suddenly shouted in excitement, look, the ninja shop, there's my ninja, and two of them. Everyone turned to the list drawn by his excited cry, and looked at the entries he was pointing to. Under the Brank category, two Li Luoka models were displayed: Li Luoka Duman, Li Luoka Zuechuan. One is me in Duman state, and the drunken fist version of me. Little Li blushed with excitement. He spun toward Kai, tears of joy glinting in his eyes. Teacher Kai, did you see? I have two Brank ninjas now. I'm the first among our 12 to break the C evaluation. And 2 Branks. This must be the game's recognition of my effort and my youth. Oh, my Kai's eyes filled with tears. He threw open his arms and gave Li a vigorous embrace. I see it. Teacher sees it. Li, this is proof of youth burning bright. Your effort, Tube Nin. What a blazing medal of youth. Teacher is proud. Brank? 2? Damn it. Dead last. That Li actually got B before me. And 2. No way. I must work harder. I will obtain ninjas stronger than Brank. Xuanhua Mingren looked at his new crank self and then at least 2 Branks, fuming. It's just a game rating. Zuozu glanced at Zishui's rank label and then at his own new crank Zuozu. Boring. Nonetheless, Li's double B did prick a sliver of discomfort in the typically proud Zuozu, though he would never show it. Wow. Li's amazing, he actually has 2 grade characters, though my new look is pretty nice too. Xiaoying was happy for him, tinged with a little envy. Honestly, that Li, having 2 exclusive in this fellow must be valued in the game. Tiantian teased with a teasing congrat. Duman and Zuechuan are indeed his signature combat forms. The game's data gathering even captured Li's unique taijutsu precisely. Rixiang Ningzi watched a peer receive such attention with a ripple of feeling. Kakashi, having only just been jolted by the appearance of the young Daitu, regained his composure and watched the excited Kai and Li. Hey youth. This game even modeled Li's 2 states separately. S-rank Ninja Jiraiya e S-rank Ninja Orochimaru. Jiraiya, a wild-haired man with snow-white hair wearing a forehead protector inscribed with the kanji for oil, a crimson Haori, and a massive scroll strapped to his back. His grin bold and unrestrained. Orochimaru, pale-skinned with golden serpentine eyes, long black hair, and an aura of chilling malevolence. A faint, unsettling smirk plays upon his lips. NS. S-rank. Whoa! Tenten gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. 100 ninja fragments. How long would that take to gather? And Lord Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru. Kakashi's gaze grew profoundly complex. And oh, Lord Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. Might Guy recognized him instantly. And Orochimaru. Sasuke stared at that sinister figure, a wave of revulsion and instinctive wariness rising within him. Naruto glanced first at Jiraiya, then at Orochimaru, scratching his head in utter bewilderment. And hey, who are these two uncles? They look incredibly powerful. S-rank, stronger than teacher Kakashi. That pale-faced snake-eyed uncle gives off such a chilling, ominous vibe. At Naruto's words, a chorus of incredulous, pitying glances fell upon him. Naruto, did you sleep? Naruto, you idiot. It's Lord Jiraiya. Sakura groaned, facepalming. And the three legendary Sannin. And the three Sannin. Naruto remained utterly clueless. Precisely, Neji explained calmly. Lord Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru, and Lady Tsunade. And they are the direct disciples of the third Hokage. And their exploits during the Great Ninja Wars earned them unmatched renown as the Konoha Sannin. Each possesses strength rivaling, or even surpassing, that of a Kage. And Naruto's eyes widened further. So they're that famous. That white-haired uncle does seem refreshingly boisterous. An idiot, Naruto. You must address him as Lord Jiraiya. Sakura corrected sharply. Kakashi watched Naruto's complete unfamiliarity with both Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and sighed inwardly. Yet beneath his calm exterior, a quiet alarm stirred. Orochimaru, appearing as an S-rank entity within the game, signaled grave cause for concern. Naruto had already tapped open the entrance to Chapter 3 of the Adventure Dungeon. And the Chunin exams. Sounds impressive. Let me take a look. Is this the future Chunin exams? Tenten exclaimed, astonished. Is the game foreshadowing our participation? And the narrative surged forward, into the forest of death. On-screen, Team 7 confronted a terrifying figure. Orochimaru. Knees predatory, focus locked unerringly onto Sasuke. What? Naruto erupted, furiously ruffled by the sight of that ominous Orochimaru lunging straight for Sasuke. What does that snake-faced uncle want with Sasuke? Damn it! And Sasuke's expression darkened instantly, watching his on-screen self appear so helpless before Orochimaru. Treated like mere prey, a crushing wave of humiliation and primal dread seized him. Orochimaru wants to capture me. Why? And Kakashi tensed every muscle. The game had just prophesied that his three students would encounter Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, and that Orochimaru's sole target would be Sasuke. Guy's usual grin vanished, his face hardened into grim resolve. And he knew Orochimaru's lethality all too well, and the game's stark forewarning of the Chunin exam's perils weighed heavily upon him, igniting a fierce sense of duty. Kakashi, Guy cautioned quietly. Rock Lee clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fierce determination and righteous fury, as he watched that monstrous foe single out his comrade. Is this truly what will unfold during the future Chunin exams? And Tenten covered her mouth, voice trembling. Would a being like Orochimaru personally descend to confront mere genin? Even the legendary Sannin have appeared. This exam promises to be 100-fold more perilous than we imagined. Rock Lee clenched his fists tightly and declared, to protect my comrades, my youth permits no retreat. I must grow stronger. Now, is this prophecy or intelligence? Neji stared intently at the screen. Deathly silence descended upon the mobile shop. Kakashi's voice broke the stillness. Grave, commanding. Listen carefully. Nee's gaze swept across Team 7 and Team 3, finally settling upon Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. What you witnessed in the dungeon is but one possible future. A simulation derived from fragmented intelligence or strategic extrapolation. Whether we proceed with the Chunin exams, and how we navigate the dangers they may hold, must be decided by the Hokage and the village's highest council. Until explicit orders are issued, you, all of you, especially Team 7, must remain vigilant, refrain from independent action, and above all avoid rash moves. Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but Sakura pulled him back, and Sasuke's eyes remained fixed, unblinking, on Orochimaru's cold serpentine smile flickering across the screen. Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee too sensed the gravity of the moment, and let go of all levity. Hokage Tower, top secret conference room. Smoke curled thickly in the air. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at the head of the table, brow deeply furrowed. And opposite him sat Konoha's senior advisors Koharu Uchiha, Hamura Mitokado, and Danzo Shimura, leader of Root. You've all seen the situation. Hiruzen spoke low and heavy. The Chunin exams Dawn of Ascension update, released via the Natsume mobile, depicts our upcoming Chunin exams, and prophesies Orochimaru's appearance in the Forest of Death with Uchiha Sasuke as his singular objective. This is no coincidence. Koharu spoke first, voice taut with urgency. Orochimaru has been a fugitive for years. Elusive, enigmatic. Why would he suddenly fixate on Konoha's Chunin exams? His intent could not be clearer. Sasuke is the last surviving heir of the Uchiha clan, and the value of the Sharingan. Orochimaru seeks it without question. I propose immediate cancellation of this Chunin exam. At the very least, the Forest of Death segment must be scrapped, or Sasuke removed entirely from the candidate roster. Hamura adjusted his spectacles and added in, Kaharu raises a valid point. Orochimaru's threat level is beyond dispute. Though the origin of this prophecy remains unknown, its intelligence-gathering precision is remarkably credible. Exposing a cohort of genin, especially Sasuke, to an S-rank missing nin of Orochimaru's caliber entails unacceptable risk, and cancellation, or radical restructuring of the exam, is the only prudent course. Cancellation, restructuring. Danzo offered a thin, sardonic smile. Shall we abandon a vital Chunin selection, simply because an unverified ninja tool displayed a vision? It's preposterous. And leaning forward slightly on his cane, Danzo is solitary, I gleamed with cold This Chunin exam is not merely a test. It is Konoha's declaration of strength and enduring deterrence. And if we withdraw under the weight of prophecy, will we not become the laughingstock of the entire shinobi world? How will other villages perceive us? Will they believe Konoha has grown so feeble it dares not host its own examination? Danzo's voice was provocative as he said, moreover, crises often accompany opportunities. The appearance of Orochimaru is dangerous, but it could also be the chance to eliminate this traitor once and for all. As long as we prepare adequately, perhaps we can seize this opportunity to fully control the power of the Uchiha. Danzo's final words had an implied meaning, his gaze falling on Sasuke's name. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep puff from his pipe, exhaling thick smoke as his eyes swept over the faces of the three advisors. I understand your concerns. He slowly began, Kushina and Hayashi's safety is indeed the primary consideration. Danzo, the village's prestige and the grasp of opportunities are equally important. Sarutobi's tone suddenly turned grave as he said, but now the situation has become more complicated. Just now we received an official document from the messenger Ching of the Mist Village. Sarutobi placed a scroll on the table. The Mist Village formally requests to send a team of lower ninjas to participate in the Chunin exam we are about to hold. This is an unexpected situation. The news caused the three advisors to show surprised expressions. Mist Village. Mito Menyen frowned. Ever since the policy of Bloody Mist ended, they have remained secluded and rarely participated in joint activities with other major nations. Why would they suddenly take the initiative to request participation in our Chunin exam? Kurama Kushina said, Hiruzen, do you suspect? Exactly. Sarutobi nodded. For Mist Village to so eagerly request to participate in the Chunin exam at this moment is certainly unusual. Considering Ching's identity in Mist Village, as well as their recent interest in the Natsume mobile store. He tapped the scroll on the table. I suspect that Mist Village may have learned about the details of the Chunin exam instance through the mobile and the Naruto Mobile Game. Furthermore, they may have also seen the prophecy regarding Orochimaru. The conference room fell into a brief silence. If Mist Village also knew about the prophecy, then their purpose for participating in the exam became shrouded in mystery. Is it simply to allow the younger generation to train, or to observe how Konoha responds to the crisis, or even to take advantage of the chaos? The situation is becoming tricky. Mito Menyen said softly. Humph, those guys from Mist Village surely don't have good intentions. Danzo snorted coldly. Sarutobi extinguished his pipe and made a decision. The Chunin exam will proceed as planned. There are three reasons. First, Konoha's prestige must not waver due to the prophecy. Second, Mist participation is already a done deal. Canceling it last minute would show our cowardice, and may miss the opportunity to understand Mist's intentions. Third, the crisis indeed exists, but avoidance is not the solution. We need to take the initiative, turn the prophecy into our advantage, set traps, and even capture Orochimaru's traces, or even thwart his schemes. But Hiruzen Sasuke's safety. Kurama Kushina still had concerns. Sasuke's safety, as well as that of all candidates, must be guaranteed at the highest level. Sarutobi said firmly. I will issue orders immediately. Kakashi's mission priority will be adjusted to providing personal protection for Team 7, especially for Sasuke. At the same time, we will dispatch an elite Umbu team to provide round-the-clock protection in the shadows, focusing on monitoring the Forest of Death area. Activate all emergency communication channels to locate Jiraiya, and have him return to Konoha at the fastest speed. He is an old acquaintance of Orochimaru, strong enough to contend with him, and he will surely be very interested in the Rasengan heir and the boy with the Sharingan mentioned in the prophecy. Closely monitor all movements of the Mist Envoy, especially the messenger Ching. The Forest of Death segment will remain, but we will secretly enhance the strength of the barrier team and place more Umbu experts disguised as examiners ready to respond to any emergencies. At the same time, the medical team will enter a level 1 standby state. Sarutobi stood up and said, Orochimaru wants the Sharingan. Mist Village wants to spy on our secrets. Then let them come. In Konoha's home ground, we are ready. This Chunin exam will not just be a selection, but also a battlefield for us to defend the village and eliminate hidden dangers. Pass the word down, execute as planned. The Chunin exam will proceed as scheduled. Kakashi had just returned from the Hokage building and found Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura saying, "The village has made comprehensive preparations including for that threat." Kakashi's gaze lingered on Sasuke's face for a moment. "That's great." Naruto's worries were swept away, excitedly waving his fists. "I told you. Who cares about that snake-faced uncle? With Kakashi-sensei and us around, it will definitely be fine. Right, Sasuke?" "Sakura." Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder hard. Sasuke snorted, dismissively shaking off Naruto's hand and said, "Humph, just as I wish." Sakura also forced herself to suppress her fear and nodded. She believed in the village's arrangements and trusted her companions and teacher. At that moment, a loud commotion was heard from afar. "Naruto-ni, Sasuke-ni, Sakura-ni." Konohamaru ran over excitedly with Moegi and Udon, all three, tightly clutching their phones, their faces filled with uncontainable excitement. "Have you seen the update? It's amazing." Konohamaru's eyes sparkled. "So many new ninjas were added in this update." Yeah. Moegi nodded vigorously. "Naruto's new crank ninja has the Rasengan. We want to spar with you." Udon pushed up his glasses. "Let's see who can use the new ninjas better. Especially Konohamaru-ni," he said. "His Konohamaru core will definitely defeat Naruto's new Naruto." Hearing the word spar and defeat, Naruto's competitive spirit was ignited. "Ha! You want to challenge me? Konohamaru, you're still 100 years too early. Just right, let you experience my newly acquired Rasengan. Although it can't compare to the 4th Hokage's one-handed version, it's enough to take you on. Let's go to Natsume's store and have a good fight." Naruto waved his hand and led the way towards the mobile store with Team 7 and the Konohamaru Corps following behind. The group walked noisily down the streets of Konoha. Konohamaru was excitedly describing his imagined combos to Naruto, gesticulating wildly, and didn't notice the corner bumping straight into someone with a bang. Ouch! Konohamaru was knocked back and sat on the ground. "That hurt. Who is it? Can't you walk without looking?" Complaining while rubbing his head, Konohamaru looked up, but his voice suddenly stopped. He saw 3 figures standing there, exuding a clear air of travel-worn and foreign ninjas. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. "Ah!" Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura almost simultaneously called out each other's names. "Gaara, Shino, Kankuro." The trio from Sunigakure revealed expressions of astonishment. "How do you know our names?" Shino's gaze turned toward Naruto, and the others, his voice tinged with wariness and confusion. They had just arrived in Konoha and had not even completed their registration process. How could a Konoha genin accurately call out their names? This information network is terrifying. Naruto charged forward with enthusiasm and no defenses, excitedly pointing at Kankuro, saying, "Of course I know. You are Crank Ninja Kankuro who uses puppets." He pointed at Shino and said, "And you are Crank Ninja Shino who uses large fans for wind techniques." Finally, he looked at Gaara, his tone even carrying a hint of admiration. "And you, Gaara. You are Brank Ninja Gaara, extremely powerful. The sand is super cool. Your rating in the game is quite high." "Game?" Gaara repeated this unfamiliar term. "Yes, this." Naruto held up his phone in front of the 3, and the screen prominently displayed the interface of Naruto Mobile Game. He quickly clicked on the ninja list. Kankuro, Shino, and Gaara's names and images were clearly visible. Gaara's pupils suddenly contracted. The red-haired boy on the screen was unmistakably him. The game not only accurately replicated his appearance and weapons, but even simulated his core ability to manipulate sand. A chill instantly shot up his spine. Konoha's grasp of their intelligence was so profound. "What is this ninja tool?" Kankuro asked, his voice filled with shock as he pointed at the phone. "This is called a phone. Inside is a super fun game called Naruto Mobile Game, where you can control many ninjas to battle even ninjas from other villages." Konohamaru jumped in to explain. He had already gotten up from the ground, pride written all over his face. "After the update, Kankuro and Shino have been added too. Especially you, Gaara, you're very strong in the game. How about that? Impressive, right?" Naruto grinned widely and extended an enthusiastic invitation. "Since we've met, let's not just stand on the street. Come on, I'll take you to the Natsume phone shop to have a look. There they sell this stuff and you can experience the latest Chunin exam side quest. It's thrilling. I guarantee it will open your eyes." Gaara, Shino, and Kankuro exchanged a very complicated look, a mix of shock, confusion, wariness, and a hint of intense curiosity intertwined. This miraculous ninja tool and the Konoha genin's thorough grasp of their intelligence completely disrupted their rhythm. The Sunigakure team, originally planning to act low-key, was now thrust into the spotlight. "All right." Gaara finally uttered a word slowly, his gaze fixed tightly on the phone in Naruto's hand. "Lead the way." He needed to know just how many secrets this game had leaked, especially about their real mission, and whether the Konoha collapse plan had also been exposed. Thus led by Naruto Team 7 of Konoha, the Konohamaru Corps, and the Sunigakure trio filled with shock and doubt walked toward the Natsume phone shop together. Naruto excitedly pushed open the door of the Natsume phone shop which was still bustling with activity, as many young ninjas from Konoha were experiencing the newly updated content. Natsume, we brought new friends. Naruto shouted, pushing Gaara and the others forward. Ninja from Sunigakure, ninjas from the game. Shino, Kankuro, and Gaara. Natsume lifted his head upon hearing this, his gaze sweeping over the Sunigakure trio, briefly resting on Gaara. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Welcome guests from afar. It seems the charm of Naruto Mobile Game has spread to the Land of Wind." Shino and Kankuro became wary. The shopkeeper seemed unfathomable. Can this really simulate ninja battles? And can we see the intelligence of other ninjas? Kankuro pointed at the phone, asking their most concerning question. Seeing is believing. Why not experience it yourself? Natsume smiled and gestured invitingly. Under the guidance of Naruto Sakura and the Konohamaru Corps, the Sunigakure trio each picked up a demo unit, powered it on, and entered the Naruto Mobile Game. The familiar interface and ninja list once again shocked them. To fully understand its functions, it's best to have your own device, Natsume said. Shino and Kankuro looked at Gaara, clearly looking to him to lead. Gaara fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. Intelligence is power, or no matter what this game is, mastering it is the only way to understand just how much Konoha knows. Moreover, he was also stirred by a vague curiosity for the novel experience of controlling many ninjas. Soon the three each purchased the latest model of the phone. They activated it, logged in, and obtained their own accounts. The screen lit up, showing the Kyuubi wreaking havoc in Konoha. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was engaged in a fierce battle with a mysterious masked man. The battle was intense yet brief. Ultimately, Minato paid with his life, employing the Shiki Fujin and Hack Sealing to split the Kyuubi into two. One half dissipating with the Death God seal, while the other half was sealed into an infant in a swaddling blanket. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. The baby, crying loudly amidst the ruins, had golden hair and the 6 whisker marks on his cheeks. Naruto Uzumaki. What? Shino and Kankuro gasped in disbelief, looking at Naruto, who was eagerly watching the screen, completely oblivious. The Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? Kankuro's voice trembled. Shino covered his mouth, watching the screen as the fourth Hokage couple sacrificed themselves to protect the village, then glanced at the baby Naruto, destined to bear a heavy fate, as a vessel, his eyes filled with complexity. Gaara, on the other hand, stood there as if frozen in ice, rigid. The screen showed the baby marked with seals becoming a monstrous vessel. The fearful, hateful, and rejected gazes from the villagers, the lonely figure swinging on the swing. Each scene mirrored his own childhood so closely. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara murmured, the cold, indifferent expression on his face suddenly wavering, filled with shock, disbelief, and an indescribable resonance. He stared intently at the small Naruto on the screen, as if seeing another version of himself. The emotion named shared suffering, which he had long suppressed within himself, surged forth like a tidal wave, immediately under Naruto's urging, as he wanted to showcase his heroic deeds. And with the guidance of Shotake, they opened the subsequent storyline instance. They witnessed Naruto's yearning for recognition, how he was deceived into stealing forbidden jutsu scrolls, ultimately using the shadow clone technique to protect Iruka Sensei, and receiving his first true acknowledgement in life. They saw the iconic scene of Team 7 trying to snatch the bell from Kakashi, and in the end, the three of them earned Kakashi. They witnessed Naruto confronting the overwhelming fierce struggle and anger he faced against Zabuza and Haku, and how he unleashed incredible courage and strength to protect his companions. The Sand siblings, especially Gaara, watched in silence throughout. He saw how Naruto, once an outcast monster, gradually came to have a teacher willing to shield him, companions he could rely on, and people who would protect him with their lives. He observed the increasing smiles on Naruto's face and the gathering of his friends. Why? A deep confusion and an indescribable pain surged within Gaara. Why can Naruto Uzumaki, who bears the same burden of being a monster and is feared and hated by everyone, receive recognition? Why can he make friends? Why can he be trusted? Why can he be needed? And yet I can only bring death and fear. I am doomed to be accompanied by sand forever. Am I forever to be regarded as a weapon? He looked at Naruto, the blonde youth who was playfully wrestling with Konohamaru, his face adorned with a bright, unclouded smile. That smile pierced Gaara's heart like a needle. A surge of intense, unprecedented emotions, mingled with envy, jealousy, unwillingness, and a faint glimmer of longing, roiled violently in his cold heart. The sand behind him began to float uncontrollably, exuding an aura of danger. Finally, under Shotake's guidance, they opened the latest Chunin exam awakening instance. When they saw the Sand siblings' own figures appearing on the game screen, Shotomari and Kankuro felt their hearts leap. The storyline progressed to the Forest of Death, where Orochimaru made his appearance, explicitly targeting Sasuke and displaying overwhelming strength and a chilling aura. Then the plot abruptly halted. The Sand siblings almost simultaneously sighed in relief, especially Shotomari and Kankuro, who broke out in a cold sweat down their backs. Fortunately, it stops here. Kankuro whispered in a voice barely audible to themselves, his face. The Konoha collapse plan, their conspiracy with the Sound Ninjas, and the true power of the Shikaku within Gaara. these core secrets were not revealed in the game. Shadamari also felt a sense of relief, but was soon engulfed by deeper worries. Was the game's prophecy regarding Orochimaru already terrifying enough? Would it reveal even more horrific plans in the next update? Gaara's gaze was fixed firmly on Orochimaru on the screen. This game had predicted that Orochimaru's target was Sasuke. How much does this game actually know? Shotake observed the distinct expressions of the Sand siblings, particularly the complexity in Gaara's eyes, and a barely perceptible understanding curved the corners of his mouth. How is the experience of the new version? The Chunin exam instance is quite exciting. I wish you all great fortune in the upcoming exam. The last 4 words were delivered with deep meaning. Gaara shot a lingering glance at Shotake, then at Naruto, who was still excitedly discussing, and ultimately left the smartphone shop without a word. Shadamari and Kankuro hurriedly followed. The setting sun elongated their shadows, contrasting sharply with the bustling streets of Konoha. Inside the smartphone shop, Naruto was still clamoring for a battle with Gaara in the game. Before Jiraiya lay the latest manuscript of Crisis Paradise, as he racked his brain to conceive the next chapter's artistic plot. Suddenly the space distorted and fluctuated without warning. Jiraiya instantly became alert, dropping the pen in his hand as powerful chakra instinctively coalesced. Reverse summoning technique, and a highly advanced coercive contract summoning. Little Jiraiya, don't resist. Before Jiraiya's eyes the scene instantly blurred and spun. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast ancient cavern filled with natural energy. Before him stood 2 familiar figures, Fukasaku and Shima. Elder Fukasaku, Granny Shima. Jiraiya stared in astonishment at the 2 toad sages. What happened? Why the urgency to use the reverse summoning technique to pull me here? Is it a prophecy? A sudden realization struck him. It must be something serious to make the 2 sages so anxious. Little Jiraiya, come with me. Fukasaku's expression was grave, offering no further explanation as he jumped deeper into the cavern. Shima followed closely behind, her eyes carrying an unprecedented seriousness. Jiraiya suppressed his doubts and unease, immediately following after. They passed through a passage covered in strange glowing moss and arrived at the most central sacred place of Mount Miyaboku, the grand hall dedicated to the Great Toad Sage. Fukasaku respectfully lowered his body and said, "Great Toad Sage, little Jiraiya has arrived." The Great Toad Sage slowly opened his enormous eyelids and spoke, "Oh, it's little Jiraiya." Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya respectfully bowed. The Great Toad Sage remained silent for a moment before finally speaking again, his voice carrying a strange penetrating quality. "I have seen. In Konoha Gakure, a peculiar ninja tool has appeared. It is very small, yet it can reflect myriad aspects." Jiraiya held his breath, fully focused on every word. "It breaks the boundaries between reality and illusion. It brings back the faces of the deceased. It allows fragments of the future to flow in the present. It lets strangers see each other's souls." Little Jiraiya, that artifact is named a mobile phone, or perhaps the illusory world it carries, the world called Naruto. Mobile phone, the Naruto illusory world. Jiraiya was utterly bewildered. These terms were as indecipherable to him as celestial script. "It is distorting the preordained path." The Great Toad Sage's voice faded into silence, his eyelids slowly descending. "The future grows chaotic, brimming with unforeseen variables. Return to Konoha, little Jiraiya." His final injunction drifted like a sigh. "Go and witness for yourself that artifact which will alter everything. It shall become the epicenter of the coming storm and the key to unlocking the new prophecy." And as the words dissolved into stillness, Jiraiya stood frozen, his face drained of all color. An artifact that alters everything, a mirror reflecting myriad realms, a device that resurrects the departed, foresees the future, penetrates the human heart, originating beyond the source world, warping fate itself, the epicenter of the coming storm. And together these phrases conjured an object of unimaginable terror and impossible wonder. This had long surpassed his understanding of mere ninja tools, even of sacred relics. And what chilled him to the bone was this: the artifact lay within Konoha itself. Does the Hokage know what precisely is unfolding in Konoha right now? An elder Shima, Lady Fukasaku. Jiraiya whirled around sharply. "I must return to Konoha. Immediately. Now. At once. Not a moment can be spared." And Jiraiya recalled that the Hokage had indeed sent an urgent covert signal, but at the time he'd paid it little heed. In hindsight, that signal was almost certainly an alarm concerning this mobile phone. Elder Shima spoke gravely. "The Great Toad Sage's prophecies have never erred." Little Jiraiya, Konoha faces grave upheaval. "Hasten home?" And Lady Fukasaku added, her voice heavy with concern. "This artifact named the mobile phone wields uncanny, inscrutable power. Even the sage declared it hails from beyond this realm. Tread with utmost caution." "I understand." Jiraiya shed every trace of his usual nonchalance. The Hokage must be beside himself. I'll see for myself what accursed thing dares stir tempests in Konoha. Jiraiya's hands flew into seals in an instant. Reverse summoning technique. Release. Watching the white smoke dissolve, Elder Shima murmured softly, an artifact from beyond this realm. Where then shall the future of the shinobi world sail? Outside Konoha village, and Jiraiya streaked through the forest at speeds far surpassing ordinary shinobi. Mobile phone. A Naruto illusory world. What in the name of the sage was this thing? Judging by its name, it seemed a tool for recording or communication. Yet the great Toad Sage's description painted it as a reality-warping divine artifact, and to resurrect the visages of the departed. Could it be that someone in Konoha had conjured phantoms of the dead with this device? That would be profoundly blasphemous. Profaning the departed while inflicting unbearable spiritual torment upon the living. How could the Hokage permit such a thing to exist? And to glimpse fragments of the future? If this power were real and fell into the hands of the unscrupulous, the consequences would be catastrophic. Wars and conspiracies alike could be anticipated and meticulously orchestrated, and to perceive the joys and sorrows of the human heart. This would eclipse even the most potent interrogation genjutsu. It would annihilate trust and shatter the very sanctity of privacy. Originating beyond the source world, then it was no creation of the shinobi world. Was it an extraterrestrial artifact, or a relic of a lost ancient civilization? It was perilously dangerous. The Hokage's urgent summons must be tied directly to this device. He must now be under immense pressure, grappling with this incendiary artifact while guarding against covetous eyes from rival villages. Had Sunagakure and Kirigakure suddenly demanded participation in the Chunin exams? Also because of this mobile phone, and the great Toad Sage had proclaimed it the epicenter of the coming storm. Konoha now sat atop a live volcano. He had to return without delay. To uncover the truth, protect his village, and avert the looming catastrophe. And as a shinobi of Konoha, this was his solemn duty. Hokage-sama, hold on. I'm coming. Jiraiya growled low, surging forward with renewed velocity. Knee's breath came in shallow gasps. Long-distance travel had left him slightly winded, yet he allowed himself no rest. His gaze swept over the village before him. Familiar yet subtly strange. Scores of young shinobi, and even civilian children, bent their heads over palm-sized, softly glowing slabs, fingers dancing rapidly across their surfaces, punctuating the air with cries of delight or groans of frustration. Is this the mobile phone? Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeply, and the mystic artifact foretold by the great Toad Sage, capable of altering all things, mirroring myriad realities, had become so commonplace, ubiquitous in the streets of Konoha, and suppressing his urge to dash straight to the Hokage Tower, he resolved instead to observe the device covertly. First, to comprehend its true nature. Jiraiya strode down the main thoroughfare toward the village center, and he hadn't gone far when a group of children animatedly debating at a street corner spotted him. Whoa, look at that man. A girl with twin braids pointed at Jiraiya, her eyes wide with astonishment. And white hair, red Haori, that giant scroll on his back, and his forehead protector. Another boy held up his mobile phone, comparing the screen with excitement. It's him. It really is. Shrank Shinobi Jiraiya-sama. The children chorused in unison, swarming around him in a flurry, their small faces alight with awe and curiosity. And Jiraiya froze mid-step, utterly startled. Shrank Shinobi, was that him they meant? Though he was indeed formidable being addressed so formally, Shrank Shinobizama, by a pack of children felt distinctly odd. And how had they recognized him instantly? He hadn't made a public appearance in Konoha for years. And Jiraiya-sama. The children clamored all at once. The boldest boy thrust his mobile phone directly into Jiraiya's face. On the screen blazed the premium recruitment interface of the Naruto Mobile Game. Front and center stood a white-haired, spiky-haired shinobi, in a crimson Haori, bearing a colossal scroll. Beneath him a gleaming golden S emblem. That figure was unmistakably himself. And look, it's you in the game. You're in Shrank Shinobi. So amazing. The boy exclaimed, breathless with excitement. Recruiting you also unlocks the exclusive title Perverted Sage. Another girl chimed in. Perverted Sage. Jiraiya stared. First at the imposing heroic Shrank Shinobi Jiraiya on the screen, then at the children's guileless adoring faces. And his weathered cheeks flushed deep crimson. What kind of ridiculous title is that? Who coined it? Why does this absurd nonsense exist in the game? His voice cracked with disbelief. His refined artistry, his elegant scholarly pursuit of inspiration, had somehow been reduced to perverted sage. If word of this spread, where would the dignity of the Toad Sage, a legendary Sannin, ever stand again? The children were startled by Jiraiya's sudden excitement, pulling back their necks, but couldn't help but say, "It's the title given in the game, everyone calls it that way." Jiraiya took a deep breath, realizing that the crux of the problem was not the title, though it made him want to grab the game developer. and give them a good beating, but the game itself. He pointed at the strange boards in the children's hands, trying to keep his voice calm, and said, "Little brats, what you have in your hands is this mobile phone. And what is this Naruto Mobile Game? Where can I get one? This is a mobile phone." The children immediately became excited again, explaining all at once. "It has the Naruto Mobile Game inside, and it's so much fun. You can see many ninjas and control them in battles. The Natsume mobile store. It's just down that street." A little boy enthusiastically pointed the way. "It's run by Brother Natsume. He sells mobile phones there." The name Natsume Mobile Store instantly imprinted itself in Jiraiya's mind. The great sage Toad had mentioned mobile phones, and the source was this very store. It seems that this Natsume is the key figure. "Thank you, little brats," Jiraiya said as he strode towards the direction the children pointed. Soon a shop with a sign reading Natsume Mobile Store appeared before him. Jiraiya pushed open the door and a wave of noise rushed at him. His eyes quickly scanned the shop and finally landed on a young man behind the counter dressed in a simple kimono with a gentle and calm demeanor. The young man appeared to be in his 20s with black hair and eyes and a faint smile that seemed to see through everything yet. "Is he Natsume?" Jiraiya's heart tightened slightly. The young man had no trace of chakra fluctuations, appearing like an ordinary person, yet his aura was too extraordinary. Calm as a deep pool, yet his gaze seemed to penetrate one's heart. This was no ordinary merchant. Jiraiya pushed through the crowd and walked straight to the counter. The noisy shop seemed to quiet down a bit as many recognized the legendary Sannin. "You are the shopkeeper." Jiraiya scrutinized the young man with a piercing gaze. Natsume looked up, saw Jiraiya, and showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated his arrival. He slightly nodded and said, "Indeed, it's me. Welcome. I've long admired the reputation of the Sannin. He knows me, and shows no surprise." Jiraiya's vigilance increased. This guy is definitely not simple. "Cut the small talk." Jiraiya slapped his hand on the counter, drawing the attention of those around him. "Give me one of those mobile phones. I want to see what this thing that turns me into a perverted sage really is." Natsume seemed unfazed by Jiraiya's rudeness, as if accustomed to it. He took out a mobile phone and placed it on the counter. "The price is 10,000 Ryo. Natsume said, 10,000 Ryo? Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out. That price was enough for him to indulge in the best hot spring inn for several days. "Humph, 10,000 Ryo it is. You're tough." Jiraiya painfully pulled out a few crumpled large bills from his pocket and slapped them on the counter. "If it's not as amazing as you say, it'll tear down your shop." Natsume smiled and accepted the money, seemingly not hearing Jiraiya's threat, sliding the mobile phone and a simple instruction manual in front of him. Jiraiya, clutching the mobile phone, worth 10,000 Ryo, slipped into a quiet alley like a thief. Leaning against the wall, he took a deep breath. The prophecy of the great sage Toad and the abnormalities in Konoha all hinged on this little device. Following the rudimentary manual Natsume provided, he clumsily pressed the power button on the side. The screen lit up, and after a brief startup animation, Jiraiya entered an application called Naruto. The screen darkened, and then a tense cutscene began. "The Nine Tails?" Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. A figure with golden hair was fiercely battling a figure in a black cloak, wearing a tiger-stripe mask, revealing only one scarlet Sharingan. That agile movement, that familiar flying thunder god technique. "Minato?" Jiraiya leaned forward, almost pressing his face against the screen. That was unmistakably his disciple, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. What shocked him even more was that the game prompted him to control Minato in battle. He instinctively swiped his finger according to the prompt, and Minato on the screen immediately threw out a flying thunder god kunai. The smooth motion, the familiar chakra glow, made it seem as if Minato was truly resurrected at his fingertips. How is this possible? Jiraiya's voice trembled, the immense shock making it hard for him to hold the mobile phone. Controlling a deceased disciple in battle. The feeling was too bizarre, too unreal, yet carried an indescribable sorrow. Could Minato really be resurrected in this way? The battle was brief but intense. He saw Minato using Reaper Death Seal and 8 Trigram Seal to protect the village. Everything was just like he knew that tragic ending. In the end, Minato and his wife sacrificed themselves, half of the Nine Tails sealed away, the other half sealed into a swat. Close-up shot, the baby crying amidst the ruins. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. Minato's child. Jiraiya felt as if struck by lightning. He suddenly recalled the vague mention by the great sage Toad of the child of destiny, and intertwined with that creation. The animation ended and the game began. A passionate game main interface appeared with several prominent options. Duel Arena, Adventure Dungeon. The game prompted him that he received a login reward: Crank Ninja Uzumaki Naruto Ninja Apprentice Crank Ninja Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the screen showing a golden-haired boy in an orange jacket with a silly grin, is this the child of Minato? Adventure Dungeon, Jiraiya murmured, recalling the great sage Toad's words about fragments of the future manifesting like flowing streams in the present. He reached out his sturdy finger and somewhat awkwardly tapped on the Adventure Dungeon icon. The Land of Waves mission, the 7th Team's Division Exam. Jiraiya's finger unconsciously slid across the screen, tracing Naruto's growth trajectory. From being that excluded and lonely Jinchuriki to becoming a ninja who fought to protect others, gaining friends and recognition. That resilience, that unwavering belief, the declaration of the underdog, that cherish for bonds, all made Jiraiya feel a long-lost shock and emotion. He suddenly understood why the great sage Toad said this mobile phone could glimpse the hidden joys and sorrows of each other. Through this small screen, he seemed to witness Naruto's struggles, pains, and brilliance over his short life of 10+ years. Finally, he clicked on the latest dungeon that triggered the storm, Chunin exam, the arrival. As the plot progressed to the Forest of Death, the atmosphere suddenly turned tense. On the screen, the 7th team encountered Orochimaru. That familiar chilling aura seemed to rush through the screen. Orochimaru in the game was clearly targeting Sasuke. Jiraiya abruptly turned off the mobile phone screen. The alley fell into silence, only his slightly heavy breathing could be heard. All of this condensed within this small creation named mobile phone. The great sage Toad's prophecy was spot. It truly could recreate the deceased Minato, foresee the future Orochimaru, and glimpse into hearts Naruto's growth and emotions. Masked Man. Sharingan. Controlling the Nine Tails. A terrifying guess formed in Jiraiya's mind, combined with the previous images of Uchiha Shursui and young Obito. Jiraiya clenched his phone and strode purposefully towards the Hokage building. As he walked briskly, he rapidly sorted through and deduced the crucial information gleaned from the Hokage mobile game in his mind. Combining his decades of experience traversing the ninja world with his vast intelligence network, alarming conclusions gradually surfaced. The characters appearing in the game, especially those of S and A ranks, are certainly not arbitrary. What it focuses on are those who truly possess the ability to stir the winds of the ninja world and leave profound marks at critical historical junctures. Minato, Orochimaru, the Masked Man, Naruto, Sasuke. Even Gaara, that red-haired kid from Sunigakure, is a... This implies that characters not yet fully revealed in the game will undoubtedly play significant roles in the future. On the night of the Ninetales, the Masked Man's Sharingan could control the Ninetales, a feat that ordinary Sharingan cannot achieve. It is highly likely that it is the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha characters currently appearing in the game include Uchiha Shursui, a rank 2 versions of Uchiha Sasuke Crank, and Uchiha Obito Young Brank. Uchiha Shursui, renowned for his body flicker technique, hailed as a genius of the Uchiha clan, but his active timeline seems to not match up with the Night of the Ninetales. Moreover, it is rumored that he had long committed suicide. Although he appears in the game, the timeline is questionable. Jiraiya is still unaware of the truth behind Shizui's death. Uchiha Sasuke too young. He was less than 1 year old during the Night of the Ninetales, thus can be directly ruled out. Uchiha Obito young. This option made Jiraiya's heart race. Obito, Minato's student who sacrificed himself during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, the one who gifted Kakashi his Sharingan. The game would never include a young ninja character without reason, especially one seemingly unrelated to the current timeline. The inclusion of young Obito must have profound significance. It is likely hinting at a crucial connection between this dead person and significant future events such as the Masked Man. Considering the Masked Man's Sharingan, along with the close ties between Obito and Kakashi, who possesses Obito's Sharingan, and Minato, Obito's teacher, this deceased Uchiha Obito is the primary suspect of the Masked Man. This conclusion sent a chill down Jiraiya's spine. If Obito is not dead, what has he experienced? Why would he attack Konoha and harm his own teacher? The game has introduced a rank Kisame Hashigaki and a rank Haiden. Both are depicted in the game wearing black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Jiraiya's expression darkened significantly. As an intelligence expert traversing the ninja world, he had long been aware of a recently emerging, extremely mysterious and dangerous organization. The members of this organization are all rank rogue ninjas, their movements enigmatic, their objectives unclear, and their signature attire is black cloaks with red clouds. Kisame is an rank rogue ninja from Kirigakure, skilled in water release, and the wielder of the sword Samahata. Haiden is a rogue ninja from Yugakure, and they are all members of the Akatsuki. The game has included them as a rank, proving they belong to the core combat strength within the Akatsuki, and will undoubtedly have significant actions in the future. This is no coincidence. The game is issuing an early warning. Jiraiya's internal alarm bell rang. The Akatsuki undoubtedly has more than just these two members. The game will certainly update with more members of the Akatsuki in the future. There will likely be no shortage of rank level rogue ninjas. A terrifying organization composed of numerous S and A rank rogue ninjas has ambitions that are absolutely earth-shattering. Whatever it may be, it poses a tremendous threat to the ninja world. Since the game has included Uchiha Shursui A young Obito B and Sasuke C, then the core figure of the Uchiha clan massacre, Uchiha Itachi, absolutely cannot be absent. Itachi's strength is unfathomable, and he likely possesses the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Such an existence must be classified as rank in the game. Moreover, he is likely to appear in the upcoming updates. The game clearly predicts that Orochimaru will appear in the Forest of Death targeting Sasuke's Sharingan. This aligns perfectly with Jiraiya's previous speculation. Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan, and his forbidden human experimentation before his defection. His capture of Sasuke is likely related to the ultimate secret of the Sharingan and even to the reason he joined and then left the Akatsuki. The Chunin exams is the stage for Orochimaru to take action. Jiraiya entered the Hokage building clarifying his thoughts. Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the orphan of the fourth Hokage, the child of destiny, and a potential target of the masked man. Sasuke is the last bloodline of the Uchiha clan, and a wielder of the Sharingan, making him a direct target of Orochimaru, and potentially also being watched by the masked man. He must immediately discuss with the old man and formulate the highest level of protection plan. Kakashi's close protection is far from sufficient. The Umbu barriers and even he himself must take action. The masked man is highly suspected to be the deceased Uchiha Obito. All intelligence networks must be utilized to dig deep into the truth of the battle at the Kanabi Bridge and trace Obito's whereabouts. At the same time, closely monitor any updates in the game regarding Obito, especially his adult form. Every Akatsuki member appearing in the game is a critical warning. The game's predictions serve as a guide for action. Set up a web of traps in the Forest of Death, aiming not only to protect the examinees but also to attempt to capture or severely injure Orochimaru. Simultaneously use the exam as an opportunity to observe the true intentions of Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Do they also know the prophecy because of the mobile phone? Are they connected to the Akatsuki or Orochimaru? The source of this prophecy artifact must be clarified. That unfathomable store owner Natsume is crucial. Is he the creator, or merely a disseminator? What exactly is his purpose? What did the great sage Toad mean by beyond the world? This necessitates the highest level of contact and investigation. Uchiha Itachi as an inevitable rank level threat must be preemptively included in the defense system. His enmity with Sasuke is a significant source of instability. In the face of multiple threats from the Akatsuki, the masked man Orochimaru, and potentially rampaging tailed beasts Naruto Gaara, Konoha needs top-notch medical security and powerful peak combat power. Tsunade's monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu are indispensable. Moreover, as one of the legendary Sannin, she has the right to know all of this. The door to the Hokage office is right in front. Jiraiya took a deep breath and pushed the door open. His gaze fell upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was frowning and buried under a pile of scrolls behind his desk. Old man, the situation is 1,000 times more severe than what you mentioned in your secret letter. I have brought the prophecy from the great sage Toad and conclusive evidence from the mobile phone. Concerning Minato's child, the truth of the Nine Tails Orochimaru's plans a terrorist organization called Akatsuki and a Uchiha who might be reborn. Moreover, we may be facing a storm that will sweep across the entire ninja world. Now immediately we need to discuss in detail and make a decision. The first thing, recall Tsunade immediately. Time is of the essence. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent after hearing Jiraiya's deduction, his expression inscrutable. Anin Uchiha Shursui. Jiraiya tapped open the shinobi profile on his phone and scrolled down the skill list until his finger paused over the icon of the ultimate technique. Tsukuyumi Light, a high-tier genjutsu cast from the right eye analogous to Tsukuyumi itself. Tsukuyumi. Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeply. What is Tsukuyumi? The game's description placed it alongside Kodo Amatsukami. Clearly another formidable ocular genjutsu of the Sharingan. Jiraiya jerked his head up and fixed Hiruzen with a sharp gaze. Old man, tell me everything you know about Uchiha Shursui. What were the precise capabilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan? Hiruzen was still reeling from Jiraiya's earlier bombshells. The masked man being Obito, the Akatsuki, posing an existential threat. Caught off guard by the sudden shift to Shursui, he blinked, his eyes flickering with profound sorrow and layered complexity. Setting aside his pipe, he exhaled slowly. A sigh heavy with unbearable memory. Shursui. That boy. Hiruzen's voice was low and gravelly. Yes, he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. As tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village escalated, he confided in me privately. His dojutsu was named Kodo Amatsukami. He told me its power lay in infiltrating the target's mind undetected, and permanently irrevocably reshaping. He swore he would never use it upon his comrades in the village, hoping instead to wield this power as a bridge to heal the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha. Recalling that earnest sunlit youth who loved the village with unwavering devotion, Hiruzen's voice trembled. And his body, where is it? Jiraiya pressed urgently after Shizui's suicide. Was his corpse ever recovered? Hiruzen's face paled, etched with grief and an ineffable tangled anguish. No body, only his blood-stained forehead protector and a farewell letter found beside the Naka River. He drew a deep shuddering breath before reciting haltingly the letter. Read in essence. I am weary of endless missions and ceaseless deception. I can no longer betray the way that resides within my heart. It named no one. Not Itachi, not any other figure. We deployed every resource to search, yet found neither living trace nor mortal remains. He simply vanished. Weary of missions. Betrayal of the way. Jiraiya turned those phrases over like shards of broken glass, juxtaposing them with Kodo Amatsukami's terrifying capability. Doubt blooming thick and dark. First, the motive for suicide was vague and implausible. A genius devoted to Konoha striving to mend fractures. Would he truly end himself over mission fatigue or betrayal of the way? It clashed violently with everything Jiraiya knew of Shizui's character and convictions, resembling less a final act of despair than a desperate accusation or a meticulously crafted illusion. Second, the absence of a body was pivotal. No sign of life, no trace of death, utterly unnatural. Either someone had erased all evidence completely, or Shursui was still alive. Perhaps Head engineered his own death, using Kodo Amatsukumi's latent unknown potential or some other means, to slip away like a cicada shedding its shell. Third, what was this way, and who had betrayed it? The letter implied Head been forced into acts violating his deepest beliefs, or witnessed an atrocity he could not abide. This pointed to immense internal pressure. Profound darkness festering within the village itself. Old man Jiraiya said, voice grave Shizui's suicide bristles with too many contradictions. To possess the eye that commands will, yet vanish after leaving such an ambiguous testament. This reads less like self-erasure and more like coerced exile, or a silent searing protest. Where is that eye now? Still with him? Or has it fallen into the hands of those who compelled him to betray the way? This is an existential threat. Hiruzen remained silent, his face a mask of exhaustion and inner torment. Shizui's disappearance had been a boulder crushing his conscience for years. Jiraiya advanced with another piercing question striking at the heart of the matter. Old man, why did Uchiha Itachi annihilate his clan? Was mere treason sufficient cause? With his intellect and strength, surely alternatives existed. What role did Konoha itself play in this slaughter? Jiraiya held Hiruzen's gaze unflinchingly, decades of experience sharpening his instinct for political rot. Hiruzen's body jolted violently, as if all vitality had been siphoned away. He closed his eyes. Long moments passed before he opened them again. Jiraiya, the Uchiha massacre was tacitly sanctioned by Konoha's upper echelons. A thunderclap, though long suspected, hearing the brutal truth, spoken aloud by his own teacher, struck Jiraiya like a physical blow. The Uchiha coup was imminent. Hiruzen's voice was thick with sorrow. Danzo's route had irrefuted. Their preparations were complete. Once launched, civil war would engulf Konoha. The village had barely drawn breath after the Nine Tails assault. With great nations watching like vultures, internal strife would spell annihilation. The massacre loomed inevitable. The aged Hokage clenched his fist, knuckles white with anguish. Itachi was the Uchiha spy within ANBU, but his loyalty belonged to Konoha. He revealed the coup plot to us, primarily to Danzo and myself. Danzo's stance was absolute: eradicate the root, eliminate all future threats. And I. Hiruzen's voice broke, saturated with self-reproach. I lacked the strength to oppose Danzo and the Council of Elders. The village must prevail over the clan. That was the cruel, inescapable reality. In the end, we acquiesced to Itachi's actions. As part of the bargain, he demanded we spare his younger brother Sasuke. Silence descended upon the office. Absolute, suffocating, dense as molten lead. Jiraiya stood frozen, his mind utterly blank. He had sensed darkness, but never fathomed such bottomless, nauseating abyss. To sanction, nay enable, a genocide against one's own bloodline, kin, all in the name of stability. To force a child onto a path of slaughtering his entire family, condemning him to eternal guilt. To hold Sasuke's life as ransom, coercing Itachi into becoming the executioner of his own clan. A low, hollow, desolate chuckle escaped Jiraiya. Ah, the village above the clan, how noble. Eradicate all future threats, how efficient. Old man, Danzo, those revered elders. You have done magnificent work. Jiraiya slammed his fist onto the Hokage's desk. Wood splintered instantly. Is this the Konoha you protect? Is this the will of fire you profess? Peace bought with the foulest bloodshed and deepest betrayal. What separates you from the warmongers you claim to? His roar echoed through the chamber, raw with disillusionment and incandescent fury. He could not reconcile the village he cherished, the teacher he revered, both complicit in an atrocity that defied humanity. Hiruzen slumped into his chair, seeming to age 20 years in an instant, speechless, bearing only a crushing sigh and an unforgivable burden of guilt. Jiraiya gasped for air, forcing his rage to subside. Anger solved nothing. Clarity, cold, unblinking clarity, was now essential. Clues unveiled by the phone. Shizui's vanishing. The truth behind Itachi's massacre. The masked man's enigma. The Akatsuki's menace. Orochimaru's machinations. Old man, the roots of Konoha have rotted. Shizui's eye. Itachi's truth. Danzo's ambition. These are cancers. Unless excised, Konoha will crumble from within, even if we repel Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. Jiraiya's expression hardened into granite. He paused, then spoke with deliberate weight. Old man, the situation may be far more perilous and intricate than we imagined. Shizui's suicide and the missing body, coupled with Kodo Amatsukumi's nature, point toward two dire possibilities. First, Shursui is still alive, He may have utilized the Bietian God to modify his ultimate will or existence in some way, allowing him to completely disappear in order to avoid the threat of death. He is now like a ghost endowed with divine power lurking in the shadows of the world. His condition, his stance, and his intentions are all immense unknowns. An existence capable of freely altering the will of others is itself a doomsday bomb that could explode at any moment. The murderer, after seizing the eye of Bietian God, used an extremely thorough method to obliterate the body, leaving no traces behind. This means that the eye possessing the power to control will has already fallen into the hands of some ambitious individual or terrorist organization. Its potential for harm is equally incalculable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, and his hand holding the pipe trembled slightly. Regardless of which possibility it is, it signifies a terrifying power capable of overturning the order of the ninja world is now loose. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with anger and a deep sense of helplessness. If it truly was Danzo's doing, he could almost be certain that Danzo would covet this power. The game records Shursue Jiraiya pointed at his phone and said, not only because of his genius and tragedy but also as a sharp warning to us. The power of Bietian God has never vanished. It is either within a ghost or in the eye socket of some. This power that can manipulate the will is a threat more terrifying than tailed beasts Orochimaru or even the Akatsuki organ, because it can silently erode the human heart, turning the most loyal companions into enemies, causing the entire ninja world to unknowingly fall into eternal servitude. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said, send the orders. A masked Umbu appeared in the corner of the office, kneeling on one knee. First, a top-secret mission. Target: thoroughly investigate the disappearance of Uchiha Shursue. Scope: 5 kilometers around the South Hachuan area. Timeframe: 1 month before Shizui's disappearance to 3 months after. Utilize all means: trace identification team secret technique, tracking team Inuzuka clan Aburame clan. Search inch by inch. Any minute residual energy chakra markings, battle traces, eyewitness reports. Even the most absurd rumors must be recorded. I want to know the truth behind Shizui's disappearance. Whether alive or dead, I must find traces of his. Second, closely monitor all abnormal movements and material flows of route, especially those involving the medical team, sealing team, and projects related to the Sharingan research. Any abnormalities must be reported directly to me. Priority: top secret. Understood. The Umbu responded in a low voice, vanishing instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back wearily in his chair, as if he had exhausted all his strength. He knew this order was like walking on the edge of a cliff, likely to directly ignite a conflict with Danzo, but the threat of Bietian God left him no choice. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha training room, Sasuke sat cross-legged with his phone in front of him. He had just finished watching the skills of the newly acquired Crank Ninja, and was not particularly moved. Sasuke's gaze fell on the high-level recruitment interface on the Shrank Ninja, Jiraiya, which required a full 100 ninja fragments for exchange. One of the legendary 3 ninjas, the legendary Toad Sage, Sasuke muttered to himself. The people in the village seemed to admire this white-haired old man. He wanted to see what this so-called ninja was truly capable of. After spending some time investing, Sasuke finally gathered 100 ninja fragments. With a hint of expectation, he clicked recruit. Ninja Jiraiya acquired. Sasuke immediately opened the ninja details, carefully examining the skills. First skill: long press, short press. Second skill: long press, short press, and it can even derive from the basic attack key. Sasuke frowned. Isn't this equivalent to having 5 skills? Plus 6 ultimate skills. This was completely different from the ninja operation logic he had encountered before, and a sense of trouble but potentially powerful arose. And ninja. Let me see what you're made of. Sasuke immediately opened the ninja training ground, selecting Ninja Jiraiya as the control character, setting the opponent to that familiar orange figure, Ninja Naruto Uzumaki. Subconsciously, he might want to see how this bottom feeder fared against an ninja. Let's first test the basic attack. Sasuke's finger swiped. 1-8, 2-8, 3-8. The first 3 segments of physical techniques smoothly connected. For a knocks up, with a sweeping effect. He quickly concluded after connecting the basic attacks it can be filled quite stable and can use 4A for combos. First skill: short press toad transformation technique. On the screen, Jiraiya instantaneously transformed into a frog. Transforming into a frog. No damage at all. Sasuke was puzzled. Sasuke controlled Jiraiya to approach the training Naruto, then he released the first skill: toad transformation. It dragged the enemy in. Let's see if it can grab the body. Adding a sweep can break the body, and if it doesn't hit anyone, you can move freely during the toad transformation and be invincible the whole time. During toad transformation, you can also use other skills and secret techniques to interrupt it. Sasuke took a deep breath. This skill can provide protection, initiate, and has grab potential. It's very strong, especially since the skill is invincible throughout, allowing one to dodge secret techniques and skills. Even summoning can be evaded. First skill: long press underworld swamp. Quite a large range, still a release skill can prevent enemies from getting close. Second skill: short press, summoning a toad to jump 3 times. If there's no one in front of the toad, it will stop to pressure the field, a long-range consumption type skill. Second skill long press Jiraiya rides on the toad, and can also control the toad's direction crossing the axis, which allows for fast approaches and dodges from certain skills. Second skill slide basic attack toad oil flame bullet. This attack range is quite short, suitable for close range output. Ultimate heroic Rasen Shuriken can change direction, releases in a full field. Yaxis skill damage is quite high. Sasuke began to attempt to combine these complex skills, starting with a long press of the first skill Underworld Swamp, immediately followed by the second skill, and then releasing the ultimate heroic Rasen Shuriken. Boom! After the earth-shattering explosion, Sasuke was shocked to discover it can actually trigger the double beans. Training Naruto was instantly left with minimal health. Long press the first skill, connect to the second skill, then to the ultimate. It can actually trigger the double beans ultimate, and this damage seems a bit excessive. After the ultimate, you can connect to the first skill toad transformation with a high float that allows follow-up basic attack second skills, and can also connect to sweeping secret techniques. This combination of first and second skills, along with the ultimate, counters physical technique ninjas. Sasuke switched to the shark and the insertion technique. He wanted to test how much damage could the combination of the first and second skills plus the ultimate deal. If this damage has a high critical rate, it could potentially one-shot an enemy ninja in the time of a substitution. Underworld. Sasuke finally uttered these two words. This power. This simple yet complex control-heavy explosive damage and unanswerable combo approach. This is not merely combat. It's an absolute display of strength in a comprehensive crush. Wait. Just as Sasuke was immersed in the shock brought by Jiraiya's underworld, his gaze inadvertently swept past the ninja list. A familiar name and figure instantly seized all his attention. A ninja, Uchiha Shursui. He had almost forgotten about the existence of this clan brother, while focusing on studying ninja Jiraiya. An indescribable mix of nostalgia, confusion, and pain surged through him. Sasuke switched to Shursui. The basic attack actually has 11 segments and can fly. Previously, Sannin Jiraiya's underworld strength had already shocked Sasuke, and at this moment Shizui's skill mechanism sent chills down his spine. Shursui can exert absolute suppression over ninjas who cannot target the sky. The ultimate technique, Koten Zanshuin Radiance, is described as an offensive illusion technique on par with Tsukuyami. Sasuke's breath quickened suddenly. Tsukuyami. This word was like a key, instantly unlocking his most painful memories. Itachi's cold voice echoed in his mind. The Mangekyo Sharingan requires the death of the closest person, such as your best friend. Shut up. Sasuke suddenly smashed his phone against the wall, but at the last moment he forced himself to. He stared at Shizui's figure on the screen, suddenly realizing a deeper fear. If Itachi's Mangekyo ability truly was Tsukuyami, then was the sin of killing a close friend also related to Shursui? And if he wanted to gain equal power? I will never do as you say, Itachi. Sasuke roared into the void. I will obtain power my way and then personally end you. The Konoha cemetery looked particularly desolate in the light rain. Jiraiya stood before the memorial stone, raindrops dripping down his white hair. A faint sound of footsteps came from behind him. Why are you here to visit the grave so late? Jiraiya asked without turning his head. Kakashi's figure emerged from the rain curtain, his visible eye dull and lifeless. Just came to see an old friend. Jiraiya turned around, his gaze fixed on Kakashi. Just in time, I have something to ask you. About Obito and Rin. How did they die? Kakashi's body stiffened for a moment. Raindrops hit his mask, dripping down his chin. Obito was crushed by a boulder during the battle at the Canopy Bridge while trying to save me. We couldn't recover his body. As for Rin, Jiraiya noticed Kakashi's fingers trembling slightly. What happened to Rin? She had the three tails implanted within her. Kakashi almost squeezed out the sentence through his clenched teeth. To prevent the three tails from rampaging and destroying Konoha, she willingly collided with my Raikiri. Jiraiya's pupils constricted sharply. He recalled the mysterious figure with a spiral mask from the game, that Crimson Sharingan. What about Rin's body? After Rin died, her body was not buried in the Konoha village cemetery. It should have been urgently handled by the Umbu. Kakashi's voice grew quieter. The rain fell harder, and the sound hitting the memorial stone was like a silent accusation. Jiraiya's mind raced, connecting the clues from the game to reality. Kakashi, what was the relationship between Obito and Rin? Obito liked Rin. Kakashi forced a bitter smile. And Rin was more concerned about me. At first Obito and I had a poor relationship. We only truly became comrades at the moment before he died. Jiraiya suddenly slapped the memorial stone, splashing rainwater. I understand. Obito is very likely not dead. Kakashi looked up in shock, his one eye wide open. What? Listen, Jiraiya's voice trembled with excitement. If Obito was revived, and then learned that Rin died by your hand, what would he do given his character? Kakashi's body swayed slightly, as if he had been punched in the chest. He would hate me. Hate all of Konoha. Kakashi's voice was barely audible. Exactly. Jiraiya pointed at Obito's character image on the phone screen. Every ninja that appears in the game is not a coincidence. The young Obito, Shursui, and Minato all hint at something. And the next one is likely to be Rin. Kakashi's gaze fell on the memorial stone where Obito's name was inscribed, the rain washing over the etching, as if trying to erase it completely. If Obito is really still alive, if he is the one from the Night of the Nine Tails. Kakashi couldn't finish his sentence. Jiraiya nodded heavily. We need to be prepared. The clues in the game and reality are converging, and the Chunin exam may be the moment everything erupts. The rainy night had not dispersed. Jiraiya pushed open the door to Natsume's mobile phone shop, and the wind chimes sounded dully in the humid air. Jiraiya shook the droplets from his white hair, locking his gaze on Natsume, who was alert behind the counter. Kid, I was rude during the day. Rarely he bent down, pulled out a signed copy of Intimate Paradise, and slammed it on the counter as an apology. Natsume was taken aback, glancing at the hastily written note on the book's cover, one of the legendary Sannin's autograph. His lips twitched. What exactly do you want to inquire about? Jiraiya cut straight to the chase, asking, that mysterious masked man in the game. Could he be Uchiha? Natsume raised an eyebrow and suddenly chuckled. You can't be the legendary version, T0 information, Jiraiya, can you? What version? Jiraiya was taken aback. It's just. Natsume gestured. The strongest source of information that can predict the future. For example, if Minato could instantly kill the masked man when he returned home, or healthy Itachi could take on Otsutsuki alone. Jiraiya suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting. There's such a saying. And there's Naruto, who grew up drinking healthy milk filled with killing intent. Natsume suddenly leaned closer. Jiraiya's laughter abruptly stopped. He stared at the Nine-Tails sticker pressed under the glass on the counter. Is Naruto the child of destiny? He is the protagonist. Natsume blurted out. Protagonist. Just like the novel you wrote. Natsume pointed at the Intimate Paradise that Jiraiya had just gifted. Outside the window, lightning illuminated Jiraiya's face, casting it in a flickering light. He recalled the trajectory of the blonde boy in the game who kept growing stronger, and the prophecy of the wind of change, suddenly grabbing his hat and turning around. Wait! Natsume called out to him. If Obito is really still alive. Jiraiya turned back at the door, raindrops dripping from his white hair. Then it proves that the script of this world is more cruel than a novel. Orochimaru, draped in a gray cloak, his golden snake eyes flickering in the shadow of the hood. His long fingers traced the barrier at the entrance of Konoha, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, such lax defenses. The fine rain blurred the streets, and his footsteps paused in front of Natsume's mobile shop. The phones displayed in the window reflected his pale face, while the rain streaks sliding down the glass fragmented his image. Is this the machine that can predict the future, as Do said? His hoarse whispers dissipated in the sound of the rain. The wind chimes chimed lightly as Orochimaru stepped into the shop, a faint scent of blood wafting through the damp air. Natsume looked up, meeting those golden snake eyes. A flicker of barely perceptible excitement and understanding crossed his eyes. He had arrived, the legendary snake uncle. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, his voice hoarse and deep as he said, I heard that the phones here can see the future. Xiaomu smiled faintly, his voice, though soft, cut clearly through the drumming rain. 10,000 ryo. Pay up and you'll know. No deception, no delay, money in hand, goods delivered on the spot. What you witness will be worth every coin. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the seemingly ordinary shopkeeper before him. The man emitted not a trace of chakra, yet dared speak to him so boldly. Either he was mad or possessed absolute confidence. Weighing Kabuto's intelligence and Jiraiya's unusual behavior earlier that day, Orochimaru leaned decisively toward the latter. 10,000 ryo was a fortune to common folk, but to him it amounted to little more than spare change from his research budget. Fascinating. A heavy money pouch landed precisely on the counter with a muted thud. Power it on. And launch that game with the blonde-haired avatar. Create an account. Name it anything you like, Xiaomu remarked as if guiding a novice. Orochimaru complied smoothly, his movements precise and assured, utterly unlike those of someone encountering such technology for the first time. The screen shifted, the night sky over Konoha erupted with the colossal form of the nine-tailed fox. At the center stood a figure he knew all too well. The fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, locked in fierce confrontation with a masked stranger. Controlling Minato. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed Orochimaru's gaze. His fingers glided across the virtual joystick and skill buttons, and instantly Minato on screen unleashed a technique. Space-based ninjutsu. No. This sensation is unmistakably the Sharingan. Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan's power? Such flawless defense. No. It runs deeper, pure spatial manipulation. This was far more than a mere game. It was the most vivid tactical reconstruction imaginable of that long-ago catastrophe. He witnessed Minato's split-second decisions that fateful night, and grasped the eerie, overwhelming potency of the masked man's abilities. The intelligence embedded here held value immeasurably greater than 10,000 ryo. As the sequence concluded, Orochimaru casually entered a username, Snake Shadow. Upon reaching the main menu, a system notification appeared. Login bonus. Uzumaki Naruto Academy student Uzumaki Naruto. He then tapped into adventure dungeons. From Naruto's theft of the Forbidden Scroll to team assignments to the bridge battle in Wave Country, where Kakashi faced off against Zabuza and Haku. The scenes unfolded rapidly, each one meticulously rendered. Every visual detail, every line of dialogue, every combat logic mirrored reality with uncanny fidelity. This could not be dismissed as mere coincidence or idle fantasy. Orochimaru's finger finally hovered over the newly unlocked Dungeon Chunin exam's dawn arrival. The screen transitioned to the Forest of Death. Within the game, the avatar labeled Orochimaru immediately locked onto Sasuke. His grip on the phone tightened sharply. The setting, the dialogue, the exact timing and manner of appearance. This was the very core of his infiltration plan for Konoha, devised for execution during the second phase of the Chunin exams. Impossible! The shock reverberating within him dwarfed even his astonishment at witnessing the Nine-Tails Night. That event belonged to history, but this dawn arrival scenario pointed squarely toward the future. Toward the imminent present itself. Was this true foresight, or had the moment he viewed this scene already anchored the future, rendering it immutable? Or was this in fact an elaborate trap laid by Konoha? Designed expressly for him, countless hypotheses collided and cascaded through his mind, a precision-engineered intellect racing through permutations. Orochimaru abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a stiletto pierced straight into Xiaomu's eyes. Shopkeeper, just who are you? What is this device? Xiaomu yawned languidly. As you see, a mobile vendor. As for what this is, just a game. Play it, enjoy it, but don't take it too seriously. He paused, then fixed Orochimaru with a gaze suddenly profound and unblinking. Still, Mr. Orochimaru, you braved the rain late at night to visit my humble shop, surely not merely to acquire a new toy. Your purpose, and your intentions regarding Konoha, I suspect we both understand them perfectly well. Orochimaru remained silent. Before him stood a shopkeeper shrouded in mystery. Powerful, perceptive, seemingly omniscient. He could not fathom the man's depth, yet it was undeniable the shopkeeper knew exactly who he was, and what he planned. So, Orochimaru's tone carried quiet inquiry. So Xiaomu spread his hands lightly. I have no interest in your game with Konoha, and no intention of interfering. However, his tone shifted subtly as he gestured toward the modest, nearly empty shop. My establishment has just opened. Business is brisk. I'm short on reliable hands. Clerks, errand runners, the like. You, Mr. Orochimaru, command vast resources. Surely you wouldn't object to lending me a few trustworthy assistants. Orochimaru instantly grasped the term surrender several of his subordinates in exchange for Xiaomu's non-interference during his operations in Konoha. The bargain was acceptable. The value of a few sound genin paled beside the threat posed by an unknown formidable adversary, and the imperative of executing his plan without disruption. Mr. Xiaomu, you are indeed a shrewd merchant. Agreed. First thing tomorrow, assistants will report here. Orochimaru gave Xiaomu one last penetrating look. I trust, shopkeeper. You'll honor your word. Of course. Harmony breeds prosperity. Xiaomu replied, smiling warmly. Without another word, Orochimaru tucked the device into his robe, turned and pushed open the shop door. Cold rain and night wind rushed inward. Then his figure dissolved into the dense rain-licked darkness beyond, vanishing utterly. The wind chime's delicate chime rang out with startling clarity in the rain-soaked night. At dawn the next day, the downpour eased, but thick leaden clouds still hung low. Konoha stirred awake as streets gradually filled with pedestrians. Xiaomu's mobile store had barely opened when three youths, strangely dressed, bearing an aura of grim intensity, stood uneasily before the counter. Leading them was a sullen boy swathed in bandages, revealing only one eye. Dosu Kinyuta. He bowed slightly, voice muffled and low. Mr. Xiaomu, we've been sent by Lord Orochimaru to serve under your command. Beside Dosu stood Sakan, eyes sharp and wary as he scanned both the shop and Xiaomu, as if searching for hidden truths. A little farther back stood Kin, likewise studying the shopkeeper with quiet scrutiny. Xiaomu glanced them over. Orochimaru's sound trio. Not a careless choice. He waved dismissively. Enough standing there blocking the entrance. Dosu, you'll manage the shelves and guide customers through basic functions. Sakan, you handle heavy lifting and errands. Kin, you're observant. Take charge of cleaning and inventory checks. You know Konoha's laws, yes. No trouble. Just stay focused and compliant. Later, when I open branches elsewhere, I'll consider transferring you. The three exchanged glances, each seeing the same bewildered complexity in the other's eyes. From elite operatives carrying out perilous missions for Orochimaru to clerks in a Konoha mobile shop, the shift was surreal. Yet they dared neither defy Orochimaru's order nor underestimate this shopkeeper, whose very presence had compelled their master to negotiate. Yes, sir, they murmured in unison, beginning awkwardly to adapt to this wholly unexpected and deeply incongruous occupation. The sunlight filtered through the thin clouds lazily falling onto the streets. The door of the Natsume Mobile Shop swung open with a loud clang accompanied by the typical ruckus of youth. Naruto's voice echoed throughout the space. Natsume, hurry and mediate. Sasuke's Shrank Ninja Jiraiya is such a cheat. One wrong substitution jutsu got my ninja killed. Naruto's voice suddenly halted and his footsteps came to a stop. Following behind him Sasuke Sakura and their teammates Shikamaru Choji and Ino also halted, their gazes fixated on a corner of the store. 3 individuals wearing the forehead protectors of the Sound Village were busily engaged in activities. After a brief moment of shock, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed at Tor's voice, rising an octave. Wow. Look, it's Tor's, the character from the game who can teleport and grab enemies. Tor's seemed to furrow his brow beneath the bandages. Naruto then turned to Zack, mimicking Zack's skill movements from the game, exaggeratingly waving his hands, and you, the insane creation Zack. Air slash, whoosh, boom, the one that can shatter rocks. Naruto's imitation was vivid and he even added explosion sound effects. You little brat, are you looking for death? Zack's face turned crimson. If you dare to call me that disgusting name again, it'll make you experience the taste of insane creation right now. Just then Jean, who was nearby, suddenly burst into laughter, her voice bright and unrestrainedly mocking. She crossed her arms and with great interest watched the furious Zack and the gloomy Tors adding fuel to the fire. Oh, is Mr. Insane Creation getting angry? The golden-haired kid calls it quite fitting. Look at your arms, huh? And you Lord Tors, wrapped in all those bandages, haha. Jean laughed heartily, as if witnessing the funniest thing in the world, completely disregarding her teammates' anger. Zack, enraged, had veins popping on his forehead as he shouted at Jean. Jean, shut your mouth. Tor's visible eye revealed beneath the bandages shot a cold glance at Jean. But Jean was unfazed, still laughing uncontrollably. Sakura and Ino looked on in disbelief at the infighting of the Sound Trio, momentarily at a loss for words. Shikamaru, on the other hand, frowned tightly. The Sound Trio Tors, Zack and Jean, are in the game Chunin Exam Awakening storyline, and now they are actually working as clerks in Natsume's shop. At that chaotic and delicate moment, the wind chime at the shop door rang clear once more. Excuse me, Natsume. Aoi from the Mist Village walked in, followed by 3 others. Chijiro, who carried a pair of dual swords and appeared somewhat shy and anxious. Upon seeing so many people in the shop, especially Naruto and the others, he became even more flustered. Ringo Yuri, a girl with long purple hair and a sickly pale complexion. She wore the attire of the Mist Village, but her breath was somewhat unsteady, clearly unwell. Though she lacked a lightning blade at her waist, the aura of the lightning release genius was faintly perceptible. Yutaka, a slightly melancholic youth with long hair. He quietly stood at the back as if he did not belong in the lively atmosphere. Due to the Mist Village's Natsume mobile branch, Aoi and Chijiro were quite familiar with the mobile shop environment. Ringo Yuri curiously surveyed the place while Yutaka's calm gaze swept over the crowd, pausing briefly on the set. Upon seeing them, especially Yutaka, Natsume displayed clear surprise on his face. He stepped forward to greet Aoi and welcome to the Konoha main store. Who are these? His gaze fell on Yutaka, carrying a questioning tone. Aoi calmly introduced Natsume. This is Ringo Yuri, our excellent lightning release newcomer from the Mist Village. And this is Yutaka. Natsume raised an eyebrow slightly and directly asked Mr. Yutaka. I recall the intel indicated that he seemed to have left the Mist Village previously. Natsume's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Yutaka was once a rogue ninja. Aoi nodded, explaining, yes, Natsume, you are well informed. However, since the opening of the Natsume mobile shop in the Mist Village, the village's policies have changed. We are committed to seeking and clarifying misunderstandings, welcoming our wandering compatriots back. Mr. Yutaka's situation has been clarified. He chose to return to the village to serve the Mist. Aoi looked at Yutaka, who calmly nodded at Natsume, implicitly acknowledging Aoi's statement. Natsume suddenly understood, his usual smile returning as he said, I see. Welcome back, Mr. Yutaka. Natsume's thoughts raced. Yutaka, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Along with Naruto, the Nine Tails, and Gaara, the One Tail. Wow, this Chunin exam is going to gather 3 Jinchuriki. This stage is getting more and more lively. At this moment, Naruto also recognized Chijiro and waved excitedly. Hey, Chijiro, what brings you to Konoha? He curiously glanced at Ringo Yuri and Yutaka, having no impression. Chijiro, seeing Naruto, nervously adjusted his glasses and replied, Naruto-kun. We are here to participate in the Chunin exam. Chijiro pointed at Aoi. Lord Aoi is leading us. Our team also includes Senior Ringo Yuri and Senior Chunin exam. Sakura and Ino exclaimed in surprise. Shikamaru's heart sank to the bottom. He looked at this Mist team led by Aoi, which included a former rogue ninja and a lightning release genius. Recalling the earlier infighting of the Sound Trio and the lack of information about the Mist participating in the game storyline, a strong sense of crisis almost suffocated him. He forcibly suppressed the churning thoughts with the Mist participating, the Sound lurking, and the game storyline completely overturned. Orochimaru's target is Sasuke. Gaara from the Sand Village is unstable, and now with the Mist involved, this isn't just trouble. It's a disaster. This Chunin exam is bound to spiral out of control. Sasuke observed everything coldly. The noise of Naruto, the infighting and hostility of the sound, the unexpected appearance of the mist, the gaze of the frail purple-haired girl, and the sense of alienation emanating from the blue-haired youth all came to him like background noise, utterly meaningless. Sasuke's heart was filled only with a thirst for power and hatred for Itachi. These disturbances, expressionless, he pocketed his phone, turned around, pushed the shop door open, and left, leaving behind a cold statement devoid of warmth, boring to death. Naruto, hey, Sasuke, wait for me. Sakura, Sasuke. Shikamaru looked at Sasuke's determined retreat, and then at the tense sound ninjas and the newly joined strong team from the mist behind the counter, along with the mysterious owner Natsume, who seemed detached, controlling the situation, and even aware of the return of rogue ninjas. The first round of the Chunin exam takes place in the venue. The air is so heavy that it feels like it could be wrung out for water. The massive lecture hall is filled with young genin from various countries and ninja villages. The 12 young talents of Konoha gather in a corner, and the atmosphere is far from the usual lightheartedness. Hey, this atmosphere is way too oppressive. Naruto can't help but mutter softly, his head restlessly scanning left and right. What exactly are we going to be tested on? The adventure plot didn't mention anything about the first exam. Sakura nervously clenches her fists and says, Naruto, quiet down. The examiner hasn't arrived yet. Sasuke leans against the wall, eyes closed and seemingly oblivious to the surrounding noise, as if detached from the situation. His only goal is power and that man. This exam is merely a formality. Shikamaru has his hands in his pockets, frowning as his gaze scans the entire venue, observing each unfamiliar face. This is troublesome. Based on past experiences and the limited hints in the game, the first round is most likely a written test. A written test? No way. Absolutely impossible. Shikamaru, you must be mistaken. Naruto shouts loudly, attracting the attention of those around him. Idiot. Keep your voice down. Sakura quickly covers Naruto's mouth. Naruto breaks free, lowering his voice and saying, In the game, I passed the first round. If it's a written test, how could I possibly pass? I often fail the written tests in ninja school. This is absolutely not going to happen. Naruto seems to have found ironclad evidence to overturn Shikamaru's conclusion, wearing a smug look as if he has uncovered the truth. Shikamaru rolls his eyes and says, Reality and the game can't be the same, can they? Moreover, the game didn't specify how you passed, maybe. Shikamaru's words are interrupted by a sudden commotion at the entrance. The Sand Village trio walks in. Gaara's emotionless eyes, dark-circled and devoid of feeling, sweep across the room and momentarily rest on Naruto. It is a gaze as if looking at a lifeless object, causing Naruto to shiver involuntarily. Soon after, the Mist Village team arrives. Shikamaru's gaze darts quickly between Yutaka and Gaara. Then 3 familiar figures appear at the entrance. Tosusaku and Jin. Shikamaru's heart sinks. As expected, they came too. What exactly is Boss Natsume planning by letting them participate in the exam? He feels the concentration of monsters in the venue has become frighteningly high. Just as the tension reaches its peak, a gentle voice comes from behind Naruto. You all seem quite nervous. Everyone turns around to see a young man wearing round glasses and a gentle smile standing there. Who are you? Sakura asks in confusion. The young man adjusts his glasses and smiles. Nice to meet you. I am Yakushi Kabuto, a genin from Konoha. Looking at your forehead protectors, you must be new graduates this year, right? Naruto sees Kabuto and immediately recalls something, his eyes brightening. Kabuto-senpai. I remember you. In the game, you are the brank ninja Yakushi Kabuto. So powerful. Why are you here for the Chunin exam too? Weren't you supposed to have already been promoted to Chunin? Kabuto's smile falters slightly but quickly returns to normal as he chuckles helplessly. Well, a game is just a game. Although I have participated in several Chunin exams, luck has not been on my side, always falling just a bit short. Kabuto skillfully avoids the issue of strength, and then casually mentions, speaking of strength, you all need to be careful of those from the Sand Village, especially that Gaara who carries a gourd on his back. As he speaks, Kabuto naturally pulls out a thick stack of slightly worn ninja identification cards. He skillfully pulls one out and shows it to Naruto and the others. The card clearly displays Gaara's image along with some data. A rank mission. Sakura gasps and Ino covers her mouth. A genin executing a rank mission. That's simply absurd. Kabuto adjusts his glasses and says, Moreover, the key point is that he completed all the missions without a scratch all by himself. His strength likely far exceeds that of an ordinary Chunin, even a Jonin. Compared to him, I, the so-called brank ninja, really amount to nothing. Kabuto lets out a light sigh as if lamenting the prowess of the younger generation. Naruto gazes at the cold task data on the card, especially the glaring rank. Recalling Gaara's emotionless murderous gaze, a chill runs from his feet straight to the top of his head. This opponent is terrifyingly strong. Naruto instinctively clenches his fists, feeling a strong sense of crisis regarding this exam for the first time. Shikamaru is fixated on the card in Kabuto's hands, and that gentle, harmless smile, precise intelligence, perfectly timed guidance. This Yakushi Kabuto is definitely not simple. He deliberately made Naruto aware of Gaara's terrifying intentions. Just then the front door of the classroom is abruptly pushed open. A tall man with a long face strides in, followed by a group of Chunin proctors. A powerful sense of oppression instantly envelopes the entire venue, causing all whispers to vanish. The scar-faced man surveys the silent candidates, his voice booming. I am the chief examiner for your first round, Marino Ibiki. Now everyone sit down immediately. The exam will begin shortly. His gaze finally lands on the thick stack of test papers on the podium. Naruto looks at the pile of white test papers, his face instantly turning pale, his lips trembling, as he lets out a desperate wail. A written test. It's over. Shikamaru covers his face in agony. As expected, this is a huge problem. Marino Ibiki's voice falls like a cold iron block in the silent examination hall. The rules are very simple. A total of 100 points, 10 questions, each worth 10 points. Cheating is allowed, but if caught cheating by a proctor, you will be immediately eliminated. Once your score hits 0, you will be eliminated immediately. Moreover, your entire team will be eliminated. After announcing the rules, the test papers are distributed. All that remains in the examination hall is the rustling of paper and the sound of suppressed breathing. Naruto receives the test paper, and after just one glance his head feels like it's buzzing 3 times. Those densely packed symbols, complex analyses of ninjutsu principles, and obscure geographical intelligence calculations are more difficult for him than deciphering ancient texts. It's over, it's over, it's over. Naruto internally wails. These are definitely not questions a genin can answer. Shikamaru guessed it right. But wait, I clearly passed in the game. What on earth is happening? In stark contrast to Naruto's despair was Sasuke. Sasuke calmly scanned the test paper, his gaze swiftly gliding over the questions. The questions were indeed far beyond the level of a genin, even touching upon the realm of a chunin. Yet Sasuke's gaze soon shifted away from the paper as he began to observe the entire exam hall discreetly. The proctor's eyes swept over the candidates below, seemingly looking for cheating, but their positions made Sasuke's pupils slightly constrict. He noticed the paths the proctors were intentionally or unintentionally blocking, and the subtle hints exchanged through their glances. This was not a simple knowledge assessment. This was a test of information-gathering abilities under high pressure. How to acquire the necessary information without being discovered. Sasuke's gaze instinctively swept over Naruto, observing his anxious, pale expression, and he understood. So that's it, no wonder this underachiever passed in the game. Sasuke's lips curled into a faint smile. Since the plot has arranged for him to pass, there's no need to unnecessarily remind him. Sasuke lowered his head again, focusing on his own information gathering. Sakura quickly caught on to the clues. She was solid in theory. Although the questions were difficult, they were not entirely unapproachable. However, when she saw some obviously capable ninja from other villages around her starting to frown and even sweat her, combining the rules of Ibiki and the proctor's demeanor, a thought flashed through her mind. This is not a test of knowledge. It's a test of how we can steal answers without being discovered. She remembered that in the game Naruto indeed passed this stage. So that's it. The game didn't explicitly state it, but it hinted at the nature of this exam. Sakura took a deep breath, making a decision in her heart. As for Naruto, if he could do it in the game, then surely he could this time as well. She chose to trust the plot, not attempting to convey any information to Naruto. The atmosphere in the exam hall began to change quietly. Everyone was transmitting information in their unique ways. The entire exam hall had seemingly transformed into a silent battlefield of information. Only Naruto Uzumaki felt as if he were in another world. Naruto stared at the paper in his hand, which was harder than any jutsu, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his mind racing with a single thought: him finished, him finished, him finished. Calm down, Naruto. Think of the game plot. Didn't you pass? You passed the written test as well. Since you can get through in the plot, you can surely do it now, right? This belief was like the last straw of hope. But new confusion surged in his mind. But I clearly can't understand anything. Not a single word. How did the me in the plot manage it? Was it by submitting a blank paper? That can't be it. The rules stated that too many wrong answers or 0 points would result in disqualification. Naruto's brain operated under unprecedented pressure, ruling out all impossibilities, and the remaining thought, no matter how unbelievable. Not knowing how to answer yet passing means the key to this exam isn't answering questions at all. Naruto suddenly raised his head and looked around. His comrades from Konoha, the sand, the sound. Although their stances varied, their eyes bore an unspoken focus not on answering questions, but on watching others. Cheating. Naruto instantly understood. So that's it. This test allows cheating. No, it tests our ability to cheat. The flame of hope reignited but soon extinguished halfway. But I don't know how to cheat. Naruto was distraught. What information gathering, what covert methods? I don't understand any of those flashy tricks. He anxiously scanned for any opportunity to exploit. His gaze swept left, suddenly fixing on Hinata beside him. Hinata was buried in her paper, her cheeks flushed, her small hands nervously gripping her pen, but her answers seemed quite neat. Hinata! Naruto's eyes lit up. Hinata does really well. And she's right next to me. A primal direct thought sprang to mind. I'll look at her answers. Naruto cautiously and slowly attempted to turn his neck like a rusty robot, trying to sneak a glance at Hinata. His movements were stiff and obvious, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. Just as his gaze shifted away from his own paper, not at the right angle to see Hinata's answers. Whoosh! A cold glint of steel zipped past his nose with a sharp sound. Thud! A muffled thud resounded from behind Naruto. He saw a kunai deeply embedded in the test paper of a Rain Ninja candidate behind him, piercing right through and pinning it to the desk. The Rain Ninja's face turned pale, his body rigid. The cold voice of Mori no Ibi sounded like the judgment of death. Candidate number 56, disqualified. Along with the two people beside you and your teammates. Anyone attempting to spy on others' answers in such a clumsy and blatant manner will meet the same fate. The entire exam hall fell into utter silence. Naruto was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body, as he straightened up, pressing his hands firmly on the desk, not daring to deviate even slightly. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead like a stream. Damn it! That was too obvious. Naruto thought in panic. I need to think of another way, shadow clone. Right, the shadow clone jutsu. The memories and experiences would return to the main body after the clone disappears. If I can create a clone to see others' answers and then dispel it, I would know. He immediately simulated in his mind, directly cloned to Hinata's side to look. No way, that's too conspicuous. The clone appears with a bang. The proctors are not blind, they'd immediately see and disqualify me. Clone outside the exam hall, peeking through the window. No way, the windows are too high and there are guards outside, right? Even if I could see, the distance is too far to make out the answers. Transform the clone into a bug or something. Damn it, I haven't even learned that fine transformation technique yet. Damn it, that's not going to work either. Naruto felt a wave of despair and helplessness. The movement of the shadow clone is too loud. How do I hide the chakra fluctuations? How did the me in the plot do it? Did it rely on the Sharingan? But I don't have that. Naruto's gaze, instinctively filled with a desire to survive, turned toward Hinata again. This time he no longer merely stared at the answers at the edge of the paper. His gaze coincidentally met Hinata's, who was secretly looking at him. Like a startled deer, Hinata gasped and immediately flushed, quickly lowering her head, almost burying her entire face in. Her small fingers twisted together nervously. Naruto was also taken aback and then awkwardly scratched his head. Hinata, I am not. He thought he had startled her. Just as Naruto was sinking into despair, Hinata, seated beside him, was experiencing a fierce storm within her heart. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun, he completely cannot do this. He is so anxious. What should I do? He almost got eliminated just now. Hinata's heartbeat was faster than ever, her cheeks flushed, and her fingers gripping the pen turned pale from the excess. She forced herself to focus on the test paper, but her peripheral vision could not look away from Naruto's desperate yet strained profile. At that moment, a clear thought injected itself like a spring of water into her chaotic mind. A game. Yes. In the game, Naruto-kun passed this exam. The written test is so difficult, and Naruto-kun, his theory isn't good. Why can he pass in the game? My brain raced faster than ever, clearer than before. Because the person next to him. This realization flushed her cheeks instantly red, but it was quickly followed by deeper confusion and urgency. But the game didn't specify how I helped him at all. Should he directly look at my paper? No, that's impossible. That would be too obvious. Naruto-kun, almost. Besides, if Naruto-kun ultimately passed in the game, it means we were not discovered. Information gathering, cheating, concealment. Ibiki's words and the invisible pressure in the examination room, combined with the vague hints in the game, formed a clear conclusion in Hinata's mind. The key to this exam is to safely transmit information. If Naruto-kun can pass in the game, then I, sitting next to him, must have successfully transmitted the answers to him in some way. I must help him. Just like in the game. No, I need to do even better than in the game. A wave of unprecedented courage and determination overwhelmed her shyness. But how to help? Hinata's gaze quickly scanned the desktop and the distance between them. The simplest, most primal, and least noticeable method. Sound, yes, extremely faint sounds. Utilizing sound transmission. And it must be something we both understand. A plan instantly took shape, the basic code of the ninja school. Knocking lightly with her knuckles on the partition below the table. Naruto-kun. He must have learned this. Although he might have forgotten most of it, this is the safest and most concealed method. The movements are minimal and the sounds blend with the noise of the examination room, making it difficult for the proctor to pinpoint the source. Moreover, my Byakugan can accurately avoid all the blind spots of the proctors. This plan made her so tense she could hardly breathe, but seeing Naruto glance her way again with desperation, and the last glimmer of hope, Hinata took a deep breath and made up her mind. At this moment, she noticed something unusual about Naruto. He still had his head down, but Hinata keenly detected the subtle tremors in his body caused by extreme anxiety. He subconsciously swept a glance in her direction seeking help, but this time, he dared not turn his head, only using his peripheral vision. Now is the time. Hinata's heart raced to her throat. Her left hand was not resting on the test paper, but rather slowly and naturally sliding down to the partition between their desks. Her fingertips were cold with a slight sheen of sweat gently touching the smooth wooden surface. Tap, 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 tap. Her fingertips tapped on the smooth wooden surface of the partition with an extremely slight and nearly imperceptible rhythm. Each tap concentrated all her focus and chakra control, ensuring the sound only transmitted to the nearest distance, and making the motion so small that even the folds of her sleeves hardly moved. At the same time, her Byakugan expanded her vision to 360 degrees, accurately capturing the movements of every proctor's gaze, ensuring her small actions only occurred within their absolute visual blind spots. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun, please. You must notice. You must remember. Hinata desperately prayed in her heart. Naruto's heart raced. That faint yet exceptionally clear rhythm of tapping felt like a lighthouse in the dark. He immediately concentrated, correlating Hinata's nearly imperceptible tapping rhythm with the crude code chart in his memory. Tap, pause 1 tap tap, pause 2 tap tap tap, pause 3 and so on. Hinata had just tap tap, tap tap, tap, tap tap tap. Naruto quickly translated in his mind 1, 2, 1, 3. Wait, what does this mean? Options. Question number. He suddenly looked at his test paper. The question he needed help with was the first one. And the first question was a multiple choice question with 4 options. Naruto immediately understood. The first number Hinata tapped likely represented the question number, and the subsequent numbers represented the options. She had just tapped 1 first question, 2 second option, 1 first question, 3 third option. No, this is a repetition. Naruto concentrated again and noticed a new change in Hinata's tapping. Tap tap, pause tap tap tap, pause tap, pause tap tap tap. Translated 2 second question, 3 option 3, 1 first question, 3 option 3. Wait, the order is a bit off. Naruto suddenly realized that Hinata might be tapping the answers in the order. She had first tapped the answer to the first question, 1, 2 might have been a miscommunication, and now she was tapping the answer to the second question, 2, 3 then supplemented with the correct answer to the first question, 1, 3, because the first question is the third option. To verify, Naruto risked a glance at Hinata's test paper direction. The movement was extremely small, and indeed saw that Hinata had circled the third option for the first question. The second question was circled at the third option. And at this moment Hinata's tapping changed to tap tap tap. Pause tap tap. Pause 3 third question. 2 option 2. Got it. She is tapping the question numbers and corresponding options in order. The order is the order of the questions. Naruto was overjoyed in his heart, nearly shouting out loud. He suppressed his excitement and immediately erased his previous random selection on the first question, circling the third option. Then he also selected the third option for the second question. When Hinata tapped out the answer to the third question, he immediately did the same. Success. Naruto-kun. He understood. He got it. Naruto was like a suddenly enlightened foolish student after thinking. For a long time he wrote down the answer with a sudden realization. He tried to make his expression appear as if he had simply guessed right, or finally remembered, rather than having received external assistance. Thanks to Hinata's precise and efficient transmission, Naruto quickly completed the multiple choice portion. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had won a great victory. However, a problem arose. There were still a few subjective questions on the test paper that required written answers. Naruto looked at those blanks, and the flickering flame of hope he had just ignited began to waver. The multiple choice questions were solved with Hinata's code, but what about the subjective questions? He couldn't write a single word. Hinata also couldn't convey complex written answers with simple numbers. Naruto fell into anxiety, once more beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He scratched his head, staring at the few blank questions, feeling as if they were insurmountable walls. As Naruto struggled with the subjective questions, Shikamaru in the back row observed everything. He appeared to be lazily sprawled on the desk, half closing his eyes, yet his peripheral vision precisely captured the dynamics of the examination room. He had long seen through the essence of this exam and noticed the various cheating methods employed by his peers around him. Sasuke's Sharingan, Niji's Byakugan, Shino's bugs. He was fully aware. His gaze naturally swept over Naruto and Hinata in the front row. Naruto's initial despair and franticness, the near elimination he faced, and his sudden enlightenment as he swiftly ticked off answers for the multiple choice questions. Combined with Hinata's seemingly calm answering posture, with her left hand under the desk and her body slightly tilted, and Naruto's occasional grateful glances at her. TSK. Shikamaru understood, so that's how it is. The heiress of the Hyuga clan is helping that fool with codes, but only for the multiple choice questions. The efficiency is quite high, but Shikamaru's gaze fell upon Naruto, who was again scratching his head in despair over the subjective questions, clearly at a loss. This is troublesome. If this guy gets eliminated because of these subjective questions, the whole plot will be thrown into chaos. In the game, he is a key character. If he fails here, Shikamaru's mind instantly flashed with various hints about Naruto's importance in the game. No, I have to help him get through this. Shadow mimic technique should work. As long as I control his hand to write down the correct answers, although the risk is high, but Shikamaru's gaze became sharp, the laziness in him disappearing. He subtly adjusted his sitting posture, his hand under the desk, quietly forming Seal's chakra, starting to subtly seep into the ground. Target locked. Naruto. Move quickly, precisely in the blind spot of the proctor's gaze. His shadow, like a living being, slowly and silently extended towards the shadow beneath Naruto's seat, concealed by the chaotic shadows of the examination room. Shikamaru was fully focused, calculating every proctor's line of sight and movement trajectory, looking for the best moment to connect. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Now, time's up. Morris' cold and booming voice echoed like thunder, instantly shattering the silence in the examination. Shikamaru's actions suddenly froze, the shadow that had just extended retracting like a startled snake. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it. I can only helplessly interrupt the technique." All the examinees, whether confident or anxious, abruptly raised their heads, their hearts in their throats. Naruto was so startled that he nearly jumped up, staring at the large portion of unanswered subjective questions. His Morris' scarred face showed no expression as he surveyed the hundreds of examinees below with varying expressions and slowly spoke, his voice carrying a heavy sense of oppression. "Now I will announce question 10. The examination room fell silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed to stop. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final judgment. However, Morris' voice suddenly became deeper and more dangerous. "Before announcing the question, I must add a rule. A rule regarding question 10. This rule is, if you choose to answer question 10, but your answer is wrong, that examinee will forever lose the qualification to participate in the Chunin exam." "What? Forever lose qualification? This is too much." The examination room erupted in an uproar. Ignoring the commotion below, Mori continued, "Of course you have the right to choose. If you feel you cannot bear this risk or lack confidence in your own strength, you can choose to forfeit now. Those who forfeit along with your 2 teammates will lose their qualification for the exam, but can challenge it again in 3 years. Now begin choosing. Will you take the risk of forever losing qualification to challenge question 10, or will you choose to give up and preserve your opportunity for the next 3 years? You have 5 minutes to consider. Additionally, those who decide to forfeit, please raise your hand and state your number. Once you raise your hand, you will be eliminated." I forfeit." A voice filled with tears broke the silence. A rain ninja tremblingly raised his hand. "Number 37 forfeits. I forfeit too. Number 48. Me too. Number 52. Sakura nervously clenched her fists, her palms sweaty. Sasuke furrowed his brows, assessing the situation. Shikamaru watched the dwindling numbers, then glanced at the stiff Naruto in the front row, silently lamenting, "This is troublesome. If this fool gets scared off, it's all over." Naruto's brain was in chaos at this moment. What should I do? Should I give up? Preserve the opportunity for 3 years. The game. I passed in the game. That's right. The Naruto in the game, that underdog, he managed to do it. He didn't give up here. He must have answered question 10, and he got it right, or rather he made the correct choice. A surge of unprecedented blind trust and strong yearning for his future self erupted within him like a volcano. It was a firm belief in his own potential, a desperate gamble on the power of plot. Fear remained, but it was overwhelmed by a stronger, almost burning conviction. Just at the moment when a rain ninja was trembling and preparing to raise his hand. Bang! A loud noise. Naruto suddenly stood up from his seat. The force of his movement knocked over his chair. He ignored the astonished gazes around him, the proctor's cold gaze locking onto him, and even Sasuke and Sakura's shocked expressions, along with Shikamaru's sigh of as expected. With all his strength, Naruto shouted at Mori on the podium, his voice echoing throughout the examination room, as if making a declaration, "Bring it on. No matter what the question is, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely show you that I can do it. I won't give up, because I am Uzumaki Naruto, the man who will become Hokage in the future." Naruto's thunderous declaration reverberated in the examination room, filled with the indomitable flame of youth and an almost reckless conviction. The examinees, originally shrouded in despair and preparing to raise their hands to forfeit, froze mid-motion. They stared in astonishment at the golden-haired boy standing tall, his eyes burning with fire. A complex light flickered in Sasuke's eyes, while Sakura covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, unsure whether from fear or shock. Shikamaru sighed, a slight curve of, as expected, at the corner of his mouth, while also quietly feeling relieved in his. This guy always manages to create these kinds of headache-inducing yet admirable scenes. The entire examination room fell into a peculiar silence, only the sounds of heavy breathing and rapid heartbeats intertwined. In this suffocating silence, Mori slowly and clearly spoke question 10. He paused, his gaze sweeping over all the remaining examinees, those who ultimately did not raise their hands after Naruto's declaration. You have all passed. What? Passed? What about question 10? What was the question? Almost simultaneously with Naruto's shout, the crystal ball in the center of the Hokage office displayed the scene of the examination room clearly. Jiraiya crossed his arms, watching the familiar passionate figure of the golden-haired boy in the crystal ball, a complex look flashing in his eyes, a shout that turns the situation around in a desperate situation just like Minato. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen behind the desk and Nara Shikaku standing beside him. However, more than this kid passing the exam, there is something that concerns me more. About that masked man mentioned in the game, the mastermind behind the Ninetales Knight. Shikaku slowly opened his half-closed eyes, unconsciously tapping the table with his fingertips. You suspect Uchiha Obito. He became dark due to the death of Rin no Era and plotted the Ninetales attack, which logically seems plausible. However, this inference has fatal time and capability flaws. Ruju raised a finger and said, first, it is the contradiction between time and the body. The Ninetales incident occurred 12 years ago. If Obito truly survived the battle at the Bridge of God without mist, he should be around 13 to 14 years old. How could a young boy grow into a powerful figure capable of easily breaking through the Konoha barrier, knowing the exact time when a Jinchuriki gives birth and face off against the fourth Hokage within just a few years? More critically, Ruju looked at the third Hokage. According to scattered information from the mobile game, the masked man who fought the fourth Hokage has a deep voice and a strong physique. This fundamentally differs from the voice and build of the young Obito. As Obito's teacher, if the masked man truly is him, Watergate would have noticed his presence through battle aura and habitual movements. Secondly, it is the conditions for controlling the Ninetales. While it is possible for the Sharingan to control tailed beasts, not all Sharingan can achieve this. Throughout history, only Uchiha Madara is clearly recorded as having fully suppressed the Ninetales with his ocular power. Uchiha Madara once controlled the Ninetales to battle against the first Hokage in the Valley of the End. Even if Obito is exceptionally talented, can his ocular power reach Madara's level? Moreover, during the Ninetales incident, the Ninetales appeared in an instant. This requires the caster to have achieved a particularly proficient level in controlling tailed beasts. This ability aligns more with the legendary Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows and said, according to records, Madara died in the Valley of the End. Is it really possible for him to have lived until the Ninetales incident? But even if Madara used forbidden techniques to prolong his life, he would have been a centenarian by the time of the Ninetales incident. How could he maintain peak strength? Ruju fell into a brief silence, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. Suddenly a flash of insight crossed Ruju's eyes as he said, sound. In the mobile game, there are scattered audio clips of the masked man. If we can find someone who has heard Uchiha Madara's voice in person, and whose memory is clear enough, by comparing and verifying this audio clip, we could provide almost irrefutable audio evidence for the hypothesis that Madara is the masked man. This matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice dropped to a low murmur. Must be kept absolutely confidential. Any leak of information could bring about unimaginable disasters. The scope of searching for this witness must be kept to a minimum. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind raced, eliminating one name after another. Those who experienced the era of Madara are already rare, and after the Valley of the End they have withered away. Iwagakure. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly uttered 3 words. The third Tsuchikage Inoki. Inoki? That stubborn old man. Jiraiya expressed surprise. He is the only candidate that fits the criteria. Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed decisively. In his youth, he encountered Uchiha Madara alongside the second Tsuchikage. He is among the very few, possibly the only existing ninja who has had close contact with a young Uchiha Madara and heard his original voice. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned sharply and said in a deep voice toward the shadow at the door, come in. A figure silently appeared at the door, kneeling on one knee awaiting orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the command, prepare the highest level encrypted scrolls. Dispatch the most reliable and stealthiest members to secretly set off immediately for Iwagakure. The objective to meet with the third Tsuchikage Inoki. Convey the core information verbally. It must not be reduced to writing. Take a deep breath and convey this clearly. Konoha possesses crucial clues with reason to suspect that Uchiha Madara may not have truly died and could be related to the Ninetales disaster 12 years ago. To verify a critical piece of information concerning the safety of the ninja world, we earnestly request the Tsuchikage to come to Konoha to verify Uchiha Madara's voice. The tone must be earnest, suggesting its importance. Tell him it concerns all of us. Understood. The shadow replied in a low voice, vanishing instantly. At the entrance of the Death Forest, the 12 new Chunin who passed the first written exam, the 12 little strong of Konoha, were gathering together for their final preparations. Shikamaru lazily leaned against a tree, yawning widely with an expression of this is such a hassle. His gaze swept over his companions. Shikamaru rummaged through his ninja tools bag and pulled out 12 palm-sized exquisite little mirrors. Hey, listen up. Shikamaru's voice was not loud, but immediately caught everyone's attention. Even Naruto, who usually made a lot of noise, and Inuzuka Kiba fell silent and looked at him. According to the plot direction in the adventure mode of the mobile game, Shikamaru shook the phone in his hand. We will most likely encounter Orochimaru in the Death Forest this time. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, is an S-class rogue ninja from Konoha, far more dangerous than a Chunin could imagine. Shikamaru's tone became more serious. If any of you encounter him or feel an overwhelming life-threatening danger, contact the others in game immediately, including Jonin instructors. Remember, immediately. Do not hesitate. Then Shikamaru raised the small mirror in his hand. Also, you all should know about the game's hidden abilities, right? Although it's a hassle to explain, it could save your life at a crucial moment. Shikamaru distributed the small mirrors to everyone. One for each person. Keep it close. In the event of facing genuine life or death danger that cannot be avoided, shout your character's ultimate phrase into the mirror to transform. It can trigger a character projection once for a short time, gaining the powers and skills of your corresponding character in the game. However, remember, this time is very short and the effect varies from person to person. Don't expect it to sweep everything. It is mainly used to buy time for escape or to call for help. Everyone received the mirrors with various expressions. Shikamaru looked at the blonde boy who was flipping the mirror back and forth and said, Naruto. Ha! Shikamaru, what is it? Naruto looked up, confusion evident in his blue eyes. You need to think of a code phrase. A code phrase that only the 12 of us know and that you can definitely remember. It will serve as our universal password for confirming identity and conveying urgent information in the forest. Especially when we need to prove we are on the same side. A code phrase. Let me think. Naruto blinked, then scratched his head, falling into thought. A lot of random phrases flashed through Naruto's mind. Long live ramen. I'm going to be Hokage. Seduction technique. But he felt they were not formal enough, not powerful enough. Suddenly a firm voice with a sense of destiny echoed in his memory. It was something Natsume, his older brother, had once told him. Naruto's expression instantly became serious. He stood up straight, unconsciously clenched his fist, and said in a tone more serious than ever, one cannot survive without fighting. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Sasuke's brow twitched slightly, as if he felt a flicker of meaning in the— Sakura looked at Naruto's suddenly serious profile, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Neji nodded slightly. This signal was simple and direct, embodying the cruel laws of survival, quite fitting for this environment. Without fighting, there is no survival. Shikamaru repeated softly, a faint knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Humph, though it sounds a bit overly passionate, it surprisingly fits your style enough for you to remember it. All right, this is it. Shikamaru surveyed the crowd and said in a deep voice, everyone remembers. The universal signal. Without fighting, there is no survival. When encountering companions whose identities cannot be confirmed or in need of an urgent assembly, use this to confirm. Don't get it wrong. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, pocketing their mirrors, deeply engraving this phrase in their hearts. Shikamaru took one last look at the entrance of the Forest of Death, taking a deep breath, then let's prepare to set off. Wishing everyone not to die too quickly. At the same time, in another corner of Konoha village, the cell phone shop welcomed a heavyweight visitor. The shop door was gently pushed open and the wind chime rang with a crisp and pleasant sound. The fourth Kazekage Raza walked in alone. A young man dressed in simple casual attire, seemingly unremarkable, was facing away from the entrance, seemingly organizing the shelves. He radiated an unusually serene aura, as if he were indifferent to the world, yet Raza's keen perception told him that stepping into this confined space was akin to entering an unfathomable ocean. Excuse me. Raza's voice carried just the right amount of respect. Are you Mr. Natsume? The young man turned around, revealing himself to be Natsume. Welcome, Mr. Raza. It's a rare visit, Natsume replied in a flat tone, as if Raza's identity were no different from that of a neighbor. Raza felt a slight chill in his heart. He hadn't revealed his identity, yet the other party had seen through it at once. The intelligence was indeed accurate. This shopkeeper's level of mystery exceeded expectations. Mr. Natsume has a discerning eye. Raza slightly bowed, lowering his posture. I dare to impose on you with a request. Oh, please go ahead, Mr. Raza. Natsume gestured for Raza to take a seat in the shop while he casually leaned against the counter. Raza did not sit down. He took a deep breath and directly stated his purpose. Mr. Natsume, your shop and these wondrous cell phones. They seem to contain the power to foresee the future, allowing one to know the trajectory of fate in advance, to avoid risks, and even to change the situation. Sunagakure is remote, lacking resources and information. We yearn for development, for power, and even more so for a chance to seize an opportunity to protect our villagers. Thus, I humbly request Mr. Natsume to consider opening a branch in Sunagakure. As he spoke, Raza took out a heavy cloth bag wrapped in a special seal from his wide sleeves. He unfastened the seal, and as the bag opened, a dazzling golden light burst forth, illuminating the entire Inside was a bag full of highly pure gold from the desert, This was a treasure Raza had personally refined and accumulated worth a fortune, representing his most precious sincerity. This is just a humble token of gratitude. I sincerely ask you to consider my request. Raza presented the cloth bag with both hands, his posture as low as possible. Natsume's gaze lingered on the dazzling gold, for a moment his face still wearing a gentle smile, making it impossible to discern his emotions. You are quite thoughtful, Mr. Raza. You do not possess the value of being my opponent. He extended his hand, but instead of taking the bag, he made a gesture towards the pile of gold in midair. In the next moment, a scene that made Raza's pupils contract, and his heart surge with tumultuous waves unfolded. The heavy gold transformed into a smooth golden stream floating weightlessly in the air. Magnet release gold. Raza's heart nearly stopped beating. This was his signature technique, one of the core secret powers of Sunigakure. The other party had used it so casually. Moreover, the level of control seemed to subtly surpass that of. This was no longer a mystery but a miracle, or rather a power that transcended the mundane. The gold transformed into a golden sphere. Natsume casually collected it. A branch in Sunigakure is possible. A wave of immense joy instantly dispelled Raza's shock, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Natsume. Sunigakure is immensely grateful. However, Natsume shifted his tone. Mr. Raza, since you have given this gift, I must remind you of something. Raza immediately held his breath, knowing that the upcoming words from this mysterious shopkeeper might be 100 times more precious than that bag of gold. During this period, unless necessary, try to avoid being alone with Orochimaru. Raza deeply bowed. At this time, it was a genuine awe and gratitude. I will certainly keep your reminder in mind and will not dare to be negligent. Natsume nodded slightly and said, Go now, the Chunin exam awaits, and am sure there are many matters you need to oversee. Raza again performed a solemn bow, and then carefully exited the cell phone shop. Inside the cell phone shop, Natsume toyed with the golden sphere, gently sighing. The gift has been accepted, the conversation has been had, now it is up to you. In the forest of death, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from Sunigakure were walking along a path made by beasts. Suddenly Gaara's footsteps halted without warning. What's wrong, Gaara? Kankuro's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately assumed a defensive posture. Temari also tightened her grip on her fan, looking in the direction of Gaara's gaze. The light ahead seemed to brighten slightly, and among the swaying shadows of the trees 3 other figures could be faintly seen. They had also stopped, clearly noticing the Sunigakure team. The 3 from Kirigakure faced off against the 3 from Sunigakure, separated by dozens of meters in an atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Chojuro was clearly startled by this sudden encounter. He instinctively took a half step back, his voice trembling. Is that Gaara from Sunigakure? But Ringo Yuri had a smile on her lips, staring at Gaara. Oh, the rumored monster kid. Seems quite interesting. Just then Gaara slowly raised his head, his gaze locking onto the seemingly harmless boy Yutaka, who was holding a flute. Gaara raised his hand without any warning. Sand coffin. Gaara! Temari and Kankuro exclaimed in surprise. They did not expect Gaara to act so suddenly. As Gaara whispered, a torrent of yellow sand surged from the gourd on his back. It coalesced into a gigantic claw of sand, swiftly reaching for Yuku over 30 meters away. Yuku-senpai. Shuta's flounder blade was drawn halfway but froze in fear. Yuku showed no sign of panic, gently exhaling from the blowpipe in his mouth. Water release bubble technique. A massive transparent bubble formed, instantly expanding against the wind. The bubble wall appeared fragile, yet displayed astonishing resilience upon contact with the sand claw. Boom! The sand claw slammed into the enormous bubble. The expected shattering of the bubble did not occur. The bubble wall violently caved in and deformed, absorbing and dispersing the terrifying impact of the sand claw. The sand grains frantically squeezed and rubbed against the bubble wall but could not tear it apart. What? Kankuro's pupils contracted. Given Gaara's sand coffin's power, this bubble's defense was remarkably strong. Damn brat! Seeking death. Lynching Yuri saw Yuku under attack and immediately flew into a rage. Lightning released lightning ball. Yuri quickly formed hand seals, and several jumping lightning balls coalesced in her palms, hurling towards Gaara. Seeing this, Temari instantly unfurled her 3-star fan, unleashing sharp wind blades that sliced through the path of Yuri's lightning attack, attempting to disrupt her lightning release. Kankuro immediately manipulated his crow puppet, firing hidden blades toward Shuta. Don't move. Shuta, locked onto by Kankuro's puppet, had drawn his flounder blade halfway, but froze, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Gaara, seeing his attack blocked, had more sand pouring from his gourd, enveloping him in a layer of flowing yellow sand. I will kill you. The chakra emanating from Gaara became extremely unstable and frenzied. Yuku furrowed his brows tightly. He sensed the chaotic, violent chakra filled with destructive desire surging within the boy opposite him, reaching the brink of losing control. Engaging in a meaningless death struggle here. Utterly foolish. Their goal is to pass the exam and obtain the scroll. Yuri, Shoyuta, retreat. Yuku decisively commanded. What? Retreat? Lin Yuri protested angrily. I want to turn that arrogant brat into ash. Shut up. Follow orders. Yuka barked sternly. That is not an enemy you can handle. Don't let impulsiveness ruin the mission. The scroll is the key. Before his words fell, Yuku quickly formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and then forcefully blew towards the ground. Water release bubble technique, lightweight raft. Poof, poof, poof. 3 exceptionally large, resilient, transparent bubbles instantly formed, encapsulating Yuku, Lin Yuri, and Shoyuta individually. Go! Yuku shouted in a low voice, his mind focusing. The 3 giant bubbles wrapping around them instantly became incredibly light, lifting off the ground in an instant. Taking advantage of the gap created by the bubbles blocking the sand claw, they soared rapidly towards the openings above the forest, disappearing into the depths of the foliage in the blink of an eye. The massive defensive bubble finally burst under the continuous pressure of the sand claw, transforming into a mist of water. When visibility returned, only the 3 from Sunagakure remained. Did they escape? Kankuro scanned the empty space above and the surrounding forest with vigilance. No trace of the 3 from mist left. Gaara gradually calmed his agitation, but the intense killing intent still lingered. Damn it! Let them slip away. Kankuro spat, glancing at Gaara, who was still unstable, his voice carrying a hint of tension. Gaara, are you all right? Gaara did not respond, merely turning slowly and walking forward. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, both seeing the heavy pressure in each other's eyes. In another area of the Death Forest, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were cautiously making their way through. Hey Sasuke. Naruto tried to keep his voice down, but his tone was still somewhat excited. We're about to get the Heaven Scroll. According to the storyline in the game, who will we encounter next? Is it the guys who directly want to steal the earth? The story indicates that the first team we encounter that needs to seize the scroll will likely be ninjas from the Rain Village. But the more critical plot is... Sasuke paused. After encountering the Rain Ninjas, or possibly even earlier, we are very likely to encounter Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja. Where are those Rain Ninjas? I can't wait to grab the Earth Scroll. Naruto couldn't help but ask again, lowering his voice. Quiet, dead last. Sasuke coldly reprimanded his Sharingan, locking onto the right side ahead. They're coming. Be careful. Almost simultaneously, a faint rustling sound came from the bushes on the left. Swish, swish, swish. 6 figures sprang out almost simultaneously from the dense shrubs and tree trunks on both sides, instantly surrounding the 3 members of Team 7. On the right side were the Rain Ninjas Rong Menghua and Gua. On the left side were the Grass Ninjas wearing headbands from the Grass Village, one of whom was a red-haired girl with glasses named Karen, her face showing obvious tension and unease. The other 2 Grass Ninjas had fierce gazes fixated on the scroll in Naruto's hands. Sasuke's heart sank. 6 of them, the Rain team and the Grass team, appeared simultaneously. His gaze swept across the 6 faces, especially the 3 Grass Ninjas. Orochimaru, disguised as a Grass Ninja, is he here? Which one? Or has he not appeared at all? Hand over the scroll. Rong was the first to speak from the Rain side. The scroll is ours. A male Grass Ninja greedily stared at Naruto, immediately shouting. A chaotic battle was about to erupt. Attack! Menghua from the Rain growled lowly, his figure darting out like a specter. Kunai aimed straight at Sasuke. At the same time, Gua formed hand signs, unleashing a genjutsu illusion. This is not the place. A wave of distorted space instantly enveloped Sasuke and Sakura. Bastard! Don't even think about ambushing. Naruto saw a Grass Ninja charging towards him, his hand already reaching into his pocket, pulling out his phone aimed at the small round mirror. I have always spoken directly, this is my ninja way. Transformation! Naruto shouted lowly. Buzz! A golden light flashed. The transformed Naruto appeared. The powerful chakra fluctuation made the approaching Grass Ninja hesitate. Is it an illusion? Rasengan. The transformed Naruto did not hesitate, unleashing a shadow clone to create a Rasengan. The chakra ball in Naruto's right hand instantly formed, humming sharply as it charged toward the Grass Ninja. So fast. The Grass Ninja hastily crossed kunai to block. Boom! The spiraling sphere slammed fiercely against the shuriken. The Grass Hidden Ninja felt a tremendous force surge through his arms in excruciating pain, and the shuriken flew out of his hands. His entire body was blasted backward, crashing into a sturdy tree trunk, before sliding down, spitting out blood, and instantly losing his combat ability. Another Grass Hidden Ninja, witnessing his comrade being killed in an instant, and the imposing presence of Naruto, was paralyzed with fear. All thoughts of scrolls and missions vanished from his mind. He screamed in terror, turning and running without hesitation, wishing he had been born with 2 more legs to escape. Without even glancing at the still-standing Sharon, he vanished into the depths of the dense forest, abandoning his comrades and teammates. Hey, wait, bastard! The first Grass Hidden Ninja, barely lifting his head, saw his comrade flee, and cursed in despair, struggling to crawl away. Naruto deactivated his transformation, staring at the fleeing and fallen Grass Hidden Ninja, momentarily stunned. Is this how it ends? He looked at Sharon, who was abandoned and trembling in fear. Don't kill me. Sharon looked at Naruto, her voice trembling, fear and confusion evident in her eyes behind her glasses. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura were fully engaged in fending off the rain-hidden attack. Sasuke's Sharingan captured the abnormal chakra flow the moment the campfire unleashed the illusion technique. Release! Sasuke shouted, disrupting the chakra and instantly breaking free from the spatial distortion of the not here technique. He simultaneously warned Sakura, "It's a space illusion. Focus." Sakura felt a wave of dizziness and disorientation as the illusion struck. Upon hearing Sasuke's reminder, she immediately bit her tongue, the sharp pain jolting her back to her senses, as she forcefully broke free from the illusion's influence. Without hesitation, Sakura took out her phone and aimed it at the mirror. Pure love street as straight ahead. Love must win. Transformation. A burst of light erupted and a powerful chakra enveloped Sakura, forming a gigantic semi-transparent chakra avatar. Giant Sakura. What? Menghua, who was about to launch a body technique attack, was momentarily stunned by the massive chakra. The avatar Sakura let out a delicate shout, and her massive chakra fist, accompanied by a terrifying howling, slammed down towards Menghua. Menghua reacted swiftly, rolling away in a desperate maneuver to evade the tremendous blow. Boom! The fist struck the ground, leaving a massive crater, dirt flying everywhere. Water released 1,000 cherry blossoms. As a sensor and support, Lang finally made his move. He formed hand seals and countless fine needles made of chakra and water vapor shot towards Sasuke and Sakura. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke had already prepared for this. The blazing fireball surged forth, meeting the rain of water needles. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A large number of water needles were evaporated by the flames, shrouding the area in white mist. Not over yet. Explosive shuriken. Menghua seized the opportunity, flinging several specially made shuriken from his ninja tool pouch towards Sasuke. Sasuke instantly recognized the danger posed by these shuriken. Sakura, he shouted, quickly retreating. Leave it to me. The chakra avatar Sakura's massive arm swept across, knocking all the explosive shuriken flying away. Boom, boom, boom. The shuriken exploded in the distance, scattering sparks of fire. Water release, water candy. Lang formed hand seals again, spitting out a large mass of viscous liquid that covered the ground beneath the avatar of Sasuke and Sakura, attempting to restrict their movement. Sasuke nimbly leaped, dodging the sticky substance. However, the massive avatar of Sakura was trapped by the viscous liquid, her movement severely restricted. Good opportunity. Menghua's eyes flashed with fierce intent as he charged towards the restrained Sakura. Humph! Sharingan Windmill 3-Blade. In midair, Sasuke's shuriken was instantly ensnared by steel wire, leveraging the precise prediction of the Sharingan and the manipulation of the wire. The shuriken shot towards the lunging Menghua at an unusual angle, while his own body shot towards the campfire like an arrow released from a bow. Menghua was forced to abandon the attack on Sakura, twisting his body to evade the incoming shuriken and the entangling steel wire. The campfire hurriedly dealt with Sasuke's close-range attack. His illusion was broken, and his body technique was no match for Sasuke's skill. In just a few exchanges, Sasuke landed a heavy punch to his abdomen, causing him to groan and fall to the ground. Giant Sakura, break free. The avatar Sakura shouted loudly, unleashing a massive burst of chakra that forcibly shattered the adhesive liquid binding her feet. Her gigantic fist swung out again, targeting Menghua, who had been forced back by Sasuke and was unsteady. Bang! Menghua barely raised his arms to block, but the avatar's terrifying strength far exceeded his expectations. He felt as if his arms were about to shatter, his entire body struck by a colossal hammer, screaming as he was blasted backward, crashing through several tree branches and landing on the ground, groaning in pain. Lang, witnessing the two teammates being defeated in an instant, flashed a look of shock and unwillingness in his eyes. He glanced at his fallen comrade, and then warily at the invigorated Sasuke and Sakura, realizing there was no chance of victory if they continued. Retreat! Lang decisively shouted, quickly rushing to Menghua and the campfire, helping them both up before turning and dashing into the depths of the forest, quickly vanishing from sight. The smoke and chakra fluctuations gradually subsided. The rain-hidden trio retreated, one grass-hidden ninja unconscious, another fleeing, leaving only the trembling Sharon. The battle was over. Naruto approached the unconscious grass-hidden ninja, rummaging through his ninja tool pouch and pulling out a scroll. Upon opening it, he exclaimed, "Earth Scroll! Great! We needed this!" Sasuke also walked to the spot where Menghua had been knocked back by Sakura, picking up the fallen rain-hidden scroll and frowning slightly. Heaven Scroll. Sasuke casually put the scroll away, turning his gaze to Sharon, who was sitting on the ground, her glasses askew, tears streaming down her face. Don't kill me. I really don't know anything. They left me and ran." Sharon looked at Sasuke's icy gaze, trembling and stammering. Sasuke ignored Naruto, stepping in front of Sharon, towering over her, carefully scrutinizing her with his Sharingan. "Was it just the three of you in the grass-hidden team? No one else? Like a particularly cold guy?" Sharon shook her head, frantically, tears splattering. No. No one else. Just the three of us. That bastard left me and, pointing to the unconscious one, ran away. I don't know any cold guy. Please. Spare me. Sasuke stared at Sharon for a few seconds, his Sharingan detecting no signs of disguise or abnormal chakra. He relaxed slightly, realizing that Orochimaru had indeed not disguised himself as a grass-hidden ninja infiltrating their group. Just then Naruto's phone suddenly vibrated. He quickly pulled it out to check. It was a message from Shikamaru containing a brief sentence. Orochimaru is watching. Stay vigilant. Do not trust the grass hidden. Naruto's expression changed suddenly as he handed his phone to Sasuke and Sakura for them to see. Sasuke looked up sharply after reading it, his Sharingan scanning the dense forest around them. Sakura also felt a shiver of dread. He is nearby, Sasuke said, although he hadn't found anything Shikamaru's intel, and that instinct of being watched by a snake told him that Orochimaru was definitely lurking in the shadows, especially watching him. What about her? Naruto pointed at Karen. Sasuke glanced at the still terrified Karen, then looked at Shikamaru's warning message. Leaving this unknown grass ninja, the risk was too great. Abandoning her to survive on her own, it seemed. I really don't know any creepy guys. Karen repeated with a quivering voice, her body slightly trembling. Please. I beg you. Karen suddenly lunged forward, her voice filled with desperation. Don't leave me here alone. I am still useful. I can be of use to you. Sasuke's gaze shifted slightly but remained cold. Useful? What use do you have? Karen seemed to grasp at a lifeline, suddenly raising her head and hurriedly rolling up the sleeve of her right arm. The fabric was pushed up to her elbow, revealing arms covered in gruesome scars. Naruto and Sakura both gasped in shock. Her arm was covered with a dense array of overlapping bite marks, both old and new. Some of the marks had scabbed over and darkened, while others were still fresh and swollen, and some areas bore permanent scars and indentations from repeated bites. These bite marks were haphazardly scattered across her arm, a ghastly sight. What? What is this? Sakura covered her mouth, her eyes filled with astonishment. I have special abilities. Karen's voice trembled with tears. My chakra. My body. Just bite me. As long as you bite my skin, you can quickly recover chakra and heal wounds. It's very effective. The people of the grass village treated me as... She couldn't continue, tears streaming down her face as she pointed at the bite marks as a moving medicinal pouch. Naruto looked at those gruesome bite marks, images of his own childhood ostracism flashing through his mind. An uncontrollable rage ignited in his chest. Naruto clenched his fists. Those bastards. How could they treat a person like a tool? Unforgivable. Sasuke's gaze also fell upon the bite marks, and witnessing such a tragedy stirred feelings of compassion within him. But Sasuke was more concerned about Shikamaru's warning and the information embedded in Karen's words. Did the grass village treat her as a healing tool, and was this connected to Orochimaru? Did Orochimaru know of her existence? Had he ever used her? We are aware of your abilities, Sasuke stated, needing information. But that is not enough for us to trust you and take you with us. The grass village, especially now, is very suspicious. Sasuke deliberately emphasized the words grass village. Karen trembled all over and quickly explained eagerly, I am not like them. I didn't join the grass village willingly. My mom and I. Mentioning her mother, Karen's voice choked up. We have been refugees for a long time, and in the end, we were taken in by the grass village. No, captured. When they discovered my abilities, they took my mother and me. Karen's tears fell like rain, landing on her arm covered in bite marks. As Karen swayed her head slightly due to sobbing, a head of vibrant red hair like flames suddenly entered Sakura's view. Sakura thought of the scene in the game where a red-haired woman shielded baby Naruto with her body taking a fatal blow. That red color was almost identical to Karen's hair. Although Sakura had no idea who that red-haired woman was or what her relationship with Naruto was. But the image of that woman sacrificing herself to protect baby Naruto left an indelible impression in her heart. Wait! Sakura's voice carried a hint of urgency, interrupting Karen's cries. Karen, your hair is red. Was your mother's hair also red? Karen raised her tear-filled face, nodding in confusion. Yes. Yes, it is. My mother also had red hair like mine. Mentioning her mother again brought forth sorrow, and she choked, but she has already passed away. To protect me. Red hair. My mother also had red hair. To protect her, she died. Sakura's heart skipped a beat. This coincidence was too astonishing. She suddenly turned to Sasuke, her voice low but filled with intense implication. Sasuke. Red hair. Do you remember what we saw in the game? The woman who protected Naruto on the night of the Nine Tails. Her hair was also this color. Sasuke's pupils constricted slightly. The red-haired woman who protected Naruto on the night of the Nine Tails. This information was one of the few clues in the game regarding Naruto's background. Although Sasuke also did not know the woman's specific identity, and race, the significance of the figure who sacrificed herself to protect Naruto was profound. A girl with powerful healing abilities, also red-haired, whose mother died protecting her. And here she was appearing at a time and place suspected of Orochimaru's presence. Was this merely a coincidence? In an instant Sasuke's mind raced, leaving her behind. The risks were unknown, potentially connected to Orochimaru as warned by Shikamaru. Abandoning her. What if she truly had a connection to that red-haired woman who protected Naruto, or her abilities might prove useful to Naruto in the future? Moreover, Shikamaru's warning itself indicated that the grass village was problematic. Leaving her here, whether falling into Orochimaru's hands or being recaptured by the grass village, could lead to unpredictable consequences. Sasuke looked at Naruto and made a decision. Take her with us. Sakura felt a bit relieved, extending her hand to Karen, her tone much gentler. Get up quickly, stay close to us. It was temporarily safe now. Karen stared at Sakura's outstretched hand, then at Sasuke, who made the decision, and finally her gaze landed on the still somewhat dazed Naruto. Thank you so much. Karen stammered, trying to get up in a flurry, tears streaming down her face once more. Naruto scratched his head, curious about what Sakura had whispered to Sasuke earlier. Sakura, what did you just tell Sasuke? What was all that about the Knight of the Nine Tails and red hair? Nothing at all. Just reminding Sasuke to be careful that Orochimaru might use Karen for his... Sakura said, glancing at Sasuke secretly. Hey Sasuke. Sasuke snorted, coldly ignoring Naruto's questions, and said in a low voice, shut up, dead weight. Focus. That cold gaze is getting closer. Hehehe. What remarkably acute perception you possess, Sasuke-kun. A pallid figure slipped soundlessly from the treetop and landed gracefully on the open ground just ahead of the group. No disguise. This is no grass ninja. Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Sasuke's left hand shot instantly into his vest, just as his fingertips were about to brush the phone. Shadow snake hands. From Orochimaru's sleeves erupted a flurry of venomous serpents, coiling instantly around Sasuke's raised arm and torso. Ugh! Sasuke grunted sharply as his arm was locked in a crushing serpent grip. Immobilized, helpless. The phone slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the earth. Sasuke! Naruto and Sakura cried out in unison. In an instant, Orochimaru closed the distance, his face now inches from the bound Sasuke's. What a flawless vessel! And those eyes! Orochimaru's voice dripped with pathological reverence. He threw his jaw wide open, unnaturally, grotesquely, revealing two fangs gleaming like daggers. Cursed seal. Become mine, Sasuke-kun. Thrust. A brutal searing puncture at Sasuke's neck. Agony exploded through Sasuke's body. A raw, piercing scream tore from his throat as his frame convulsed violently. Black, writhing sigils, alive with malevolent intent, surged outward from the wound, devouring his skin in frantic, creeping tendrils. Sasuke! Naruto watched frozen as Sasuke was bitten, and then consumed by those horrifying black markings. His mind went utterly blank. Then, like a tsunami unleashed, a torrent of crimson chakra erupted from him, furious, terrified, and laced with annihilation. Boom! The ferocious Nine-Tails chakra detonated outward, shattering the serpents, constricting Sasuke in an instant. Naruto's eyes narrowed into slitted pupils, his teeth sharpened, fox-like whisker marks bloomed across his cheeks. Behind him a chakra tail began to coalesce, trembling on the verge of full manifestation. Orochimaru! I'll kill you! Consumed entirely by rage and the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto became a streak of crimson lightning, slamming headlong into Orochimaru. Crash! Orochimaru, apparently unprepared for such sudden savage force, was struck full. His body rocketed backward, splintering multiple colossal trees before slamming to a halt. Keh! Orochimaru gazed toward the distant figure, eyes blazing red, roaring like a feral beast. As Naruto charged again, surprise flickered in his gaze, but swiftly gave way to cruel amusement. Oh, an unexpected delight. The Nine-Tails brat, actually. Snake-style substitution technique. Poof. Sasuke-kun, I look forward to our next meeting. Hehehe. His voice dissolved into silence, vanishing without a trace. Naruto, stop. Sakura stared, Sasuke writhing in agony on the ground. Naruto lost to blind fury. Overwhelmed by terror and despair, she broke into heart-wrenching sobs. She sprinted after Naruto's rampaging silhouette, crying out desperately, Naruto, snap out of it. Sasuke needs you. Naruto's advance halted abruptly. The violent chakra receded like a retreating tide. The fox-like features melted away. He collapsed to one knee, gasping, raggedly, staring dazedly at his own trembling hands. Just now. Damn. He got away. Struggling to rise, he staggered towards Sasuke. Nearby Karen stood utterly paralyzed, her eyes wide with horror, her body quaking uncontrollably. That That chakra. It's too terrifying. Sasuke. Naruto. At that moment 3 figures blazed in from different directions. Swift as wind. Kakashi Sensei. Might Guy Sensei. Asuma Sensei. Both Sakura and Naruto cried out in simultaneous relief. Kakashi Hatake Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi had arrived. They'd been drawn by the violent chakra surge. Guy. Asuma. Orochimaru just fled. Pursue him. Understood. Without pause Guy and Asuma shot off, vanishing into the forest where Orochimaru's chakra trail faded. Kakashi knelt beside Sasuke examining him closely. His brow deeply furrowed. The cursed seal's power raged within Sasuke corrupting both body and chakra. Kakashi Sensei. Sasuke, he. Sakura choked tears streaming down her face. Kakashi drew a slow deep breath. Then turned to Naruto and Sakura, his tone grave sharper than ever before. Given Sasuke's condition, your team is no longer fit to continue the exam. Withdraw immediately. I'll carry Sasuke back to Konoha for emergency treatment. Withdraw. Naruto struggled upright, his face etched with frustration and worry. But Sasuke. He wanted so badly to pass. To prove himself. If we withdraw now I can help him. A timid voice rose. Karen. Summoning courage, she pointed to Sasuke. My ability can't remove that terrible seal. But I can stabilize his chakra and ease his pain. Just bite me. Instinctively Karen tugged her sleeve up again, revealing the old bite marks. Kakashi's gaze swept over her, especially her vivid crimson hair and the scars along her arms. Kakashi didn't hesitate. Good, do it now. Sakura assist her. Karen scrambled to Sasuke's side, looked upon his tortured face, and steeling herself extended her arm toward his mouth. Sakura suppressed her revulsion and gently pried Sasuke's clenched jaws apart. In his haze of agony and delirium, Sasuke instinctively sank his teeth into Karen's forearm. A surge of vibrant life-infused chakra flooded into Sasuke's body. The spreading black sigils paused, stabilizing if only temporarily. Sasuke's furrowed brow eased slightly. His violent tremors subsided. Seeing his condition stabilize, a decisive glint flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Stabilized for now, but the source remains. Naruto. Sakura, hold Sasuke down. Under no circumstances must he move. The slightest error during sealing could be catastrophic. After final preparations, Kakashi swiftly formed the hand seals. Seal evil technique. A circular seal, etched in glowing intricate kanji, descended over the cursed seal, forcibly suppressing its expansion and corruption. Sasuke fell utterly still, slipping into unconsciousness, but his breathing grew calm and steady. Having completed the sealing, Kakashi rose and turned to Karen, who stood shaken and pale. You're coming with me. Huh? Karen blinked, bewildered, glancing instinctively toward Naruto and Sakura. Your abilities and your identity are extraordinary. Remaining here is far too dangerous. Orochimaru may seek you again. Return to Konoha with me. You'll receive protection and necessary investigation. Kakashi explained, his gaze briefly sweeping over Naruto and Sakura. It's also for your safety. Naruto and Sakura exchanged a glance, understanding Kakashi's caution. Karen was a profound uncertainty. Go on, Karen. Sakura murmured softly. Kakashi Sensei will protect you. Karen looked at Sasuke's unconscious form, then at Kakashi, and finally nodded. Naruto. Sakura. Kakashi's gaze settled last on his 2 students. Complex weighted with unspoken gravity. Remember, survival comes first. Look after Sasuke. Yes, Kakashi Sensei. Naruto and Sakura answered in unison. Only they remained on the clearing, alongside the still unconscious Sasuke. Naruto walked to where Sasuke's phone had fallen, bent down and picked it up, clenching it tightly in his fist. He lifted his gaze toward the forest's depths, the direction of the central tower. Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes, seeing 2 faces filled with concern. Sasuke, you're awake. How do you feel, Sasuke? Kakashi Sensei placed a seal on you and Karen helped stabilize your chakra, but that cursed mark. Sasuke didn't answer immediately. He struggled to sit up and a sharp pain made him grunt, instinctively reaching for the side of his neck. A wave of intense humiliation and anger surged through him. Orochimaru, that disgusting guy. Why? There was clearly a hint in the game plot. He clearly knew Orochimaru's target was him. Why did he still end up in such a situation? Caught easily like a fish on a chopping board, branded with a mark of disgrace. Was it a lack of vigilance? No, it was strength, a vast chasm of absolute strength. In front of that monster he felt utterly weak. Get stronger. He must become stronger. At all costs. This thought screamed madly in his mind. Itachi's cold voice seemed to echo in his ears. Do you want to obtain the true power of these eyes? Then hate me, and then kill your best friend. Sasuke's gaze uncontrollably, and with a hint of gloom, turned towards Naruto, who was looking at him with concern. This loser. His best friend. Hey Sasuke, why are you staring at me? Your gaze is so scary. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine from Sasuke's stare, and instinctively touched the back of his head. Sasuke suddenly turned his head, avoiding Naruto's gaze, his chest heaving violently. Absolutely not. I will never walk the path that man arranged for me. I will never gain power by killing my companions. That is an insult to myself and to this idiot loser. Sasuke's gaze fell upon the phone that Naruto had picked up and placed beside him. The body had some scratches, but it was still usable. The game can transform into oneself. Into a future version of oneself. What if in this game there appeared a Uchiha Sasuke with the Sharingan? Not to kill Naruto, but to harness this power from the future, or possibility, by transforming to temporarily gain enough power to crush Orochimaru and take revenge on Itachi. Sasuke grabbed the phone, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement, as he began to frantically search and browse through the game. He tried to find traces of the future self in the character library or adventure plot of the Naruto mobile game. Sasuke, are you okay? Sakura looked at Sasuke with concern. Just then there was a rustling sound coming from the nearby bushes. Naruto and Sakura immediately stood up, alertly blocking Sasuke. Who? The bushes parted, and it was not an enemy but Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji who walked out. Oh, it's you guys. Shikamaru sighed with relief. There was such terrifying chakra explosion just now, I thought you guys were in some big trouble. Are you okay? Shikamaru. Naruto relaxed a bit when he saw a familiar face. We encountered Orochimaru. What? Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji all changed their expressions at the same time. Sasuke. Sakura glanced worriedly at Sasuke, who was still lost in his thoughts. He was bitten and left with a cursed mark. Naruto clenched his fists, his voice low. Kakashi-sensei, I just finished sealing him and took away that grass ninja Karen. Shikamaru's gaze fell on the cursed mark on the side of Sasuke's neck, his brow furrowed. Did Asuma-sensei and the others not make it in time? The worst-case scenario has indeed happened. At this moment Sasuke seemed to wake from his world. He slowly raised his head, staring fixedly at Shikamaru. Shikamaru. The message you sent to Naruto. Orochimaru is watching. Stay alert. Do not trust the grass ninja, Sasuke asked word by word. How did you know that? Such precise timing. Shikamaru scratched his head and sighed. It's a pain, but it wasn't me who discovered it, it was my dad. The Hokage seems to have been monitoring the abnormal chakra fluctuations in the entire forest through some special channels. When they detected a huge and unfamiliar chakra moving towards your area, combining it with the hint about grass ninja in the game, they immediately sent me an alert to inform you. But it was still a step too late. Did you gather your scrolls? Naruto was more concerned about the exam. Luck was okay. Choji said vaguely while chewing on chips. I ran into a team of Takigakure ninja, took some effort, but we got the scrolls we needed. Shikamaru interjected, but his gaze was still on Sasuke. What about you? Can you continue? Sasuke pushed against the ground, enduring the weakness after the sealing of the cursed mark and the discomfort in his neck, and slowly stood up. He glanced at Naruto and Sakura, his voice resolute. Let's go. To the central tower. Meanwhile, in another area of the forest of death, Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi were swiftly moving through the trees, tracking the cold chakra traces belonging to Orochimaru. This way, Guy. Asuma pointed to a trampled bush with his mouth full. Youth does not allow evil to escape. Guy's blood was boiling as he increased his speed. The two chased to a dark place filled with jagged boulders. The traces here became exceptionally dense, as if Orochimaru had just been here. Come out, Orochimaru. Asuma unsheathed his chakra blade and said in a deep voice. Guy also assumed a fighting stance, ready to open the 8 gates. However, the only response was the howling wind. Guy raised an eyebrow. Asuma cautiously scanned the surroundings, finally locking his gaze on a large rock. There curled a white snake about the thickness of an arm, pale and on the verge of death. The white snake emitted a faint but unmistakable chakra aura belonging to Orochimaru, and it instinctively twitched slightly. This is a substitute. Asuma crouched down to inspect, his brow furrowed. No, it looks more like a discarded shed skin or a clone vessel. Chakra almost depleted, completely devoid of spirit. Did he manage to escape? Guy felt a bit unwilling, but looking at the lifeless white snake, he understood that the hope of continuing the pursuit was slim. No wonder he is one of the legendary Sennin. His escape skills are as bizarre as his ninjutsu. Asuma stood up. It seems his goal has been achieved this time, and he has no desire to fight. Let's go back immediately to report to the old man and Kakashi. Sasuke's situation is likely more troublesome than we imagined. Lord Hokage. And this is the situation. We encountered Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, and Sasuke was cursed with a seal. This girl's name is Karen. She hails from the Grass Village and possesses an exceptionally rare constitution and unique abilities. Kakashi pointed to Karen's arm. And, biting through her skin to absorb her chakra or blood enables rapid chakra replenishment and swift wound healing. The grass village exploited this trait, treating her as a mobile healing tool. And Karen trembled faintly, instinctively drawing her arm behind her back. The Uzumaki clan? And Jiraiya murmured softly. And this extraordinary vitality and regenerative capacity are hallmark traits of the Uzumaki bloodline. And those crimson locks? And they remind me of Kushina. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his gaze complex as he looked upon Karen. Child, lift your head. And timidly Karen raised her face. Behind her glasses her eyes brimmed with terror. The grass village. Sarutobi's voice lowered heavy with gravity. Is this how they treated you? And Karen nodded fiercely, tears welling in her eyes. Yes. They imprisoned me. Whenever needed, shinobi would come to bite me. My mother died protecting me. And at that moment the office door burst open. Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi rushed in, dust-streaked and breathless. An old man? And we tracked Orochimaru's trail, but found only this. A shed-skin substitution. His chakra exhausted his true body long since escaped like a cicada shedding its shell. And Guy, uncharacteristically grave, added in, my apologies, Lord Hokage. The stride of youth arrived just a moment too late. The vile one has fled. And Hiruzen waved a hand. Understood. Well done, Guy. And you, Asuma. Kakashi turned toward Karen. Lord Hokage, considering her abilities, her crimson hair, and Jiraiya's assessment, I believe Karen is highly likely a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. An orphan survivor cast adrift beyond the village. Her mother was almost certainly also of the Uzumaki lineage. And Lord Hokage? And suddenly gathering courage, Karen dropped to her knees with a soft thud. Her tears spilled over at last. And please, don't send me back to the grass village. They'll lock me away again. They'll keep torturing me. Please let me stay in Konoha. And I'll do anything. I can heal others. I'll strive to become a capable shinobi. Please, please grant me this chance. And the office fell into silence, broken only by Karen's muffled sobs. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed wordlessly upon the red-haired girl kneeling before him. And after a pause he spoke. His voice calm, resolute, and rise, child. Karen lifted her trembling face, tear-blurred eyes fixed on the Hokage. And, from this day forth Konoha is your home. By the authority vested in me as the third Hokage, I hereby declare Karen an official resident of Konohagakure. Astonishment and overwhelming joy ignited instantly in Karen's eyes. And thank you, Lord Hokage. Thank you. Shikaku? And yes, sir. And immediately escort Karen to Konoha Hospital for a full physical examination and treatment. Those wounds on her arm. And assign our finest medical nin. Understood. Shikaku responded without hesitation. And Kakashi? And Lord Hokage? And once Karen recovers, enroll her in the hospital's medical division for formal training. Excellent. Guy gave a thumbs up. And humph, Sarutobi, you remain naively soft-hearted. And the office door swung open once more, this time admitting Danzo Shimura. 2 silent root operatives followed in his wake. An orphan scion of the Uzumaki clan, a constitution uniquely suited for healing, and such a rare strategic asset, and such precious bloodline. Yet you casually assign her to the hospital. Danzo's gaze locked onto Hiruzen, his tone sharp with accusation and command, and hand her over to Root. Only under Root's rigorous discipline and absolute control can her abilities reach their fullest potential, ensuring maximum efficiency in safeguarding Konoha, not squandered on mundane medical techniques. And the atmosphere in the office froze, suddenly frigid and suffocating. And terrified by Danzo's cold stare and chilling words, Karen trembled violently, glancing desperately between Kakashi and the Hokage. Hiruzen rose slowly, his presence swelling with the unmistakable weight of the Hokage. And meeting Danzo's gaze squarely, his voice remained low, yet each word resonated with sovereign authority. And, Danzo, choose your words carefully. Hiruzen drew a slow, deliberate breath. His eyes swept across every person present, then settled unwavering upon Danzo's grim, weathered face. And, I am the Hokage. Those words struck like thunder within the chamber. A declaration of ultimate authority and a definitive rejection of Danzo's overreach. Danzo's expression darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with fury and humiliation. And he glared at Hiruzen, his cane slamming hard against the floor. You will regret this, Sarutobi. Danzo's voice seethed with bitter resentment. And for the sake of your laughable mercy, and your hollow ideal of a sunlit Konoha, you place invaluable assets in peril and weaken our village's strength. This girl, and that young Uchiha boy. Humph. And without another word Danzo spun sharply on his heel. And we're leaving. And with a curt command to his root operatives he strode out, slamming the door behind him. Silence descended upon the office, and Karen paled her legs, threatening to buckle beneath her. And Jiraiya walked to the window, watching Danzo's retreating figure. Shikaku and Kakashi exchanged a grave, knowing glance. And Hiruzen sank slowly back into his chair, rubbing his temples wearily. And turning to the terrified Karen, his voice softened and, don't be afraid, child. Shikaku, take her to the hospital immediately. Kakashi, you'll accompany them personally. And yes, sir. Both men replied in unison, and Kakashi stepped beside Karen and gently tapped her shoulder. A quiet signal to follow. Karen, guided by Kakashi's gesture, left the Hokage's office with Shikaku and Kakashi. Just before stepping through the doorway, she glanced back, once, at the elderly man seated amid swirling smoke. Root headquarters Danzo's face was storm-dark. His cane groaned under the pressure of his grip. Sarutobi, you've grown old and foolish. And he hissed, low eyes blazing with ambition and wrath. Such a priceless Uzumaki bloodline, left to drift untethered. And that young Uchiha already marked by Orochimaru, all volatile elements. All must fall under Root's absolute control. And he slammed his cane down with a deafening crack. Humph. I alone possess the vision to lead Konoha to true strength. Your hypocritical peace, and your sentimental bonds, will only drown our village in crisis. Just wait, Sarutobi, it won't be long now. And the Hokage's seat needs a new occupant. Iwagakure, Tsuchikige's office. A knock. 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 A knock sounded at the door. Enter, rumbled Inoki, not looking up. His voice edged with habitual. The door opened and a Rock Village NBU operative strode and knelt on one knee, and respectfully presented a scroll bearing Konoha's flame emblem, sealed with multiple advanced sealing techniques. Lord Tsuchikage, the third Hokage of Konohagakure Hiruzen Sarutobi, has dispatched a confidential envoy with this urgent encrypted scroll. And the envoy states it concerns a matter of utmost importance, and insists you open it personally after hearing supplementary oral intelligence. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Nanoki finally lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing. He and Sarutobi were longtime rivals. Men who never acted without purpose. An urgent encrypted scroll, delivered by a personal envoy with verbal supplementation. The protocol was unusually high. A flicker of wariness crossed his mind. Place the scroll here, and bring the envoy in. Inoki gestured dismissively. The envoy of Konoha bowed, addressing the third Tsuchikage. Please tell me what earth-shattering news has that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen sent. Is it really necessary for you to make such a mysterious trip? The envoy did not answer immediately. Instead, he confirmed once more the soundproof barrier in the office before taking a deep breath and saying, Lord Tsuchikage, the key information entrusted to me by Lord Hokage is according to highly reliable intelligence and analysis held by Konoha. There is a significant possibility that Uchiha Madara did not truly perish in the Valley of the End. Moreover, there are strong indications suggesting that he is very likely the mastermind behind the attack on Konoha 12 years ago, orchestrating the Ninetales rampage. The Tsuchikage's body trembled violently, his height suddenly dropping as he nearly fell from his chair. His face drained of color, his eyes widened in horror. Uchiha Madara is alive. This is impossible. The Tsuchikage instinctively clutched his aching waist. The Valley of the End. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama personally killed him. This is a universally acknowledged fact. What kind of joke is Sarutobi Hiruzen playing? The envoy continued, Lord Hokage is well aware that this matter is incredible, and that mere verbal accounts are hard. Therefore, he specially instructed me to convey that Konoha has obtained crucial audio evidence from a mysterious figure present during the Ninetales attack. Given that you, Lord Tsuchikage, are one of the few who heard Uchiha Madara's voice decades ago, Lord Hokage earnestly requests that you personally come to Konoha to verify the authenticity of this recording. Audio evidence. In Konoha, there was nothing tangible, only a verbal promise and an invitation that required his personal presence in Konoha to fulfill. The Tsuchikage fixed his gaze on the envoy, saying, Sarutobi Hiruzen has calculated well, forcing me to travel all the way to Konoha just to listen to a piece of audio. On what grounds does he think that a mere audio recording would convince me that that monster is still alive? And why does he think I would step into your Konoha territory for an elusive verification? Isn't this an attempt to leverage Uchiha Madara's name to coerce me to pressure Iwagakure? The envoy responded with calm assertiveness. Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Hokage understands your concerns. Lord Hokage is willing to guarantee with his reputation that this evidence is absolutely authentic, and its significance pertains to the survival of the entire ninja world. As for safety, Lord Hokage promises that he will provide the highest level of protection during your stay in Konoha, ensuring that you have the freedom to leave at any time. To personally verify. The Tsuchikage mulled over those words. What a well-crafted scheme. Sarutobi Hiruzen was certain that he wouldn't dare to gamble. Dare not gamble that this news is false. Dare not gamble that Uchiha Madara's threat does not exist. Immediately, the Tsuchikage shouted towards the door. Come in. An Umbu appeared instantly, kneeling on one knee. Lord Tsuchikage. Relay my orders. Effective immediately. Iwagakure is to enter a state of emergency. Monitor all unusual chakra fluctuations closely, especially those related to the Sharingan and tailed beasts. If any suspicious activity is detected, no need to report. Initiate the highest level defense plan and report immediately. Akatsuchi. Yes. Put down all your current tasks. I need you to escort me with the highest level of security and concealment measures to Konoha. I need to personally listen to that voice. After enduring the encounter with Orochimaru and the torment of the cursed seal Sasuke Naruto, and Sakura finally arrived at the central tower after Shikamaru's team. Despite the perilous journey, they successfully submitted the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and passed the second round of the exam. Also arriving were Gaara's team from Sunagekure, Tatsuka's team from Otogekure, and Chuji Yuhi Kurenai, and their team from Kirigekure. Konoha's Team 3 and Team 8 also reached the central tower, while Yakushi Kabuto's team was notably absent. The fourth Kazekage Raza arrived early in Konoha and attended the preliminary rounds as the leader of the allied nations, sitting beside the third Hokage to watch the matches. The third Hokage announced the rules for the preliminary rounds before the third exam. The electronic screen began to roll out names. First match, Sunagekure Gaara versus Konoha Rock Lee. Raza's gaze swept across the arena. Let me assess your practical value as a weapon. All eyes Rock Lee, filled with passion, jumped onto the stage, assuming his signature starting stance. Gaara slowly rose, sand swirling silently around him. Just as the tension escalated and battle loomed. Buzz, 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 buzz. Almost all the candidates and supervising Jonin's phones went off at the same time, producing a dense and piercing notification sound. A notification suddenly appeared on the screen. Naruto Mobile Game Adventure Story Major Update Burning Konoha. Gasps rose in the air. Quick look at the story, someone shouted. Everyone, forgetting the match, hurriedly opened the update content. The screen quickly flashed descriptions and key visuals: the joint invasion of sound and sand, the four purple flame formation rising, the third Hokage facing off against the Kazekage, whose true identity was revealed to be Orochimaru. Sunagekure, listen up. Raza suddenly stood up. Orochimaru may be disguised and lurking here. Everyone search. His gaze locked onto a figure. A Jonin wearing a Sound Village forehead protector, whose expression was ominous, stealthily moving closer to Sasuke. Die, Orochimaru. The sand turned into a massive wave, crashing down. Boom! Hey Raza! Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle. Kakashi's Raikiri and Gai's leaf hurricane struck instantly. Orochimaru's body transformed into countless tiny venomous snakes, scattering like a tide, moving at an astonishing speed. The target was the nearest exit. Several Umbu appeared to block the exit. However, Orochimaru's snake clone technique was perplexing and difficult to deal with, causing most attacks to miss. The few snakes that were hit merely dissipated into white smoke. His true form, meanwhile, took advantage of the ensuing chaos to escape rapidly. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, shouting sternly. The Chunin exams are to be halted immediately. All candidates retreat. Konoha ninjas, heed my command. Arrest all sound ninjas and locate Orochimaru. Pursue! Kakashi, Gai, Asuma, and several elite Umbu squads wasted no time and dashed out. At the edge of the forest of death. Previously, Asuma and Gai had discovered the abandoned dying white snake containing Orochimaru's faint chakra. Jiraiya sat cross-legged with his hands clasped together. Fukasaku and Shima had firmly settled on him. His face bore the iconic sage mask, his eyes transforming into frog-like horizontal pupils, radiating a powerful wave of natural energy. Little Jiraiya, the absorption of natural energy is complete, said Sage Shimizu. Target's residual chakra locked successfully. It's faint, but it cannot escape the perception of Sage. A powerful formless perception infused with natural energy instantly spread through the medium of the white snake, precisely capturing the rapidly retreating Orochimaru. The positional coordinates were clearly relayed to Jiraiya and shared via mobile to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was directing the pursuit. Sarutobi's eyes, sharpened without a hint of hesitation, informed Kakashi of their direction. Let's go. He understood this was the only opportunity. It was the perfect moment. While Orochimaru had just exposed himself, not yet fully escaping the battlefield, and Jiraiya had successfully pinpointed his location. Two figures, the resolute Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya, now in sage mode, raced toward the direction where Orochimaru. Inside the desolate cave, Orochimaru paused to catch his breath. Damn that game intel. Just as he intended to form seals to perform the reverse summoning technique, the entrance was suddenly sealed off by a golden sand barrier. Orochimaru, your game is over. Raza stood outside the cave, the sand completely blocking all escape routes. Meanwhile, the figures of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya appeared inside the cave. Jiraiya, sage mode, old man. Orochimaru's heart raced with alarm. How could they have found this place so quickly? A cold smile twisted on Orochimaru's face, as he was about to say something, perhaps a taunt or an attempt to sow discord. Sage Art Toad summoning. Jiraiya did not give him any chance to speak. Sage Shimizu and Sage Jima simultaneously puffed their cheeks, and a strange, powerful sound wave, filled with natural energy, resonated through the entire cave. This was a sage art illusion that transcended ordinary genjutsu. Orochimaru's cold smile froze in an instant. His consciousness felt as if it were plunged into an endless viscous swamp. His thoughts stagnated and his body became completely uncontrollable, frozen in place. He never expected that Jiraiya would come in with an unreserved killing sage technique. Now's the time, old man. Jiraiya maintained the illusion, his forehead veins bulging as he shouted. He knew the time to keep Orochimaru under control was extremely precious. Sarutobi's gaze turned utterly calm the moment he stepped into the cave and saw Orochimaru. It was a realization that transcended life and death, a burden of responsibility. The plot in the phone about the burning leaf made him fully comprehend the madness and danger of this wayward disciple, solidifying his ultimate resolve for the future of Konoha to prevent any more innocents from being sacrificed due to Orochimaru's ambition. Sarutobi formed seals with the fastest speed of his life. Sihai Wei Mao Suzi In Wusi. Forbidden technique Shiki Fuin. Behind Sarutobi, a terrifying phantom visible only to the caster slowly emerged. Death. Ugh! Orochimaru's soul was forcibly pulled from his body, and he could clearly see that terrifying death phantom, feeling the ultimate pain of his soul being torn apart and devoured. He wanted to struggle to resist to use the substitution technique, but under the constraints of the sage art illusion and the absolute power of Shiki Fuin, all was futile. No, teacher Sarutobi, stop. You can't. Orochimaru let out a piercing howl filled with unprecedented fear and despair. Orochimaru, your ambition and forbidden research have brought pain to too many. The wounds of Konoha will be ended by me. Sarutobi's voice was hoarse yet filled with strength this time. Let it be completely over. The cold hand of death, driven by Sarutobi's will, abruptly reached out. It dragged Orochimaru's struggling soul along with all its power, knowledge, and the very essence of his soul into the... A flash of light exploded, then extinguished in an instant. The cave returned to silence. Orochimaru's body slumped to the ground, eyes wide open, pupils completely dilated, no longer holding a trace of life. The once ambitious figure, who stirred the ninja world in pursuit of eternal life, his soul was forever sealed within the belly of death. Sarutobi maintained his seal posture, his body like a candle flickering in the wind, slowly leaning back. The death phantom behind him also gradually dissipated into nothingness. A strong yet slightly trembling arm caught his aging body just in time. Old man. Jiraiya's voice, excruciating pain engulfed every inch of Sarutobi's soul, the price of the sacrifice to death. But at this moment the physical pain seemed distant. His consciousness sank into a warm and bizarre sea of memories. Before him appeared the child quietly flipping through scrolls in the corner of the ninja school, with eyes cold like a snake yet filled with curiosity. Orochimaru, you possess talents and wisdom far surpassing others. How I wish you could use it to protect rather than to destroy. I'm sorry I could not stop you sooner, allowing you to stray further down the wrong path. The stone statues of past Hokages emerged in his consciousness, the hopes of the first Hokage, the admonitions of the second Hokage. The Hokage is the pillar of Konoha and its protector. For the children in the village, for the laughter and hopesome darkness must be severed by my own hands. Jiraiya, you have become a reliable pillar. With you and Tsunade, the future of Konoha will not extinguish. The faces of those children flashed vividly, Naruto's energetic silly grin, Sasuke's stubborn and lonely back, Sakura's determined figure chasing after them, Shikamaru's lazy yet wise gaze, Lee's burning youth. Naruto, Sasuke. The future of Konoha is entrusted to you. Like a newly sprouted tree, grow strong, support each other, and protect this hard-earned peace and bonds. His lips moved slightly as if wanting to say something, but ultimately it transformed into a barely audible satisfied sigh. That gaze, filled with countless expectations and bearing endless responsibilities, finally fixed upon the jagged rocks above the cave, as if penetrating them, looking toward the sky of Konoha that he loved all his life. The first ninja hero, the third Hokage of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen passed away suddenly. What remained on his face was not pain but a sense of relief and profound expectations after laying down his burdens. Wherever Konoha flies, the fire will continue to burn. The light of the fire will continue to illuminate the village and help new leaves to sprout. The will of fire. The sunlight was bright and unfamiliar, carrying a warmth that made his eyelids burn. Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, his throat tight with dryness. Habitually he reached under his pillow, empty. Where's my phone? Naruto fumbled around the bedside, only encountering the smooth wooden surface. A ceramic cup with incomprehensible intricate patterns, and a stack of neatly washed clothes. Myanmar. A bright, slightly urgent female voice called from downstairs. It's time to get up. Breakfast is getting cold. Myanmar. Who? Naruto sat up with a start, the blanket slipping off, and the unfamiliar room fully came into view. The walls were a clean beige with a small green plant on the windowsill, and light poured in through the clean glass. Everything was tidy, warm, and brand new, a stark contrast to his little apartment cluttered with instant noodle boxes and dust. A wave of immense panic gripped Naruto's heart. Myanmar, are you listening? If you keep dawdling, you'll miss out on today's special miso soup. The woman's voice drew closer, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps on the stairs. The door was flung open. A woman stood at the entrance. Her fiery red hair resembled a burning sunset, casually tied back with a few rebellious strands framing her face. Her eyes were filled with a mix of helplessness and affection as she stared at him. You, my child, why are you sleeping so soundly today? The woman walked in, naturally reaching out to ruffle his hair. Naruto recoiled as if shocked, pressing his back tightly against the cold wall. Who are you? Where is this? Who is Myanmar? The woman's hand froze in midair, her smile instantly freezing. Myanmar. What's wrong? Are you confused from sleep? I am your mother. Her voice carried confusion, her brows furrowed tightly, her eyes scrutinizing him, as if searching for signs of a prank on his face. Mother. A vague syllable that he had never truly called out before, imbued with a 12-year-long unacknowledged yearning, escaped uncontrollably from his lips. Mama. This call was weak and awkward, yet it acted like a key, instantly unlocking all the worries in the woman's eyes. She made no further attempt to touch him, only soothingly said, all right, it seems you were truly confused from sleep. Quick, go brush your teeth and wash your face, a breakfast is waiting for you. She pointed to a small door on one side of the room. Hurry, your father is waiting downstairs. Watching the woman turn and head downstairs, that flash of red disappeared at the staircase, while Naruto remained frozen, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. Naruto stumbled to his feet, almost instinctively feeling his way into the small, equally astonishingly tidy. Cold water splashed onto his face, jolting him awake and slightly clearing the fog. He looked at the familiar face in the mirror, Naruto Uzumaki. But here he was, Myanmar. Naruto descended the stairs. The air was filled with the aroma of steaming food, a scent of home. At the dining table, a man dressed in a jonin vest was examining a scroll. Upon hearing footsteps, the man looked up. In that instant, Naruto's breath caught. Golden hair, eyes as blue as the sky, and a gentle smile that seemed capable of melting everything. That face. The very face that had appeared countless times on Hokage Rock in his midnight dreams. The fourth Hokage. The man before him exuded a warmth and calm that belonged to a father. He looked at Naruto with pure concern in his eyes. Myanmar, what's wrong? You don't look well. Did you not sleep well last night? Eat up. Minato put away the scroll and slid a steaming bowl of miso soup noodles in front of him. Aren't you meeting Sakura and Sasuke today? You remember the meeting point, right? The 7th training ground. Only then did Naruto snap back to reality, a familiar anxiety about being late overwhelming all the chaotic thoughts. This is bad. He hurriedly picked up the bowl. I almost forgot. Sitting beside him, Kushina shook her head in exasperation, stuffing a bulging bento box into his hands, then handing him a brand new water bottle. Here, lunch and water. When will you change this forgetfulness of yours? Go on, don't keep your friends waiting too long. Thank you, Mom. Naruto took the items, the title still a bit difficult to say but smoother than before. He practically bolted out of this warm home that left him feeling flustered. The streets of Konoha bathed in golden sunlight, tranquil and serene. After running a few steps, Naruto suddenly came to a halt, standing still. He slowly, almost stiffly raised his head. The Hokage Rock loomed majestically. First, second, third. Their positions unchanged. But the fourth's face, the statue that should be so familiar, had completely changed. It was the face of a stranger, a middle-aged man with a peculiar starfish hairstyle. That position which should belong to Minato Namikaze. Occupied by a stranger. The gentle golden-haired man at the dining table was merely a jonin, not the fourth Hokage. Then what about me? Who exactly is Myanmar in this world? Yo, Myanmar. You look good today. Good morning, Myanmar. Myanmar, good luck with your mission today. Myanmar, young master, here are some freshly made dango. Want to have a few cheerful and familiar greetings rang out around him as several passing villagers and ninja waved at Naruto with bright smiles. Naruto, like a startled rabbit, snapped back to reality, awkwardly forcing a stiff smile and nodding randomly. Good morning. Thank you. No, not needed. There was no disgust, no fear, only a familiarity tinged with kindness, as one would feel observing an ordinary neighbor's child. Why was the fourth Hokage's statue there? Why wasn't it him? That man was obviously in that warm. At the edge of the 7th training ground, as Naruto rushed in, 2 figures were already waiting there. Hey. Myanmar, the young master. A teasing voice rang out, clearly drawn out. A black-haired boy leaned lazily against a large tree trunk. He wore well-fitted dark casual clothes, the collar casually open, and walked over, casually hooking his arm around. The sun's nearly up your backside. Keeping 2 companions waiting, especially the lovely lady, is not the act of a gentleman. As he spoke, he pretended to be cool, flipping his bangs while glancing at the girl beside him. Sasuke-kun, quit messing around. The girl standing beside him spoke up. Her pink hair was no longer the memory from before, but was neatly tied into a high ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and sharp brows. She cast a helpless glance at Sasuke, who was still hanging on Naruto, then offered Naruto a bright and slightly apologetic smile. Don't mind him, Myanmar. Sasuke-kun just likes to joke. We just arrived not long ago. Naruto stared blankly at them. Sasuke. The Sasuke who always had a stern face and constantly referred to Naruto as the last place, had turned into a charming playboy who could joke around. Sakura. At this moment she radiated a capable and reliable, big sister aura. The huge dissonance made Naruto's head buzz even more chaotic than when he saw the Hokage rock statue. Kakashi Sensei? Naruto almost instinctively asked. Kakashi Sensei? Sakura pulled out a mission scroll from her ninja tool pouch and explained. He was suddenly assigned an urgent rank escort mission. He left for the border last evening. This mission only includes the 3 of us from Team 7. She turned the scroll toward Naruto and Sasuke, drank mission clear. The debris blocking the river downstream of the South He River main obstacles are recently washed down dead wood rubble and silt. Client Konoha Village Environmental Management Team. Meeting point South He River downstream No. 3 Watergate. Clearing the river Naruto muttered this was far more exhausting than catching cats or dogs. What young Master Myanmar feels it's beneath him. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at Naruto. Should I ask Ino to assign you a lighter herb-picking task? Who needs your help? Stupid Sasuke. Naruto instinctively retorted familiar words spilling out. Sasuke paused for a moment, then burst out laughing, his smile bright and unclouded, carrying an irresistible sense of camaraderie that Naruto couldn't refuse. He patted Naruto's shoulder enthusiastically. That's more like it. Let's go. The 3 quickly arrived at the downstream of the South He River. The originally clear river here took a bend, being blocked for the most part by a mass of dead branches, broken logs, rubble, and thick silt washed down by the heavy rain. The muddy water spread into the low-lying areas along the banks, giving off a faint scent of mud. As usual, ill-handle planning the area and clearing the large obstacles, Sakura stood on a high rock, surveying the blocked area. Sasuke can use fire release to carefully dry the low-lying silted area downstream, and be careful with the range. Mion Magung, you are responsible for dragging the thickest logs stuck in the middle of the river to the shore. Watch out for the current. Understood. Sasuke replied, his expression serious and focused. He quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing fireball shot out, soaring over the muddy puddles, and the high temperature instantly vaporized large clouds of white steam, quickly solidifying and cracking the silt. The exquisite control over chakra and ninjutsu astonished Naruto. He took a deep breath and waited. Several thick logs were firmly wedged in place by the water and rubble tangled together. He wrapped his arms around one of the thickest logs, exerting all his strength, but the wood wouldn't budge and the current caused him to stagger. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his chakra and pushed again. Lift. At that very moment, a strange and immense chakra seemed to be stirred by his will and emotions, suddenly surging forth, rapidly spinning and uncontrollably gathering in the palm of his right hand. Buzz. A sphere of energy the size of a fist, spinning at high speed and radiating dazzling blue-white light, appeared in Naruto's palm without any warning. Rasengan. Naruto was completely stunned, his eyes bulging wide in disbelief as he stared at the rank jutsu that had materialized in his hand. How could this be possible? He didn't know it at all. Could it be that this world's Myanmar knew it? Did the 4th Hokage teach him? Hey! What are you doing? Sasuke's voice came filled with surprise. What technique is that? Such powerful chakra. Be careful. Sakura also noticed the anomaly and immediately called out a warning. Naruto jolted, realizing that the Rasengan in his hand was uncontrollably pressing toward the giant log he was holding. He instinctively tilted his wrist. Boom! The Rasengan slammed hard into the riverbed, narrowly grazing the edge of the giant log. Instantly, it pulverized the hard riverbed rock, creating a massive deep pit. Murky, muddy water mixed with rocks shot up into the sky, as if a mudslide had occurred. The part of the giant log that was grazed was instantly torn into countless wood shavings. The immense impact surged back with the current, causing Naruto to lose his footing and fall into the icy river, splashing up a huge spray of water. Naruto lay in the muddy water, coughing violently, choking on several mouthfuls of water, his right palm still tingling with heat and a slight numbness. He lifted his hand, staring blankly at his palm. Fear, shock, and an indescribable strange feeling churned within him. That power, so unfamiliar yet somehow so familiar. It felt like an instinct buried deep within him, awakened by a self called Myanmar. Hey, are you okay? Sasuke rushed over and pulled him up from the water. Sakura followed closely, crouching down to examine his arms and body carefully. I'm fine. Naruto wiped the muddy water from his face, his voice trembling slightly. I accidentally used too much strength. Sakura sighed in relief, her reproach mixed with concern. Be careful next time. That power is too dangerous. Luckily, you didn't hurt yourself or downstream. She stood up, looking at the deep pit created by the Rasengan and the half-shattered giant log, her brows slightly furrowed. However, it inadvertently cleared away most of the biggest obstacle. Sasuke, let's speed up and finish the rest. Sasuke gave Naruto a deep look, said nothing further, just nodded. Okay. The task concluded in a subtle atmosphere. Naruto silently followed the 2 back to the village to return the mission scroll and collect the reward. Sakura and Sasuke seemed to tacitly refrain from questioning that unexpected jutsu. Only as they were about to leave did Sasuke pat Naruto on the shoulder, leaving a meaningful look. Next time, let me see the complete that Myanmar. Naruto responded absent-mindedly, watching them walk away, the sunset stretching their shadows long. He didn't head home immediately but instead took a detour by the clear little river at the edge of the village. This place is almost identical to his original world. He lay down on the soft grass by the shore, gazing at the sky painted in golden red by the setting sun, his mind a chaotic mess. The gentle smile of Minato, the reproachful gaze of Kushina, Sakura's steady commands, Sasuke's roguish yet reliable grin, and that uncontrollable Rasengan. Everything felt so real yet like a bizarre dream. He spread open his right hand palm, facing up towards the dimming sky. It seemed to still carry the burning sensation left by the chakra friction during the Rasengan's explosion. The fourth Hokage, he is the father of Menma. He personally taught Menma the Rasengan, and he, Uzumaki Naruto, is merely a thief who stumbled into this illusion by mistake. He greedily breathed in the air of home in this dream, hungrily drawing in the warmth of parents that he had never experienced, even stealing the power that rightfully belonged to Menma. "I'm sorry," Naruto whispered softly to the flowing river, to the chakra remnants in his palm that belonged to another soul. His voice was soon swallowed by the sound of water. A wave of immense fatigue and indescribable sadness weighed heavily upon him. The night completely enveloped Konoha. As Naruto dragged his leaden legs and pushed open the familiar warm door of home, what awaited him was a blanket of darkness. Bang! Bang! Two soft sounds. The lights turned on. Simultaneously, the warm smiles of Kushina and Minato appeared. "Happy birthday, Menma!" they both exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with pure joy and affection. The small living room had been carefully decorated with ribbons and balloons adorning the corners. In the center of the dining table sat a not very large cake adorned with fresh fruit, the warm yellow candlelight flickering, exuding a sweet and tempting aroma. Beside it were several beautifully wrapped gift boxes. "Be birthday." Naruto stood frozen at the door, dazed like a lost child. "Silly boy, you forgot your own birthday." Kushina laughed as she stepped forward, playfully tapping his forehead gently with a touch of affection. "Come in quickly. We've been waiting for you." Minato also approached, his warm hand gently resting on Naruto's shoulder, guiding him towards the dining table. "You've worked hard on your mission, Menma. Today is your special day, relax a bit. Come blow out the candles." Kushina chuckled reproachfully, bringing the cake closer, the candlelight reflecting the gentle glimmer in her eyes. "You've grown another year. Make a wish, Menma." Naruto looked at the flickering candle flames, gazing at his smiling parents behind the light. What wish could he have? A child who had never had parents, growing up in loneliness and hatred, his greatest wish at this moment. Wasn't it for this scene to last forever? Even if it was just a dream, a phantom. He closed his eyes, suppressing the lump in his throat. Only one wish to hope this moment could last a little longer, a little more real. He took a deep breath and blew out all the candles. "Happy birthday!" Minato and Kushina shouted in unison. Kushina hummed an off-key song as she handed him the largest piece of cake. Minato then handed over a plain wooden box. "Open it and see, Menma." Naruto nervously untied the deep blue ribbon and lifted the lid. Inside lay a fox mask quietly. The mask had 3 upright eyes. "This is specially chosen for you by your mom and me. The fox symbolizes cunning and protection. I hope it brings you good fortune and keeps you safe." Minato gently picked up the mask and placed it on Naruto's face. "Happy birthday, our child." Kushina's voice trembled slightly, her eyes shimmering with joyful tears. "Happy birthday, Menma." Minato smiled, ruffling Naruto's head, now adorned with the mask. Beneath the mask, tears streamed down Naruto's face without warning. He suddenly lowered his head, his shoulders uncontrollably trembling. The tears finally broke through the dam, silently rolling down and seeping into the mask. Not out of sadness, but from an overwhelming torrent of happiness and grievance he had never experienced before, nearly drowning him. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, both seeing the pain and tender acceptance in each other's eyes. Kushina reached out, gently patting Naruto's slightly trembling back. No questions were asked, only silent comfort, as if to say, "Cry, child, we are here." The night grew deep and quiet. Naruto lay in the soft bedding, the sweet scent of cake and the smell of ribbons lingering in the room. He lay on his side, curled up, holding the 3-eyed fox mask tightly against his chest, as if it were absorbing his last bit of warmth, or perhaps it was his only beacon connecting him to this illusory world. His tears had long since dried, leaving a tight, parched sensation. His consciousness gradually sank into a chaotic darkness under the weight of extreme fatigue and immense emotional impact. "Naruto! Naruto! Hey, Naruto!" A familiar yet slightly impatient call pierced through the chaotic darkness like a needle. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes. The blinding real sunlight streamed in through the familiar window gap, hurting him. He was back in his cold, empty apartment that belonged to Uzumaki Naruto. His heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by a cold hand, suddenly tightening in pain, causing him to instinctively curl up. Was the dream really just a dream? That mother with red hair, that father with sky-like eyes, that reliable Sakura, that noisy yet passionate Sasuke. and that warmth that nearly fused with his soul. Naruto, you little brat. If you don't open the door, I'm going to finish the ramen. A rough yet caring shout from Iruka Sensei came from outside the door. Naruto struggled to sit up. The intense sense of loss washed over him like cold tide. He instinctively looked down at his hands. Empty. Sure enough. The mask. He bitterly tugged at the corners of his mouth. How could that warmth possibly be brought back? Yet just as his gaze swept over the crumpled bed sheets, his movement suddenly froze. By the pillow, a patch of white lay quietly. It was it, the wooden fox mask with 3 eyes. Naruto trembled as he reached out his fingertips, touching the mask. The real icy sensation spread from his fingertips all the way to his heart. It wasn't a dream. At least, not entirely a dream. He tightly grasped the mask in his hand. He nearly lunged to the door, yanking it open with a creak. Outside, Iruka Sensei was holding a steaming bowl of delicious Ichiraku ramen. The steam blurred the prominent scar on his face. Seeing Naruto's red-rimmed eyes and dazed expression, Iruka was momentarily taken aback, then his brow furrowed, habitually carrying a hint of disgust but deeper concern. Did you have another nightmare? Or are you hungry? Here, eat while it's hot. I specially doubled the chashu for you. The familiar rich aroma of tonkatsu broth wafted towards him. Looking at the bowl of ramen, Iruka handed over, seeing the concern in his eyes that, while always laced with reproach, had never truly disappeared. A wave of warmth surged to the tip of Naruto's nose, filling his eyes with a sourness. Iruka, sensei. Naruto's voice was hoarse, thick with nasal congestion. He took the heavy, warm bowl of ramen, and the scalding tears finally surged uncontrollably again, large drops splashing into the fragrant soup. Stop crying, you idiot. Iruka turned his face away, his tone still the same, yet unable to hide his helplessness. Eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Finish eating and hurry to the meeting. Kakashi and the others are probably waiting for you already. Iruka urged, casually ruffling Naruto's messy hair. Holding the bowl of ramen, Naruto devoured it eagerly. The hot noodles and broth slid down his throat, warming his cold stomach and soothing his torn and pieced-together heart. The taste of home seemed to exist not just beneath that illusory roof. After hastily finishing the ramen, warmth filled his stomach, yet his heart remained heavy. Naruto grabbed the fox mask, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately clutched it tightly in his hand and dashed out the door. The streets of Konoha had already awakened in the morning. The sunlight was a bit glaring, and the air was filled with the smells of breakfast stalls and earth. In the distance, he spotted the familiar figures waiting at the old spot by the 3rd training ground. Kakashi was still lazily leaning against the tree trunk, holding his ever-present makeout paradise. Sakura was impatiently tapping her foot, muttering something, and the figure with black hair, Uchiha Sasuke, arms crossed facing away from Naruto, slightly turned his head. Sasuke's voice carried a clear impatience. You're too slow. This familiar address, this familiar tone, laced with a hint of arrogance. Naruto's footsteps faltered for a moment. That charming playboy Sasuke who would shout Menma-sama with a glint in his eyes was ultimately just a fleeting illusion. Somewhere in his heart, the words last place pricked him, a subtle pain, yet carrying a strange grounding sense of reality. This was his world, cruel and indifferent, yet it truly existed with people willing to wait for him. Sorry, I overslept. Naruto's face instinctively broke into that carefree, oblivious smile as he quickened his pace, dispelling the last trace of shadow in his eyes. Kakashi Sensei. Sakura. Sasuke. Naruto. What are you holding in your hand? Sakura immediately noticed the item tightly grasped in Naruto's hand, leaning in with curiosity. Sasuke also shot a cold glance over. Kakashi finally lifted his gaze from the book, casually scanning the mask in Naruto's hand, then returning to the pages, as if he had merely seen an inconsequential item. Naruto stopped, looking down at his tightly clenched right hand. The white wooden mask lay in his palm, the 3 fox eyes staring back at him. Naruto lifted his head, his gaze crossing over his companions, over the bustling streets and rooftops, inevitably landing on the village's most prominent landmark, the towering Hokage Rock. First Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, and then the 4th, the gigantic, slightly weathered face of the Hokage, forever gazing gently upon the entire village with a smile that seemed to embrace everything. Namake's Minato, his father, the true belonging to this cruel world, yet he never had the chance to embrace his father. Naruto slowly, almost reverently raised the fox mask in his hand. The rough edges of the wooden mask blocked his view, leaving only the outline of the rock wall ahead. He gently shifted. The 3 hollow eyes of the mask gradually, little by little, aligned with the large facial features of the 4th Hokage carved into the mountain. Through the holes of the mask, the 4th Hokage's eyes, blurred by the passage of time, seemed to come alive. That gaze pierced through the dust of time, transcended the barriers of life and death, quietly, gently, with a hint of weariness and comfort, landed upon Naruto. The touch of the mask pressed against his skin, while the distant gaze of the rock face brought a warmth that penetrated his soul. Naruto held this posture completely still. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, The noise of the street, the puzzled looks of his companions, the soft rustle of Kakashi turning the pages all seemed to fade into the distance. The entire world was left with that mask, and behind the mask's hollow that pair of eyes belonging to his father clear and gazing at him through the veil of life and death, reality and illusion. Naruto lowered his arm, the mask falling back to his side. When he looked up at Hokage Rock again, his expression had completely changed. Inside was a tumult of complex emotions, the fatigue and fear of traversing two worlds, the deep attachment to that fleeting warmth, the acceptance of the cold reality before him, and an unprecedented heavy realization. Naruto faced Sasuke and Sakura's still puzzled gazes, facing Kakashi's seemingly all-seeing dead fish eyes, forcing his lips to curl upwards, attempting to conjure a smile. That smile was no longer the carefree grin of the past. It was somewhat stiff, marked with unshed tears, like a piece forcibly pieced together, its edges sharp yet radiating a calm strength after shattering. This? Naruto looked down, his fingertips gently brushing over the mask, feeling as if he could still touch the warmth from when Minato had placed it on him by candlelight last night. He raised his head once more, directing his gaze at the father on the rock wall, the one he could never truly recognize. This is a farewell gift. Next game update content preview Adventure Dungeon Chapter 5 The Legendary Ninja. Ninja Theater The Indomitable will not in the name of the three ninjas. Ninja Shop buy with coins. C. Ninja Tian New Year Wind Chong Sam. B. Ninja Chio. A Ninja Kakuzu. Ninja Fragments. B. Ninja Hatake Kakashi Youth Uzumaki Kushina. A Ninja Uchiha Shursui High-level skills taken down. S. Ninja Jiraiya High-level skills taken down. Advanced Recruitment. S. Ninja Namikaze Minato. A Ninja Uchiha Itachi Deidara. C. Ninja Shizen. Limited Recruitment. B. Ninja Pakura Yutaka Six Tails Jinchuriki Gaara Possession. C. Ninja Exchange Voucher Ching. Group Purchase Ninja A. Ninja Kato Dan. Wishful Treasure Hunt opened. Treasure Hunt description: using one Wish Treasure Hunt coin allows for one hunt with a chance to obtain rare rewards, Wish Gems. Each treasure hunt increases luck by 1 point. The higher the luck, the greater the chance of obtaining rare items. When luck reaches 110 points, the next treasure hunt is guaranteed to yield a Wish Gem. After obtaining a Wish Gem, luck resets to 0. Wish Gems can be obtained repeatedly and exchanged for items in the Wish Shop. Wish Treasure Hunt coins. 6 coins each available for purchase after V7. Grand Prize Wish Gem. Wish Shop Wish Gem Fragments 598. 1 Wish Gem. A Ninja Ao's Fragments. 36 Wish Gem Fragments. B. Ninja Uchiha Sasuke Cursed Seal Fragments. 36 Wish Gem Fragments. Organization Heaven and Earth Battlefield Fortress Seizure Battle 1 server per country. Badge Exchange. S. Ninja Jiraiya Sage Mode Fragments. 10 Advanced Fortress Badges. S. Ninja Tsunade Fragments. 10 Advanced Fortress Badges, 10 Ordinary Fortress Badges. Point Voucher feature activated. Costume Shop opened. Ultimate Techniques Konoha Whirlwind Kaleidoscopes Darkness Troublesome Victory. Akatsuchi curiously observed the bustling street, shaded by green trees, and full of life in stark contrast to a Wagakure. Inoki did not answer immediately. He scanned his surroundings, his brows furrowing tighter. It was not the layout of the village that troubled him, but rather the behavior of the villagers. Almost everyone, regardless of age or gender, ninja or civilian, they all kept their heads down, holding a glowing palm-sized black panel, their fingers swiftly sliding and tapping on it. Some were grinning foolishly at it, others furrowed their brows tightly, while some excitedly gathered together discussing something. Have the people of Konoha fallen under some sort of illusion? Inoki muttered to himself. Or has that old man Sarutobi created some newfangled communication ninja tool? Each person had one, the scale of it. Just then, the Konoha ninja on duty at the village entrance recognized them and approached solemnly. Inoki learned of the sacrifice of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had given his life to completely seal Orochimaru. Sarutobi is dead. Inoki's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Though he often loved to bicker with that old fox as fellow Kage and old rivals who had experienced the brutal years of war, hearing of the other's end in such a heroic manner. A complex wave of emotions surged within Inoki. Shock, regret, and a touch of desolation. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. The ninja nodded solemnly. Lord Jiraiya and the advisors are waiting for you. In the Hokage office, Jiraiya, Nara Shikaku Mito Gaiden, and Tsunade welcomed Inoki. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere quickly shifted to the topic at hand. Lord Tsuchikage, thank you for your hard work on the journey. Regarding the information we previously conveyed, Jiraiya got straight to the point. I came here precisely for that. Inoki interrupted him, hovering in the air with arms crossed. The time Sarutobi bought with his life is not for idle formalities. What about the audio evidence you mentioned? Nara Shikaku stepped forward, handing over a device that looked no different from those in the villagers' hands. The screen displayed a paused interface. Please take a look at this footage, Lord Tsuchikage. Shikaku manipulated it. Inoki leaned in with some suspicion towards the device. When the voice of the mysterious masked man echoed, Inoki's body trembled violently. He suddenly clutched his waist, plummeting from the air until he was almost touching the ground. His old face turned pale, instantly eyes filled with horror and fear. It's him? Inoki gasped. This voice. It can't be wrong. It's Uchiha, that monster. He truly is still alive. The immense shock left Inoki unable to calm himself for a long time. The office fell silent, only the sound of Inoki's heavy breathing could be heard. Jiraiya and the others watched him in silence. Inoki's reaction was undoubtedly the strongest proof. After quite some time, Inoki barely managed to suppress this wave of emotion. He raised his head, fixating on the small black box emitting the voice of Madara, and asked the question that had lingered in his mind since entering Konoha. What exactly is this thing? Where did you Konoha obtain such a device that can reproduce images, and even record information about that monster? This is called a mobile phone, Lord Tsuchikage. Mito Gate-en explained. It can not only record sound and images but also enable long-distance communication and access information. It's a very convenient tool. As for its source, Jiraiya interjected. It comes from a special shop in the village, Natsume Mobile Store. The owner is a very mysterious figure. Everything you wish to know about mobile phones might only be answered by him. Under the guidance of Jiraiya and Nara, Shikaku Inoki and Akatsuchi, filled with confusion, arrived at a seemingly ordinary shop in Konoha's commercial street. The sign read Natsume Mobile Store. Before they could enter, they heard a lively, even somewhat loud voice coming from inside. Pervy Sage. It's really you. They saw a blue-eyed boy with blonde hair and a beard on his cheeks surrounding Jiraiya, while a stoic black-haired boy, a pink-haired girl, and a lazy-looking silver-haired shinobi leaned in the doorway watching the lively scene. Naruto, mind your manners. Kakashi closed his book and slightly bowed to Inoki. My apologies, Lord Tsuchikage. This child. Well, he's quite energetic. Earth Shadow. Naruto finally noticed the short old man floating in midair, curiously looking him up and down. Wow, an old grandpa who can fly. Ignoring Naruto's impetuosity, Oyaki flew into the store and drifted to the counter. Behind the counter stood a young man who looked gentle and harmless, yet his aura was unfathomable. Natsume. Are you the shopkeeper? Oyaki stated bluntly. I want to buy this phone. That one. How much is it? Akato, pay the bill. The price is 10,000 ryo. With one hand exchanging money and the other receiving the product, Oyaki solemnly took the smooth phone. He mimicked the villagers he had seen on the street earlier and pressed the power button. The screen instantly lit up and an icon featuring Naruto's face immediately caught his attention. Tap that Naruto icon, Jiraiya reminded him from the side. Oyaki followed the advice and tapped it. After the events of the Ninetales night, Oyaki looked at Naruto. So this little brat is the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and he is very likely the son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. The phone prompted Oyaki to choose a nickname to enter the game. After a brief thought, he entered Rock of Two Balances. Upon entering the game homepage, he obtained Uzumaki Naruto Ninja Apprentice and Uzumaki Naruto. Oyaki raised an eyebrow. The Ninetales Jinchuriki as the starting character. This little brat. With curiosity and a hint of disdain, Oyaki entered adventure mode. On the screen, Sandeus resolute gazed the sealing hand signs of the Reaper Death Seal, the final collapsing silhouette. Yi Mu's fingertip traced the display, scrutinizing every line of description and every pivotal frame with painstaking care. The narrative thread is unmistakably clear, revolving entirely around Mui's 7th team, centering especially on the fate of the Ninetales Jinchuriki Xuanhua Mingren. This is his story. Although the plot diverges in places from reality, it prophesies the core events. It seems I learned of the plot in advance and thereby altered the future. This small device contains something terrifying. It not only records the past and present, but pretends what is yet to come. Profiles of ninja abilities, possible tactics, even clues to major events that have not yet occurred. This is nothing short of a strategic-grade shinobi tool. Its value far exceeds 10,000 taels. A tremendous sense of crisis and a fierce longing instantly overwhelmed every doubt. Yi Mu snapped his head up, his gaze locking onto Xia Mu, his tone unusually solemn and edged with urgency. Boss Xia Mu, is this phone only sold in Mai? Xia Mu shook his head. Not at all. I have branches in Wuyin Village and Shiyin Village as well. Good things ought to be shared with everyone. Wuyin, Shiyin. A jolt ran through Yi Mu. Luosha and Shiyin will certainly know about this. We at Yenin must not fall behind. Boss Xia Mu. Yi Mu's voice carried an earnest insistence that brooked no refusal. On behalf of Yenin Village, I beg you to open a branch in our village as well. This artifact is vital to the village's development, to a shinobi's cultivation, and to the gathering of intelligence. If you agree, all of Yenin Village will be eternally grateful. Xia Mu looked at the stubborn old man who had humbled himself for his village's sake, nodded lightly, and said, Of course, I too look forward to Yenin Village's market. We can discuss the location details later. Very well. It's settled. A great weight lifted from Yi Mu's heart. He cast a glance over the shop's occupants, especially Ziyelai and Kaka. His voice low but warning. From now on, Boss Xia Mu will be Yenin Village's most important partner and honored guest. If anyone dares make trouble for Boss Yamu within Yanyan's borders or elsewhere coveting his business or threatening his safety, they will be declaring themselves enemies of Yanin village. And with old Yi Mu himself as an adversary, a sudden familiar yet jarring cascade of notification tones erupted. Almost everyone in the shop, Zli Kaka, she the 3 members of the 7th team. Even to Yi Mu, who had barely had time to warm the new phone in his hands. Updated. Mingren reacted fastest, snatching out his phone. Teacher Kakashi, Xiaoying, Zuozhu. The game updated. Zuozhu and Xiaoying also immediately took out their phones. Kakashi snapped shut his intimacy paradise, and Zli's expression turned grave as he drew out his device. De Yi Mu frowned and awkwardly following their example illuminated his brand new phone. They all entered the game. Congratulations. Awarded a Brank Ninja Xuanhua Mingren first tale. Immediately 3 striking character posters, each in a distinct style, were pushed onto every screen occupying the entire display. Longing. A reunion will follow. Buffing Shui Men. Light and Shadow. Yuzibo Yu descends. Didala debuts. Art is explosion. Mingren leapt up with a shout, dancing with excitement and shaking his phone. Brank. A Brank. I Xuanhua Mingren finally have my first tire ninja. Teacher Kakashi. Zuozhu. Xiaoying. Do you see it? Yet his excitement lasted only seconds. As his gaze skimmed the 3 new posters, it abruptly fixed. Bo! Buffing Shui Men. Mingren's smile froze, his eyes were riveted on the poster's man who emanated a powerful presence. He remembered the Buffing Shui Men of another world, whose smile had been gentle, an ineffable feeling. Part unfamiliarity, part yearning laced with a faint ache, welled up in him. He touched his forehead protector unconsciously. Is he really my father? The 4th Hokage of this world, Buffing Shui Men. His gaze then shifted to the 2nd poster. His brow furrowed more deeply, finger tapping the name on the screen as he stammered, Yuzibo. Wrong. No, it's Yuzibo. Chu. Some clearly could not recognize the complex character for you. It's Yuzibo Yu, said a voice constraining a surge of intense feeling. At some points Zuozhu had come to stand behind Mingren. His gaze was fixed unblinkingly on the Yuzibo Yu, poster knuckles whitening on his phone from the strength of his grip. He had waited so long for this. Yuzibo Yu had finally appeared in the game. What does this mean? It means he will be able to foresee Itachi's ninjutsu combat style and possible weaknesses ahead of time. He might even glimpse the truth of the Night of the Annihilation in future adventure storylines. Sasuke unhesitatingly clicked into Itachi's character interface, browsing through the sparse lines of skill descriptions and skill icons. Kakashi opened the shop list and squinted slightly when he saw the fragment for Kakashi Hatake Young. The prefix Young instantly reminded him of the previously appeared Obito Uchiha Young. Obito? Young? Kakashi's heart sank suddenly. If Obito really is not that mysterious masked man, then it's very likely that the game will introduce another version of Obito Uchiha in the future. Sensei Minato Namikaze's mother Kushina Uzumaki, even my younger self, has appeared. So what about my father? Will he also appear in this game in a future update? In what form? Kakashi abruptly cut off this thought, shifting his gaze away from the screen, uncertain if he... Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Kakuzu, Itachi, Uchiha Deidara, and Obito. 4 more Akatsuki members in this update. How many dangerous rogue ninjas has this organization absorbed? How many are still lurking in the shadows? Who else will the game introduce in the future? Jiraiya immediately clicked on the newly unlocked adventure dungeon. The legendary ninja. However, the moment he clicked in, Jiraiya froze. The voice introducing the dungeon had changed. It was no longer the narration of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather Tsunade's voice. Tsunade. Jiraiya murmured the old man had sacrificed himself, and the Hokage position of Konoha had indeed. Nara Shikaku also noticed this detail. The dungeon narration has switched from the 3rd Hokage to Lady Tsunade. He quickly analyzed in his mind. From now on, the story of the adventure dungeon is completely separated from reality. In the future, from the moment Orochimaru dies, the trajectory has already changed completely. When Shikaku's gaze swept over the figure wearing an orange whirlpool mask revealing only one eye of Obito, his brow subtly furrowed. A mask revealing only the right eye. The image of the mysterious figure wearing a mask on the Night of the Nine Tails immediately surfaced in Shikaku's mind. The 2 figures had strikingly similar attire. Obito. Could he be the masked man controlling the Nine Tails? Shikaku thought rapidly. However, Obito's loud and somewhat silly voice was completely different from the low, hoarse and oppressive voice of the masked man from the Night of the Nine Tails. The voices don't match. Is it the same person deliberately disguising their voice? Or are they simply 2 different people? If Obito is the masked man, then why would he use 2 completely different voices? Is it a case of multiple personalities? Or a deeper disguise? The introduction of the character Obito in the game, does it hint at some crucial connection between the 2? Shikaku felt that the Akatsuki organization was even murkier and more complex than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Sakura was drawn to another new feature in the update, the introduction of points which could be used to purchase outfits and ultimate techniques as well as summoning items. Sakura looked up at Natsume behind the counter, her tone filled with a hint of verification and anticipation. Boss Natsume, are these points only for purchasing outfits and items? Will there be ninjas in the future that can only be purchased with points? Upon hearing this, Natsume's smile seemed to freeze for a moment, before he revealed an exaggerated and sincere expression, raising 3 fingers. Don't worry, Sakura. It absolutely won't happen. I Natsume swear by the legendary 3 Sannin. Points ninjas. Non-existent. We only sell skins and items. Ninjas are all obtained through skills and coins. Fair and just. Natsume patted his chest in assurance. However, Sakura's eyes were filled with undisguised skepticism, her hands on her hips, giving Natsume a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" Natsume felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, sighed helplessly, and shifted to a more serious position. All right, I swear by. Rubik's Cube. This time you can surely trust me, right? Rubik's Cube is very sacred. Unfortunately, the skeptical light in Sakura's eyes did not dim. Instead, it became even brighter. Sakura pouted, clearly holding reservations about the credibility of Boss Natsume's oath. I can't shake off the feeling that Boss Natsume is setting a flag, she muttered to herself. Anoki's gaze was firmly locked onto the 3rd poster. Deidara. His aged voice carried a mix of disappointment and anger tinged with a sense of helplessness. That brat chasing after some instant art. He seemed to see again that talented yet rebellious disciple who had betrayed the village and joined that dangerous organization Akatsuki. What does the introduction of Deidara in the game mean? It signifies that this wayward disciple is very likely to stir up even greater turmoil in the ninja world in the future, possibly culminating in some tragedy. Anoki's fists unconsciously clenched tightly. Sasuke ignored the various commotions in the shop caused by the game update. All his focus was absorbed into that small screen. Itachi Uchiha successfully recruited. Very well. Sasuke murmured to himself as he unhesitatingly clicked into the ninja training ground. Here he could thoroughly test all of Itachi's abilities without worrying about alerting anyone in the real world. Sasuke controlled the Itachi in the game to move forward, his fingers rapidly tapping the basic attack button. However, the techniques of Itachi on the screen caused Sasuke's brow to furrow instantly. First strike, Itachi swiftly delivered a quick punch with his right hand. Second strike, Itachi's left hand wielded a kunai. Third strike followed by a smooth side kick. Fourth strike, Itachi leaned forward and delivered another left-hand kunai punch. Fifth strike, Itachi used fire release, spraying flames forward to knock the opponent away. Sasuke's expression froze and the corner of his mouth even twitched uncontrollably. What kind of taijutsu is this? He stared at the clean and neat movements of Itachi on the screen, definitely not resembling the sinister secret of ninjutsu and genjutsu proficient Uchiha Itachi. He remembered. Quick punches. Leg sweeps. Is he joking? A strong sense of absurdity surged over him. This was completely different from the taijutsu attacks filled with the oppressive aura of the Sharingan that he had imagined. Suppressing his complaints about basic attacks, Sasuke cast a doubtful glance at the first skill icon. Skill 1, Amaterasu. This was what Sasuke was most concerned about. The signature ocular technique of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke held his breath, his finger pressing firmly on the first skill icon. Amaterasu. With a cold whisper, a cluster of pitch-black flames suddenly ignited in front of him. Sasuke's pupils abruptly constricted, his finger gripping the phone tightly. The black flames. This was it. This was the terrifying power of Uchiha Itachi's eyes. The cast time is extremely short and the initiation is swift. The range is approximately 5 body lengths on the z-axis and 5 body lengths on the axis. Large area, high damage with a grab and a sweeping attack. You can move freely after releasing the skill. This would definitely be a deadly move. One would use all their strength to dodge in reality. Sasuke's heart raced violently in his chest, filled with both a yearning for power and a deep-seated hatred for the Skill 2, Shadow Clone Explosion. Itachi unleashed a shadow clone that charged straight out of the screen. This z-axis range. The clone would explode and knock back any enemy it hit. If it missed, it would slowly return, exploding upon contact with enemies on its return path. A clone that hits a wall will return early. The duration of the clone is so long. It lasts for almost 10 seconds, although the clone's charging explosion method is a bit direct. At least the power of the fire explosion looks impressive, and the clone carries the image of a crow, finally giving a bit of the feeling of Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke silently noted clones to lure enemies' charge to explode area damage. Ultimate technique Tsukuyami. Sasuke's gaze burned as he locked onto the last and most mysterious ultimate icon. Tsukuyami, the terrifying illusion that filled his young heart with endless pain and despair on the night of the massacre. He couldn't wait to click on it. Itachi uses his Mangekyo Sharingan to pull enemies into the Tsukuyami space, triggering the moon's descent. Large range, invincible the entire time. 60 of health as damage. Moreover, after the skill ends, it can be linked to other skills. Amaterasu lifts enemies into the air, instantly use the second skill, immediately activate the ultimate. The clone hits the targets within the ultimate as it returns, achieving double hits. Geometric double hits, geometric Itachi. Sasuke exited the training ground, his gaze dark, as he returned to Itachi's character main interface. This outfit. Sasuke's brows furrowed tightly. Many characters in the game wear it. Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Kis. What kind of organization is this to have so many powerful rogue ninjas? And Itachi is among them. A chill even greater than before surged through him. Uchiha Itachi, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan and masters Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, is already terrifying enough. Behind him there stands an unknown organization composed of multiple rank rogue ninjas. It feels like facing what was initially thought to be a lone wolf, only to realize it is merely the sharpest tooth in a pack. A massive sense of crisis and an indescribable feeling of oppression exploded within Sasuke, making it hard for him to breathe. He suddenly turned his gaze to one side of the screen, where the newly unlocked adventure chapter awaited. His finger trembled slightly as he clicked. Itachi and Kisame arrive in Konoha. Target Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke encounters Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke is defeated. The gap in strength is immense. The brief words in the plot hit Sasuke's heart like a hammer. I was taken down by Itachi. I've never beaten Itachi. The gap in strength is too great. Shame. The overwhelming sense of humiliation instantly drowned out the shock and sense of crisis from before. The plot in the game is like a cruel mirror reflecting the deepest fears he is most unwilling to acknowledge. His current self is still no match for Itachi. Even if he trains desperately, even if he believes he has grown stronger in front of Itachi's eyes under the black flames of Amaterasu and the illusion of Tsukuyomi, he is still the one who can be easily crushed. What a joke! Sasuke clenched his teeth. There's no way I could lose to him a second time. And his target in Konoha is Naruto, not me. Itachi's target is the nine tails that dead weight. And Uchiha Sasuke in Itachi's eyes is perhaps just an ant that can be crushed without a second thought, not even worthy of being a target. This was more humiliating and infuriating than pure failure. The intense feeling of humiliation instantly transformed into an almost obsessive urgency. Get stronger. He must become stronger immediately right now. Strong enough to shatter those Mangekyo Sharingan, strong enough to repay the pain that man inflicted upon him 100-fold. Strong enough that Itachi's gaze can no longer ignore the existence of Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze swept across the game interface, locking onto the new character icon that shone brilliantly on the Wish recruitment page. Uchiha Sasuke Cursed Seal. This is it. Sasuke's heart raced with extreme desire, almost bursting from his chest. He could feel the aura of power emanating from the self in the image, far more dangerous and violent than his current state. That was the forbidden power granted by Orochimaru. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke clicked on the wish for treasure. No matter the cost. I must obtain this power. Itachi, wait for me. However, the wish for treasure interface coldly informed him insufficient wish for treasure coins. Sasuke's breath hitched, his expression darkening further. I need to spend a lot of money. At that moment, the extreme desire clashed violently with the reality of scarcity. Sasuke's gaze suddenly shifted away from the screen, precisely locking onto the yellow-haired figure nearby, who was laughing and carefree. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto suddenly felt a chill run down his back. He instinctively shrank his neck and turned his head, only to meet Sasuke's gaze, which was fixed on him. Ugh! Naruto was terrified by that gaze that seemed like it wanted to swallow him, whole, his hairs standing on end, nearly dropping his phone. Sasuke. Sasuke, why are you looking at me with that kind of gaze? It's scary. Others also sensed something was off, stopping their conversations and looking over cautiously. Sasuke completely ignored the presence of others. He walked up to Naruto, the overwhelming pressure instinctively causing Naruto to step back. Naruto. Sasuke's voice was terrifyingly deep as he commanded, "Give me your phone." Naruto looked confused, instinctively hiding his phone behind him. "Bring out Uchiha Itachi." Sasuke's words were concise as he fixed his gaze on Naruto. "Now, immediately. Bring out Uchiha Itachi." Naruto was even more confused, but then he realized his face showing an exaggerated expression of resistance. What kind of joke is this, Sasuke? That guy is super hard to draw, and the coins I've saved for so long are meant to buy. You ran out of coins. Of course, there are so many new ninjas out now, the little I saved is hardly enough. Naruto lamented, pained by his meager funds. Sasuke seemed to have anticipated this answer. Without hesitation, he pulled out a heavy wallet from his ninja. Thud. The wallet landed heavily on the table in front of Naruto. Use this, Sasuke declared decisively. Spend money to win. Draw until you get it. The crowd froze, collectively staring wide-eyed at the substantial wallet on the table, then at Sasuke's face, which screamed, "I'll take you down if you don't draw it out." "Are you crazy, Sasuke?" Naruto pointed at the money bag. "So much money. Just to draw a game character, Itachi Uchiha. You don't need to burn money like this." And don't you already have Itachi yourself? Stop talking nonsense. Sasuke's patience was clearly running thin. Just draw. Or do you want me to beat you up here before you draw? Ugh. Damn it. Naruto looked at Sasuke, whose expression suggested he could explode at any moment, then at the tempting coins on the table, ultimately choosing the latter in despair over getting beaten. With a sorrowful face, Naruto picked up his phone, trembling fingers tapping on the recharge screen. I get it. I'll draw. I'll draw, alright. Damn you, Sasuke. However, just as Naruto was hesitating on the recharge, impatience flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Before Naruto could react, Sasuke snatched his phone away. Hey, what are you doing, Sasuke? Naruto, too slow. The number of coins on the screen skyrocketed. V15. Naruto's eyes nearly popped out. Sasuke. My account. Sasuke ignored him, returned the phone to Naruto, grabbed his own, and opened the wish draw interface targeting Itachi Uchiha Cursed Seal. Wish draw, here we go. Itachi Uchiha Cursed Seal. Recruited successfully. Humph, now that's more like it, Sasuke murmured. Only then did Sasuke turn his gaze to the petrified Naruto beside him, and the phone in Naruto's hand, displaying the account after spending money. Now draw your Itachi. Sasuke ordered. Draw. Itachi. Naruto looked at the overflowing coins on his account. Hurry up. Sasuke urged. Naruto began to operate on his phone. Deidara recruited successfully. Huh. Naruto paused. Sasuke frowned. Continue. Minato Namikaze recruited successfully. Naruto looked at the character on the screen, feeling conflicted. Sasuke's expression turned dark as he snatched Naruto's phone. I'll do it. Sasuke took control, fingers clicking furiously on the 10 draws. Once. Twice. Thrice. Just as Sasuke's patience was wearing thin, pondering whether he should beat Naruto to vent his frustration. Itachi Uchiha recruited successfully. Phew. Sasuke tossed the phone back to Naruto. You got him. Naruto cradled the phone, looking at the Itachi that cost Sasuke a fortune and tarnished the purity of his account. Finally got him out. You should familiarize yourself with his skills. Sasuke looked down at his phone, displaying Cursed Seal Sasuke, especially the timing and range of basic attacks and skills. In 10 minutes, we'll have a Onion in the training ground. You'll use Itachi. With that, Sasuke ignored Naruto, opening the ninja training function on his phone, selecting the newly obtained Itachi Uchiha Cursed Seal. Let me see how strong this power can really be. Basic attack 1A, 2A normal hits, 3A knockup, 4A increases float time, and then in the air you can connect a set of 4A for a total of 8A. 1A consists of 2 segments that can be infinitely normal hit, and 3A is quite stable. Skill 1 Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique, leaps into the air, shooting several fireballs downwards with sweeping effects. Wide range on the Yakuza skills can be used in the air, further expanding the aerial area. As long as you are in the air after releasing the skill, you can connect a basic attack while airborne. Skill 2 Gale Bullet dashes forward, quickly knocking enemies back and sending them airborne. After the dash, you can connect a basic attack in the air. Can be released in the air with sweeping effects when using aerial attacks. Ultimate Weeping Thousand Birds, after charging, dashes forward to knock enemies into the air, can be released in the air, diving towards the ground ahead. Basic attack skills and ultimate are divided into 2 sets, ground and air. Naruto Onion. Sasuke looked at Naruto. Wait a minute, I haven't finished looking at the skills yet. Naruto felt a bit intimidated by Sasuke's gaze. Sure, Onion. Itachi Uchiha PS Peak Chakra Saruoni versus Sasuke Uchiha Cursed Seal Flame Bomb Snail. The match began with Naruto maneuvering Itachi. Trying to escape. Sasuke used his first skill, Phoenix Fire Technique, bombarding the area with fireballs. Naruto had already predicted the fireball's landing point, maneuvering Itachi to dodge the fireball while executing his second skill, Shadow Clone Explosion. The clone appeared precisely at the landing point of Cursed Seal Sasuke, and with a bang it sent Cursed Seal Sasuke flying. Before Cursed Seal Sasuke could get up, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu the Black Flames, ensnaring him, forcing Cursed Seal Sasuke to use a substitution. Damn! Sasuke controlled Cursed Seal Sasuke to use Gale Bullet, attempting to dash towards Itachi. Naruto immediately summoned the Summoning Monkey, forcibly interrupting Cursed Seal Sasuke's skill and sending him airborne. Then Itachi seamlessly followed up with a 5A basic attack, finishing with the ultimate Tsukuyomi. After Tsukuyomi ended, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu, sweeping Cursed Seal Sasuke into the air, and after Amaterasu he executed Shadow Clone Explosion, hitting Cursed Seal Sasuke. Naruto immediately used the Secret Scroll Chakra and then unleashed Tsukuyomi. The Kodo Amatsukami of the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be escaped. The first round ended with Itachi Uchiha's victory. The words on the screen stung Sasuke's eyes, his fingers gripping the phone turning white from the pressure. Naruto looked at the victory sign on his screen, then glanced at Sasuke's face, dark as a pot bottom. Ha! Ha ha! Naruto chuckled awkwardly, trying to ease the tension. Hey Sasuke, you see Itachi's skills are quite useful. Shut up dead last. Sasuke abruptly looked up, stepping forward, not giving Naruto a chance to react, and swiftly snatched Naruto's phone. Hey! Sasuke, what are you doing? Give me back my phone! Naruto shouted as he lunged forward. Sasuke blocked him with his arm fingers rapidly operating on the screen. Exit the game, Sasuke said coldly. Ha! Exit. Naruto stared at Sasuke's actions, utterly confused. What the hell? Losing means you take my phone. Sasuke ignored Naruto's protests and quickly exited the game. Log in again, he commanded, shoving the phone back into Naruto's hands. Naruto held his recovered phone, gazing at Sasuke's face, which was filled with the message, "If you don't comply you'll die," feeling both anger and fear. Log in again. What next? What do you want to do? Unknown. Sasuke uttered 2 words, his gaze locked firmly on Naruto. Let's fight again. Fight again. Naruto was practically jumping with frustration. Didn't we just finish? And you lost. You lost to me. Hey damn Sasuke, can't you handle losing? Let's talk. Sasuke's patience had completely worn thin. He grabbed Naruto by the collar and pulled them closer. Just log in. This time switch the secret scroll. Switch the secret scroll. Naruto was taken aback, finally realizing that Sasuke had snatched the phone to exit the game. For that reason, what secret scroll to switch? Chakra was working perfectly. If I say switch, then switch. Sasuke released Naruto and said chakra is too overpowered. It allows you to activate your ultimate ability so quickly. Naruto looked at Sasuke, whose expression was a mix of unwillingness from losing, an obsession with Itachi, and an almost fanatical determination to reclaim victory. He understood Sasuke too well. Right now Sasuke was like a stubborn bull, provoked and eager to reclaim his lost honor. Got it. Switch, switch, switch. Naruto sighed in resignation, murmuring to himself while logging back into the game. Seriously, it's just a game. Why is it such a big deal? You were so crazy about spending money to draw ninjas, and now you blame the secret scroll for losing. What did you say? Sasuke narrowed his eyes dangerously. Nothing. Naruto hurriedly operated the phone and quickly switched the secret scroll from chakra to ground shake after re-entering the battle preparation screen. Switched. Naruto showed the phone screen to Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at it, confirmed it was correct, and relaxed slightly. He picked up his own phone again, selecting Uchiha Sasuke Cursed Seal once more. Prepare. Sasuke was filled with an absolute desire for victory in the next match. This time, I won't let you succeed. Naruto watched Sasuke's determined posture of "I won't rest until I win back," and then glanced at his phone where Itachi's secret scroll had been forcefully changed. He sighed helplessly and pressed the prepare button. Uchiha Itachi Ground Shake Gamma Sennin vs. Uchiha Sasuke Cursed Seal San Kamaitachi. First round battle begins. Sasuke learned from the previous match and did not recklessly take to the air at the start. He maneuvered Cursed Seal Sasuke, cautiously searching for Naruto's flaws. Naruto had changed his secret scroll this time, so his strategy would definitely differ. He couldn't afford to be predicted like last time. At the tail end, you won't catch me easily this time. Sasuke's finger slid on the screen, maneuvering Cursed Seal Sasuke for slight yaxis movements, trying to confuse Naruto. However, Naruto was acting unusually. His Itachi didn't rush to attack, but was making seemingly erratic movements around the map's edge, which were actually quite clever. Sometimes he would dash forward as if feigning an attack, and at other times, he would suddenly retreat, his movements elusive, making it difficult for Sasuke to accurately lock onto his position. Trying to drag it out with movement. Naive. Sasuke's patience ran out. He seized an opportunity when Naruto seemed to be retreating, decisively unleashing his second skill, Swift Wind Bullet. Cursed Seal Sasuke lunged towards Itachi. Just as the Swift Wind Bullet was about to hit Itachi, Naruto's fingers swiped across the screen, activating the secret scroll. Ground Shake. What? The charging action of Cursed Seal Sasuke was abruptly interrupted. The shockwave not only disrupted the skill, but also briefly caused Cursed Seal Sasuke to become immobilized and lifted slightly. The timing was perfect. Got you. Naruto's Itachi had already moved forward while releasing Ground Shake. In that moment, he unhesitatingly unleashed Itachi's second skill. Shadow Clone Big Explosion. Boom. The explosion sent Cursed Seal Sasuke flying. Damn. Substitute. Sasuke immediately pressed the substitute button the moment Cursed Seal Sasuke was blasted away. Cursed Seal Sasuke's figure vanished amidst the explosion's smoke and instantly reappeared not far behind Itachi. Let's see how you dodge this time. Sasuke pointed his finger at the first skill. He aimed to cover the field from the air with Fire Phoenix technique before Naruto could use Amaterasu to catch him. Cursed Seal Sasuke leaped into the air, ready to spit fireballs down at the ground. However, it seemed Naruto had already anticipated Sasuke's actions after the substitution. At the moment Sasuke's substitute disappeared and Cursed Seal Sasuke reappeared, Naruto's Itachi surprisingly made a strange backward step, dodging Sasuke's fireball repositioning and unleashing Amaterasu. After Cursed Seal Sasuke landed, Naruto activated the secret scroll again. Ground Shake. This is impossible. Sasuke was filled with rage and fear. It's not over yet. Naruto, seizing the advantage, wasted no time. His Itachi connected with a normal attack immediately after releasing Ground Shake. 1A2A. 1A, 2A, 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A. Shadow Clone Big Explosion. Ground Shake. Summoning Gamma Sannin. Naruto summoned the summoning beast without hesitation. While Itachi attacked, he unleashed Amaterasu again. It's over, Sasuke. Naruto pressed the ultimate ability button hard. Tsukuyami, the illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be escaped. The first round ends. Uchiha Itachi wins. Silence. The air in the phone store seemed to freeze. Only the sound of the battle ending echoed from the phone. Sasuke stared intently at the fallen cursed seal Sasuke on his screen, slowly raising his head to look at the proudly standing Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's breathing became heavy, his fingers gripping the phone trembled violently due to excessive force, and his knuckles made a cracking sound under pressure. He had lost, and he lost even worse than last time. He was toyed with by that tail-end loser using his ground shake secret scroll like a monkey. In the end, he was finished off by Itachi's ultimate ability. My foolish little brother. Crash. A sudden piercing sound of explosion rang out. All of Sasuke's anger, humiliation, and unwillingness erupted at that moment. He violently smashed his phone onto the ground. The phone screen was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the device even bounced slightly with pieces flying out. You are not allowed to use Itachi. Sasuke almost roared, his voice filled with extreme rage. He abruptly turned to Naruto, his eyes having completely transformed into the three-demo Sharingan. Uncontrollable and violent chakra overflowed, forming a small whirlwind. From now on, you are not allowed to use Itachi against me. Naruto shivered in fear, instinctively clutching his phone tightly to his chest. Looking at the shattered phone on the ground that was still slightly vibrating, and then at the Sasuke in front of him, who seemed ready to explode with rage, he opened his mouth wanting to say something. In the end, he could only painfully swallow the words like "you can't handle losing" or "the phone is expensive," forcing them back down. Sasuke took out 10,000 taels to buy a new phone. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who had his back to him waiting for his new phone, as if nothing was wrong, and couldn't help but this guy. Really? Naruto muttered softly, recalling Sasuke's roar of, "No more using Itachi," feeling a lingering dread. Moreover, it's Dad's ninja. He clicked on the ninja training function in the game and selected Namikaze's Minato. Let me see what skills Dad's ninja has. Naruto concentrated and began to study the skill descriptions close. Suddenly Naruto's phone emitted a white light, and then he and his phone disappeared from the store. Naruto. The people in the phone store were shocked. Kakashi, gather some manpower to search for Naruto in the village. Well, stay here in the store, Jiraiya said. The setting sun bathed the ninja training ground in golden hues. This is the Konoha training ground. Naruto opened his eyes to see a golden figure materializing in the light. Dad. Namikaze Minato smiled and tossed a trident kunai to Naruto. Give it a try, this is my fighting Naruto grasped the kunai and mimicked Minato's stance, stabbing forward, but during the third segment of the basic attack the shuriken slipped from his hand. With a thunk, it lodged into a tree trunk, startling a flock of birds. Damn, Dad's basic attack looks so simple. The landing point of the shuriken was precisely where Minato had inscribed the flying thunder god technique back in the day. Watch closely. Minato demonstrated with a body flicker technique, throwing the kunai. The kunai traced a golden line through the air, and he appeared behind the target. Naruto's eyes widened as he swung his arm. The moment the kunai struck the wooden target, he felt an invisible force pulling him, triggering a rapid 5-hit combo automatically. Naruto stumbled as he withdrew his attack, but shouted excitedly, "Time-space ninjutsu is so cool. It's 1,000 times more thrilling than shadow clone jutsu." Minato suddenly formed seals and sharp earth spears shot up from the ground. Naruto instinctively activated his second skill, God Speed. As the earth spear grazed past his hair, Naruto was astonished. Just now it seemed like I turned into light. He didn't realize he had unconsciously released a skill. Minato smiled and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Naruto, a sense of crisis is a ninja's instinct." When Minato signaled him to release the ultimate technique, Naruto gathered the Rasengan, but lost control, his body shooting forward uncontrollably. The first segment of Time-Space Rasengan sent the wooden target flying into the air, and during the second segment, the Rasengan collided with the one Minato released at the same time. In the chakra storm, Naruto saw his father's smiling lips. "This move was meant to be done by me alone, but doing it with you." Minato's voice was drowned out by the wind, but Naruto read his lips. "Is far more meaningful." The technique dissipated, leaving the training ground in ruins. Panting, Naruto looked up at Minato. "Dad's ninjutsu requires precise calculations, right?" Minato smiled, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. "The flying thunder god is essentially a technique of protection. When you truly wish to protect someone, time and space will naturally make way for you." Naruto looked down at the chakra marks remaining in his palm, suddenly grabbing the kunai and charging towards a new wooden target. "Let's do it again. I want Sasuke to see the true time-space ninjutsu." Before the sun completely set, Minato transformed into golden light and vanished. Naruto shouted at the empty training ground, Next time we meet, I will fight until the very last moment using your way. The night breeze lifted Naruto's clothing and a flying thunder god kunai quietly rested on his ninja tool pouch. Longing will lead to reunion, a response from his father that transcends time and space. I have something I would stake my life to protect. A flash of white light appeared and Naruto returned to the phone. Naruto. Several voices filled with shock, worry, and relief almost simultaneously rang out. At the moment Naruto appeared, Sasuke almost dropped the brand new phone he had just received. You brat. Where did you run off to? You disappeared in a flash. It scared me. Jiraiya's voice carried reproach but more so relief. I am fine, perverted sage. Naruto raised his head, excitement still lingering on his face and a hint of daze. I saw him. I met the fourth Hokage. What? Sakura exclaimed in surprise, thinking she had misheard. Sasuke's brows instantly furrowed, his gaze fixed on Naruto. Naruto did not explain immediately. Instead, he slowly raised his clenched right hand. Under the bright lights of the phone store, the uniquely shaped trident kunai engraved with complex seals was displayed before everyone. This was given to me by the fourth Hokage. Naruto's voice trembled slightly. In the virtual Konoha training ground, I practiced the skills of Namikaze Minato in the game. Flying Thunder God and Rasengan. All eyes were focused on the kunai and Naruto. The astonishment on Jiraiya's face gradually faded, replaced by nostalgia and a sense of pride. He fell silent for a few seconds, a large hand resting on Naruto's head. Seeing your own father, it feels good, right? Jiraiya's lips curled into a warm smile. He didn't need to explain much. This unique kunai had already said it all. Naruto nodded vigorously, his throat slightly choked. Yeah, it's amazing. Dad is so powerful. The fourth Hokage. Sakura looked at Naruto, then at the legendary Flying Thunder God. Kunai, the immense information impact left her mind in chaos. Naruto, are you saying that the fourth Hokage, Lord Namikaze Minato, is your father? At first, she only had doubts, but this time she finally connected the hero from the Night of the Nine Tails with this companion, who was always brash and shouting to become Hokage. Sasuke looked at Naruto, then at the kunai symbolizing the yellow flash. The guy who was always clumsy, relying on shadow clone jutsu and verbal jutsu, had the blood of a Hokage flowing through him. Although Sasuke had long been prepared mentally, hearing Naruto say it himself still shocked him. Boring. Sasuke pressed his lips tightly together. The ever-silent Inoki stroked his beard, understanding in his heart murmured. So it is. The atmosphere in the phone store became subtle and heavy, with astonished, confused, and complex gazes converging on Naruto. Feeling the gazes of everyone, especially Sasuke's complicated stare, Naruto tightened his grip on the kunai. He lifted his head, looking at Sasuke with a confident yet slightly provocative smile. Hey Sasuke, is your new phone ready? Naruto shook his phone. This time no Itachi. I'll use my dad's ninja. Let's have a proper fight again. Let you witness the true power of Nsrank ninja. I'm more than willing to lose her. Sasuke's finger slid across the screen of his new phone. This time I will totally shatter your boring fantasy. The phone screen lit up, reflecting two equally young faces filled with a refusal to back down. Minato Namikaze Scatter Blue Serpent vs. Deidara Lightning Strike Mirage. Round 1 begins. Both fighters open with cautious probing. You damn Sasuke, take this. Naruto channels Minato to activate his second technique, Divine Speed, and surges diagonally along the axis toward Deidara. But Sasuke anticipates the move. Deidara lands a standard attack. The clay bird detonates precisely where Minato's teleportation lands. Too slow, dead last. Deidara ascends and taps his first technique, Velvet Bombardment, releasing 6 spider constructs to seal Minato's movement. Minato is forced to activate his first technique, Flying Thunder God, with a short tap to retreat, yet the spiders still strike him. After Naruto's substitution clone is forced out by the spiders, he advances toward Deidara and activates his secret scroll scatter. But Sasuke preemptively triggers his secret scroll lightning strike, striking Minato directly. Once both rise, they constantly reposition. Sasuke's Deidara maintains aerial dominance, raining down repeated claybird attacks to wear Minato down. Minato activates his second technique, Divine Speed. First segment to evade along the axis, but the second segment, a forward lunge, is intercepted by Deidara's second technique, Clay Hawk, sending Minato flying. After substituting, Minato unleashes 3 consecutive strikes, then instantly follows with a long press of his first technique, Flying Thunder God, launching a high-arsing kunai that knocks Deidara from the sky. He resumes a 3-hit combo, yet Deidara benefits from aerial hit stun protection upon landing, and immediately counters with lightning strike, striking Minato once more. Sasuke's gaze sharpens. He slams the summoning key, releasing a clam. Deidara ascends and deploys his first technique, Velvet Bombardment, swarming the battlefield with spiders, preparing to force Minato's substitution. Substitute. Naruto roars. Emerging from substitution, driven by burning resolve, he instinctively presses the standard attack, striking Deidara and launching into a 5-hit combo, only for the final kick to lash empty air, miscalculating the distance. After Deidara substitutes, he deploys his second technique, Clay Hawk, riding the clay bird upward in a piercing charge that pins Minato against the corner of a wall. Then Sasuke instantly activates his ultimate technique, C3, engulfing the screen in blinding fire as Minato's health bar plummets to 0. Art is an explosion. Round 1 ends. Deidara emerges victorious. Sasuke slowly lowers his scorching hot phone, a flicker of smug satisfaction flashing in his eyes as he lifts his gaze toward Naruto. Naruto slams his fist onto the table. Damn you, Sasuke. I'll absolutely crush your pathetic clay bird with my next shinobi. You'd better wait for it. Sasuke lets out a soft, disdainful chuckle. Dead last. Airborne combat is the true arena. Your ground-based dashes are utterly powerless against absolute aerial supremacy. Their bickering, and the clamor of the mobile shop, are but faint ripples before the vast gathering storm across the shinobi world. Meanwhile, far away in Kumogakure, a tempest stirs within the Raikage's office. Boom, aye. A desk shatters into dust. Fourth Raikage his hair, and beard bristling with fury radiates uncontrolled lightning release chakra outward from his body. What did you say? Say it again now. The Raikage's roar deafens his secretary Mabui, whose ears ring violently. Mabui grits her teeth against the discomfort and repeats. Raikage-sama, according to the latest intelligence from our Umbu embedded along foreign borders and major trade routes, anomalous personnel movements have been detected. The fourth Kazakage Rashi of Sunagakure recently arrived in Konoha. Likewise, the third Tsuchika Jinoki of Iwagakure departed under the pretext of a private visit. Traveling with a minimal entourage, his destination also Konoha. Moreover, though Kirigakure has not dispatched a cage-level figure AO, the trusted aide of Elder Yagura and head of diplomatic affairs, has entered Konoha with a lean elite team. Their movements have all been discreet. Yet their objective is unmistakably unified. Rashi, Anoki, and that sly old fox AO from Kirigakure. Fury and suspicion blaze in the Raikage's eyes. Could it be? Could all four nations be secretly colluding to unite against my land of lightning? What spell has Konoha cast over them? A profound sense of crisis grips the Raikage. For the Kages, or their highest-ranking envoys, of Suna Iwa and Kiri to converge secretly upon Konoha is no ordinary diplomatic gesture. Recalling recent hazy rumors circulating across the shinobi world, that Konoha had acquired some extraordinary new shinobi tool, the Raikage suspicion surges to its peak. Mabui! The Raikage whirls around sharply. Immediately, this instant, dispatch agents to Konoha, not minor operatives. Send those capable of uncovering core intelligence. Send Hayate. His sensory prowess and sharp mind make him ideal. He must uncover what Konoha is truly plotting, and what agenda unites these visitors. Is this a conspiracy aimed squarely at Kumogakure? Yes, Raikage-sama. Mabui bows sharply and vanishes beyond the doorway. Raikage stands alone amid the wreckage of his office, gazing out at the churning sea of clouds beyond the window. His expression dark and foreboding. Konoha, silent for so many years since Minato Namake's death. Could it truly be preparing something earth-shattering once more? Yugakure Akatsuki Base. Within the damp shadowed spire of the Akatsuki lair, the holographic projections of core members materialize one by one. Conan's voice breaks the silence. According to precise intelligence from our informant embedded in Konoha's Chunin exams, Konoha has indeed acquired an unprecedented shinobi tool. Conan raises her hand. A device identical to the ones held by Naruto and Sasuke floats above her palm, its screen glowing softly. This object is called a mobile phone. Conan continues tapping lightly on the screen to open a familiar icon. One of its core functions is an application titled Naruto Mobile Game. And within this application, her tone grows grave. Detailed intelligence on several of our organization's members is meticulously recorded. On the screen glows the Akatsuki Shinobi Codex Uchiha Itachi Kisame Hashigaki Daidara Kakuzu. Their official portrait skill descriptions and ultimate techniques displayed in full detail. Even individuals not yet part of Akatsuki, but designated within the game's lore as Akatsuki-aligned, such as Haiden and Toby, appear in the roster. More notably, Conan swipes to reveal the adventure mode interface. The latest story update indicates. She rotates the screen toward the group. They're clad in black robes, adorned with crimson clouds, stand Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. Within the gates of Konoha, Itachi and Kisame will soon infiltrate Konoha. Kakuzu speaks with grim disbelief. Impossible. No such mission exists in our current plans. Kakuzu cares little for matters beyond wealth. But this unervingly precise prophecy unsettles him. Fascinating. Sasori's voice emanates from within Hirako. This tool, or its creator, knows us far too well. My art is documented too. Ha! Clearly my art has earned universal recognition. Humph! Kisame grins, broadly glancing sidelong at the silent Uchiha Itachi. Hey, Mr. Itachi, it seems we're even partners in this game. Though being spoiled on our itinerary feels rather strange. Prophecy or trap? Payne's voice resonates through the vast chamber. Regardless of this mobile phone's nature, the fragments of future it reveals demand our utmost vigilance. Konoha appears to be grasping for forces beyond conventional understanding. He pauses, then turns. Itachi, Kisame. Yes, they reply in unison. Since the game foretells your mission to Konoha, you will proceed exactly as scripted. Xiaomu's mobile game Ninja Konoha Epic had taken the world by storm. Yet no one knew its back end secretly housed the authentic Naruto universe. As the game approached its shutdown the moment he pressed the final update button, the entire Hidden Leaf Village tore through the sky and descended upon Tokyo. Gazing at the panicked players and the utterly bewildered Naruto, Xiaomu smiled faintly. Welcome to the real world, esteemed shinobi. At that very instant his phone buzzed with a message. Anomalous data detected. Initiating system-wide formatting. End sender Otsutsuki clan. The maintenance notice for Ninja Konoha Epic hung like a frigid obituary atop the game's official website, silent and unchanging for an entire week. The glass door of Xiaomu's smartphone shop sealed off the neon-lit clamor of Shinjuku Street. Inside reigned only the low hum of machinery and the whisper of air conditioning sweeping across display cabinets. Xiaomu sat behind the counter, his fingertip unconsciously tracing the announcement on his tablet screen. Yet his gaze drifted unfocused beyond the window, lost in the city's shimmering nocturnal tapestry. It was the final day, and this mobile game, his life's devotion, a global phenomenon born of sheer miracle, had reached its inevitable end. Capital's games never linger over past glories. At midnight tonight the servers would shut down precisely, heralding the silent collapse of an entire world into a forgotten string of code buried deep within a database. Yet he knew it was far more than mere code. Enhi Rose walked past rows of smartphones and tablets gleaming under soft light and pushed open the unassuming door to the storage room behind. Inside stood no clutter, only a compact server matrix pulsing with eerie luminescence in the darkness, its countless indicator lights breathing softly in rhythmic flicker. The air carried the warm metallic scent of electronics. This was the true solitary core backend of Konoha Epic, an independent root server severed from all carriers and belonging solely to him. The pale blue glow of the monitor illuminated his calm face. The interface swarmed with cascading data streams, rivers of raw information weaving and sustaining a world astonishingly vivid yet entirely virtual. He could pull up any NPC's live status, inspect every pixel of every map, even hear, via players' microphones, the wind rustling through Konoha's leaves, the murmur of flowing water, or the sharp whistling cry of kunai cleaving the air during training. Those sounds were too real. So real they often haunted his dreams, leaving him disoriented at midnight. Half convinced, he stood atop Konoha's watchtower, gazing down upon a village ablaze with unwavering will. His cursor hovered over a crimson button, never before clicked by anyone, labeled Final Update. The will of fire endures. The official shutdown meant nothing to him, the true creator. So long as he willed it, this independent server could sustain that world indefinitely until time itself crumbled to dust. Or, he could do far more. Notion, long suppressed and nearly insane, now erupted from its cage, a ravenous beast seizing his very soul. Why must that world remain confined to data streams and screen light? Why must those vibrant wills, that searing passion, those solemn vows of protection, all be reduced to ephemeral digital phantoms? He craved a more tangible response. Ni's finger descended, firm, decisive, and struck the enter key. No cataclysmic blast followed. Instead, the server matrix's hum surged sharply, piercing, frantic, as every indicator light exploded into frenzied strobes, crimson, emerald, amber, spinning wildly in the cramped space, fracturing his face into jagged shards of light and shadow. On screen, the data streams spiraled into chaos, a vertiginous cascade of blinding green pouring uncontrollably. And simultaneously, beyond the shop, an anomaly tore open the Tokyo night sky. A slender violet-red fissure split the inky firmament, silent, effortless, as if a divine hand had casually scored a blade across a celestial scroll. The rift widened violently, branching, coiling, interweaving, until it consumed a vast expanse of heaven, twisting into a colossal, ever-rotating vortex. At its heart yawned an abyssal void from which thunderous, suffocating roars echoed, so oppressive they arrested the heartbeat. Crowds in Shinjuku froze mid-stride, craning upward, faces etched with shock and utter bewilderment. Traffic ground to a halt, horns shrieked in discordant waves. And then from the vortex's center something immense began its slow, deliberate descent. First emerged the colossal Hokage rock, its stern, hallowed visages of past Kage breaking through the clouds, their stony contours refracting the city's neon glare in surreal, uncanny hues. Next came tier upon tier of traditional tiled roofs, soaring watchtowers, and dense canopies of lush greenery. The entire Hidden Leaf Village, complete with its very earth, materialized above Tokyo as if wrought by divine decree. Within, Konoha chaos reigned supreme, and the ground heaved violently, buildings trembled. On the academy training ground, Sakura's punch veered wildly, sending a wooden post hurtling skyward. In the mission office, Tsunade shot upright, overturning her sake cup. Sake spilled across mission scrolls. Yet she remained oblivious, eyes wide with disbelief. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi dropped Ika Paradise with a soft thud. In an instant, he stood at the window, Sharingan spinning furiously, locked onto the alien landscape beyond. The steel and glass jungle of skyscrapers dazzling with artificial light. At Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto slurped his 10th bowl of the day, patting his belly contentedly. When the sudden violent tremor sent him lurching headfirst toward the steaming broth. Old pervert, did you pull some weird jutsu again? He yelled instinctively, then realized Jiraiya wasn't there. Dazed, he bolted out of the ramen shop, only to freeze utterly paralyzed at the sight before him. The familiar Hokage rock remained, but beneath its cliffs stretched not Konoha's streets or forests, but instead countless unfamiliar square boxes glowing with eerie light, skyscrapers, iron-shelled beasts crawling along the ground, cars, and multitudes of people clad in bizarre attire pointing skyward and screaming in terror. Naruto's mind short-circuited, his jaw dropped wide enough to swallow an egg. Is this some new genjutsu? Even crazier than Sakurakin's punches. And at that precise moment, a serene voice, amplified by some unfathomable means, resonated clearly across both worlds, echoing in the ears of countless terrified souls. Welcome to the real world, esteemed shinobi. Xiaomu had already stepped outside his shop, standing calmly in the center of the street, tilting his head up. Not in awe, but in quiet contemplation, as he beheld the impossible spectacle suspended in the heavens and the familiar Italian figures peering down from Konoha's edges. Neon light flowed across his face like liquid mercury. A faint, enigmatic smile played upon his lips. The quiet satisfaction of an artist who had just unveiled his life's magnum opus, a sublime, world-shattering madness of his own making. Amidst the pandemonium, a sharp-eyed player recognized him. And that's Boss Xiaomu, the real-life model for the ultimate Easter egg NPC. Mysterious planner, in Konoha Epic. What is he saying? What's happening? Nas the game? Become real? Enshout screams and desperate questions crashed over him like a tidal wave. Yet Xiaomu heard none of it. His gaze pierced the dimensional divide, meeting briefly, across impossible distances, with the stunned sovereign eyes of the Kage perched upon Hokage Rock. Yet at the zenith of this cosmogonic upheaval, Ni's phone screen lit up spontaneously in his pocket. No ringtone, no vibration, just a single line of stark white text brutally abrupt on the lock screen, radiating an aura of absolute irrevocable annihilation. Anomalous data overflow detected, dimensional barrier integrity compromised. Formatting protocol initiated per highest directive. Sender Otsutsuki clan. And the Starfield wallpaper behind the message dissolved rapidly, erased pixel by pixel, into pure absolute blackness. Xiaomu's smile froze, utterly irreversibly. Na glacial chill transmitted through the phone's casing pierced his fingertips and sank deep into his marrow. And the silent countdown to formatting eclipsed the roar of the collapsing world.